The action unfolds in an ordinary city. In it, everywhere there were gray, monotypical high-rise buildings. The main character is an ordinary guy. He was crying, looking at his phone, looking like his heart had been broken. The main character receives a message from his girlfriend saying that they need to break up. His name is Chen Yuan. The guy was shocked by such a statement from the girl. He started typing quickly and asked what was wrong. The girl's name was Tuntun. At first, Chen Yuan thought that he and his roommates had decided to play truth or action, and it was all just a joke. The guy didn't understand what he had done wrong. Chen Yuan had already planned their future. He believed that they would have a wonderful family and 2 beautiful children. Apparently, it was because the guy couldn't buy her a purse even though he was saving up for it. Tung Tung restricted who could send her messages. Chen Yuan's roommates noticed that he was in a bad mood today. The guy was depressed because of such an unexpected turn. Chen Yuan thumped the table loudly, causing his plate of noodles to flip over. The guy got up from the table, walked out of the room and slammed the door. His roommates realized that the guy had been dumped again, the 6th time this month. Chen Yuan was called a stickler in common parlance. He had been after Shu Tong for 3 years. Shu Tong and Chen Yuan met on the street. The girl asked the guy not to do that, because people are watching. Chen Yuan bought the girl her favorite roast pork. He asked her not to talk about the breakup. The guy was willing to change and earn more. Shu Tong was not angry with Chen Yuan. Her ex-boyfriend wants to get back together with her. The girl came to the conclusion that he needs her more. Her ex-boyfriend's name was Huang Junkai. Chen Yuan didn't understand how a girl could get back together with him. Chen Yuan thought he was a scumbag after all. He had cheated Shu Tong in the past, and the girl is letting him mess with her mind again. At this moment, an expensive car pulled up to the guys. Huang Junkai was sitting in it. He told the girl to get in. Shu Tong thought that they had better not date Chen Yuan anymore, because her boyfriend might misunderstand it. The girl jumped into the car with Huang Junkai, and they drove off, leaving Chen Yuan behind. Chen Yuan threw the gift he was going to give to the girl into the trash. The guy walked into a convenience store, not far from his house. Only it had lights on. Chen Yuan didn't understand why no one appreciated sincerity. He wondered if he was so pathetic that he could only suck up to everyone. Chen Yuan believed that there was nothing wrong with being courteous. The guy fiercely squeezed the bottle of water. Chen Yuan believed that one only needed to do it to the proper extent, and then he would become a Casanova instead of a sycophant. At this moment, a notification came from the strongest sticking system. It had identified a suitable candidate for a host. The connection was successful. A notice appeared, showing Chen Yuan's personal funds, his reinforcement sticking system account. Chen Yuan wanted to touch the system, to see what it allowed him to do, as at this moment, a girl approached him. She thought that Chen Yuan wanted to touch her. The girl got angry and thought he was a pervert. The girl noticed that Chen Yuan had been staring at her like this since the beginning. His head must be messed up. At this moment, Chen Yuan saw that the system was showing the girl's name, Shu Lalai, her age, weight, attractiveness index, and disposition towards him. The system also reported that once the disposition parameter reached 96 points, a counterattack could be made, and she would become a fan of the host. Chen Yuan realized that he needed to spend this money on women. He now had 90 quadrillion. This amount was stored on a bank card, but only women can use it. When the girl becomes a fan of the master, 1/10 of the amount spent will be deposited into Chen Yuan's personal account. Chen Yuan understood how the system worked. He was about to spring into action. Chen Yuan felt that it was possible to use Shu Lele as a guinea pig. Chen Yuan asked the girl not to get angry. He was willing to buy in anything he wanted from this store. Completing this task earns you a reward, 5 reinforcement points that can be used to improve your performance. Shu Lala thought that the guy was pretending to be rich and just wanted to show off in front of her. Shu Lalai was the first beauty in the faculty. She is quite skillful at spending other people's money. Everyone thought that Chen Yuan was in trouble. Chen Yuan asked the girl not to throw words around, because if she didn't try, she wouldn't learn anything. Shu Lala felt that today was a great day to treat all her classmates to some yummy treats. She asked if Chen Yuan would pay for it. Shu Lala noticed that the guy was dressed like a beggar but trying to show off to her. She was going to embarrass him. In the same instant, Chen Yuan transferred 50,000 yuan to the girl's account. She was very surprised. All passers-by were shocked that the guy so easily transferred such a sum, because he looks as unremarkable as possible. And it turns out that the major, Chen Yuan, was pleased with himself. He had done well. He opened the messaging app. Chen Yuan asked if this amount was enough to get Shu Lala's V-shut. Shu Lala realized that she had made a mistake, and Chen Yuan was indeed a major. The girl smirked slyly. She was glad she had met the guy. She had a plan. Shu Lala told Chen Yuan not to worry. She was going to add her WeChat to his phone. The girl approached Chen Yuan and said that for starters, the guy would go to a place with her. She was going to see how long he would last. It was late evening. The buildings on the streets twinkled with lights. Many people went about their business. Shu Lala wanted to clarify something. She clarified that she was not a mercantile girl at all. She just wants to see how sincere and serious Chen Yuan is about her. The guys were heading towards an expensive store. Everything was going according to Chen Yuan's plan. After all, the more the girl spent now, the more would be returned to the guy. Chen Yuan told Shulala to choose what she liked. The guy thought that the girl was a great specimen to test the system. Shulala took one of the very expensive bags. She asked if it would suit her. At this moment, Chen Yuan noticed that in the same store were Shu Tong along with Huang Junkai. Shu Tong turned around and noticed Chen Yuan as well. She was surprised at what a guy was doing in such an expensive store. Chen Yuan was very surprised that he met Shu Tong so quickly. There was no face on the guy. At this moment, Shu Lele pressed up against him. She asked if she was Chen Yuan's ex-girlfriend. She must have had a bad time. Chen Yuan was a little annoyed that they had met, however. He said that on the contrary, everything was very timely. Shulala asked the consultant if they had any of the spring show handbags on sale. She said they had the last one left. The counselor said another customer was trying it on right now and pointed to Shu Tong. Shu Tong thought that there was still no way Chen Yuan would leave her alone. She was now going to show that the guy was no match for Junkai. Shu Tong ran up to her new boyfriend with the same purse in her hands. The girl said that her birthday was coming up. Junkai was very surprised since the girl had only recently celebrated her birthday. Shu Tong explained that that was the birthday of the lunar calendar and soon the birthday of the solar calendar. Huan Junkai was angry. He realized that the girl was trying to fool him. The guy said he didn't like mercantile girls. He asked if it was just because of money that Shu Tong was with him. Shu Tong was frightened. She was very surprised by Huan Junkai's words. She didn't know how to act. At this moment, Shulala grabbed the purse that was hanging on Shu Tong's shoulder. Shulala apologized. She said that if the girl doesn't buy it, she will take it for herself. The system notification came, adding 20 points to Shulala's location. Chen Yuan paid for the purchase. The girl was very happy with her upgrade, another 20 points added to Shulala's disposition. Chen Yuan realized what the true power of money was. It was all just a bag, and the 60 points was already in his pocket. Chen Yuan thought that the cashback could have been bigger, since he wouldn't get that much in the end. The store employees began to discuss this situation. They remembered that their store manager had said many times that guests should not be prejudiced. Appearances are deceiving. Shulala smugly remarked that she had taken both the bag and the guy, that she was a better owner than Shu Tong. Shulala thought that a big fish like Chen Yuan couldn't be missed. Shulala ran to Chen Yuan and grabbed his hand. She thanked the guy and noticed that he was very generous. Shu Tong saw this scene and was very upset. Tears came to her eyes. She ran towards the guys and snatched Chen Yuan's hand. The girl was very angry. Chen Yuan was very pleased with himself. He thought that they had just started. He wanted to take revenge on the girl. At this moment, the system found a second object. It was Lin Shu Tong. Her disposition towards her master was going into the minus side. The girl angrily ran out of the store, Huang Junkai rushing after her. Shulala asked if Chen Yuan was laughing. The girl didn't mind playing along a bit. She asked where they were going next. Chen Yuan hesitated for a bit. They were still standing in this expensive bag store the same way. Chen Yuan said that they would go and continue to spend money. After all, a mere purse would not be enough for the girl. Chen Yuan, along with Shulala, went further shopping to pick out her upgrades. The guys went into very expensive boutiques. Shulala did nothing but point out the expensive bags and clothes. Chen Yuan was willing to buy whatever the girl wanted. He took out his card and asked to wrap up all the purchases. The store's consultant said that they would deliver the selected items to the specified address. Shulala was already in love with Chen Yuan. The more the guys went shopping in expensive stores, the more Shulala's disposition increased. The guys bypassed almost all expensive stores. Next, they went to a cosmetics store and bought up a tidy sum there. This was followed by a clothing boutique. Shulala didn't hesitate to buy expensive clothes. At some point, the girl thought that was enough. If they kept buying, it wouldn't all fit in her apartment. Chen Yuan briefly said that in that case, he was willing to buy her an apartment. Shulala thought that this was somehow not good. Chen Yuan had already spent so much money, and this was their first time meeting. The girl's disposition dropped. Chen Yuan realized that it seemed like he had scared her. And indeed, if he was told that they would buy a house, he would also feel uncomfortable. Chen Yuan approached the girl and started telling facts about her. He knew she was in her 3rd year at the Art Institute, her favorite cuisine, shoe size, and favorite things. Chen Yuan said that if he didn't like all of this, he wouldn't have acted recklessly. Chen Yuan was going to replenish the store's members' savings card so that Shulala could buy herself the best next time. This card was needed to smooth the way after a bad joke about buying an apartment. Shulala became embarrassed. She liked Chen Yuan's actions. Chen Yuan leaned into the girl's ear and said that if she was uncomfortable, she could offer him something interesting. Shulala was embarrassed. She slapped Chen Yuan's face and thought he was a pervert. However, her race increased. The store consultants were surprised that Chen Yuan is unassuming but very rich and also very generous to his woman. Shulala noticed that Chen Yuan had bought her a lot of gifts and suggested that she think about a boyfriend. Chen Yuan replied that he had no money. This was the truth, as he could only spend it on girls. Shulala thought that now it was her turn to give a gift to Chen Yuan. She thought it was worth it for her to invest in this big fish. The guys went to the store so that the girl could give Chen Yuan a gift. It was already nighttime. The guys walked into a clothing store. Shulala started to pick out a suitable outfit for Chen Yuan. After that, they went to the barber shop. Chen Yuan did not need a haircut. Finally, all the activities were completed. Chen Yuan was ready to show the girls results. Chen Yuan appeared in a completely different image in front of her. Now he looked very stylish. Shulala's disposition increased. The girl was surprised at how attractive the guy was. It was only worth dressing him up a little. Chen Yuan asked if he looked strange, since this was the first time he had encountered something like this. Shulala replied that there was nothing strange. She thought that they looked good together now. The girl let go of Chen Yuan. It was already time for her to leave. Shulala said that she was very happy. She thanked Chen Yuan for a moment. She even thought that she had fallen in love. The girl's disposition was 68. Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory. His roommates were shocked at the guy's appearance. They didn't understand what he had been doing all day, or what he was wearing. Chen Yuan replied that he was on a date with Shulala. The guy was pleased with himself. The guys were shocked that he hadn't decided anything with Shu Tong, but he had already taken up with another girl, and the first beauty of the faculty. One of the guys thought that this girl was unaffordable for Chen Yuan. He thanked the guys for their advice. At this time, a message came from Shu Tong. She wrote that if the guy really hates her so much, they should just delete each other from their friends. Chen Yuan felt that these manipulations were no longer working for him. If they removed each other, he wouldn't be able to make any money. Chen Yuan said that the girl is special to him, Shu Tong, and explained that she is with Junkai because of the money needed for her mom's treatment. Chen Yuan replenished the girl's account with 50,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. Shu Tong was in shock. She didn't understand what had happened. Screams were heard from the girl's dormitory. Her roommate asked, "Who is this rich man that is throwing around such money? Is it really Junkai?" Shu Tong was angry at her boyfriend because he couldn't even buy a simple bag. She told her that it was Chen Yuan. Her roommate didn't understand where this guy got that kind of money. She was shocked. Shu Tong wondered if she was wrong about the guy, and she wanted to ask him directly. Shu Tong asked the guy in the correspondence how he got so much money, what their relationship with Shulala was like. The girl kept texting Chen Yuan until he replied. She said she wanted roast pork and asked if he didn't like it. In the end, many messages from Shu Tong accumulated. Chen Yuan didn't read them. The girl already thought that he had fallen asleep. Chen Yuan thought Shu Tong was too chatty. He turned on the Do Not Disturb mode. Chen Yuan thought that Shulala was not so hurried in this regard. The guy hesitated. Chen Yuan wondered where else to spend a lot of money on a woman. He looked at his phone. That's when an idea came to the guy. He realized he could try it with live streaming. Chen Yuan stopped by Xiaomir's broadcast. She asked her subscribers to send gifts. Her subscribers corresponded with each other. They competed to see who would send the girl the most money. Chen Yuan realized that one could spend much more in this place than for a bag in the store. He believed that he had entered the right app. Chen Yuan went to the gift menu. He chose the most expensive one, a rocket. Xiaomir thanked the lone wolf for the rocket. She showed him a heart. At that moment, something caught the girl's attention. She was very surprised at what was beginning to happen. Chen Yuan started sending hundreds of missiles to the girl. She realized that it was worth a lot and was shocked. Xiaomir knew that 100 rockets was 1 million yuan. All her subscribers as well as the girl herself were shocked. All subscribers were surprised by such a rich man. They wanted him to transfer money to them too. At this time, Chen Yuan was watching the stream sitting on his bed. He thought that the subscribers were really snobs. Chen Yuan was going to please them some more. He wanted to spend as much money as possible. Chen Yuan went to the menu and chose to send 900 missiles to the girl. The missiles traveled to Xiaomir in the blink of an eye. They were sent by the lone wolf, Chen Yuan. Rockets filled the entire screen of the phone, so many that the girl was no longer visible. At this point, the streaming app in the office told the boss that the unbelievable had happened. They were told that just now some unknown rich man had just given Xiaomir 10 million yuan. The boss was shocked. He thought it might be some crook who was laundering money. Meanwhile, in the streamer's break room, everyone was in shock and actively discussing what had happened. The girls were going to write to the lone wolf faster. They found out that he was rich and had just transferred 10 million to one of them. The girls realized that a couple of these missiles would cover their monthly salary. Notifications began to arrive on Chen Yuan's phone. Xiaomir couldn't believe that this wasn't a dream and someone had actually donated 10 million yuan to her. At this moment, someone steadied Xiaomir. The girl needed to be brought to her senses. The assistant boss announced that the man said to take a lone wolf and he was giving an extra 10%. Xiaomir knew it herself. She would never give such a large fish to others. The girl thanked the lone wolf. asking him to send a private message so she could thank him properly. Xiaomir herself texted Chen Yuan. She said that her broadcast would last another 5 minutes. I asked to reply to the message, however. Chen Yuan was already asleep. The next day came. The sun was shining brightly, the weather was perfect. Chen Yuan started reading the news on his phone. Everyone there wrote that someone spent a lot of money in the shark, but the identity remains a mystery. His roommates were also discussing the situation. They would like a little bit of money too. Chen Yuan realized that he had spent so much money yesterday, the system had not contacted Xiaomir. Chen Yuan wondered if this required a face-to-face meeting. All the money had been wasted. Chen Yuan opened his phone. There were many private messages from many girls. His roommates were already ready to leave. At this time, Chen Yuan was staring at his phone. Chen Yuan asked what the guys were doing and why they didn't call him. The guys replied that they were going to class. Today was an open class, and they were going to enjoy the beauty of Zhao Yuki. One of the guys asked if Chen Yuan was going with them, since he used to run there first. Chen Yuan remembered Zhao Yuki. The girl was indeed very beautiful, with long dark hair. Chen Yuan liked her. He decided to still go to class with the guys. The weather outside was perfect. The sun was shining brightly and the boys were rushing to the university. Zhao Yuki was the president of the Hunan University Student Union and the dream of all the guys. At this time, all the boys had come to the lecture and were taking seats in the auditorium. Zhao Yuki, in addition to all his other virtues, plays the piano beautifully. The girl is also the chairperson of the ballet company, has a second division in fencing and incredible looks. The girl keeps herself apart all the time. In her 3 years of training, no one had managed to conquer this Everest yet. Chen Yuan thought she was a great opportunity. One of the girls noticed Chen Yuan. She was surprised that the guy had changed and dressed up so much in these couple of days. Shu Tong thought it was all to impress her, her disposition increasing. Chen Yuan noticed that it was worth dressing up a little, and her disposition improved in an instant. She really is a superficial woman. Chen Yuan wondered how to add Zhao Yuki to the system. Chen Yuan heard someone tell someone else to show him how he would conquer the beautiful Zhao Yuki. It was a group of guys. One of them thought that now the girl was going to fall for him definitively and irrevocably. Chen Yuan was angry that right before his eyes, the one he was targeting was being taken away. This guy got very close to Zhao Yuki. Chen Yuan tried his best to stop him. This guy had a plan. They were supposed to meet and then start dating. At that moment, someone grabbed this guy by his shirt. The guy was very surprised. It was Wu Xiaofei, Zhao Yuki's roommate. She was threatening this guy with a pen. The guy got really scared. He started making excuses that it was just a misunderstanding and he wanted to join the student union. However, Wu Xiaofei didn't believe him, but thought it was a very dumb excuse to pick up a girl. Zhao Yuki was trying to calm her friend down. At this time, Chen Yuan approached her and said that he would like to add the girl to the WeChat. Wu Xiaofei was angry. She was surprised that another guy dared to approach today. All the guys were very surprised that Chen Yuan was very brave and not afraid to lose face in front of the whole group. Wu Xiaofei thought Chen Yuan was prettier than the previous guy. She asked if he wanted to join the studio. Chen Yuan replied that he wasn't really interested in all these student affairs. Xiaofei was asked what the guy was seeing Zhao Yuki for in such a case. Chen Yuan asked, wasn't it obvious? He was very confident. The guy replied that he wanted to hit on Zhao Yuki. He held out his phone to her. Zhao Yuki immediately became embarrassed. The girl blushed. She was embarrassed. The guys were shocked. They thought Chen Yuan was crazy because of such a bold act. The guys were sure that Zhao Yuki would definitely leave him in the end. The girl smiled. She took the guy's phone and decided to give him a chance. Everything was going according to his plan. Shu Tong's friend asked if Chen Yuan was not her personal dog. Was there any problem? Chen Yuan believed that simplicity is not bad, and sometimes the most obvious is also the most effective. The system had found a new target. It was Zhao Yuki. Currently, her disposition was 0. The girl entered her number into Chen Yuan's WeChat. He was very happy that he had succeeded. Chen Yuan's friends were surprised that he was on a roll today, and having such success, they noticed that he had changed. One of the guys asked Chen Yuan if he would introduce them to Zhao Yuki's beautiful girlfriends if things worked out. At this moment, someone called out to Chen Yuan. He was very angry at the guy. This was the same guy who had tried to hit on Zhao Yuki earlier. Chen Yuan asked if the guys wanted to embarrass themselves even more since they were professionals at it. That same guy was very angry at Chen Yuan. He would have already wanted to attack him, but he was stopped. This was the moment Chen Yuan noticed something. He was very surprised and stunned. Shulalai stood in front of him. She said that she had been waiting for a guy for a long time. All the guys around were shocked that the first beauty of the Faculty of Art, 6th in the ranking of beauties of the entire university, was waiting for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan said that he was a fool for making such a pretty girl wait for him, and promised to treat her. Shulalai asked if Chen Yuan liked the way she looked. She was wearing Chen Yuan's updates. Chen Yuan thought that everything looked great on the girl. At this moment, Shu Tang became very angry. Shulala said that people liked it too. The boys walked away. The same guy was crying with sadness. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. This is the moment someone said the same thing. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with her either. It was Shu Tang. She was crying and didn't understand why things had turned out like this. She was Shu Lala before Shu Lala after all. It was a clear day outside, the sun shining brightly, reflecting in the windows of the buildings. Shu Lala happily announced that she had a gift for Chen Yuan. She was holding a piece of paper. There was a portrait of Chen Yuan on it. The girl had stayed up late to sketch it. Shu Lele informed that if Chen Yuan threw it away, she would not forgive it. Chen Yuan was honored, as this was the first gift from a girl in his entire life. Shu Lala smiled sweetly and asked if the guy liked the gift. Chen Yuan didn't know what to reply. He hesitated. In an instant, Chen Yuan's facial expression changed. He lowered his head and became very gloomy. Chen Yuan realized that most likely all these gestures from the girl were all bait. After all, once he spent a couple thousand on her, she would elaborate on how to catch Chen Yuan. However, Chen Yuan was no longer the same, so he also had his own plan. Shu Lala noticed that Chen Yuan didn't look particularly happy. He didn't seem to like the gift. Chen Yuan asked what it was for. He had a cold, indifferent look. The girl started to say that she was painting this late at night especially for him. At this moment, Chen Yuan grabbed that piece of paper with his portrait on it. Chen Yuan approached the girl and said that if not, how will she respond to all the gifts from the young man? Shu Lala shouted in embarrassment that the guy had scared her. But Chen Yuan was not going to give her the drawing because he would keep it. Chen Yuan took the girl's hand. He approached her and was about to say something. Chen Yuan said that more than Shu Lala's gift, he liked the girl herself. Shu Lala was embarrassed. She looked at Chen Yuan with surprise and fell in love with him little by little. The girl realized that Chen Yuan was not bad at flirting. Her disposition increased. This was Chen Yuan's plan. He was not sincere in his feelings and smirked slyly. He realized that the girl wanted to tease him, but he only needed her for the money. At this moment, someone ran up to the guys. He called out to Shu Lala. Chen Yuan was very surprised. He abruptly turned around to look at this person. It was a guy with glasses. He ran up and abruptly disengaged the guy's hands in one motion. The guy asked, "Didn't Shu Lala arrange for her best friend to do her nails?" He didn't understand who this guy was. The guy didn't realize if the girl had already done marigolds with Chen Yuan and then made out with him. The guy asked if Chen Yuan had money and if it was all about them, and he himself had been chasing after her for a long time. Chen Yuan realized that this boy was an admirer of Shu Lala. He had seen this kind of behavior before. Shu Lala was indignant. She asked who this guy was to her in general. He shouldn't be concerned with her personal life. The girl turned away and walked away from this guy. He was following her. Chen Yuan stood in front of the guy. He introduced himself and asked, "How long has this guy been humiliated like this?" The guy's name was Wang Yu. He was also from the art faculty and has been trying to woo the girl for half a year now. Chen Yuan exhaled. He was familiar with this kind of guy's behavior. Chen Yuan said that this reminds him of something. He once chased after the same girl for 3 whole years. The guy worked 4 jobs and subsisted on rolls and steamed buns. And at the end of the day, this girl still chose to get into someone else's Mercedes. Wang Yu was amazed by the story. He didn't understand how it was so and thought that it was too much. Chen Yuan explained that those who dump them motivate them to become better men, and a real man is bound to have a worthy woman. Chen Yuan told the guy to go back to the dorm and forget about her. When he succeeds, Shu Lele will definitely regret his choice. Shu Lala didn't understand what was even going on here, and whether Wang Yu was really crying. Shu Lala decided to try her best to explain everything. She said that the guy was just a friend, and she never thought this would happen. Chen Yuan clarified that he did not care about Shu Lala's past. He looked gloomy. The guy thought the girl had no respect for him or herself. He tore up her drawing. Chen Yuan said that the girl can continue to use the card he gave her yesterday. However, until she can sort out her surroundings and learn how to socialize with people, they'd better not see each other. Chen Yuan was curious to see how Shu Lala was going to put up with being treated like this, and what she would do. Bitter tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She was truly hurt, for this was the first time someone had been so condescending to her. Her ego was hurt. The girl didn't know what to do to get her relationship back with her boyfriend. Shu Lala thought that Chen Yuan really liked her. She was bitter that she had messed up like this. Shu Lala's disposition increased. Chen Yuan walked away from her. Chen Yuan noticed that the worse he treats a woman, the more she loves him. Chen Yuan realized that he was done with Shu Lala, and it was time to take on Zhao Yuki. The guy picked up his phone and saw that the girl was now live streaming. Zhao Yuki was broadcasting live at this time. She introduced herself. The girl was just learning how to interact with the audience. Chen Yuan thought it was very cute, and perhaps the girl only looked so cold, but she was actually quite open-minded. There were 314 people at her broadcast. Chen Yuan didn't think that was enough. A guy entered under his nickname, Lone Wolf. Xiao Mir immediately said hello to him. Chen Yuan didn't remember who she was. The girl reminded him of herself. Chen Yuan offered to meet her, however. The girl was very busy. Chen Yuan realized that Xiao Mir only wanted to divvy him up. There was still no systematic notification of communication with her. At this time, Zhao Yuki was about to participate in the battle. Chen Yuan received a notice about it. The girl's broadcast was also followed by Wu Xiaofei. She was surprised by the battle. Chen Yuan was curious to see Zhao Yuki battle. He was looking forward to it. Xiao Mir explained that she had accidentally challenged a new girl to a battle. It looked like victory was in her pocket. Chen Yuan believed that it was quite difficult to predict the winner in this case. The battle was about to begin, featuring Xiao Mir against Zhao Yuki. Xiao Mir had a much larger audience. She was very popular and was confident of her victory. The girl was sure that her opponent shouldn't even try, because her audience was much better. Moreover, she was supported by a lone wolf. Everyone in the chat room stirred up. Hearing about the lone wolf, they remembered it was that tycoon. Xiao Mir was sure that the lone wolf was already hooked after all. She had experience catching big fish. The lone wolf started sending out missiles. He sent one to Xiao Mir. The girl thanked the lone wolf. She was very confident. However, the next moment her pride was shattered. She was shocked at what she saw. The lone wolf started sending hundreds of missiles to Zhao Yuki. Xiao Mir was shocked by this. Lone wolf ended up sending Zhao Yuki 1,000 missiles. This was a lot of money. Zhao Yuki was shocked at such a large donation. Her friend was also surprised. Xiao Mir didn't understand why all those missiles the lone wolf sent weren't to her. She was angry. The boss's assistant came to the girl and notified her that the boss demanded an explanation. Xiao Mir apologized to her subscribers. She had some business to attend to and needed to leave. She pulled the plug on the broadcast. Her viewers thought it was a total disgrace. Chen Yuan was pleased with himself. He can give gifts to other girls as well. Chen Yuan walked over to Zhao Yuki's stream again. It kept going on and on. Chen Yuan had an intimidating appearance. He had spent a lot of money on the girl and wanted her not to disappoint him. Meanwhile, back at the streaming app's office, the boss got a report that something terrible had happened. It had to do with that rich man, the lone wolf. The assistant ran into the boss's office. The boss already thought he donated 10 million again and thought the guy was oil rich. Meanwhile, in the streamer's lounge, the girls were animatedly discussing what had happened. They were surprised that the lone wolf transferred 10 million to the girl who played the piano. Probably in a musical mood today. One of the girls told the other to carry her triangle. The other told her to bring her sona. Meanwhile, it was already evening outside. The sun was slowly setting behind the university building. Zhao Yuki read the news. Her today's broadcast is at the top of all the trends. Wu Xiaofei was very happy about this. Her friend would become popular and be an internet celebrity. Zhao Yuki didn't want to make men on the internet happy. It didn't seem like a particularly attractive prospect to her. She believed that career was the most important thing for a woman. She should be independent both financially and in all other aspects. Wu Xiaofei told her friend to stop lecturing her. She had heard it all before. Wu Xiaofei asked her friend to confess if she knew this rich man who showered her with gifts. Zhao Yuki could tell her friend 1,000 times that she did not know him. The girl was angry. Zhao Yuki realized that this guy had sent really a lot. She felt that she should thank him. Wu Xiaofei was surprised after all. The girl had just said that she wasn't fazed by such a prospect. Right at this moment, Zhao Yuki shouted loudly. Wu Xiaofei was even startled by surprise. Wu Xiaofei slowly turned around and asked what happened. She was already scared. Zhao Yuki reported that perhaps she knows who the rich man is. Since the guy was in the girl's vichy, she could see his nickname, which was Lone Wolf. The girl began to imagine that Chen Yuan is the son of a wealthy man, but by nature he is quite modest, so he always pretends to live an ordinary life. She believed that by getting a better education, the guy realized that he didn't want to be the object of everyone's attention and wanted to live freely. And one day he met a girl he fell in love with and decided to win her, whatever it took, but as a normal person. Zhao Yuki was sure that it was exactly like that. Xiaofei asked her if she had reread the Romanovs. The girl kept on saying that Chen Yuan had been cool with all the best things since childhood, and it must be difficult for him to pretend to be an ordinary person. Zhao Yuki was certain that she should thank him from the bottom of her heart for such gifts. Meanwhile, at Chen Yuan's home, a notification arrived on his phone. The guy was just getting out of the shower. He toweled himself dry and looked at his phone. There was a message notification from Zhao Yuki. The guy decided to see what was there. The girl wanted to invite Chen Yuan to eat and asked him what kind of cuisine he preferred. The guy replied that he likes to eat crawfish. Chen Yuan was surprised that the girl didn't even ask where he got so much money from and just invited him to dinner. Chen Yuan was going to see what Zhao Yuki was up to. The next day came. All the guys were leisurely walking to the university for the start of the school day. Chen Yuan was riding down the road on his motorcycle at this time. He was humming something to his tray. The guy stopped next to an expensive car. A man in a suit stood beside it. The man asked if Chen Yuan was waiting for someone. The man himself was here to pick up his girlfriend. At this moment, Zhao Yuki had already approached the meeting place. She looked around to find the guy. Chen Yuan noticed her. He was about to call out to her, but he was interrupted. The man told him not to even think about such a girl because it takes a lot of money and the guy has no chance. Zhao Yuki had just spotted Chen Yuan. She was on her way to meet him specifically. In her eyes, Chen Yuan was like a prince on a white horse. He looked much more handsome than in reality. Zhao Yuki was very excited to see such a handsome man and ran towards him in a flash. That man continued to say that the guy had no chance. At this time, the girl had already gotten on the motorcycle to Chen Yuan. The man was simply shocked. He didn't expect that Chen Yuan had come on a date with such a beautiful girl. At this time, the guys were already rushing to continue their date. The man looked at them in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. The man cried with frustration, for he had made so much money and all to no avail. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuki was imagining herself in a romantic movie. She was wearing a white dress and holding on tightly to Chen Yuan. Looks like the girl was already head over heels in love with Chen Yuan. She pressed herself harder against his back. This was the moment Zhao Yuki had already returned to the ground. Chen Yuan said that they were already in place. The guys arrived at a not-so-expensive restaurant with a big crawfish sign, and there were a lot of people around. They were served 2 huge plates of crawfish, and warned that these dishes were quite spicy. Chen Yuan acted like a gentleman. He wiped the table in front of the girl. Zhao Yuki was delighted that even in such an unremarkable establishment, he didn't forget his manners. The girl thought that Chen Yuan was really well-mannered. The guy held out tissues to her so that she wouldn't get her hands dirty. Chen Yuan put on his gloves and started eating the crayfish one by one. The girl thought that they were the smallest crayfish he had ever eaten. Zhao Yuki was amazed that the guy was so rich but dining with her in such an unremarkable place. He probably just didn't want her to feel pressured. Zhao Yuki envisioned him as a beautiful prince who was like a lovely and delicate flower. Chen Yuan didn't understand why the girl's favor had increased. After all, he was just gorging on crayfish one after another. Zhao Yuki also started to eat. She took one of the crayfish and cleaned it up. The girl held out the crayfish to Chen Yuan and wanted to feed it. Zhao Yuki thanked Chen Yuan. She asked to be allowed to peel the shrimp for him. Chen Yuan was flattered by the girl's attitude like this. He hadn't expected it. Meanwhile, Shu Tong and Huang Zhengkai walked into the very same restaurant and said hello to them. At this moment, Shu Tong saw the scene of Zhao Yuki feeding Chen Yuan from her hands. The girl even thought that she had a vision problem, and it simply couldn't be that Zhao Yuki was doing such a thing. Shu Tong was angry, after all. First the guy was walking with Shu Lala and now with Zhao Yuki. She didn't understand what was wrong with him. Shu Tong noticed that there were a lot of people here and suggested her boyfriend to go somewhere else. Zhengkai realized what the matter was. He noticed that there were many familiar people here. The guy said he liked eating in crowded places and went to a table. He walked over to the table where Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuki were sitting. He approached the guys from the back. At this moment, Zhengkai threw a pile of bills on their table. They slowly descended onto the table. Chen Yuan was surprised. He didn't expect this and didn't understand what was going on. Zhengkai threw 5,500 pieces. He wanted to make this place free for that money. The bills landed on the guy's table. They fell right into the crawfish plate. Chen Yuan thought that this guy was obsessed, and he thinks that this kind of behavior makes him manly. Zhengkai asked if it wasn't enough. He thought that this amount was enough for him to move. At this moment, Zhao Yuki took her purse and angrily clutched it in her hands. Chen Yuan didn't understand why the girl was angry. After all, Zhengkai was the one trying to provoke him. Zhao Yuki cursed the tough pepper who came out of nowhere to ruin her perfect date. Zhengkai really thought that this money wasn't enough and took out some more from his wallet. At that moment, the money on the table was grabbed by someone and clutched in their hands. It was one of the waiters. He asked me to give him this money and then he would provide them with a new table. Zhengkai was very angry. He grabbed this guy and didn't want any new table. At that moment, someone hit Zhengkai in the face with a purse. His nose bled and a tooth was knocked out. Zhao Yuki awkwardly said that it wasn't her. The girl really was innocent. At this moment, a huge woman appeared behind the guy's back. She was angry at Zhengkai for having fun with girls for her money. It was a huge middle-aged woman. She had large forms and scared everyone around her. The woman's name was Wei Xiaoqing. Zhengkai didn't understand why she had come here. She said that if she hadn't come, she never would have known he was tumbling around with other girls behind her back. Zhengkai explained that it wasn't like that. He tried to justify that he couldn't screw around with others. After all he had thanks to Wei Xiaoqing. Zhengkai grabbed Shu Tong by the hair and accused her of thinking she could seduce a guy. The girl tried to justify herself. She said it wasn't like that, and he was the one who started courting her and said he didn't have a partner. Zhengkai punched the girl in the face and called her a liar. Shu Tong was lying battered on the floor. She had a frightened look and couldn't believe what was happening. Zhengkai asked, as she looked at him and swung her hand once more. At this moment, someone grabbed his hand and stopped Shu Tong from beating him. It was Chen Yuan. He thought that by beating women, he was dishonoring himself. Shu Tong thought that Chen Yuan still loved her. She was very happy and was crying partly. At this moment, Shu Tong's location had reached the 95-point mark. The guy finally achieved his goal. Chen Yuan's cashback amounted to 5,000 yuan. After gaining advantages, the guy decided to use the 10 points on attribute and physical characteristics. With this reinforcement, Chen Yuan was able to twist Junkai and disarm him. Junkai at this moment grabbed the bottle of wine that was behind his back. He swung it at Chen Yuan. He thought that the guy had decided to show off. Chen Yuan was confident in his strength. He glared viciously at his opponent. Chen Yuan struck Junkai's stomach with his fist. He flew far away from such a strong blow. Chen Yuan explained that there is nothing wrong with being supported by women, but beating women is an offense. Junkai was very angry that he had lost to Chen Yuan. He was going to do something else. Junkai took out a folding knife from his pocket. He was about to swing it. Zhao Yuki noticed this. She shouted to Chen Yuan and warned him. At this moment, Junkai had already swung his knife. He was about to stab his opponent with it. However, at this moment, a bang was heard. Chen Yuan was able to react in time. Chen Yuan knocked the knife out of Junkai's hand from his hand and snapped it. After that, the guy used martial arts techniques and threw his opponent over his back. A loud bang was heard in the crawfish restaurant. Everyone was very surprised. No one expected this. It was an unexpected outcome. Junkai was unconsciously lying on the floor. Everyone around them thought Chen Yuan was very attractive and mocked Junkai. Shu Tong clutched onto Chen Yuan's leg. She begged for his forgiveness and asked him to give her another chance to start over. Chen Yuan had a cold, indifferent look. He was not moved by the girl's words. The guy recalled an event from the past when he didn't have the system's powers yet. He once dragged Shu Tong himself 6 kilometers to the emergency room at 3 in the morning. In addition, he saved money for 6 months to buy her a cell phone, which the girl did not like. The guy wasn't always aware of how lighthearted and glorious the girl was, but he believed she would notice him. Chen Yuan explained that he was long dead. Shu Tong had already made his choice, and nothing could be changed. Shu Tong realized how badly she had treated the guy. The girl was crying. She was very sad. Chen Yuan apologized to Zhao Yuki for not being able to have a normal time. The girl said that today was great, and she got a chance to see the guy from a different perspective. Zhao Yuki felt that the further she knew him, the more mysterious the guy seemed. Zhao Yuki had a premonition that Chen Yuan would still surprise her in the future. The girl smiled slyly. She really liked Chen Yuan. Night had fallen. It was time for the boys to go home. The lights of the city were twinkling. At that moment, the pea-sized doors of the women's dormitory opened. Someone ran into the room. It was Shu Tong. Her friend was surprised to see a girl without an umbrella in such a heavy rain. The girl thought that her friend was so upset because she found out that Chen Yuan had donated $1 million to Zhao Yuki. Shu Tong didn't know this. She was even more angry and couldn't believe it. Her friend told her that Wu Xiaofei had blabbed. This information then spread throughout the sorority. Shu Tong was shocked. She couldn't believe it. There was no face on the girl. Tears came out of Shu Tong's eyes. She could barely control herself. However, a second later, she divorced. The girl cried out loudly. She was bitter that she had missed out on Chen Yuan. At this moment in the men's dormitory, the guys were awake. Someone shouted loudly and everyone was surprised. The guys were playing a game. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chen Yuan had 18 consecutive victories. They already thought that he was a successful berserker. Chen Yuan didn't think that after distributing 20 reinforcement points, even playing games would become easier. The guys suggested that Chen Yuan become an example and pull them all along as he would start making millions. Chen Yuan noticed that the effect of the enhancement goggles was really obvious. He just had an incredible figure. Chen Yuan was already ready to call himself the Asian Sirkan Balat, though he then thought that the latter still wasn't as cool. Chen Yuan kept looking at his perfect body. He thought that he shouldn't be cheaping out on girls right now. The guys called out to Chen Yuan because he had already been in the bathroom for a long time. Someone had called him. It was Shu Lalai. Chen Yuan was surprised. After all, she was very late in calling. Chen Yuan was already thinking that the girl had once again thought of something to try and fool him. However, Chen Yuan was prepared and was not afraid to face her tricks. The guy picked up the phone, said hello, and asked what the girl needed. Shu Leila cried into the phone. She didn't know what to do at all. Chen Yuan was surprised. It was pouring outside. There were tons of cars on the roads. Everyone was on their way home from work. There was a pile of bags and things on the girl's desk. There was a mountain of stuff piled up. Shu Lala was sitting right in the center of the room. It was a mess. She didn't know how she should be. Shu Lala cried and asked Chen Yuan to lend her $500,000. Shu Lala said that her father is an addict and spends a huge amount of money on gambling. They had a fairly well-to-do family, but in an instant they were at rock bottom and had to borrow money. Shu Lala clarified that she was not mercantile. She just needed to pay back her debts. Chen Yuan wasn't going to listen for long. He asked for the card number. Shu Lala didn't expect such speed. She dictated her card number to him. A notification came that her bank account had been credited with 5 million yuan. Shu Lala was very surprised. After all, she had only asked for $500,000. Chen Yuan explained that he had made a mistake of 10. Shu Lala was simply shocked. She shouted loudly into the phone. Chen Yuan was even frightened. The girl's disposition began to grow. Chen Yuan received a notification from the system. Shu Lala was very grateful. She promised to definitely repay Chen Yuan. At this time in the men's dormitory, the light in Chen Yuan's room was still on. Shulala's disposition had reached 94 points, but it was still not enough. Chen Yuan wondered if it was worth it to act directly to achieve the goal. However, the one who first recognizes that he or she needs the other person is in a vulnerable position. He believed that when two armies clash, it is energy that decides, and if the enemy does not dare to act, then it is necessary to force him. The next day came. The sun was shining clear. It illuminated the university building. Chen Yuan was walking with one of the guys near the men's dormitory. He thought that the one should pick up a girl. At this moment, someone called out to Chen Yuan. The guy abruptly turned around. It was Shu Tang. The girl made Chen Yuan lunch and offered to go to class together. At this moment, someone else approached Chen Yuan and said that they had also prepared something for him. It was Shulalai. She thought the guy was tired of this canteen food. She cooked him some seafood porridge. Shu Tang was very angry, for she wanted to win over Chen Yuan by any means necessary. Shulala also glared angrily at her opponent, for she was not used to losing. The girls still continued to stare at each other angrily as well. Chen Yuan didn't understand what he should do. At this moment, someone else approached the guys. He also called out to Chen Yuan. The guys thought another girl was hitting on him. They were shocked. It was Zhao Yuki. She brought Chen Yuan some beef noodles. Shu Tang and Shu Lala didn't understand what the girl was forgetting here. There were too many of them. The girls were already imagining going into the ring against each other to fight for Chen Yuan. The girls were amazed at the strength of the university's second beauty. She had an oppressive aura. The guy asked how Zhao Yuki knew he liked beef noodles. The girl replied that yesterday when they were eating crawfish, she realized that he liked it spicy, so she made this dish. Chen Yuan thought that it was very nice to be taken care of. He was surprised that the girl was so attentive. Zhao Yuki said that there is no need to be thankful, because breakfast is the most important meal, and you should consider the preferences of the person you are cooking for. Zhao Yuki added that when you don't expect such a nice gift, it is doubly pleasant. The girls still also imagined that they were in the market, and so far, Zhao Yuki was winning. The girl neutralized two opponents with one punch. They were knocked out. Zhao Yuki remembered something else. The girl held out a box to Chen Yuan. It was a thank you gift. It was the newest phone, the best model currently available. Chen Yuan was shocked that the chairman was giving him a gift in such an expensive one. All the guys were also shocked. The girls realized that it cost more than 10,000 yuan, and it seems the chairman is so affluent. It turned out that Zhao Yuki had dealt two more devastating blows to the girls who were no longer her rivals. Chen Yuan said that he shouldn't have spent so much. The girl replied that he had spent much more on her, and this gift was from the bottom of his heart. Some time has passed. The boys have already attended a few lectures at the university. Shu Tong just wanted to get Chen Yuan back. She didn't understand why it was so difficult. Shu Tong was shocked that a couple days had passed, and then Zhao Yuki showed up. Shu Lala walked over to the distraught girl and said that they needed to talk. Shu Tong didn't expect her opponent to approach her. She looked at her in surprise. The girl thought they had nothing to talk about, because the one was a conniving woman, and it was all because of her. Shu Lala had expected such a reaction from her. She was going to offer them a plan of action. Shu Lala suggested Shu Tong to team up. The latter didn't know what she was even talking about. Shu Lala wanted to unite to face the common enemy, Zhao Yuki, together. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuki along with Chen Yuan were walking nicely around the campus and talking about something. It was a sunny day outside. The guys' relationship was taking its course. Chen Yuan thought Zhao Yuki was really amazing since she had given him such an expensive phone. The guy held his phone in his hands and didn't know what to do. He looked after the girl. Zhao Yuki turned around and asked if everything was all right with the phone. The guy replied that everything was fine. There, as Chen Yuan saw her level of favor, it was low, meaning the girl was not in love with him. Chen Yuan realized that the girl was really smart and her methods were contentedly sophisticated and it was just a trap. Zhao Yuki lets the prey think that it is the hunter. The guy calmly walked down the street. Chen Yuan felt that he needed to find ways to speed up his progress. At this time, a notification came to his phone. It was from Xiao Meyer. She wished they had arranged to meet. She was just a little afraid of new acquaintances, but that didn't mean she didn't want to meet him. Chen Yuan was amused by this situation. After all, the girl didn't even send him a couple pictures. He understood everything. At this moment, another notification came to Chen Yuan's phone. He wanted to look at it. It was from the Dragon Emperor. He was one of Xiao Meyer's sponsors. She had an interesting group where there were materials on all the streamers. He suggested that Chen Yuan join. Chen Yuan knew about this legendary chat room. He was very excited about such an offer. The lone wolf joined the chat room. They already knew of his large donations. One of the participants thought that Chen Yuan was incredibly rich. He had a small business in which he might be interested in. Chen Yuan thought that these rich uncles wanted to test him. He was fine with it. Chen Yuan sent a private message if they need help. One of them had a villa he would like to sell. Chen Yuan asked where it was. It was in Jiang District overlooking the river. Chen Yuan knew this neighborhood very well. It was quite upscale with a bunch of high-rise buildings. This area is quite rich. One villa will cost tens of millions there. Chen Yuan replied that he was just looking for something like this. After all, you have to store junk somewhere. He wanted to look at it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The villa was very expensive. It was surrounded by columns and had a garden around it. The man who offered to sell the villa was very surprised that this guy actually had money, and it looks like they were wrong. The Dragon Emperor thought that they could only find out in time. Either way, they would make a rich friend. The Dragon Emperor asked to drop the location of Chen Yuan to him. A little later, they would request his biography. It was already the next day. It was morning. The sun was rising from behind the horizon. That man dropped an address to Chen Yuan, Jiang District, House 8. It was where the villa was located. Chen Yuan thought for a second. He had a plan of action. Chen Yuan pondered the question of how much Zhao Yukai's favor would increase if he gave her the villa. The boys arrived at the picturesque place they had been told about earlier. Zhao Yuki didn't understand why they were here. The guys had gotten there by cab. In this place stood a huge, beautiful villa. The former owner and his assistant stood in front of it. He said hello. The man realized that Chen Yuan was the lone wolf and apologized for not sending a car to pick them up. The man was surprised that Chen Yuan looked as ordinary as possible, but the girl behind him was exquisite. The man was already mulling over his plan. It looked like they were going to have quite a hard time agreeing today. The man said that he himself is from Huangwan and has a small business, but recently, due to financial problems, he has been thinking of selling the villa. The man invited the guys to go inside. There were huge glass doors in front of them. The man began to give a tour of the villa. The built-up area was 500 square meters. The area used was 2,000 square meters, design project of eminent designers. All the furniture brought from Italy. The man exclaimed that everything here is feng shui. If not for the money problem, he would like to be buried here. Zhao Yuki couldn't believe that Chen Yuan was going to buy this house. After all, it was worth millions. Chen Yuan noticed that the view was really not bad and asked how much the man wanted for this villa. The man added that he needed money quite urgently, and before the guys there were several other buyers who liked the villa very much. The man said the average price was 60 million. He was willing to give it for less, but wanted to bargain. Chen Yuan sighed. The man thought that it was too expensive for the guy and he wasn't easily fooled. Chen Yuan said that only 60 million and that was not enough, and he agreed. The man was surprised that it was so simple. His assistant was shocked that some people actually think it's cheap. Chen Yuan asked Zhao Yuki what she thought and whether he should buy it. The girl was surprised that the guy was asking her, since she had nothing to do with it. Chen Yuan was going to buy this villa for the girl, giving her a gift. The man was shocked that the guy was giving $60 million worth of gifts. He realized how rich the guy was. Zhao Yuki was shocked. No matter how rich a guy was, there should be some measure in everything. She thought that such an amount of money was too much. The girl thought that perhaps she was some kind of trap and didn't realize what the guy would then do for such gifts. She had already thought that Chen Yuan would make her a slave or sell her to the casino. The girl was horrified. She had not expected such a turn and did not know how to act. Zhao Yuki felt that this was all not good. The girl said that she couldn't accept such a gift. At this moment, Chen Yuan took the girl's hand and gently asked her to listen to what he had to say. Chen Yuan said that there were certain restrictions from the government, and there were too many properties registered to the guy, so he wants to register the villa to her. Because Chen Yuan hoped to gift Zhao Yuki a house in the future, he was serious. Zhao Yuki was shocked. She didn't expect such sincere words from a guy. However, the girl thought that real estate could only be registered in the name of a spouse. Zhao Yuki had already thought that Chen Yuan felt something similar towards her and wanted to marry her. Chen Yuan asked what kind of relationship she and Zhao Yuki have. He doesn't feel the need to separate her and him. The girl was embarrassed. She blushed and her favor increased. In the end, Zhao Yuki's disposition was 90 points, a little more, and Chen Yuan would win. Chen Yuan believed that his acting ability was getting better day by day, and the Oscar was crying for him. At that moment, someone called out to the man and he turned around. It was the boss's assistant. She confusedly asked when he would give her the villa. The man felt embarrassed, for he could not afford it. Chen Yuan took out his black card. He swiped the terminal and paid. Chen Yuan left a deposit of 10 million, the rest after signing the documents. It was time for the guys to leave. The boss waved at them and wished them a good trip. The man believed that no matter how rich a guy was, he still took cabs, all to resemble ordinary people. The guys were driving through a quiet town. It was the middle of the day. There weren't many people on the streets. Chen Yuan rejoiced that the girl's disposition had already reached 90 points. He would soon have a personal 7 million. Zhao Yuki sat next to him in the car and fantasized about their relationship. The girl read a lot of love novels, and from her experience, the next step was to declare her love. Zhao Yuki was already looking forward to it. The girl thought that Chen Yuan was so generous. She was sure that he would be a good father. Zhao Yuki wanted to play the wedding ceremony in Milan or in the Alps. She was already thinking about what they would name the baby. The girl fantasized that they would grow old together, and he would love her until his last days. However, the girl's fantasies were interrupted. Chen Yuan reported that they were already in place. The guys pulled up to the university. There were no people in the courtyard at all. Zhao Yuki was surprised that Chen Yuan wasn't coming. He replied that his roommates had invited him to play at an internet cafe. Chen Yuan took a cab to have fun with his friends, leaving the girl behind. Zhao Yuki didn't understand how this could happen. And where was her declaration of love? Chen Yuan took a cab to the internet cafe where his friends were already waiting for him. The guy came in and asked his roommates how they were playing. They said that Chen Yuan had arrived late and they had already drained the game. They lost because Chen Yuan wasn't there, and Zhou was just a nub. The latter was not okay with it. Chen Yuan asked to be given 20 cards, 4 packs of cigarettes, and 4 bottles of red tea. Shu Lalai stood behind the counter. The guy didn't understand what the girl was doing here. He was very surprised to see a girl in a place like this. Shu Lala replied that she owns an internet cafe, and this is one of them. Thanks to the guy, her family's debts have been paid off. Shu Lala asked Chen Yuan to let her treat him as well. And then she thought she would make the guy a regular customer with no restrictions on visiting. An explosion was heard behind the guy's back. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Behind that was a huge man with a bat. He was looking for Shu Lala and asked when her father would return their money. The girl said she gave them 50,000 and they came again to demand money. The man said that interest had accrued and now she owed 15 million. Shu Lala was angry after all. This was blackmail and out of the blue. The man grabbed the girl by the arm. He was going to take the girl to his nightclub so that she would appeal to many customers. At this moment, someone had already rushed to Shu Lala's aid. He ran towards her. It was Chen Yuan, and he clobbered the man and told him to get out of here before he got completely angry. Shu Lala was flattered by such a gesture from the guy. She called him a savior. The man was very angry. He was furious and ordered his men to attack him. At this moment, 3 of his men immediately ran straight towards Chen Yuan to attack him. Chen Yuan was prepared for something like this. He was confident in his strength. The guy used holds and kicked one of the men in the face. His friends were shocked that the guy knew a turnaround kick and didn't understand when he learned such a thing. Chen Yuan acted just like the characters in the game. His fighting technique was very similar to them. The guys were shocked that Chen Yuan was so strong, as if they were watching footage from the movie in real life. The men were scared and decided to run away from behind the establishment. The man told them not to get in his face again. Shu Lala hugged Chen Yuan. She said that the guy saved her again. The girl was very scared. Shu Lala's disposition has reached 95 points. In which case, the guy gets 530,000 yuan. Chen Yuan was pleased with himself. He was going to see where he could spend the reinforcement points. At this moment, Shu Lala called out to Shu Tang. She was angry at the girl and called her a liar. After all, they agreed that they would unite, and Shu Lala is here seducing Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan awkwardly watched their quarrel. He wanted the system to drain all the dexterity points. Chen Yuan and his new abilities just disappeared while the girls tried to calm down his roommates. The next day came. The sports arena was packed with people, both in the stands and on the field. Chen Yuan realized that he was already done with the 2 girls. Zhao Yuki was left. He needed to find new admirers. At this moment, someone called out to Chen Yuan and asked him to move back a bit, or else he was blocking the path. It was a girl. She said that this sports field belongs to their club, and now there will be a running competition. Chen Yuan noticed that this girl was edgy, but very attractive. She was his new target. Chen Yuan said that he would do it if the girl gave him her WeChat. At this moment, Chen Yuan was stopped by someone. He shouted and asked what the guys were doing there. Her boyfriend stood in front of the girl. He told Chen Yuan to quickly get rid of such thoughts and get the hell out of there. Chen Yuan noticed that this guy looked familiar. He didn't have the best memories with him. In the past, he had beaten up Chen Yuan, called him names, and thought that he was unworthy of Xiao Ruoyu. In general, he had been beaten up a lot in the past. The guy was really pathetic and couldn't stand up to them. Chen Yuan was often stomped by boots. He couldn't do anything about it. This guy asked if Chen Yuan had seen himself in the mirror and told him not to even think about his girlfriend. Chen Yuan was very angry. He wanted to take revenge on this guy. He clenched his hands into a fist. Chen Yuan thought that the world was small. His eyes lit up. He chose a new object. Her name was He Jiying. She was 19 years old. The girl contentedly left with her boyfriend. The girl also had 22 reinforcement points. Chen Yuan found this interesting. He had a new target. The running competition was about to start. The announcer asked all the participants to get ready. One of the participants was a guy named He Jiying. He was confident in his abilities and looked at his girlfriend. He Jiying supported him from the podium. She thought her boyfriend was the best and cheered for him. However, at this point, another man came up behind the track. He was also going to compete and was ready to go. At this point, the announcer fired a gun, signaling the start of the competition. The contestant snapped. That guy ran first and quickly pulled ahead. The guy thought everyone else was just useless insects. He was confident of his victory. However, someone was catching up to him from behind. It was a person running fast and approaching him. At one point, he even overtook this guy. The guy was very surprised and thought it was impossible. The one who overtook him was Chen Yuan. He ran with all his legs using his new abilities. Chen Yuan was extremely fast, with only dust behind him. He was determined to win. He told Li Yan to watch carefully, for now he would lose in a realm where he had no equal. Li Yan was furious. He realized that at this rate he would be overtaken. Li Yan told him not to underestimate him. He removed his imaginary seal and decided to act with his left foot. He put his left foot down and activated his powers. Lightning bolts appeared all around. Li Yan had no idea who Chen Yuan was, but right now he was about to demonstrate who was king and god here. Li Yan looked around. He didn't see Chen Yuan and didn't understand where he had gone. Chen Yuan ran right out from behind him. The guy told Li Yan to work better with his legs instead of his tongue. Li Yang was shocked and didn't realize when the guy had overtaken him in a matter of seconds. Chen Yuan understood that his opponent had dedicated himself to training hard for several years, but the guy had the plushness of the system. The host told all the viewers to look at Chen Yuan because he was literally flying. The guy had developed tremendous speed and ran in just 50 seconds. Chen Yuan reached the finish line. He crossed the red ribbon and was the winner of this race. Everyone was in shock. No one expected such a turn of events. He Jiying was shocked that her boyfriend lost. She thought he was unrivaled. The host announced that they were all watching the birth of a new champion, as Chen Yuan had broken all previous records. Two guys came up to Chen Yuan. They were impressed by his abilities and offered him to join the track and field team. Li Yang was angry and upset with his defeat. He felt that the coach should say this to him. Chen Yuan apologized and said that he wasn't interested. He didn't want to develop in running. He Jiying hadn't even noticed before how manly Chen Yuan was. She looked at him with admiration. Li Yan asked his girlfriend what she was thinking about. He took the bottle from her hands. The girl replied that it was nothing. She was just a little worried about Li Yan. At that time, He Xiying's disposition was growing and growing. Chen Yuan's plan was moving into action. The next day came. The sun illuminated the women's dormitory building. Wu Xiaofei asked where Zhao Yuki was going. The girl replied that Chen Yuan had given her a house. Wu Xiaofei was just shocked to hear this. Zhao Yukai added that the guys are going to watch it together today. Zhao Yukai added that the guy bought it for 60 million and needs to scour the prices in the area so the old man doesn't rip her off. Wu Xiaofei told her friend to stop boasting. Now they are going to watch the news about Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was dubbed the chief catcher of Huan University, and an article was even written about him. Wu Xiaofei was surprised that the guy's name was like that. She showed this article to her friend. This news was also seen by Chen Yuan. He didn't understand what kind of joke this was, after all. He is just a boy who likes to spend money. It seems that recently, for this reason, Chen Yuan has been popular for this reason. Someone doesn't like it. He wondered who. Somewhere in the men's dormitory, screams were heard. They didn't understand how come the news was published. It was the three guys. They published the news. It ranked first in the rankings, and thought that now Chen Yuan's popularity was tainted. Another guy came up behind them. He didn't understand what they were doing here with the curtains closed in the middle of a white day. They didn't hear Li Yan come in at all. They explained that Chen Yuan had been acting very arrogant lately. They wanted to teach him a little lesson. Li Yang recognized Chen Yuan, for he had entered without an entry and won the competition. Li Yan recognized him. It was the exact guy he had beaten in the past. Li Yan smirked slyly. He too wanted to teach his opponent a lesson. Li Yan explained that he knows him, and they were in high school together. And he's been a big suck-up since they were kids. The guys were going to write down all the news about Chen Yuan. They wanted to hear about the sucking up and molesting girls. Li Yang was angry that Chen Yuan had won the competition and was liked by the coaches. He was going to do everything he could to make sure that not a wet spot was left of his reputation. In the news, it was written that Chen Yuan has a relationship with a huge number of girls, objectifies girls, and uses physical force against them. It was written that people who had dealt with him confirmed that they had been persecuted by Chen Yuan and had been forced into a relationship with him under duress. They also had information that during the high school years, Chen Yuan had a reputation for being a sleaze. He would chase after 100 girls and guys. This news spread all over the university. The guys were shocked by it and didn't realize if it was true. Meanwhile, the news was also talked about in the office of the university director. The principal pounded the desk and nearly smashed the phone. The principal thought that he wasn't going to let something like this happen at his university. The man was going to do a personal investigation and find out everything. At this moment, someone was telling a made-up story about Chen Yuan. She thought that he was a special person and hated it the most when girls suffered. She told me that the guy comes from a wealthy family, but is a fair and unselfish person who will always come to the rescue. This was all told by Zhao Yuki. According to her, every day with the nightfall, he turns into a hero and punishes the villains. She called the guy powerful and mysterious, protecting this city full of desire and sin. In general, Zhao Yuki thought Chen Yuan was a true hero. She was sitting in a chair in the middle of the room. The girl was spoken to by the guards. They thought she was exaggerating too much and didn't understand what grounds she had for such thoughts. Zhao Yuki explained that it was her female intuition. The girl was confident towards Chen Yuan. The principal asked if her words could be believed. They had a biography on her. They thought she had no reason to lie, and Chen Yuan was probably a normal guy. The principal decided to question the other classmates. He didn't believe in Chen Yuan's innocence at all. The guards were just about to head to the university to conduct their investigation. They approached Shu Tong and said that they needed to ask a couple of questions regarding Chen Yuan and invited her to come with them. The guards, along with the girl, went to a more private place to talk things over. Shu Tong cried and said that Chen Yuan is a good man. They just don't fit together. The girl loves money and Chen Yuan didn't choose her. The girl cried and assured the police officers that Chen Yuan was really a good person, and her heart was breaking. The guard realized that the girl likes Chen Yuan, but he rejected her. But Shu Tong is still sure that he is a good man. Shu Tong stated that she doesn't deserve him. After all, he treated her so well and never did anything bad to her once. The guy just doesn't love her anymore. The principal understood. He got down and left the room with the girl. The university director went outside. He lit a cigarette and decided to think things over. He thought those people on the forum were just trying to slander a good man, and the guy was really a good man. The dean saw Xiao Lala walking down the street with her father. They were heading to the university. The dean said hello and introduced himself to the man. He asked what brought him to the university today. Shu Lala said that they came to support Chen Yuan. The girl unfurled a banner that had words of support for Chen Yuan on it. The dean of the university was shocked that it was about Chen Yuan again, and he was being supported again. The dean of the university said goodbye to the girl and her father. He couldn't believe that he was wrong about Chen Yuan after all. The dean of the university felt it was necessary to take another look at the forum and see what was being written about him. There were already articles published there in support of Chen Yuan. One of them wrote that if Chen Yuan is a catcher, then we should wrap one up for her. A video of the running competition was published on the internet as Chen Yuan took first place. There was also a video in which the girls were crazy about Chen Yuan and happily served him water after the competition. All the girls wrote supportive comments to Chen Yuan. They were all in love with him and thought that he was just jealous. The dean of the university was shocked that all the commentators were girls, and it seems Chen Yuan is the idol of all the girls. The dean of the university began to reminisce about the old days. He too had studied at this university. This situation reminded him of something. He himself had been the best among the best when he was younger. He had girls running after him in droves. They loved his jokes, and the other guys were furious that he was the center of attention. The dean of the university thought that if someone was too perfect, they should be willing to get paid for it. His desk was constantly being painted over. This news was also seen by the principal. He was also shocked and did not expect it. The dean of the university even cried. He was very touched by the guy's story. He understood him. The dean of the university promised Chen Yuan to definitely get to the truth. He was not going to tolerate this kind of humiliation and slander. The next day came. The sun was shining brightly high in the sky. It was beautiful weather. There was an award ceremony for the winners of the competition. The whole university gathered to watch it. The dean of the university announced that rumors about Chen Yuan had recently spread. He had conducted his own investigation and found out that it was all just a brazen slander. The dean of the university said that they were here today to restore Chen Yuan's good name after all. He was just a role model. The man thought Chen Yuan was the real pride of their university and a very good-natured person. He even cried. The man suggested that everyone should learn from Chen Yuan so that they could all become useful to society. All the students clapped happily. They were in agreement with the dean. They really liked the guy. Chen Yuan didn't understand what was going on and why he was even being given a certificate of honor. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Li Yan was very angry after all. These forum posts were supposed to destroy the guy. It turned out to be the opposite. Li Yang thought that the dean and teachers had gone blind. He couldn't believe what was happening because he should be in Chen Yuan's place. Next to him, He Jiying clapped happily. She too admired Chen Yuan, thought that he was very good. At this moment, He Jiying's disposition increased by 10 points. Chen Yuan was surprised. The girl clapped happily and looked at Chen Yuan from the audience with embarrassment. The event had already come to an end and it was time for the kids to leave. All the students got up from their seats, shouts were heard, someone demanded an explanation. It was Li Yan. He had seen everything as Jiying cheerfully applauded Chen Yuan and almost squeaked there. She accused him of having a jealousy attack. The girl thought that Chen Yuan was just a student, but had done so many good things, yet he didn't care about wealth and fame. The girl drew this conclusion because of his refusal to join the track and field club earlier. She added that when Chen Yuan won, he could have stood there looking proud and accepting congratulations, but he behaved in a humanly correct manner. Li Yan was angry. He grabbed the girl's hand and told her to stop saying things. Jiying was in pain. She screamed and asked her boyfriend to let her go. Li Yan thought that Chen Yuan was just a good-for-nothing toady. He believed that just because the coach liked him didn't mean anything. At this moment, the birds were carelessly soaring in the sky. The nature was picturesque. Chen Yuan called someone. He said he was at the university and said he was trying to keep a low profile and asked him not to take an expensive car. At the same moment, a car drove up to Chen Yuan. It was very expensive and prestigious. It was the same male villa owner. Chen Yuan pretended to be dissatisfied with this choice of car. The man opened the car door for Chen Yuan and asked him to take care of his head. Li Yang was shocked when he saw this picture. The car with Chen Yuan drove off, leaving the couple alone with their problems. Ji Ying said that it was better for them to break up since Li Yan didn't trust her. The guy didn't want that. Li Yan was stunned. There was no face on him. He couldn't believe that Chen Yuan was actually rich. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and the man went to the bank to formalize their deal for the villa. Chen Yuan took out his card and swiped it across the terminal. He was going to transfer the remaining amount. The man's bank account was replenished by 50 million yuan. He replied that Chen Yuan was a pleasure to do business with. Chen Yuan said that now they had to say goodbye. He had to go to the university. The man was going to let him down, but the guy refused. The house was bought. Now the guy had to wait for Zhao Yuki. A little more favor, and he would get some points. Chen Yuan began to think about what else he should give her to increase her favor. At that moment, the guy got a message on his phone. It was that secret chat. It was written there that Chen Yuan is simply not probable and helped with financial matters by buying a villa, then gave it to his girlfriend. Chen Yuan replied that he was always happy to help. The guy was very pleased with himself. In the chat room, the status immediately went up. Everyone bowed down to him and admired the guy. Another chat participant asked if Chen Yuan needs a car. He has his own channels. Chen Yuan realized that one could give a girl a car as a gift, then she would definitely be happy about it. Some time passed. Chen Yuan went to the car dealership to look for another gift for the girl. He was met by Zhang Haochin. His family owns a small business and he himself owns a car dealership. He was happy to meet Chen Yuan. Zhang Haochin held out his business card to the guy. Chen Yuan carefully began to look at it. Chen Yuan knew very well about Zhang Corporation. They had a huge office in the center of the city. They had their own automobile manufacturing facility, and the family was very wealthy. They also owned several sea vessels for transportation. It was one of the largest companies in the city. Zhang Haotian was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Chen Yuan remarked that Zhang Haotian is so young and already running a car dealership. He is indeed a promising young man. The man replied that it was not worth the courtesy and invited Chen Yuan to go inside. Chen Yuan's age also impressed him. Zhang Haotian noticed that Chen Yuan was very young and charismatic. His assistants were shocked that the director was personally accompanying this guest. Zhang Haochen said he didn't feel like bragging, but in this city, his car dealership has the best premium cars. The man said that Chen Yuan could find any car here. The guy replied that he wanted a Bugatti Chiron. Zhang Haotian was just shocked at this kind of request from the guy. He didn't expect Chen Yuan to say such a thing. It was an incredibly expensive car that only a few people owned. Zhang Haotian called Chen Yuan a joker, because this is the most luxurious limited edition car. Chen Yuan turned around. He realized that this car dealership did not have such a car. Chen Yuan asked if they had Lamborghini Veneno or Pagani Zonda. They were all expensive cars. Zhang Haochen thought that Chen Yuan had come here to bully him. He said to be able to buy a car worth up to $8 million at their showroom. Chen Yuan noticed that the salon didn't have anything dealt with, and it seemed like they didn't have a particularly well-developed business. Zhang Haotian didn't believe that Chen Yuan could afford such expensive machines. It was time to let his treasures go to waste. Zhang Haotian walked over to one of the cars that was covered with a sheet. The man said that the cars named by Chen Yuan were indeed not here, but he was going to show the most expensive car in their showroom. Zhang Haotian dramatically threw the cape off the car. It was LaFerrari. The volume of its engine is 6 and 3 liters. The engine power is 800 horsepower. Acceleration from a place to 100 kilometers per hour of different generations is 3 seconds. This car only cost a little over 22 million yuan. The car really looked beautiful. Zhang Haochen asked what Chen Yuan thought about it and whether he liked the car. The guy thought that a Ferrari was not very expensive but not cheap either, and would go as a gift for Zhao Yuki. The guy said it is a small amount. He appreciates Zhang Haochen's efforts. He will pay by card. Zhang Haochen was shocked that the guy had agreed to buy such an expensive car. Chen Yuan held out a card to him. At this moment, someone called Chen Yuan and the phone was in his pocket. Chen Yuan took out his phone. Liu Wenjui was calling him. Chen Yuan didn't understand what he needed. The guy yelled into the phone that his girlfriend cheated on him. The guy seemed really upset. It happened on Liu Wenjui's birthday. His girlfriend Liao Jia had gone to her friend's house to get her nails done, and she was still out at night. She didn't have an umbrella with her, and the guy was very worried about her. He went looking for the girl. As a result, Liu Wenjui witnessed a scene that broke his heart. His girlfriend was making out with another guy sitting on the hood of his car. At that moment, an image clearly appeared in Liu Wenjui's mind. 2 people kissing in the rain. But the drenched rat at that moment is him. The guy was crying and drinking away his grief. He was in a lot of pain, because they had been in a relationship for 3 years, and he was going to introduce her to his parents. Chen Yuan said that the guy had had enough to drink, as this was already the 8th bottle. Liu Wenjui didn't realize what he had done wrong. He thought that maybe it wasn't too late to get her back, the guy cried. Chen Yuan grabbed his friend. He told him to come to his senses. After all, it was his girlfriend's fault, not his. Where is his pride? Liu Wenjui understood this perfectly well, however. There was nothing he could do about it. The guy fell on his knees in front of Chen Yuan. He was very depressed and didn't know how to go on with his life. Chen Yuan asked if his friend couldn't accept it, if he thought it was a mistake and she was actually not a bad person. Chen Yuan said that it looks like he should teach Liu Wenjui a lesson. He picked up his phone and started to call someone. Liu Wenjui didn't understand who Chen Yuan was calling. Chen Yuan asked his friend's friend to just trust him. He was going to arrange everything. Chen Yuan was going to make Liao Jia come crawling to Liu Wenjui on his knees. Chen Yuan called Huotian. He wanted to take a couple of cars, not very expensive, about a few million. He asked to contact reliable people who could be driving tomorrow. Zhang Haoqian said that he would arrange everything, and everything would be at its best tomorrow. Liu Wenjui was surprised by this behavior of Chen Yuan. He didn't recognize his friend and thought he had two personalities. Chen Yuan called following Xiao Lilai. He asked if the girl had a moment. After all, he wanted to meet. Liu Wenjui noticed that Chen Yuan's eyes had been replaced in an instant, so it seemed like Lala had agreed to meet. It was already getting to be evening. The lights were burning brightly, and there were signs everywhere. Xiao Lala ran to Chen Yuan as soon as they met. She hugged the guy tightly and said that she missed him a lot. Liu Wenjui was shocked that Chen Yuan only called, and such a girl immediately flew here. He didn't recognize his friend. Chen Yuan introduced Xiao Lele to Liu Wenjui. The guy felt awkward. He said hello. Xiao Lala asked, calling Chen Yuan to her just to meet her friend. Xiao Lala felt that she liked Chen Yuan since he was introducing her to his good close friend. Chen Yuan replied that he had a matter for the girl. He wanted her to help them tomorrow. There was a sports car speeding down the highway at high speed. Behind her was Liao Jia with her new boyfriend. He was going to give the girl a new purse for her birthday. She still felt guilty after all. They had been in a relationship for so long. At that moment, a red sports car started pulling up behind their car. She drifted and got right in front of the guy's car. Dust kicked up all around. Ma didn't understand who drove like that. He was really pissed off that it happened. Ma was about to overtake the red car, turned the wheel, and headed that way. The guy leaned out of his car window, showed the driver of the sports car an obscene gesture, and thought he had bought a license. However, the expression on the guy's face changed in an instant as soon as he saw who was getting out of the car. A girl stepped out of the car. She had perfect curves, glowing skin, and incomparable headlights. This girl was Xiao Lala. She was wearing a tight red dress. Ma's nose was bleeding. However, she wasn't the only one right here. A man's foot showed up behind her. It was Liu Wenjui. He was wearing an expensive fur coat and he was wearing a bunch of expensive jewelry. Lajia didn't expect to see her ex-boyfriend in such an expensive car. She was just shocked. Lala pressed herself against the guy. She said she was really scared after all. Wanji just gave her this car and she almost scratched it. Ma didn't understand what had happened to Liu Wenjui and why he looked like this. Had he really been hiding the fact that he had rich parents all this time? Liu Jia looked at the couple with anger and envy. She was going to take revenge. The girl went up to Liu Wenjui and asked what kind of performance it was. The guy replied that no one needed her and told Lala to get in the car. Lajia had known him for many years and understood how things were in his family. She thought that today's performance was just nasty. Zhang Haoqian along with Chen Yuan were following along. They noticed that this woman had figured them out, however. The most interesting thing was ahead of them. At this point, many more sports cars came along the track toward the guys, and they were speeding along. It was a whole convoy of cars. They were approaching one by one. At some point, all these cars surrounded the guys. Lajia didn't realize what was going on here. A man got out of the car and noticed that Wenji was already here. It was him he was looking for. The man said hello to Ma and asked if he knew who he was. The man hugged Liu Jia and Ma and asked what this guy had told the girl, that his family owned coal deposits and he had studied in America. The man explained that Ma Kai is a common liar who pretends to be a rich man to get pretty girls into bed. Bai thought his methods were as old as the world. He never thought anyone would fall for them at all. Bai told Liu Jia to look at herself. He thought she was worthy of even the poorest person. Liu Jia was furious. She was going to kill Ma Kai for deceiving her. She furiously ran after the guy. Wanji watched this scene with sadness. He had succeeded, however. It did not bring him joy. Wanji told Xiao Lala that it was time for them to go. The girl agreed with him. However, the guy was suddenly becoming. Xiao Lala didn't understand why the guy wasn't going further. Liu Jia clung to the guy's leg. She cried and begged him not to leave her, after all. She was not vain at all, just from a poor family. Wanzi pulled his leg out and told him not to touch it. He wasn't going to have anything to do with her. The guy said that as of today they cut off any communication. He told me not to text or call him. Lajia was still lying on her finger as well. She was speedily looking at her ex-boyfriend walking away in the distance. All the guys were happy about their victory. They thought that Brother Bai was staying away for words. At this time, Mo Kai wanted to quietly take off. However, his path was blocked by Chen Yuan. He asked where the guy was going and if he wanted to bail. Chen Yuan said that just like that, the guy would not leave here. He thought that 100 slaps would be enough. The boys gathered in a circle near Mo Kai and were about to bring their punishment into action. After a while, the guys arrived at the nightclub. It was very lively. Everyone was dancing to the songs. The guys decided to celebrate their victory. They drank to their heart's content and thought that they were not likely to be lucky enough to meet Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan wanted to just say a big thank you to all of them for helping him. However, everyone was happy to help him. Bai had indeed heard about Chen Yuan's activities on the Shark streaming platform and would like to ask for a little help from Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was surprised. He was curious to hear what the guy's request would be about. His friends already knew what the conversation was going to be about. They looked at each other with a bored look. Bai explained that there is one streamer that he really wanted to support, but the budget will not allow it this month. Chen Yuan realized that history was repeating itself. He thought that these rich kids were looking high on everyone. Hayoshin shouted that Xiao Bai had lost his mind after all. Why would Chen Yuan support some streamer? Chen Yuan clinked his glass to the table. It looked like he was in a bad mood. All the guys were shocked. They noticed that Chen Yuan was angry and were waiting to see what would happen next. Chen Yuan was willing to help Xiao Bai. It would be as a gift to him. He unlocked the phone. Chen Yuan held out his phone to him. He was about to retire to the restroom and allowed him to play with his phone. Chen Yuan said that Xiao Bai may not save money. The guys were very surprised at such actions. Xiao Bai was shocked that he could spend as much as he wanted. Did Chen Yuan really trust him that much? Xiao Bai felt that in such a case, he could really not trifle and chose the missile. Chen Yuan went to the restroom. He thought it would be worse if they made him pay the bill. And he wasn't worried about that sort of thing at all. The system would pay for it anyway. Chen Yuan came to the restroom. He stood next to a large man who was humming something to himself with a tray. The man was very surprised when he looked at Chen Yuan. He didn't expect to see such a thing. Chen Yuan was like a huge dragon, and the man associated himself with a small bird. The man showed his thumb to Chen Yuan. The guy didn't even understand what was wrong with this man. Chen Yuan had already returned, and he was seen by the guys shouting that 2,000 more were needed. Then they started shouting 4,000, then 6,000. Xiao Bai held Chen Yuan's phone in his hands. Chen Yuan shushed the guys. He asked why they were all here gathered in a circle. Xiao Bai was already crying. He was glad that Chen Yuan had finally returned and asked him to save him. Chen Yuan noticed that he had been gone for quite a long time. The guys had only managed to spend 20 million. The guys didn't understand who Chen Yuan was, that his family was richer than the Underworld Bank. Xiao Bai explained that he spent at most a few tens of thousands at a time, as he would think of how many sports cars he could buy with that money. Chen Yuan looked at his phone. He reckoned that 20 million didn't sound like much. He should make it to 60. Xiao Bai said that was enough. This streamer really isn't worth that much, and Chen Yuan is incredible. Hayoshin asked if Xiao Bai would recognize the failure because people like Chen Yuan should be respected, not put them through all sorts of tests. Xiao Bai asked Chen Yuan to forgive him. He had learned a good lesson today and was at the guy's disposal from now on. The guys decided to have another drink. They told the waiter to carry 3 more bottles. All the clubgoers started discussing the situation. They noticed that it was a rich kid's hangout and noticed that it was the lone wolf. The guys were drinking and discussing something. At this time, a notification came on Chen Yuan's phone. It was from Xiao Mir. Chen Yuan looked at it with surprise. Chen Yuan told the guys to rest. After all, he had some urgent business to attend to. They would see next time. One of the guys noticed that Chen Yuan ran away quickly. Was he really afraid that they would pin the bill on him? Hayoshin was sure that was not the case. Xiao Mir wrote that she was back in the city and couldn't wait to meet Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan made an appointment for her tomorrow. The girl was very happy. Chen Yuan walked down the street. Chen Yuan felt that after waiting like this, it was time to choke on the points of favor. Meanwhile, at the airport, the plane was just landing and passengers were getting ready to get off. Xiao Mir tried to calm herself down. After all, this was just a normal date. A little bit of feminine charm, and she would be fine. The girl thought this rich kid should be her goldfish. Xiao Mir had experience in catching fish. She was confident in her abilities. Meanwhile, Shu Tong didn't leave Chen Yuan alone. She was texting him a huge message about her dreams and their perfect future. Chen Yuan was walking down the street. Someone asked him why he was constantly staring at his phone. Chen Yuan deleted the dialogue with Shu Tong. The girl was no longer interesting to him. Chen Yuan was on a date with Xiao Mir. The guy replied that there was someone who would not settle down. Chen Yuan smiled and asked what the girl had just talked him into. The girl remembered her boss yelling at her that she had to do anything, even jump into bed with him, but he had to be on the hook for her. Xiao Mir was surprised that there was such a pretty girl across from Chen Yuan, and he let himself get distracted. Xiao Mir said that Chen Yuan is so young but already so rich, he must be in a high position. Notification came in that her favorability scores are too high. She can't be linked. All the guy's money was wasted. Chen Yuan felt that he would have to lower the girl's level of favor first. Chen Yuan said that Xiaomir is wrong and he is just a bum with no education and does not hold a high position. Xiaomir was surprised that the guy didn't have a job. She asked if he had his own business. Otherwise, where would such funds come from? Chen Yuan explained that he was just spending his father's money and now the firm has shut down and they don't owe the bank several million. Chen Yuan explained that he actually met with the girl to ask her to return some of the money he had donated to her. The girl didn't understand why Chen Yuan was acting like he had money. Did he just want to show off to her on the streamer? Xiaomir thought she was an idiot just wasting her time here with Chen Yuan. She was about to leave. The girl called Lan. She said she was near the airport and asked her to get her out of here as soon as possible. Chen Yuan had met women who were greedy for money before, but he had yet to find such a manipulative woman. Some time passed. The planes were all taking off from the airport and heading into the sky. Lan walked into the cafe. He asked who dared to touch his woman in broad daylight. Xiaomir saw Lan. She was excited and was about to approach him. The girl said she was so scared and Chen Yuan grabbed her hand. To the girl's surprise, Lan walked past her and rushed onward. Xiaomir was shocked. Lan was familiar with Chen Yuan. He ran to him and shook the guy's hand and asked him what he was doing here. Chen Yuan didn't remember the guy. Lan explained that they had been drinking together with Xiao Bai yesterday. Chen Yuan remembered Xiao Lan. He shook his hand. He regretted that they hadn't been able to have a couple more drinks yesterday. Xiaomir didn't understand why Lan was acting like this in front of Chen Yuan. After all, he is one of Seoul's top young people, and his family owns industrial businesses throughout the city. Xiaomir was upset. She turned to Xiao Lan and was going to tell him everything. Lan asked the girl to be quiet. After all, Chen Yuan is a good friend of his close friend. Xiao Lan explained that Chen Yuan had so much money, more than all of them combined. Xiaomir couldn't believe it. Xiaomir realized that Chen Yuan was testing her to see how sincere she was, and she might just let this opportunity slip away like this. Xiaomir felt that she needed to rehabilitate herself at all costs. Xiaomir apologized for her loudness. She admitted her wrong. At this moment, the girl contacted the system. The guy achieved his goal. He looked at the girl with a cold look. Chen Yuan said that the girl was young and therefore very stupid and it was just a joke. Xiaomir thanked Chen Yuan. She said that he was the best, her favor increased. Chen Yuan believed that there was a reason why the girl was a streamer, and as long as the subscriber had money, favor would pour down in rivers. Xiaoling was angry that Chen Yuan had blown 10 million on a girl, and she had called him to such an eatery. Xiaoling believed that their meeting was not coincidental. He was willing to give them a treat. Chen Yuan couldn't refuse. Xiaoling opened the doors of Chen Yuan's car and asked him to take a seat. Xiaomir was also going to go with them. The guys went to a more upscale location to continue their conversation. Xiaomir discreetly motioned to Chen Yuan while he was looking at his phone. Xiaomir crouched down and hugged Chen Yuan. She was going to use her charms. Xiaomir asked if Chen Yuan was no longer angry with her, because she really made a mistake and was very sorry. Chen Yuan said it's okay. She noticed the guy entering the shark. Chen Yuan opened some girl's stream. He was going to give her a gift. Xiaomir became angry. She didn't expect him to do that. Chen Yuan started giving one gift after another, spending a lot of money on it. Xiaomir was shocked by it. At this moment, hundreds of missiles began to fly towards the girl. It was worth a lot. Chen Yuan sent more and more gifts to prove his status. The streamer was shocked that 3,000 missiles were sent to her. She didn't know how to react. From such a defeat, the girl fainted. She was in shock. The girl had never seen so much money in her life. The workers ran up to her and rushed to call an ambulance. Xiaomir was very surprised. This was the first time she had seen something like this. The way Chen Yuan was poking at the screen so quickly. Xiaomir realized that if she hadn't messed up, that 30 million would have been hers. The girl realized that Chen Yuan was just mocking her and wanted to annoy her. However, Xiaomir found Chen Yuan very attractive when he spent money. Her disposition increased. The girl began to imagine his fingers tapping not on the phone screen but sliding down her body. Chen Yuan didn't understand what was wrong with this girl. After all, her favor grows when a guy spends money on others. Xiaomir was already head over heels in love with Chen Yuan. Hearts appeared in her eyes. Xiaoling said they are already there. They have arrived at the best private restaurant in Seoul, the Black Pearl. Only certain circles can eat here, and therefore everything is confidential. 3 features make this restaurant the best. Chen Yuan assumed unremarkable dishes, picturesque scenery, and didn't know what the third one was. Xiaolin noticed that Chen Yuan was quite cautious. He guessed correctly about the first 2. There was a girl in a beautiful dress sitting in a gazebo near the restaurant. The third feature was her, the daughter of the boss, Zhao Yuki. Zhao Yuki recognized Chen Yuan. She was surprised that he had come to her restaurant. Chen Yuan didn't expect to see her. He was very surprised and didn't know how to act. At this time, the girl noticed something, her gaze fixed on the guy. Xiaomir was walking under the arm with Chen Yuan at this time. The chairman saw this. The girl got very angry. Her disposition dropped and she broke her musical instrument. Zhao Yuki unexpectedly cried. She was very hurt that the guy had done this to her. Chen Yuan had only a little bit left and could get reinforcement points. The guy wondered if he was going to screw up at the critical moment. He rushed after the girl. The place was really picturesque, with fruit trees growing all around. Chen Yuan pinned Zhao Yuki against the wall. At this time, the girl was crying bitterly. Zhao Yuki thought that Chen Yuan was terrible and that he was just playing around with her feelings. Chen Yuan realized that if this continued like this, he would lose all his disposition points. He needed to do something about it. Chen Yuan asked if Zhao Yuki knew about the very first rich man. The girl yelled that now they were talking about the guy cheating. They were talking about some movie. The guy clarified that the rich guy was him. Zhao Yuki was very surprised. At this time, Chen Yuan lit a cigarette. Chen Yuan started to tell that he was not from an ordinary family. Asked if the girl wondered why he was content with an ordinary life. The guy explained that his family has an unspoken rule that an heir upon reaching the age of 18 must spend 1 billion yuan in a month. So the guy diligently spends money. He invests in various projects. Chen Yuan is invested in investments, philanthropy, and more. Chen Yuan also supports various environmental initiatives such as the Polar Glacier Migration Plan. Chen Yuan explained that this girl was a streamer that he had paid for, all just because he got to play the game. Chen Yuan said that no one except Zhao Yuki is aware of it. He did not expect the girl to understand him. But this secret has been weighing on him for a long time. The guy played out a tragic scene. He said he was just tired. Zhao Yuki thought she was stupid after all. The guy was working so hard for the sake of becoming the heir, and she doubted him. Zhao Yuki realized that she was wrong. She was already ready to forgive Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan at this time was walking away from the girl with a tragic look. Zhao Yuki rushed into Chen Yuan's arms. She didn't want to part with him and asked him not to leave. Zhao Yuki wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's waist. Chen Yuan put his hand on hers. Zhao Yuki was glad that Chen Yuan had opened up to her about such a sensitive matter like family matters. The girl felt that Chen Yuan really loved her. Her disposition increased. It was already time for the guys to head back. There was a big, beautiful lake near the restaurant. Zhao Yuki apologized to her guests. She said that she was a bit out of it and Chen Yuan's friends are her friends. Xiaolin thought it was very cool that it was only 5 minutes and the girl had such a change of mood. Xiaomir got angry. She didn't understand the girl's worth. She was still going to see who got him. Xiaomir asked the lone wolf to introduce this girl to her and tell her who she was to him. Zhao Yuki was surprised by this treatment of the girl. It made her laugh. Zhao Yuki realized that Chen Yuan didn't even give Xiaomir his real name, and that she was calling him brother. Zhao Yuki looked like a huge ferocious hot bird that was ready to tear everyone around it. Xiaoling was surprised by the girl's strength. He thought that this was not just an unequal fight, but a real beating. Zhao Yuki was indeed very fierce. There was no way she was going to lose to a competitor. Xiaomir also got angry. She was hurt by such a statement from the girl. At that moment, someone started eating. There was a plate with all sorts of goodies on the table. Chen Yuan decided to start eating. After all, he was already hungry. The guy picked up some chopsticks. Xiaomir stared intently at her competitor. She wasn't going to lose to her, and thought she was better than her. Zhao Yuki also kept her eyes on the streamer. She was determined to win. The next moment, Xiaomir proudly turned away, showing her displeasure to everyone around her. Zhao Yuki, following her example, also turned away from her rival. The girls snorted. Xiaolin was surprised that the girls wouldn't even fight. He expected to see a serious showdown. After all, Xiaomir is one of the most popular shark streamers, the very real storm of walleyes. And Zhao Yuki is a famous beauty of the city with a high origin. Xiaolin thought that Chen Yuan must have some special technique to charm girls. Xiaolin thought he was just some kind of demon tempter that all the girls would fall for. Previously, the guy was solely impressed by Chen Yuan's wealth, but now he had become his spiritual idol. Xiaolin really wanted to be just like Chen Yuan. At this time, Chen Yuan didn't understand what was happening to him. Some time passed. The guys returned to the university courtyard. Chen Yuan realized that the restaurant wasn't cheap, but it was good that he didn't have to pay. Chen Yuan remembered about the money. He was going to look at his progress on girls. Chen Yuan went to the system. He activated it and was about to look at the data. The assignment with Shu Tong had been successfully completed. The guy had already gotten paid for it. It was the same story with Lala. Those two girls had already become his idols. What about Zhao Yuki? Her disposition was 91. After completing it, a reward of 25 reinforcement points awaited him. Xiaomir's disposition reached 92, the reward for completing 25 points of reinforcement. The guy realized that the disposition level of these two was pretty high. Must be the prize would be enormous. Chen Yuan noticed that another girl had appeared in the system. He didn't realize when it happened. It was He Jiwang, Li Cheng's girlfriend. Her disposition was 76. Her disposition used to be lower. It's been a few days, and now he's seeing that number. At that moment, two men ran past the guy. They heard someone downstairs professing their love, probably a knight on a white horse. Chen Yuan found it very interesting. He wanted to see it himself as well. Near the women's dormitory, someone was singing a sad song and apologizing. A crowd of gawkers gathered around. Was it Ian? He sang that he couldn't do it without her, playing guitar in parallel. Lee Yan felt that he shouldn't have been so cold to his girlfriend. He asked her to remember how good they were together to give it another chance. Hei Jiwang glared at her ex-boyfriend's attempts. She wasn't going to forgive him. Chen Yuan also came to look at this whole scene. He thought it all looked very awkward and like a cheap play. Hei Jiwang was very excited when she saw Chen Yuan. She spotted him in the crowd. Hei Jiwang tossed Li Yan's bouquet aside with one hand. The girl happily ran towards Chen Yuan. Li Yan was shocked by this. The guy was crying sitting on the ground. He didn't understand where his girlfriend was running away to and asked her to come back. Hei Jiwang ran to Chen Yuan. She knew his name and was glad that she had met the guy again. The girl considered herself incredibly lucky today. She pulled out her phone. Hei Jiwang asked to add her on WeChat. The girl opened her code and asked to add a contact. Everyone around her didn't understand what was going on here and whether the girl had another man. It was like her love was pure and sincere. Li Yan didn't understand what was wrong with Chen Yuan. He wasn't going to put up with this and wanted to take revenge on the guy. Chen Yuan looked at Li Yan. He was in no hurry to give his contact to the girl. Chen Yuan knew that right now Li Yan thought that they would never get over what had happened and thought that Jiwang had 7 Fridays in a week. Li Yan didn't understand what all this meant and whether Chen Yuan was mocking him. Chen Yuan said that he actually even envied Li Yan to some extent. He is handsome and perfectly physically built. He has easily won the heart of women and truly deserves their attention. But once Li Yan realized that he was no longer the center of attention, he began to get lost. Winning was what mattered to the guy, and he stubbornly ignored the feeling of his other half. All this time, Hei Jiwang faithfully waited for his messages on nights while the guy ran and practiced. The guy himself pushed her away. The girl cried nights because she didn't get a response from the guy. And now Li Yan is making such a pathetic appearance again. Chen Yuan asked if he thought he was just being ridiculous. Li Yan clutched his head. He recognized Chen Yuan's rightness, that he had brought this upon himself. Everyone around began to discuss this situation. Some thought that the guy himself was to blame, because when they were together, he did not pay her proper attention. Hei Jiwang was flattered by such words from Chen Yuan. Something changed inside the girl. The girl realized that Chen Yuan understood her. Better than everyone else, her disposition increased. Wu Xiaofei was also in that crowd. She noticed Chen Yuan and didn't understand their relationship. The girl was angry. She felt she needed to go back to the dormitory and tell Cheeky everything. The girl did so. Almost everyone had already gone to bed. There was a light burning in one window. Wu Xiaofei tore into the room. She claimed that Chen Yuan was cheating on Zhao Yuki. Zhao Yuki asked her friend to stop, because Chen Yuan was incapable of such a thing. She told her what she saw downstairs. Zhao Yuki believed that Chen Yuan could not control other people's feelings, and words meant nothing. Xiaofei was asked how the girl explained it. After all, the guy was spending fabulous money on other girls. Zhao Yuki remembered that this was what the guy had told her about. He had actually spent much more than this amount. The girl explained that their relationship is based on trust and that he trusts her, and she trusts him. Xiaofei has never had a partner, so it's probably hard for her to understand. Wu Xiaofei thought her friend was very kind, but at the same time very stupid. She didn't understand how Chen Yuan could do this. At this time, Chen Yuan sat in traditional Chinese attire and called out sweetly. His friend told him to concentrate. After all, he couldn't sleep. Chen Yuan wasn't going to come at all. There were girls sitting opposite. They liked the look of sleepily Chen Yuan. They were head over heels in love with the guy. These girls said they wouldn't come if Chen Yuan wasn't there. And the guys really wanted to sit with them. There was also Shu Tung. She played in the scene where she left her lover and ran away with the rich man's son. They tried to calm her down. Shu Tong recognized that Chen Yuan was here and followed them. The guys didn't understand what Chen Yuan had done to her. She had recently been to the doctor. Chen Yuan thought that he had really overdone it. He coldly looked at the girl. Shu Tong really did hurt him, but after what happened, it seems to have really repented. Chen Yuan thought the girl was guilty. He didn't realize that she didn't deserve to die for this. Chen Yuan surrendered to the question of whether he was so heartless that he didn't have much compassion. One of the girls noticed that there was a rumor going around the university that Chen Yuan was a lone wolf because he had the same nickname. Chen Yuan didn't know what to reply. He didn't want to give away his identity. Someone laughed at this and said that if Chen Yuan was really a lone wolf, he would rip his head off and play soccer. It was a man in a suit. He knew the lone wolf had spent close to 100 million in the shark, and he cared for every dime. Chen Yuan seemed to recognize the man. His expression immediately changed and became gloomier. The man's name was Li Yuntao. He was the owner of this store. He had spotted Shu Tong long ago and asked her to give a visha. The girl was confused. She hadn't expected such attention from this man. Li Yuntao was Chen Yuan's high school nemesis. Relying on his family's wealth and influence, he used to beat up the guy. The man was quite cruel. He didn't spare Chen Yuan and sent entire gangs at him. Chen Yuan realized that Li Yuntao was provoking him by flirting with Shu Tong. Chen Yuan was going to let him show off. His luck that the guy didn't want to show off too much in front of his classmates. Just then, Chen Yuan was about to arrange some things to check on Shu Tong. Chen Yuan decided to introduce Li Yuntao. He said they went to high school together. He runs his own company, owns assets. Shu Tong immediately blushed. She realized that he was a big fish. Chen Yuan said that he is not a lone wolf. He just received a small compensation for the renovation of the apartment building, about 3 to 5 million. Shu Tong was shocked that Chen Yuan was not a lone wolf. She was sure of it. The girl was faced with a choice. On one side, Li Yuntao, on the other, someone she likes but not particularly rich. The girl's disposition began to fall. Chen Yuan was no longer her object of worship. Shu Tong happily gave her WeChat to Li Yuntao. She wasn't going to miss out on such a big fish. The girl believed that even a fool would make the right choice in favor of the richer one. Li Yuntao decided to make fun of Chen Yuan since his first love had just given him his number. Li Yuntao felt like he had beaten the guy straight like a stray dog, and now he would just run him over. Chen Yuan was very surprised. This really heated the guy up a bit. Li Yuntao told his man that they were classmates before and asked him to pay for Chen Yuan's table. Chen Yuan laughed. He was shaking with tension. He realized something. Everyone present looked at him in surprise. They were worried about the guy. Chen Yuan replied that everything was fine. An insight had just suddenly come to him. The guy gave Shu Tong a chance to make things right, but it's no one's fault that she can't get over herself. From now on, the guy won't even show the minimum of empathy towards Shu Tong. It was because the girl just didn't deserve it. The guy got angry. Chen Yuan went to the exit. Li Yuntao was waiting for him there and invited him to a classmates meeting. Chen Yuan paused for a moment. He thought that this really wasn't a bad opportunity. The guy thanked Li Yuntao for the invitation and said he would definitely go. The events take place in Juzhou in room number 888. There was a vacation reunion. They hadn't seen each other in ages. Everyone raised their glasses. All expenses were covered by Li Yuntao. He asked to say a few endearments when Zhou Yu came. All the guys realized who the Vespers host was waiting for. Chen Yuan understood that Li Yuntao did not miss any opportunity to show off. At that moment, the door to the room opened. Someone else wanted to join their meeting. A beautiful girl walked in there. She apologized for keeping the guys waiting for a long time. Her personal driver had gone on vacation. The cab ride was a little longer than usual. The girl's name was Xiao Ruoyu. She was the one Li Yuntao was waiting for. The girl was that ray of sunshine that refreshed Chen Yuan's path all 3 years of high school. She was very mysterious and noble, like an incredibly complex equation that makes you go crazy. Chen Yuan smiled. He had a plan. It looked like he was going to take action. Chen Yuan held out his phone to the girl and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked her to share a VSHA for further communication. Li Yuntao was beyond angry. He believed that he was capable of smearing Chen Yuan in an instant. The girl agreed. She didn't recognize Chen Yuan. She felt like they hadn't met before. Someone shouted that before Chen Yuan was not known for his persistence. Now he had abruptly become so assertive. It was a girl with a short haircut. She said that Chen Yuan is asking for friends of rich people's sons, then just stalking them. The girl claimed that Chen Yuan was harassing several people from wealthy families and even dragged Liu Wenzi into it. The girl's name was Liao Jia. One of the guys declared that this was obviously some nonsense. Liao Jia stated that Liu Wenzi just played with her feelings and threw away like a worthless mug. After the breakup, he immediately found someone else. The guys thought Chen Yuan wasn't a good person. They were sure he would sell the contact to Xiao Ruoyu. Everyone began to discuss this situation. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu's disposition was falling lower and lower. Li Yuntao said that if Chen Yuan doesn't have enough money, he can help him because he has jobs for everyone. Chen Yuan realized that Liao Jia had decided to accuse him of all the deadly sins, and it seems she had contacted Li Yuntao. Chen Yuan was very angry. He took out his phone and believed that they had dug their own hole this time. The guy texted Zhang Huotian and asked him to bring his LaFerrari to the entrance of the restaurant. The reunion was already over. The guys were leaving the restaurant and thanking the host. Li Yuntao was pleased because Chen Yuan would not dare to look anyone in the eye now. Li Yuntao offered to drive Xiao Ruoyu home. Today he would become her personal driver and not go on vacation. One of the staff was looking for Li Yuntao. He asked to park the car. He was very angry. The guy explained that those are the rules, and after 9 their parking lots are only available to VIP guests, and one such is currently waiting. Li Yuntao was angry. He was going to look at this VIP guest. There were a lot of high-end cars parked around the parking lot, and they were expensive. Li Yuntao was about to look and see who they had with such an attitude. At that moment, the guy saw a LaFerrari that cost over 20 million. He had only seen one of these at exhibitions. Zhang Huotian from Zhang Group came out of the car. Everyone knew him and his status. Everyone was surprised. He is known in the higher circles of the children of rich people. Luckily, none of them clashed with him. Zhang Huotian shook hands with Chen Yuan. Everyone around him was surprised and did not understand why the guys knew each other. Chen Yuan thanked Zhang Huotian. The latter replied that it was difficult for him. They are brothers after all, and he is honored. Li Yuntao was startled to realize that this was Chen Yuan's car. He didn't understand why such a high-ranking person was being so polite to him. The guys started to discuss what was happening. They couldn't believe that the guy was so rich. At this time, Chen Yuan was about to introduce one of his former classmates. The girls were angry at Liao Jia because they were going to humiliate Chen Yuan, and he was really rich. Xiao Ruoyu realized that it looked like Li Yuntao and Liao Jia were trying to slander Chen Yuan. And Chen Yuan is actually a really noble and well-mannered person, didn't even try to justify himself. The girl thought this guy was pretty interesting. Her disposition increased. Chen Yuan smirked. Everything was going according to his plan. Chen Yuan asked if Xiao Ruoyu would let her down. He extended his hand to the girl. Xiao Ruoyu agreed to the guy's proposal. The girl liked him. Everyone around admired Chen Yuan. They thought he was cool and envied him. One of the guys remarked that Principal Zhang had once said that the gulf between some people was greater than that between humans and stray dogs. It was night outside. Lots of cars were driving down the highway. The city was ablaze with lights. Xiao Ruoyu realized that she had acted rashly, after all. I had only not met him for a little while. The girl had already jumped into his car. The girl's musings were interrupted by Chen Yuan. He noticed something. His attention was caught by a keychain on the girl's purse. It was an Ultraman. Xiao Ruoyu didn't expect the guy to know who it was. She was embarrassed. Chen Yuan said that they liked the series. Especially he liked Dick. The girl immediately picked up the conversation and began to discuss the series. The girl looked at Chen Yuan. She didn't expect him to know this series too. Xiao Ruoyu even pouted. The guy thought it was cute. He laughed. The girl also smiled. She enjoyed chatting with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan didn't think that Xiao Ruoyu could be so active and lively. But he couldn't believe that the indifferent expression on her face was her mask. Looking at her happy face makes you want to protect and preserve this beauty. For the first time in her life, Chen Yuan felt that she had truly fallen in love. Chen Yuan took the girl to her house. It was a huge, beautiful mansion. Chen Yuan said that he was very happy to recognize Xiao Ruoyu from such a different side from what he was used to. He showed a gesture from the show. The girl supported the guy and also showed a gesture from the show. She thanked Chen Yuan. The guys fooled around some more, imagining they were characters from the show. Afterward, the guys were laughing out loud. They were enjoying each other's company. The girl noticed that it was very interesting with Chen Yuan. He didn't think she was infantile and naive, not like those old men. Xiao Ruoyu opened the door of her house. It creaked loudly. Her mom wasn't happy. She asked where the girl had been lurking all this time because it was getting late. The girl's mom asked what Xiao Ruoyu thought about the date she had planned. Things aren't going well at her father's company, so the Khan family's investment is more important to them than ever, and her mother couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Ruoyu cried. She was sure that her happiness was completely nobody's concern. She didn't want to marry this playboy from the Han family. Her mother said it's because they raised the girl, and she eats, dresses, and entertains on their money. Her mother explained that if Xiao Ruoyu's father's company would come to an end, so would their family. Her mother understood that Han Xiaogai really wasn't the best partner, but he was at least the best of the worst. Men take on a headache after marriage. Xiao Ruoyu understood everything, but she was very sad at what was happening, tears rolling down her cheeks. The girl's tears flowed onto the toy. She didn't want to marry someone she didn't love. Chen Yuan entered the secret chat room. All the members were sharing news there. Someone had bought a new watch. Zhang Huotian also shared the news. He told everyone to watch rather one of the sites. Chen Yuan was eating at this time. He didn't understand what Zhang Huotian wanted to tell Zhang Huotian. The guy went to that very website. It said that the Xiao family's company was on the verge of collapse and Xiao Ruoyu would marry Han Xiaogang. Chen Yuan was very surprised by this news, for he too had his sights set on the girl. Chen Yuan began to remember the time they spent together, how much fun they had with each other. He really liked Xiao Ruoyu. He remembered the time they were riding in the car. Chen Yuan became sad. He looked out the window with longing in his eyes. The boy's mind flashed before his eyes with memories of how they had met again at the reunion. Chen Yuan's face changed. He was pensive, and he wasn't going to put up with it. The guy sat his fist. He went to fix the problem. Chen Yuan did not want to take a passive stance anymore this time. He would no longer be just an observer. There was a woman waiting for him outside. She hadn't met the guy, but her assistant confirmed that it was Chen Yuan. The girl stopped Chen Yuan. He was surprised as he was going about his business. The girl's name was Sheng Shui, and she introduced herself and asked how Chen Yuan was looking at going online. The girl handed him a business card. She was from a dream media company. Chen Yuan coldly replied that he wasn't interested and apologized. The guy didn't have time for such things. Sheng Shui was surprised that the guy so firmly rejected the offer. She had already thought that he had contracted with another company, and she needed to change tactics. The girl tried to stop him. She said that they were a stable company and could offer a good salary to Chen Yuan. The guy didn't want to hear it. He turned around and walked away. Sheng Shui also added that the company is also actively supported by the Lone Wolf. the same rich man who gives away money on the shark platform. The girl said that if Chen Yuan did not sign a contract with them, the lone wolf could block his way into the media field. Chen Yuan thought Sheng Shui was a very nasty woman. He didn't understand why she was mentioning the lone wolf since it was him. Sheng Shui persistently waited for him to answer. Chen Yuan was angry, after all. He can't answer her with anything. Chen Yuan realized that if he couldn't, it didn't mean that others couldn't either. He took out his phone and started texting someone. Chen Yuan wrote in chat and asked if anyone was familiar with the Dream Company. He asked to deal with Sheng Shui. Some time passed, the boys were standing outside a large building on the street. Sheng Shui was still no way behind. She asked if Chen Yuan had thought of her continuing. This is the moment her boss started calling her. The girl was very surprised because she did not expect the call. Her boss yelled at her. He called her a crazy woman and called her on the carpet. He said she wasn't thinking at all. Sheng Shui was shaking with fear. She didn't understand what was happening and what she had done wrong. Chen Yuan could finally go on about his business. He was angry at the Han group for taking the woman away from him. Mama Juyu tried to cheer up her daughter. After all, it was just a date with the heir to the Han family. She shouldn't have been so sour. The company's situation of their family leaves a lot to be desired. Her father has experienced such stress running and on the help of everyone, and now the Khan family is ready to help them and requires not much in return. At this moment, a message came to Joyu's phone. The girl picked up her phone to look. It was Chen Yuan who wrote, asking where the girl was now. Joyu wrote that she was going to the Royal Hotel on family business. Chen Yuan told her to give her exact location and wait for him. Joyu was surprised. She didn't understand how Chen Yuan knew about her date. The girl recalled the moments they spent together, how they were driving home in the car and they were having fun. Joyu thought that if compared to Han Xiaogang, Chen Yuan is more good. Her father was driving. He said he had never asked her for anything, but was now asking her to be sympathetic to what was happening. Joyu didn't know what to say. She didn't want to disappoint, but she didn't want to get married either. The girl said she understood. She was very upset. She wasn't wearing her face. Joyu arrived with her parents at the hotel where the date was to take place. Their car pulled up to the hotel. They were already met by a man who would take them to see Director Han. The assistant said hello to Director Xiao and said that Director Han was in meeting room 305. He would lead them. This man had heard before that the Xiao family's daughter was an incredible beauty, but he thought that it was better to see once than hear 100 times. The man felt bad that soon young Master Han would have nothing left of her. He was going to abuse the girl. As they were walking towards the meeting place, Joyu noticed something. The girl was very surprised and stopped. Her father was carrying a briefcase of documents. The girl didn't understand why he needed so many. After all, it wasn't just a big meeting. The aide escorted the Xiao family to this very meeting room. He opened the door. Director Han and his son were already waiting for them there. He said hello and told Xiaogang to prepare tea for the guests. After all, they were almost one family. Joyun was surprised entering the room. The girl was stunned. On the table were marital property agreements, a prenuptial agreement. She realized this wasn't just a meeting. Joyun realized that her father was up to something. The girl looked at him suspiciously. The Khan Corporation was closely tied to shady industries. At the helm of the company is Han Sushui, who is known for his deviousness and drive for profit. Han Sushui noticed that Joyu had grown up to become a beautiful woman. Joyu was going to be polite. She thanked for the compliment. The girl texted Chen Yuan that she was in room 305. Han Xiaogang was glad that Joyu had come, for he had been unable to sleep or eat since the vulgar encounter. He told her not to worry, for his father would help them overcome their family's difficulties. Joyu was disgusted by this guy. She didn't even want to socialize with him. Han Xiaogang told the girl would be a little more polite. He put his hand to her back. Han Xiaogang's hand went lower. He squeezed her body and said that they were almost one family. Joyu slapped the guy's hand. She was angry. She didn't understand how he dared. After all, no one would want to be one family with him. Her father got angry. He asked how her daughter talking to Xiaogang is rude. Joyu was even more angry. She didn't understand why her father was treating her like this. Tears came to the girl's eyes. Her father said that his daughter wasn't intelligent enough and shouldn't pay attention to her. He really thought that she and Xiaogang were suitable for each other. Everyone sat down at the negotiating table and started looking at the documents. The first one was the stock transfer agreement. The aide said that according to the agreement, the Han family would give Xiao Corporation 100 million to buy 20% of the shares on the condition of Joyu becoming Xiaogang's wife. The last transfer of money was to take place after Joyu gave birth to the Han family's heir. The girl grabbed the contract papers. She was shocked at such terms. Joyu didn't understand what marriage was about. She didn't want any of it. The girl thought that her father cheated her. He just wants to sell his daughter, the girl cried. Her mother tried to calm down Joyu. The girl replied sharply that she didn't want to calm down. Joyu didn't understand why, if they had business problems, her parents were even willing to sacrifice their own daughter's life. Juyu told them not to say they didn't know Xiaogang indulged in gluttony, drunkenness, debauchery, and gambling. She had no intention of marrying him. These words angered Joyu's father. He wanted to stop his daughter and slapped her face with his hand. The girl was shocked that her own father had raised his hand on her. She cried bitterly. Her father called the girl a spoiled brat. They have problems, but she still only thinks of herself. He didn't understand why he was being punished like this. Zhao Yu kept crying. She didn't understand what her father meant and why he only thought of himself. The mother said that the daughter should understand from her father, after all, does all this for their family. Their daughter has always been a sensible girl. Zhou Yu didn't understand what her mother was talking about. After all, if a company was in trouble, a little more effort could be put into making this crisis pass. The mother fell to her knees. No one expected it to go this far. Zhou Yu's mother began to plead with her daughter. She asked her to just take pity on her poor mother. Everyone was watching this situation in surprise. They were waiting for the girl's response. Zhou Yu didn't know what she was doing. She was in shock and didn't understand what was going on. The girl tried to raise her mother, however, when she said that she has no choice. They are desperate, and unless the girl agrees to this marriage, she is not going up. Zhou Yu was upset that her parents were putting so much pressure on her. She didn't understand what she should do. Xiaogang was also trying to convince the girl, after all. He really liked her. If she accepted his proposal, he would get stars from the sky for her. Zhou Yu cried bitterly. She didn't realize if this was really her destiny. The girl knew that being born into such a family implied a certain responsibility. She was like being in a golden cage. Zhou Yu Basa agreed. She told her mother to get up. There was no other choice. The mother changed and rejoiced. She called her daughter a good girl. The father apologized and said he had overreacted. Director Han motioned to continue with the contract as there were no further objections. Director Xiao agreed. After all, the contract is the most important thing. The sooner they sign it, the sooner the wedding will take place, and the money will go into Principal Xiao's account. Xiaogang is very duplicitous. He realized that the girl looks up to him and doesn't want to become his wife. He wondered what such a cold board-measuring woman would be like in bed. He was already starting to imagine it. The guy was drooling with anticipation. Both families were discussing contracts at the table, while Zhou Yu stood by her side and accepted her fate. At this moment, the door was kicked open by Chen Yuan. He was very angry, for someone here was making an attempt on him. Zhou Yu was very surprised. She didn't expect Chen Yuan to come to her rescue at all. Both families looked at him angrily. They didn't know the guy. Chen Yuan angrily asked, "Which one of them here is the happy groom as a major?" He wanted to look at this daredevil. Zhou Yu was flattered that Chen Yuan had actually come. The girl rejoiced and smiled. Xiaogang didn't realize where this guy came from. He swung his fist and flew at Chen Yuan. However, Chen Yuan was stronger. He easily hit the guy's face with his fist. His tooth came out. Xiaogang flew back from such a strong blow, he was defeated. Chen Yuan thought Xiaogang was mediocre and told him to complain to daddy. Xiaogang do not understand how the guy dared to push him. His guards got angry and asked, "At least knows Chen Yuan to what kind of people I have been to." Chen Yuan knew this two old men. One wants to sell his daughter, and the other is buying her. Chen Yuan could make their family disappear from Seoul forever. Principal Han knew that this deal was confidential. The cronies thought it was just an organizational date for the parents, and didn't accept how Chen Yuan knew how to find them. The man realized that it was as simple as that. He wondered who Chen Yuan was. Director Han said that unfortunately he didn't know Chen Yuan's last name, but he was happy to pay them a visit when the schedule allowed. Chen Yuan felt that they were not competent enough to do so. Xiaogang asked how Chen Yuan was supposed to speak. His father told him to close his mouth, because you have to think before you speak. Chen Yuan told Zhou Yu not to worry, he was willing to help her family. Zhou Yu was very happy about it. Tears welled up in her eyes. She had not even hoped for such a thing. He picked up the marriage contract from the table and started reading it. Father Zhou Yu was shocked by it. The guy realized they wanted to sell her for 100 million. He thought they were undervaluing their daughter. Chen Yuan broke the agreement. Give them 600 million and buy 60% of the shares. Everyone present was shocked at such an offer. It was a huge amount of money. Director Han understood to be able to cash such an amount, the company's revenue should be above 10 billion. The man could read people like open books, but Chen Yuan he could not understand. It seemed strange to him. Father Zhou Yu realized that with this amount of money, he could not only revive the company, but even expand it. Of course, Chen Yuan would not give such money just for pretty eyes. The guy had his own requirements. Chen Yuan pointed at Zhou Yu. She was very surprised and didn't expect such a thing. The girl was already thinking that Chen Yuan wanted to buy her for 500 million. The girl dropped her purse to the floor in surprise. There was no way she expected this. Zhou Yu thought that Chen Yuan is just like the rest of them. She was disappointed in the guy. She wondered if he too thought the girl was just a commodity to be sold and bought at will. However, the guy had another condition. 60% of the corporation's shares had to be rewritten to Xiao Ruoyu. Chen Yuan said that as soon as it is documented, 500 million will be deposited into their account. Juyu was impressed by such noble deeds of Chen Yuan. The girl had not expected such a thing. It was as if Chen Yuan had removed the lock from the girl's golden cage where she had lived her entire life. Juyu, like a beautiful bird, plowed out of that cage for good, not wanting to stay there. She knew that a true hero of Valid existed, and Chen Yuan, he was her hero. The girl's disposition increased. She cried with happiness. The secretary reported that a new contract has been prepared and asked that it be signed at a specified location. Chen Yuan told the girl to sign after all. No one else would be able to tell her what to do. At this moment, a transfer of 500 million yuan was made to the Xiao family's account. Mother Zhou was very happy that the money actually came. She couldn't believe it. Their problems had been solved. Father Zhou was surprised that this was Chen Yuan's only demand. He couldn't believe it. Chen Yuan replied that he thinks about the prosperity and decline of their companies, and if in the future they make his daughter do something she doesn't want to, he will show that fine line. Furthermore, Chen Yuan was going to show them what true agony was if they did not fulfill his demands. Chen Yuan told the girl that they were done here. The guys left. Director Han was delighted with Chen Yuan's handwriting. His son let himself offend the guy. He apologized for him. Director Han was amazed that the guy transferred such a huge amount of money and didn't blink an eye. Only the richest people in the country could do something like this. Han understood that Chen Yuan was incredibly influential. He felt that it was not worth confronting him. Xiao Gai shouted that when Chen Yuan first started, he had a grudge against him. Director Han slapped his son in the face, called him an ungrateful child. He thought his whole company would go down the drain if it fell into his hands. Right now, Principal Han was about to give his son a good thrashing, at which time the boys were already leaving the room. Chen Yuan's car was parked outside the hotel. The guys got out and got into it. Zhou Yu thanked Chen Yuan for saving her. The girl was embarrassed. Chen Yuan said that it was okay because it was not the first time. He tried to turn on the music on his car. Sometime long ago, back in my school days, when it was a dark late night, there was an incident. Juyu was riding her bike. Someone called her inattentive at this late time of the day. Surely the girl wasn't afraid to meet bad people. The girl saw someone standing in front of her. She slowed down, the headlights from the car lighting the way. A group of men approached Zhou and asked who they were and what they wanted. They had been tight on money lately and wanted her to lend them some. One of them said it's okay if she doesn't have any money. The girl is so beautiful, they'll just take in kind. The man told Zhou to scream as much as she wanted. The louder she did it, the funnier it would look. At that moment, someone was already running to the girl's aid. He took down that thug with his body and told her to run. It was Chen Yuan. He told Zhou to run away quickly and not to turn around. The girl listened to the guy. She turned around and ran to escape. These guys started beating up Chen Yuan. They didn't understand where this little guy came from. He ruined everything for them. At that time, Zhou was too scared and didn't realize who had saved her then. When the girl regained consciousness, she brought police officers to the scene, but it was already over. Zhou really thought she would never meet the man who had saved her back then. She had never thought that Chen Yuan was the guy, but she was excited and embarrassed. The moment the girl's disposition reached 95 points, Chen Yuan could counterattack her. Chen Yuan was given a cashback of 50 million, and the girl became a fan of the host. Chen Yuan was shocked that everything happened so quickly. After all, he hadn't even used his trump cards. However, the guy thought that maybe it wasn't even a bad thing. Zhou really liked him. This time the guy wasn't going to be a bystander like he did during his high school years. Now Chen Yuan has the strength and opportunity to be near the girl and show his feelings. Chen Yuan was not going to let himself down from the past. He was going to act. Chen Yuan blushed. He moved closer to Zhou's face. The guys almost kissed. Their lips were already very close together. However, at that moment there was a loud phone call. The guys got scared and jumped away from each other. It was Zhao Yuki calling. Chen Yuan didn't understand what a girl needed at a time like this. Zhao Yuki informed the guy that she had already moved into the villa and had only been moving things around for the past couple of days. Chen Yuan, of course, knew that tomorrow was the girl's birthday. He had already prepared a present for her. Zhao Yuki asked Chen Yuan not to give very expensive gifts to her for her birthday. After all, this time a lot of classmates are invited to the party. It will be embarrassing in front of them. Now Chen Yuan will have to think about what to get her. She killed the idea of a Ferrari. Wu Xiaofei told the girl to stop talking, and she asked where to hang her drawing. Zhao Yuki passed out. Zhao Yuki was very happy that she now had her own house, worth 60 million. The girl danced with happiness. She thought it was wonderful and was very happy. The guy is half surprised that Yuki won't even ask who called Chen Yuan. The guy said one of his classmates was celebrating her birthday tomorrow and suggested the girl go. It seemed to him that if he suggested she go, it would nullify any suspicion. Yuki has to refuse, because she will have a large-scale discussion about what happened at home. And besides, these are Chen Yuan's friends. The girl felt that some questions were better left unanswered, in which case it wasn't even worth asking. The guy was upset, for a girl would have been beautiful there with me. Yuki promised to make sure to keep him company next time. Chen Yuan was just trying to be polite. and if the girl agreed, it would be a problem. It was as if the boys were on a battlefield. They were competing in tricks. Yuki realized that there would always be girls hanging around handsome and successful men. She was confident that he would not be taken away from her. Yuki apologized that Chen Yuan had to blow so much money on her. The girl thanked the guy. He said that if she was so really worried about it, she could share the interest. Yuki suddenly kissed Chen Yuan's cheek. He was embarrassed and blushed. The girl said here's the guy her percentage. Now she's left her mark on him, which means he's hers. Chen Yuan thought that Zhou was beautiful. His nose even got a nosebleed from such a thing. Chen Yuan laughed. After all, today was a very busy day. He wanted to play on the computer. However, someone stopped him. It was a person asking if the red car belonged to Chen Yuan. It was Shu Tong. She was shocked to see what kind of expensive car Chen Yuan was driving. Chen Yuan wanted nothing to do with the girl. He slammed his car door. Chen Yuan rushed over, leaving Shu Tong and her friend behind. The girls were shocked. Her friend was sure that Chen Yuan had definitely gained back then. He must be much richer than Li Yuntao. He was probably checking out Shu Tong back then. The girl realized everything. She realized how wrong she had been, and she was shocked. It was indeed more likely that Chen Yuan was testing her when he introduced her to Li Yuntao. After all, the guy had worked so hard to present him in the best light for Shu Tong to fall for it. The girl realized that she had messed up again. She thought she was really an idiot. She ran to hug her friend. The girl was crying and thinking that she was wrong again. At such an important moment, she had messed up again. The friend realized that Shu Tong had missed this opportunity. The past could not be recovered anymore. The friend said that the girl had no chance. But as for her, then all was not yet lost. Shu Tong was furious at such a statement from her friend. She didn't expect such a betrayal. The girl asked what she meant, and since when had she been interested in Chen Yuan? The girl replied that he was good. She couldn't see any rational reason not to. Shu Tong's friend thought that the girl was just boring him. Who knows, he might like her. Shu Tong pounced on Sun Rui. She didn't understand how life and friendship. Was it all a lie? Song Rui was surprised at such words from her friend. After all, she herself had jumped on Huang Junkai for his fat wallet. Shu Tong pulled her friend's hair. She told her to shut up because she would just kill her. The girls finally quarreled. Song Rui putting up with her friend for too long. Shu Tong declared that they were no longer friends. At that time, the girls' fight was filmed by pandering passers-by. Some time had passed. It was a clear day. The university students were living their lives. Shu Tong cried bitterly, for she no longer had a boyfriend and no best friend either. The girl realized that the more good-looking Chen Yuan got, the more distant they became from each other. If it continues like this, Shu Tong really has no chance of success. At this moment, someone called out to the girl. She told her not to cry, and called out Shu Tong's name. It was Shen Shui. She was holding her agency's business card in her hand. The girl handed Shu Tong her business card and asked if she wanted to become a celebrity. Shen Shui wants to get Chen Yuan. She had some ideas about it. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan had already returned to his male dormitory. The guy was thinking about what to give Zhao Yuki, because if everything went smoothly, he might be able to counterattack her today. He thought he should get out to the store and see what he could find. His friend noticed that Shu Tong had become a streamer. He was surprised. Shu Tong hosted a stream in which she told the story of her unhappy love affair with Chen Yuan. She cried and regretted what happened. The girl says that they were happy and in love, but eventually he didn't need her. In the comments, advised the girl to go to Want, because a lone wolf would never pay attention to someone like her. They thought she was another one of the women who wants to vilify him. Chen Yuan was angry. His friend couldn't believe it was true, and she had something with the lone wolf. Chen Yuan didn't understand how the girl wasn't ashamed. He was shocked that she was also making herself a victim. However, Chen Yuan thought about it and realized that Shu Tong was not that smart, and she would never have thought of such a thing. Chen Yuan thought a little more, who could have made her use the lone wolf's name and pretend to be a victim. He picked up the phone and called his man. He asked to find out which company Shu Tong's account belonged to. He was immediately already written that Dream Media Company was behind it. Their legal entity is registered to Shen Shui. Chen Yuan immediately remembered Shen Shui and how she had offered him to cooperate and the guy had turned her down. The guy realized that the girl was provoking him again and again. He was sure that there was a solution for her. Director Shen was reported that the popularity index of Shu Tong's streamer was very high, and it was simply unbelievable. The girl was happy with you. She thought that such methods work without fail. Boss Shen Shui shouted at her. He told her not to threaten Chen Yuan, because his one word in their company would be over. The boss let slip that Chen Yuan is the rich lone wolf, not just a student. Shen Shui was shocked that Chen Yuan was the lone wolf who had spent tens of millions in the shark. Shen Shui's assistant found Chen Yuan's first love, Shu Tong. They dated for 3 years and then broke up. The girl thought that the lone wolf would never forget her. As they say, first love is beautiful. Shen Shui thought that this was perfect. She had an opportunity to take revenge on the guy. The girl wanted Shu Tong to become popular. This was to cool him down a bit. Then he would realize that he shouldn't have messed with her in the first place. The girl thought she was just a genius, at which point she got a call on her phone from her boss. He reported that their company was blocked all over the internet. Shen Shui was horrified. Chen Yuan started chatting as soon as he saw Shu Tong talking about him on the streamer. He wrote that he didn't like this company, to put it mildly. He wouldn't want his girlfriend associated with it. He wanted it gone. Some time passed, and Chen Yuan's plan began to come to fruition, due to the help of influential people. The chat guys called their contacts and asked them to cancel their contract with the Dream Media Company and poach streamers from there. In addition, there was a report of tax evasion by this company, and it was immediately investigated. Another man received a phone call about liquidating Dream assets. He figured it out. It was as if a dream had thundered over the media company. Their business could not have been worse. Shen Shui was shocked that they were blocked and their cooperation was suspended. Just got a letter from their big shareholders to withdraw their capital while under contract. They have to pay 10 million to buy back their shares. Shen Shui didn't understand who did all this and who was behind it. The girl was shaking with fear. The girl was brought in by men in suits and told that she was 6 months delinquent on her loan, so the court had frozen all her assets. All the streamers apologized to Shen Shui, but they decided to quit. They wished her success. The girl was threatened that if she didn't pay the real estate fees, they would have to have another conversation. Already within a single day, Shen Shui's career had gone down the drain, all because of one man's influence. Shen Shui was forced to shut down her company. She only had a few boxes left. She carried them over. The girl realized it was all the shenanigans of a lone wolf. Only he had such connections. Shu Tan's channel was also blocked due to violation of the user agreement. It was all because the influential people from the chat room agreed to help the lone wolf and deal with this company. Chen Yuan thought that the guys did a great job. He wanted to give them a treat sometime. And now Chen Yuan already needed to go get a gift for Chairman Zhao. At this moment, Shen Shui was stuck to the glass of his car. The guy was even startled. She admitted that she was wrong. She should have been smarter. She asked Chen Yuan to make concessions. At this moment, the system linked a new object, Shen Shui. Her disposition level was 0. The guy said he would dispense with the warning this time. The girl should know her place and stay out of his way. Shen Shui didn't understand how she didn't realize it before. Because Chen Yuan is so masculine and handsome. She especially liked it when Chen Yuan orders her to clean up. It excited her. Chen Yuan didn't understand why such rough treatment caused her disposition to increase. Chen Yuan left in his car. He had urgent business in the city. Meanwhile, the guests of the villa thought it was simply incredible. They knew that such a lodge would cost a huge amount of money. The guests told Chairman Zhao to confess whether she was the daughter of some secret millionaire. One of the girls asked if this villa was really Chairman Zhao's property. She and her father had attended the Junjing auction, and they had definitely heard that this villa had been purchased by a certain man surnamed Hong. Wu Xiaofei shouted at Jun Lily and asked her what she meant, if she thought her friend was cheating. Some guy hugged Lily and said that she was right. Mr. Hong was celebrating his daughter's birthday here, where the guy was present. All the guys around started discussing it. They didn't realize who really owned the villa and doubted the girl's veracity. Zhao Yuki took out her papers and threw them on the table. The girl was angry. The boys should have seen for themselves. They should have looked more closely at whose name was inscribed opposite the owner's column. Wu Xiaofei looked at Lily proudly. She thought that some people liked to humiliate themselves. Everyone around them started to support Chairman Zhao. After all, she wouldn't cheat. They didn't realize if streaming was really that lucrative. Zhao Yuki didn't understand why Chen Yuan was still gone. Was there really a traffic jam on the streets? Chen Yuan finally got there. He climbed out of his car, holding a gift in his hands. There would be a lot of Zhao Yuki's classmates at the party today, and so he should park farther away so as not to attract attention. At this moment, something caught Chen Yuan's attention. He looked back in surprise. He was almost hit by a sports car. It clipped the guy and parked right next to him. All the guests started discussing this car because it was very expensive. They knew exactly who was in it. A guy came out of this sports car. He was wearing a white expensive suit. The guy said to drive up to Villa number 1 on the phone. He was the university's first handsome man, Tang Xuan. Chen Yuan looked at him in surprise. The guy saw that the guy was staring at him. Tang Xuan didn't understand Zhao Yuki's taste. Even a scum like Chen Yuan had invited her. Chen Yuan was holding a teddy bear. Tang Xuan thought it was just a funny birthday present. Zhao Yuki noticed the guy. She was glad that he had arrived. It was about Chen Yuan. The girl said that she was really waiting for him. Chen Yuan stood beside Tang Xuan. They both turned around. The blonde boy approached the girl and winked at her, congratulating her on her birthday. He wanted to hug her and called the girl dear. The cutie clenched her fist and smiled. The boy congratulated her on her birthday and presented her with a gift. He asked the girl if she liked this big teddy bear. She immediately thanked him, whether it seems to him or not that the ice has broken. He gave her a watch worth more than 2,000, but even she was not so happy with it. Once Yao Yuan gave her a very expensive Prada bag, but Zhao Yuki refused to accept such a gift. He has been caring for her for a long time, but there is almost no exhaust. And what kind of rat is hovering around her now? The boy leaned his back against a huge truck and thought about it. He came up with some interesting plan and decided to use it. Now it's his way out. The boy approached the girl. He told Zhao Yuki that he also prepared a gift for her. The boy explained to the girl that she would really like this gift, and they began to unload it from the car. He thought that rats belong in the trash heap. Now he will show him the gulf between them. He gave this girl a wonderful gift, namely an imported Yamaha piano. The boy told the girl that he was sure that it would be a great end to today's flow of gifts. He congratulated Zhao Yuki on his birthday. Then he asked if she liked his gift. The girl, tucking her hair behind her ear, replied that she really liked it, but it was very expensive. She said she would pay him back for it. But the boy, leaving, replied that he was glad that he liked it and would not accept any money from her. Besides this piano, he has another gift. He wrote a song for her. Those who watched from the sidelines were very surprised that he would play. Last year, he took part in a concert in Vienna. After that, he never sat down at the piano. Tonight is getting better and much more interesting. One of the girls decided to make a video for her classmates, and so the boy began to play, and the melody flowed out, very beautiful and unusual. The boy's fingers danced across the piano. One of the girls exclaimed that it was simply incredible. His acting is simply amazing. He and Zhao Yuki are a great couple. The second girl replied that they really looked great together. Yuki approached the boy and thanked him that he was playing just great, and she was even embarrassed for his skills. The guy replied that all the laurels went to her and she shouldn't say that. He noticed that this young man also seemed to want to impress her. He invited the guy to play. The guy cast a contemptuous glance at his rival and thought that it seemed that this effeminate boy wanted to make him look bad. He told the boy that of course he would play, since his classmate insisted. He must grant his request. The girl was surprised that Chen Yuan could play the piano. This guy is so poorly dressed, but he has the skill to play the piano. The others realized that he wanted to teach Chen Yuan a lesson. The people around decided to watch this and laughed and said that it was very interesting. Now he will definitely disgrace himself. The boy really thought that he had never even tried to play the piano. He decided he could cheat. After all, with reinforcement points, anything is possible. The system detected that his piano playing skills were not developed. To develop this skill, you will need an additional 10 reinforcement points. The boy thought that he wanted to look advantageous compared to others, but this will not happen, and he decided so. Chen Yuan asked the system for a piano skill that corresponded to 50 years of practice, and so the system began to use its capabilities that the boy had just asked for. His opponent, the blonde guy, couldn't understand what was happening now. The energy emanating from him changed dramatically. Incredibly beautiful music simply sounded under the hands of this boy. His fingers continued to hit the keys as if he had been playing the piano for many years. The guy couldn't understand what was happening. He decided that this question could not be asked. This is the same melody that he just played, and no one is able to remember the notes after hearing it once. Chen Yuan was very happy that his opponent was already in shock. But the best is yet to come, and he will show everyone what he is capable of. The boy's fingers began to jump on the keys, producing simply incredible sounds so beautiful that they gave you goosebumps. The boy decided to speed up. The opponent was even more shocked, and could not understand how he plays so fast, and there is not a single false note in his music. Chen Yuan enjoyed his own game and cast a contemptuous glance at his opponent. The guys couldn't understand how he played so beautifully, and it seemed like it was a duet. Another guy said that he had double vision and saw 4 hands. Is this really what the teacher was talking about? This is a long-lost art. The boy began to use Beethoven's high-speed legato. Training in such techniques is particularly cruel. Will, talent, physical characteristics, one simply cannot exist without the other. And when he masters it, each note sounds completely different and hits the very heart. He is merciless to the listener's eardrums. The boy continued to play and his eyes were closed, and the fingers moved over the keys, creating extraordinary beautiful sounds. It was an obvious success. Transparent white smoke flashed around the boy and rose higher and higher straight to the ceiling. There was deathly silence in the hall. Everyone who was present at the ceremony simply froze and opened their mouths in bewilderment and shock. Chen Yuan reached into his pocket and took out his pack of cigarettes. He began to pull one cigarette out of it. After that, the boy reached out to the piano and held out a cigarette to the strings. He began to roll this cigarette around the piano, and sparks flew in different directions. The boy approached his rival Xuan. He handed him a cigarette and hugged him. Chen Yuan explained that he was actually a good player. He gave him advice to keep trying, and he will also be successful in the future. The boy put a cigarette in his mouth and he began to inhale the smoke. He looked at his opponent with a dull, discouraged look. Chen Yuan also said that the piano is a means of expressing one's emotions and feelings, and not a tool for fighting for favors. Zhuwen was very surprised and, casting a confused look at him, thought that this was good. Those around him called this boy talented. No wonder Chairman Zhao looks at him with different eyes. Indeed, now everything is clear to everyone. Tang Xuan dug his own hole. He wanted to demonstrate how cool he was, but who would have thought that such a master as Chen Yuan would be here? The girl, meanwhile, was thinking that she had an eye for standing people. Chen Yuan is not only incredibly rich, but also incredibly talented. A man like this is the best of the best and is a real treasure. Zhao Yuki's location is +5. The location of Zhao Yuki's related object reached 95 points. You can counterattack. His piano skill was greatly improved and reached level 60. Zhao Yuki becomes a devoted fan and receives 26 settlement points. In total, more than 78 million yuan were spent on the facility and it had a very huge cashback. Chen Yuan was simply shocked by so much money. The largest cashback from 60 million. The boy decided that the villa was really worth purchasing. Another 25 points of reinforcement, and where is he using them now? Chen Yuan thought about it. Suddenly someone called him and exclaimed that this was a very pleasant surprise. The girl told the boy that she was very happy. He asked that this be considered his second gift to her. Chen Yuan asked her how Chairman Zhao would thank him. Meanwhile, this guy's opponent realized that he had finally lost. He sat in the corner, offended and with tears in his eyes, hugging his knees with his hands. And in the crowd they were talking about Qingbing Shui, that she came too. Everyone was very interested in what was happening. The guy also didn't expect that Qingbing Shui would be at the ceremony. Is this really the first beauty of the university? Someone said that she was a goddess. Qingbing Shui, an icy beauty, has been ranked first in the beauty rankings for 4 years in a row, and she is also the president of the student committee of Hunan University. But most of all, she is known not for her appearance, but for her hostile attitude towards men. For this reason, many are inclined to assume that she is a girl. Mostly because of her remarkable appearance, many people were talking about her and Vice Chairman Zhao Yuki. However, according to neighbor Qingbing Shui, she experienced a kidnapping in her early childhood. The police arrived in time, and she was safe and sound. They dealt with the criminal. The police rescued the victim and resolved the problem with the case. However, since then she's hated all men, because they only bring misfortune. The girl approached the boy and asked him in his opinion which of them was prettier. Chen Yuan looked the girl in the eyes and exclaimed that she was the most beautiful of all and should not worry. He thought about how he wanted to stay as far away from a woman like Qingbing Shui as possible. Something is wrong with her. He just wants fans, not potential killers. The girl called Miss Qing to join them. The boy couldn't understand why she was calling her. When the girl entered the room, she changed and said that there were traffic jams. Zhao Yuki took the boy's hand and exclaimed that it was nothing. She asked permission to introduce Chen Yuan to her. The boy approached her and greeted her. He explained that he had heard a lot about her. Qingbing Shui asked if he had just played the piano. She heard that he has been quite active at the university lately. Jumps from one girl to another, disregarding their feelings. The guy thought that this woman was crazy. She has a sharp tongue, but she has a kind heart and she asked not to worry. Suddenly, the system explained that the process had started. The system gave out all the information about the girl. Chen Yuan thought that the system must have broken down. And last time I connected him with that bespectacled one, and now this Qingbing Yue. He exclaimed that he did not need such women. And what's going on? After all, he only exchanged just a few words with her. The boy was a little upset about himself and thought that he was just like everyone else. But this cannot really happen. He decided that it was all the system's fault. Meanwhile, Qingbing Shui was holding a cup in her hand and thinking about something. Meanwhile, the girl's birthday was already beginning. It was night outside and the lights were on in the house. The guys congratulated Yuki on his birthday. One of the guys brought a huge multi-story cake to her. The girl folded her hands in front of her and smiled joyfully. She made a wish and prepared to blow out the candles. The guy brought a knife and began to cut the cake into pieces. The guests were waiting. Yuki asked the guys to help themselves and she hopes that they all have a lot of fun today. Suddenly, Qingbing Shui walked up to her. She asked the girl if she had a minute and explained that she needed to talk. The moon in the sky shone with a bright light, illuminating everything around, and the girls went out onto the balcony. Qingbing Shui told the girl that she thought she should stay away from this guy named Chen Yuan. Yuki asked her why. Then Qingbing Shui explained that this was already obvious. You can count on your fingers who he hasn't yet started an affair with at university. She doesn't want her to fall into the hands of such a dishonest man. In addition, she is graduating soon. The post is being passed on and she plans to pass it on to her. Yuki was very surprised by what Qingbing Shui said just now. She blushed in surprise and stared at the girl. They have had quite a few disagreements in the past regarding the functioning of the student union. At the same time, none of them wanted to give in to the other. But now she wants to hand over this post to her, and this is very surprising. Drops of sweat began to flow down the girl's face. Are those rumors that she is into girls really true? Maybe she has her eye on her. Yuki replied to Miss Qingbing Shui that she respected her and her decision very much. But it seems to her that she does not have enough competence to do this. And Chen Yuan is not at all what she thinks he is. She has already decided everything and she doesn't have to rant about it. Qing Bingshu replied as she approached the girl that love really blinds and asked her to look at herself. Where did the deputy chairman, strict with everyone and demanding of herself, go? Yuki said that she was actually already thinking about leaving the student union. Then she would have more free time to spend with Chen Yuan. Qing Bingshui asked her what was happening to her, and where was her responsibility and rationality. This guy is truly a danger to society. Qing Bingshui's favor decreased sharply. Chen Yuan couldn't understand why. What's wrong? After all, he just eats cake and doesn't touch anyone, and his affection has dropped by 10 points. Yuki approached the guests and asked them to be careful on their way back. She thanked them for coming and for their congratulations too. When the boy wanted to leave, the girl called his name and asked Chen Yuan to wait a little. She approached the boy and looking into his eyes explained that they needed to talk. Chen Yuan said that after Zhao Yuki's favor level increased, she became even more beautiful. She simply suggested watching a movie tomorrow, but it was in such a formal manner. He was already thinking that this girl would ask him to stay with her for the night. He blushed a little when he thought about it. Suddenly the boy became wary as he heard a sound not far from him. The guy was sitting near his car and leaning against it crying. He felt sorry for all the years of piano lessons. Chen Yuan realized that it was Tai Shi-wen and he was still here. He already thought that some kind of ghost was howling. The boy approached this desperate, sad guy and, approaching him, greeted him. He didn't expect to see Chen Yuan here. Then the boy asked if he remembered his name and thought it was very cute. He looked him in the eyes and said that you would think that he had lost their little game with the piano. Well, don't cry. And he himself thought that he was not ashamed to lose to the system. Tai Shi-wen asked what he was talking about. What does this facial expression mean, and does he consider himself better than him? Chen Yuan said that of course not, and he just takes everything to heart. He was so full that it was even hard for him to breathe. The guy replied that he admits that a loser like him plays better than him. And anyway, so what? Tai Shi-wen exclaimed that his family's status and wealth are great, and he is incredibly far from that. The boy was really dressed from head to toe. He picked up the remote control and unlocked his car. He said that a beggar like Chen Yuan probably doesn't even have money for a taxi. He asked the boy if he wanted him to give him a ride. This is, of course, out of pity. He glanced towards Chen Yuan and was very surprised. The guy approached a luxury red car. When Tai Shi-wen saw this sight, he immediately broke the remote control of the car. He exclaimed that this could not be. This guy is dressed like a poor man, but he drives a Ferrari. He was shocked and couldn't understand what was wrong. Chen Yuan sat behind the wheel of the car and thought about what movie he and Yuki should watch tomorrow. Perhaps A Wolf Warrior or Mysterious Lands. The boy looked in front of him and saw Miss Qing Bingshui on the side of the road. He wondered if she was waiting for someone. The boy thought that it was cool at night now and that this girl could catch a cold in such a light dress. But this is none of his business, and let this crazy woman at least die today from the cold. Chen Yuan laughed and said goodbye to the girl. He hoped that the favor would drop a couple more points and he didn't care about it. But the boy paused, thinking about something. He looked in the mirror. In the side mirror, he noticed that something was happening there. Some guys approached Qing Bingshui and began to grab her hands. One of the guys took the girl by the hand and asked if she was alone here. He called her beautiful. The second exclaimed that it was dangerous to walk alone at night and whether she wanted her brothers to protect her. They promised to do it for free. She will just need to play with them a little, and the man laughed. Qing Bingshui got angry and asked what they were doing. She threatened to call the police right away. But the guys immediately laughed at her words. They laughed that she wanted to call the police. One man exclaimed that she was very obstinate, and it's even more fun. Before he could finish this sentence, his gaze changed from a powerful blow. Without thinking twice, the girl kicked him between the legs and he screamed in pain. She continued to resist and began to quickly run away from these scoundrels. The man began to scream in pain and raised his head up, rolling back. The guys asked their brother how he was feeling. Brother Biao asked them to stop snotting and gave the command to quickly catch this woman. Qing Bingshui, in turn, was already trying to escape from the villains. They rushed after her faster and faster. The girl thought that it was just a pack of wild dogs. If there weren't so many of them, she would have managed. With her fighting skills, she would beat them so that her own mother would not recognize them. Suddenly, Chen Yuan appeared in front of her. He approached the girl and, looking into her eyes, asked if she was okay. Qing Bingshui was very surprised when she saw this boy in front of her. While they were standing and talking, those arrogant guys who didn't even have the law were already approaching them. He asked the girl if she had been running. The man threatened to teach her a lesson today and pointed his finger in her direction while holding the space between his legs. The girl simply had no words for how someone could be so disgusting. You shouldn't expect anything good from men. And also this Chen Yuan. If it weren't for him, she would have already run away, and why did he even sneak out here? The boy asked the guys to finish already. The 90s are long over and now laws rule, not people. He gives them 2 minutes to get out of here. The leader laughed and exclaimed that a hero had emerged to save the beauty in trouble. He said that he was not going to go anywhere. It was already night outside and the moon illuminated everything around. The stars twinkled in the beautiful night sky. Chen Yuan scattered all these arrogant guys on the ground. From them, only dust flew and clouds of smoke. The boy said, looking at the guys who were lying on the ground, that they needed to listen to his advice. Chen Yuan, after dealing with the entire gang, turned his gaze towards the girl and asked if she was okay. But he felt favored by -5, after which the general location became -95. The boy was seriously angry and could not understand why this girl was so disinclined towards him. Qingbing Shui gave the boy a strange, despicable look. The boy thought that he saved her, but she wasn't even happy with that. If the disposition did not grow, then okay, but it will also fall. Now his disposition is -95. He's generally a cunning bastard in her eyes. Does this all make any sense at all? Qingbing Shui asked Chen Yuan if he thought that she would fall for all this like the other girls. She was standing at the bus stop waiting for the bus, and suddenly these gangsters approached. Then he appears and pretends to be a hero. The girl approached the boy and said that he clearly overestimated himself. When she approached him, she looked into his eyes and said that he underestimated her. Qingbing Shui approached the boy and grabbed his t-shirt. She was very angry and pulled him towards her in bewilderment. The girl exclaimed that Yuki was even ready to quit the student council because of him. And now he decided to hit on her. The girl called him a scoundrel and said, casting a sidelong glance at him, that he disgusted her. Chen Yuan was shocked by this statement, and streams of sweat began to flow down his face. He realized that the girl had made a mountain out of a mountain. She really has a persecution mania. The boy approached the girl and exclaimed that everything was not as she thought. He wanted to justify himself to her, but Qingbing Shui replied that she did not need his explanations, and she hoped that he would pull himself together and treat Yuki well. If he tries something like that again, she'll cut him some. Chen Yuan was simply shocked to hear such a statement from her. Meanwhile, the gang leader rose a little, clutching his head with his hand. Chen Yuan became very angry and called the girl ungrateful. How can you even help with something like this? He finished off this guy by kicking him in the head. He accidentally kicked him out of anger. And here in front of us, the huge, spacious Hucheng University rises to the sky. The boy said that the more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes. How harmful she is, after all. Chen Yuan kept his hands in his pockets. He remembered the song about his dear one. This is a fairy tale only for her, and he will learn patience and change himself. The boy couldn't understand why his phone rang. It's already so late, and who could it be? Chen Yuan took out the phone from his pocket and looked at the screen. Xiao Ruoyu called him. The girl was lying under a blanket and asked the boy if he was free tomorrow. Chen Yuan replied that he was free and asked what happened. The girl replied that she had no lessons tomorrow and wanted to invite him to watch a movie. The boy laughed and thought that Chairman Zhao Yuki had invited him to watch a movie tomorrow. The girl said that this was the first time she invited him and he could not refuse her. The boy replied that there was no problem, because how could he refuse her if she asked? So if on one day, one in the morning, the other in the evening. Comrade Chen Yuan asked the boy what the hell was going on. He was waiting for his friend and wondered where he was already. The boy wrote that he was already on his way and asked him to wait a little. When the boy got out of the car, his friend began to cry and said that he invited the girl to go to the cinema with him. But she refused him. He has already bought tickets and asks him to come with him. Chen Yuan held his head and said that he thought that today he would have to watch 2 films, but it turned out to be 3. Plans change with the speed of the wind. But he is his brother. He often helped him when he didn't even have money for food. And so the boy planned out his schedule. He had to watch movies all day. He thought that if he wanted to do all this today, then only by assigning them a certain time during the day. Chen Yuan looked at his brother Wen and asked if he was okay. Suddenly the boy glanced at the seat next to him and asked who she was. There was a girl sitting in front of him and she apologized for being too busy cleaning up and getting into the wrong car. The boy replied that it was nothing and asked her to leave. Next time he wanted her to be more careful. Then the girl said that although she got into the wrong car, she hoped she met the right person. She thought about what if she gets out, how she can pick him up. Driving such a car and such a handsome guy, she can't miss him. The girl took out her phone and asked her brother to add her WeChat. She thinks that she and him are very suitable for each other. The boy was holding a phone in his hands, but after apologizing to the girl, he said that he didn't have a phone. Chen Yuan decided that unlike brother Wen, he would never fall into such a trap. Then the girl became very angry and exclaimed that in that case she was leaving. When she wanted to get out of the car, Wen was already approaching and asked Du Xiaoyue why she was there. They were both surprised to see the guy and that they knew each other. Van said that she told him that she was going to the hospital to see her mother, so she could not go to the cinema with him. And now she's getting out of his friend's car. Chen Yuan thought about how this woman refused brother Wen. He hopes that the guy will understand everything correctly. He wanted to tell Brother Wen that he would explain everything, but he looked at the guy's menacing gaze. Ven exclaimed, looking at the girl, that he was a complete stranger to her. He explained that she saw a cool car and decided to hit on the guy. He didn't like her and asked her to leave. The two of them have absolutely nothing to do with each other, and she was just shamelessly pestering him. The guy asked the girl if he was telling the truth. Chen Yuan laughed with his head down and answered instead that everything was true, and that's how it was. The car hit the gas, and the guys, leaving this deceitful girl, began to drive away from her. The girl stood on the road watching the car drive away and thought that Van had such wealthy friends. But he's just a loser who survives on 800 yuan a month. The weather today was simply wonderful. The cinema building rose straight to the sky. Chen Yuan and his friend were already sitting inside. The guy asked his brother why he was so bad at this. There are always a lot of beauties around him, but he is never lucky in anything. Chen Yuan asked how he knew. It's not particularly pleasant to constantly chase away girls chasing him. One of the spectators in the hall said that it is very strange when two guys are in a movie together. The second asked to speak more quietly. Because who knows? Maybe they are a couple. Chen Yuan said that the first one to show that he needs a partner is the loser. Relationships are a battlefield. You need to be ready to fight for life and death. He explained to his friend that the more he tries, the more people disrespect him. The point here is not what measures he takes, but how strong he is. He thinks that only fools give money to women, but real men spend it on women. The friend listened to him very carefully, and looking at him, said that this made sense. Meanwhile, the girls behind them were talking about how, looking at Chen Yuan, it was just an epiphany. They asked to teach them how to be strong. The boy asked Van to calm down a little, as people were looking at them. Chen Yuan told his brother that he had nothing to teach him. He's just a little prettier, and has a little more money, and has a little more women around him. To be honest, all this is not done easily. Ordinary guys will never understand it. He asked his brother to stop for a little while longer, and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to restrain himself and would kill him. He told Brother Yuan that he felt better after talking to him. Lately, he has been doing something that is stressing him out, and there will be an opportunity in the future. Chen Yuan advised his brother not to wait for this opportunity. He could repay him right now. A little later, in a few hours, he will dial it. He will greatly help him in this. When asked if he wanted him to just call him, and replied that of course he would. The boy held his brother's hands, and the girl told her friend that they were a couple after all. Of course, he does this in order to escape from Chairman Zhao Yuki and go on his next date. The friend was very surprised what this guy was doing. And here we have a cinema again. Chen Yuan walked inside and thought that it was very good that he was on time for his next date. Yuki was already waiting for the boy and, looking at her watch, said that there was only half an hour left before the start, and Chen Yuan Ya was still not there. And then a voice was heard near her. The boy approached the girl and greeted her. He explained that his name was Banshee. He noticed that the girl was standing there alone and asked her if she wanted to add his WeChat. Yuki, looking at the boy, apologized to him and explained that she was meeting someone here. Then the guy replied that he wouldn't ruin their date if he just took her number. If she doesn't like him, then she will simply remove him from her friends. He simply asks for his wish to be fulfilled. Suddenly, Chen Yuan pulled him by the shoulder. He told his brother that the girl had already refused him, and there was no point in driving the girls to despair. The boy told his friend that he could show him how it was all done. He approached Miss Yuki, and approaching her, said that she was beautiful. Wouldn't she like to find a more comfortable place and get to know each other better? The guy was very surprised, and thought that this guy was behaving like a gigolo. Yuki immediately smiled back at him, and, blushing a little, immediately agreed. The rest of the guys looked at the fact that the girl gave him a positive answer and were very surprised that it worked. It was already getting a little dark outside. The evening was beautiful and simply wonderful. Chen Yuan and the girl were sitting inside the cinema watching a movie. There was a struggle there. Yuki took a break from the film and looked at the boy and asked if he was not interested at all. She glanced at Chen Yuan again and asked if he was interested. After all, she noticed that he was always on the phone. The boy laughed in response and said that of course not. He was just having troubles at home. Yuki thought that his family owned such a fortune, so he was probably under a lot of pressure. They are ordinary people, so carefree in this regard. The rest can only see that this guy is incredibly talented. She remembered how beautifully he played the piano, but people don't even think about how much effort it took him. The girl closed her eyes and began to remember the beautiful piano playing. Such results can only be achieved through blood, sweat, and tears, starting from childhood. He received the education and upbringing of an aristocrat, but never complained about anything. He simply silently took on this burden. He has done such a job, and she takes away his valuable time by forcing him to go to the cinema with her. The girl clenched her fist and closed her eyes and called herself just a terrible woman. Suddenly, she put her hand on the boy's hand. He did not expect such a turn of events. Chen Yuan immediately removed his gaze from the phone and threw it at the girl. She began to cry. Her eyes were full of tears. Yuki looked at the boy. He couldn't understand why he would cry. After all, this is an action movie, not some kind of drama. When they went outside, the girl asked the boy if he was hungry. She invited him to have dinner. Chen looked into her eyes and asked what dinner she was talking to him about now. He remembered that he asked his brother to call him in a few hours, and then he would greatly help him out. The boy took out his phone from his pocket and, looking at it, was eagerly awaiting his brother's call. When he called, he answered immediately and greeted Wen. He asked if everything was really that serious, and said that he was leaving right now. The little brother could not understand what was happening and what his comrade was doing. He just hung up. Chen Yuan told Zhao Yuki that he urgently needed to leave. His friend got into something serious. The girl replied that everything was fine, and if he had things to do, he could go. She thought that something serious must have happened to the boy's friend. She considered Chen Yuan to be a very kind and noble person. The boy, in turn, got into the car and smiled and decided that he was simply a genius. He decided to head further towards Xiaoruoyu. Meanwhile, it was already dark night outside, but the stars were bright and twinkling and illuminated everything around. Chen Yuan drove up to the girl's house and texted her that he was already at her house. She replied that it was very good and would come down in a few minutes. The boy thought that this was finally the last date for today. Fighting on several fronts is incredibly difficult, and he won't do that again. A girl unexpectedly called out to him. Xiaoruoyu apologized to Chen Yuan and asked how long he had been waiting for her. The boy cast a curious glance at her and thought that she was simply beautiful. Whatever style she chooses, everything suits such a beauty. He couldn't take his eyes off her. The boy approached the girl, and when she asked him whether they were going or not, he replied that of course they were going. He thought to himself that if today's date went well, perhaps their relationship would move to a new level. And now they were already in their seats in the cinema. They watched the film closely. After the film, the guy and the girl had a nice dinner and talked in a cafe. The night was in full swing and the car was racing along the highway at full speed. Xiaoruoyu wished the boy to get there well and rest. She thanked him for the company and said that she had a lot of fun. But suddenly the boy called the girl. She did not have time to move away and turned in his direction. Chen Yuan, blushing a little, asked if he could go up to her. Would she treat him with some water? The girl glanced at him curiously and, blushing a little, agreed. And now they were already ascending the elevator to one of the floors. Since it was night outside, only a few light bulbs were on in the high-rise building. The girl was at home and, having taken a shower, began to approach her bed. She couldn't understand what was wrong with her today. After all, he usually doesn't behave like this. He was going to have a drink and leave, but in the end he stays with her because it's too late. She didn't understand why she did this and gave him consent to do it. If he offers something like that and starts approaching her, then what should she do in this case? But if it's him, then she's not entirely against it. The girl hugged the pillow and couldn't understand what she was thinking about. Xiaoruoyu glanced at Chen Yuan's jacket. She saw some pieces of paper in her pocket and asked what they could be. The girl took out several movie tickets and was very surprised why there were 4 of them. Did he really go to the cinema with other girls? The night outside became even brighter and more beautiful. The stars illuminated everything around, flickering incessantly. Chen Yuan came out of the shower and, while drying himself with a towel, said, looking at the girl, that he had already left. He became a little wary when he glanced at the table. He was seriously scared. His tickets from the cinema lay on the table. Xiaoruoyu looked at him with a menacing look and exclaimed that they fell out of his pocket. The girl asked how to understand this. She asked if he went to the cinema today with other girls. If he doesn't like her, he can tell her about it. Has he really become a part of her life and is meeting others behind her back? Chen Yuan gave her a worried look. Xiaoruoyu asked him if he really doesn't care about her feelings. She pointed to the door and asked him to leave immediately because she didn't want to see him anymore. The girl's goodwill began to decline. The current location was already -71. The boy lowered his head and decided that this was not a very good outcome of events. He thought about how he had assumed this could end like this and decided that now was the time to act. Chen Yuan approached the girl and asked if he was really so untrustworthy in her eyes. Just a couple of tickets could negate all his efforts. But the girl did not let up and asked if he still wanted to discuss this. The boy took his phone out of his pocket and showed the inscription on the screen. The last one to call him was Wen. He told the girl that she could ask him if they went to the cinema today. Chen Yuan actually dialed his friend, and the phone started ringing. He handed it to the girl. Wen answered the call and asked his friend if he had seen the time. Xiaoruoyu picked up the phone and asked the boy if he and Chen Yuan went to the cinema today. Wen answered the girl that it was so, and they watched Warrior 14. Initially, they agreed with Du Xiaoyue, but she couldn't, so he suggested to Chen Yuan so that the tickets would not go to waste. Suddenly his friend realized what was happening now and thought that it was something interesting. He jumped out of bed and exclaimed that it was Chen Yuan's phone. He couldn't understand where her boyfriend came from now and whether they were really together. He called his friend a dog and asked why he hooked her in the first place. He just can't believe it. Also called childhood friend. Then the girl apologized for the disturbance and said goodbye to the guy. She thought that she had made a mistake after all, and suddenly Wen was simply covering for him. Fortunately, she knows Du Xiaoyue. The girl decided to immediately make sure and took out her phone. She called Du Xiaoyue and introduced herself to her. She asked if the girl with Wen had been to the cinema today. The girl replied that he really invited her to go with him, but she refused him. And then a guy came for him in a red Ferrari, and if she knew that he had such connections, she would definitely agree. Chen Yuan asked Xiao Ruoyu if she was sure of this and wanted to check his payment history. The girl didn't know how to justify herself, and then the boy replied that he was very disappointed. He wanted to leave, but Xiao Ruoyu exclaimed that she was wrong and asked him not to be angry. She promised not to let him down and asked for forgiveness. But the boy took advantage of the opportunity and, approaching the door, opened it and went out. He thought that it was close and fortunately he had prepared for it. Otherwise it would have been a disaster. He just wiped the sweat from his forehead. And then the long-awaited sunny morning arrived. The sky was blue and light. Chen Yuan opened his messages and read what Xiao Ruoyu wrote to him. She apologized for being wrong, and he was indeed right. The boy answered the girl that everything was fine and she just needed to find out everything. He also apologized to her. Xiao Ruoyu realized that it was her fault, but he still asked for forgiveness. The girl noticed that he was a really nice guy. Chen Yuan was happy that the points were returned, even one more than it was. But next time you shouldn't do that because he just almost got caught. But it's a great reminder. It is worth differentiating related objects. Some may remain at the useful level, but with others you need to maintain good relationships and increase their level of goodwill. The boy decided that only children should make choices, but he needs everyone. Well, who hasn't dreamed of such a harem? One of the girls heard that senior student Tang was sponsoring some kind of competition for the title of the strongest basketball player. The second replied that it was so and that all this took place in the gym. She suggested we go watch because basketball players are so courageous. Chen Yuan heard this and thought of Tang Xuwen and was surprised that he was a great strongest basketball player. The boy decided to come up and see if they were telling the truth. When he approached the gym, he noticed a lot of people in front of him. The girls shouted to Brother Tan that they loved him very much and were rooting for him. Other girls shouted that they wanted children from him. Chen Yuan thought that it all seemed like a show. He probably hired actors to stand out from them. The boy decided that he was probably sick, but the girls sighed about him and watched what was happening. He Jiying was there, and she was very surprised when she saw Chen Yuan. The girl asked if he was also here and considered it a big coincidence. Then the boy greeted her and was also surprised that she also came to watch basketball. Another girl appeared behind him and touched him on the shoulder and greeted him. She asked if he also liked basketball. It was Shulele. The guys nearby were talking about how beautiful she was and who this guy was. The second explained that this was Chen Yuan from the Faculty of Humanities. He Jiaying completely left her boyfriend for him. Qingbing Shui entered the room with her friend. She asked the guys how they could discuss girls behind their backs. Then the guys exclaimed that they would not do this again and ran away. Qingbing Shui exclaimed that this was simply disgusting. Yuki replied that she was exaggerating and offered to look at the guys. Tang Xuan saw Chen Yuan in front of him. He was very angry and could not understand what he had forgotten here. And why are there so many beautiful girls around him? Are they really blind? Why don't they notice such a handsome guy like him? The girls laughed and noticed that even Yuki had come here. Tan thought that this was his chance to improve. He played basketball for several years, and there was no way he could win it. Chen Yuan had already walked into the middle of the building. He glanced at the boy. Chen Yuan saw the ball in Tang Xuan's hands and smiled a slight, impudent smile. The ball flew towards him, and he immediately caught it. He asked the boy how to understand all this. He lost at the piano and now decided to take revenge in this way. Chen Yuan exclaimed that this was somehow childish. Tang Xuan replied that he was taking on too much and asked how about playing one-on-one. He promised to give him 3 whole balls. Friends told the guy that Chen Yuan was about to shit himself. The day was simply wonderful. The sun was shining, illuminating the basketball court. The boy grabbed the ball with his hand and pressed it hard against his leg, thinking that this guy wanted to play with him. He decided, since things had taken such a turn, to keep this guy company, of course. Tang Xuan glanced at his opponent and thought that it was immediately obvious that the man had never held the ball in his hands. But before the boy had time to think about it, a heavy ball hit him straight in the chest. Yuki was very surprised because Tang was the captain of the basketball team and he could not catch the ball thrown by Chen Yuan. Qingbing Shu sighed in frustration and exclaimed that he was only relying on the man's brute strength. That's all they could do. The guys asked the captain if everything was okay with him. Tang Xuan clenched his teeth and thought that this kid is very strong. He looks so insignificant, but in reality, he is so strong. Chen Yuan asked what one-on-one meant, And why not play 5-on-5? They will appreciate the overall level of their team. The girls around were very surprised by this statement and simply widened their eyes several times larger. Those around were surprised by this outcome of events and what this boy had just proposed. Tang Xuwen was very surprised and thought that 5-on-5 the players and judges are all his people, but he still wants to play. He chuckled and called the guy stupid. This will not count as 5 against 5, but as 1 against 9. This time it will definitely be the end for him. And now they were already in the gym and preparing for the start of such an interesting game. Tang Xuwen picked up the ball and began to move forward, throwing everyone around. He called Chen Yuan a novice and exclaimed that he would teach him a lesson. He will smear him, and then Yuki will see what a non-entity he is. The guy began to maneuver and dodge in order to throw the ball into the basket as quickly as possible. Chen Yuan looked seriously at his opponent and thought that he was aware of everything, namely, that this was a stupid production. The boy decided that he did not need a team and that he alone was more than enough for this game. He asked the system to add more experience to the basketball player and to show off his skills to the fullest. Tang Xuwen laughed to himself and thought it was time to show off. He wanted to show himself to Yuki first and thought that he would now perform his signature move. With a smile on his lips, he began to approach the basket faster and faster. But he did not expect that his opponent would be much faster than him and would already be near the basket. They simultaneously reached up with their hands and collided one-on-one. The guys didn't expect that the basketball team captain's attack was blocked by Chen Yuan. And it's just incredible. One of the guys asked how he got there and whether his friends saw it. The guy replied that he didn't see him and that he seemed to have disappeared and then immediately appeared in another place. The guys could not understand how it all happened. Tang Xuwen immediately became upset and thought that this simply couldn't happen. He doesn't believe it, and it's some kind of illusion. Chen Yuan appeared with the ball in his hands and smiled and said that now it was his turn. If this is foul play, he will show him now. What about the impartiality of judges? And now the boy was approaching the basket. He threw the ball as high as possible and it hit right in the middle. The ball flew through the basket and a goal was scored. Tang Xuwen thought that even if he is a good player, so what? All the judges have been bought, and what will he do with it? There are rules here, and he is too naive. One of the girls asked if this was the rules. The judge doesn't seem to see what's happening. The audience said that he was just playing tricks. Well, this is a friendly game, and it would be somehow wrong to do this. Chen Yuan decided that Tang Xuwen had really angered him. He may not respect him, but he does not accept disrespect for the sporting spirit. The boy got very angry and threw a contemptuous look at him. He thought that he would knock all his rotten insides out of him. And so the struggle continued. It became more and more fierce. Tang Xuwen looked at his opponent and noticed that he was too fast. The boy ran to the basket faster and faster like a lightning-fast and fiery man. He had a lot of strength and passion, and he just had time to throw the ball into the basket. This was not the first time he ran up to the basket with a deft movement of his hands, throwing the ball there. Tang Xuwen was simply shocked and told his guys to surround him. He asked not to let him throw the ball. Then he pointed his finger at the other guys and said that they should do this too. Why do they stand and blink their eyes? The guys really surrounded the boy and began to block all his entrances and exits. Chen Yuan was no slouch and understood his opponent's insidious and evil plan. He jumped over the guys' heads and began to approach the basket faster and faster. The guys could not understand what was happening and where he got such strength and dexterity. How did he just do this, and is this even possible? Those around were simply shocked. Everyone understands that this is nothing more than a production. But why is he trying so hard to play? Chen Yuan showed all his abilities by playing very well and simply excellent. He remembered how the man told him that refereeing is the basis of the game. When the whistle blows, his conscience must be clear. The referee, remembering this, took the whistle in his hand and began to raise it to his lips. He wanted to do it for respect. The man said that victory or defeat is determined not by the score on the scoreboard, but by whether you put in all the effort, or in the name of love. They all looked at what was happening with tears in their eyes. Compared to him, they are such moral monsters that playing basketball is simply blasphemy. Chen Yuan ran up to the basket with the ball and could not understand what had happened. Have they really decided to give up? He slowed his pace and paused a little. The guys watching the game jumped forward and could not understand what was happening. Have they all gone crazy, and why did they stop playing and stop dead in their tracks? Chen Yuan thought that his virtue had crushed everyone else after all. Yuki blushed a little and said that this is true sportsmanship. Tang Xuwen became completely angry and couldn't understand what was happening. Don't you really need money anymore? There was an account on the table. The numbers were simply incredible and the difference in them was very huge. Tang Xuwen was told that he had offended the rules of the game of basketball. Chen Yuan exclaimed that he deserved this humiliation. Tang Xuwen thought that all he had to do was play good defense, and then he could still maintain at least a little bit of his dignity. The boy decided to gather all his strength and thought that he still had another chance. He tried to correct the situation and began to approach his opponent faster and faster. When he approached him, he hit him in the chest with his elbow. He thought that the boy had brought trouble upon himself and would rest for a while in the hospital. When the guy hit him with his elbow, he himself felt incredible pain in his hand. Tang Xuan wanted to make things worse for his opponent, but he fell for his own trick and simply howled in pain. He couldn't understand how this could be and started screaming about the pain. He fell to the floor and began to writhe, wondering what had happened. Meanwhile, his opponent was already throwing the ball into the basket with a deft and bold movement. The system revealed Zhao Yuki's location. The location has exceeded 95% and gain points have been added. Lin Shutong's disposition also increased and exceeded 96 points, and reinforcement points were also added. Xu Leilei's disposition exceeded a whopping 97 points, and a lot of reinforcement points were added. Chen Yuan said that, considering his abilities and moral character, he was not worthy to be the captain of the university team. Competing with a lowlife like Tang Xuan is simply disrespectful of his abilities. The enemy called the boy an arrogant scoundrel and exclaimed that they would still see who won whom, and sooner or later he would get it from him. One of the girls asked if her friend had filmed this brilliant moment. The second girl replied that it was so mesmerizing that she completely forgot about the phone. Yuki watched what was happening and the girls who admired the boy. She began to look around and look for Chen Yuan. She couldn't find him. The girl looked everywhere, but saw in front of her only other girls who did not take their eyes off the game. Meanwhile, the boy had already disappeared very quickly and confidently, running away from this room. He began to wipe his forehead with his hand and was very happy that, fortunately, he managed to escape. If he hadn't had time, he would have been faced with a terrible choice about who he would take the water bottle from. The boy took a breath and thought that everything turned out very well. While taking a shower, he said that it was very nice to wash off the dust and sweat after physical activity. Someone wrote on the phone that a loafer from the chat room had raised a friend request. Is this really another rich boy? Chen Yuan picked up the phone and began reading many messages. Someone wrote to him whether he needed a wife. He was very surprised and laughed and began scrolling through the messages. Gao Xuanyin received the title of Best Actress at the age of 22. She was known as the leader of the Four Celestials and an incredible beauty. But relatively recently a scandal broke out with her participation, and her reputation was significantly tarnished. She also faces paying a penalty of 30 million. Gao Xuanyin is the heiress of the Gao Corporation, which has not been doing very well lately. And 30 million will have a critical impact on her condition. The second son of the Gao family thought that she was his sister, and he asked to meet him because he thought he could help her. Chen Yuan sat opposite a friend and asked him why he wanted to marry her, or whether he wanted to become related. The boy answered angry that this was not so. He wrote this because he thinks that otherwise he won't pay attention. The guy began to explain to Chen Yuan that his sister had been framed and she would have to pay a fine. He didn't know what to do in this situation, and asked his friend if he wanted to buy her a villa. Chen Yuan drank a cup of tea and thought that he would actually like to buy a house for himself. The boy immediately remembered his sister and decided that she knew how to spend money. Suddenly he put the cup on the table and thought about something. He wanted to find some way out. Chen Yuan turned to his friend and said that he could help. We need to make an appointment, and he would like to look at the houses. The boy exclaimed that this was just super and he would arrange a time right now. Brother Lone Wolf is really so generous, and this is on time. He heard that the boy gave away a large sum of money to Shao Corporation. If his sister becomes his wife, this is quite possible. The girl asked him to just tell him to get lost as soon as possible. She continued to explain that she knew he was good, but all these rumors were too true, and she could not accept it. Gao Xuanyin became very angry and pressed the phone to the pillow. She exclaimed that these stinking old men were already too much for her. Everyone only needs one thing. The girl could not understand what to do. You have to pay so much money for breaking the terms of the contract. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said that she just wanted to act in films. She was very upset and thought about how difficult and unpleasant everything had turned out. The phone rang, and the brother told the girl that he had found a sponsor for her, and now money is not a problem. Gao Xuanyin asked what he was talking about, or whether he had decided to take up pimping. The brother replied that it sounded terrible. What he's really talking about is Mr. Lone Wolf, who's always on the internet. He promised to buy her house, so everything would be fine. The girl, after listening to her brother, thought about the Lone Wolf. Meanwhile, it was a bright day outside, and the sun illuminated everything around. After a telephone conversation, Gao Xuanyin asked her brother what kind of heresy and what kind of old brat again. Does he really want her to be fooled again, and if he returns home, he will get it right away? The guy asked his sister to just trust him and explained that the Lone Wolf was tough. He will soon be with her, and she will show him the house. The boy asked the girl to behave well. She sent it and turned off the phone. The girl started screaming after the phone went off and saying that all men are the same. You can't even trust your brother. Even if she has to commit suicide, she will never take money from a man. The sun continued to shine on the street, illuminating the small, neat houses. Chen Yuan exclaimed that this is an excellent area relatively close to the villa he bought for Zhao Yuki. It's just a great location. And this house belongs to the Gao family. I didn't even know that he bought a house almost next door to the star. He pressed the bell with his hand. Gao Xuanyin was very surprised that he arrived so quickly. Has he really never communicated with a woman in his life? It's just a nightmare. She was furious and exclaimed that she was on her way and stopped calling already. The girl opened the door and said that he was so old, but still had not learned manners. She asked him to stop tormenting this poor call. The girl looked in front of her and was very surprised. Chen Yuan glanced at her affectionately and after greeting her, asked if she was Gao Xuanyin. He explained that he was Gao Lang's friend. The girl immediately blushed and became a little embarrassed. The boy apologized for disturbing him. Gao Xuanyin was surprised that he was Mr. Lone Wolf, and he was so young and handsome. She also starred in films for a long time, but had never met such charismatic men. When the boy sat down on the sofa, he asked Miss Gao not to be so wary and to sit down. The girl remembered that this was really her home and sat down on the sofa. She asked the boy if he wanted to inspect the house. Chen Yuan replied that the house is excellent and he has already looked at it. The most important thing now is not the house. The girl couldn't understand what he was hinting at because she had a bad feeling. Chen Yuan said that he wants her to be his lover. The system reported that the boy had connected a new object. He decided that rather than beat around the bush, it was better to immediately dump everything he had and how he would react to this. The girl thought that if he wants her to be his lover, he probably wants to insult her. Now they will see who wins. Gao Xuanyin told the boy that he was quite straightforward. She agreed but said that she had conditions. First, she wants a car worth at least 10 million. Second, this is an apartment in Shanghai. And third, he must invest about 500 million yuan in it, but of course as an actress. If he considers these conditions too harsh, let him decide for himself. Chen Yuan replied that everything was fine and he would do everything. He asked if he could buy another apartment for her brother or for her parents. Gao Xuanyin was simply shocked and thought that he was not right in his head. Meanwhile, brother Gao Xuanyin had already arrived at the house and called his sister. He noticed a car in front of the house. Chen Yuan did not understand that this car was a lone wolf, and he had not left yet. The guy opened the door and asked if the sister was alone at home and where the lone wolf was. Vedyan noticed his car at the entrance. The girl asked if he was thinking about the Ferrari that was parked on the street. She explained that he gave it to her. The brother was shocked and exclaimed that this car was worth more than 20 million. Did he really give it to her? The girl explained that not only that, but he also gave her money. She was still in complete prostration. The boy asked if this was a deposit to buy a house and how much money. When the girl handed him the phone, he was surprised. There was a huge amount of money, namely 100 million. The guy said that he hadn't even bought a house, but had already invested 120 million. He must have really liked his sister. The brother exclaimed that he wanted to become related as soon as possible and laughed. What's wrong with her brother? That's what the girl thought about him. When Chen Yuan was with Gao Xuanyin, he asked her to become his lover. The girl could not understand what was wrong with her. He proposed something like this to her and she should hate him, but he gave her money and without any demands in return. Chen Yuan asked to register the car in her name and use the money he would give her. And if it wasn't enough, he asked the girl to call him. He just doesn't like it when beautiful girls suffer, and after saying goodbye to her, he headed for the exit. Gao Xuanyin was surprised that he didn't even try to pester her. Was he really that decent? So this guy isn't so bad after all. The girl's affection for Chen Yuan began to grow more and more. Meanwhile, at the university, a girl approached Yuki and told her that Chen Yuan was a bad person and she should forget about him. After her release, she will no longer be able to protect her. The girl replied to Sister Qing Bing Shui that he was not what she seemed to be. Qing said that she also saw this. After the basketball game, a whole bunch of girls gathered and wanted to buy him water. He doesn't follow male ethics at all. Yuki replied that she understood everything, but he left and did not accept their help. He's great, and she doesn't think he did anything wrong. Qing Bing Shui said that then she should tell her after her birthday. He staged the whole thing and tried to present himself as a hero in her eyes with the goal of getting her into bed. Does she still think that he is good? Yuki replied to Sister Qing Bing Shui that she thought that it was simply not worth treating all men as if they were inherently bad. Perhaps she should see a psychologist. Chen Yuan is a good person and has a strong sense of justice. He demonstrated this more than once. He didn't even know that she would be at her birthday. How could he set this up? Qing Bing Shui looked at the photo on her phone and thought that maybe she was really mistaken. Does she really demonize all the men around her? She turned around and began to run away. Yuki asked her friend where she was going and what about taking a photo together. The girl was very upset and, swallowing tears, thought that it was all her fault. Qing Bing Shui thought it was just a shame. After all, she told Yuki that Chen Yuan was going to do this to her. So much time has passed since that conversation. But even at work, she can't get it out of her head and what to do now. In some inexplicable way, every time she is overcome by a feeling of shame, his face pops up in her memory. The girl put her head in her hands and thought that all this was very strange. Suddenly, the girl's thoughts were interrupted by her boss. He asked her to come to her. The girl went to the general director's office. She entered the room and inquired about the charity dinner. The director replied that she understood her correctly. Not long ago, a charity dinner was planned for the big fish in business. As her assistant, she can go there on her behalf and has a task for her. They say that the famous rich Mr. Lone Wolf will be there. She needs to make friends with him and thereby ensure a comfortable future for their company. Qingbing Shui thought that companies headed by women have long moved away from this. But still, this is the first order, and you just need to make acquaintances. The girl answered the director that she was the director who asked her not to try, but to take it and do it. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was sitting on a chair talking on the phone. He sat carefree, swaying from side to side. Mr. Lone Wolf was asked if he had read Weibo. Gao Lana's sister fell out with a big shot in the film industry. The boy was very surprised, and when he heard about Gao Xuanyin, he decided to take a look. He began to scroll through the news and was surprised at such a great stir. He saw a lot of correspondence in front of him. The girl wrote that she could not remain silent and would speak out for everyone who had been harmed by this scoundrel. This rich man was not satisfied with the situation of the Gao family, and he decided to add some provisions to the contract, which Gao Xuanyin, of course, was not happy about, after which she was banned. Gao Xuanyin has a strong character and is different from her surroundings. As for the surroundings, a charity auction will be held very soon. All the celebrities of Seoul will be there. He must come there too. The boy asked about the charity auction and thought that it sounded like a great place to spend money and you should definitely check it out. He thought that before this auction he had something else to do. The girl said that they had already started writing these stupid comments and asked to simply block his access. She exclaimed that she didn't believe it and why everyone accepted lies as truth. The man told Miss Gao that they were working harder than them and they couldn't handle it. They spent a lot of money on this. They hired professional trolls and a lot of them. Meanwhile, Gao Xuanyin's bank account was replenished with 100 million yuan. The girl was very surprised. She thought about how he saw the fight unfolding on Weibo and was worried that she didn't have enough money. Maybe he's just showing off. The girl blushed and decided that he really had money. It was already dark outside and many people were near the entrance to the huge building. One of the guys told Gao Lan that he was literally glowing all over today. Previously, he was always gloomy because of his sister, but now it's like he's a different person. The guy replied that his sister met Mr. Lone Wolf. We can assume that they are already related, and there is no reason to rejoice. Another was very surprised, because this is the guy who lost millions in a shark and bought shares of Xiao Corporation. The second one answered that it was so, and he heard that he was almost a wizard. Even Han Sanshui himself was shocked to meet him. The guy said that in this case it is not surprising because his sister is quarreling with such influential people. But with such and such support, it's not scary. He hopes only one day he will have the opportunity to introduce him to them. His old man had wanted to meet this guy for a long time. Gao Lang said that a couple of days ago they had a couple of drinks and had such a good conversation. When their friend Xu Yuan got up from the table, the guy asked where he had gone. The boy replied that he went to the restroom, and they were asked to continue talking. He thought about how proud he could be that his sister was sleeping with a rich man for money. If it weren't for Mr. Wolf, they wouldn't even be worth his little finger. Today's charity auction is just an arena for the rich. Everyone came here for the loot. The distribution of benefits will change over the next 10 years, and Mr. Lone Wolf will play a significant role. He has been accumulating information related to him for a long time. He even drew up a psychological portrait of him, and there can be no mistake. He is an elegant, wise, and visionary man. Although he is reserved by nature, he is still very charismatic. Should I wait until someone arranges a meeting with Mr. Lone Wolf? But no, he decided to be the first one to meet him today. Today, he is using all his strength to prove that he is the only worthy heir of the Tang family. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Chen Yuan. He appeared on the threshold and stood before everyone in what he thought was the most beautiful form. Why is he here and what is this strange suit he is wearing? The boy thought about it. This banquet where he spent a fortune just to get here. Chen Yuan spent 20,000 yuan on this suit, but he is filled with negative emotions. Spending money on yourself is just terrible. He couldn't understand why they had the same costumes. Do the security guards for such big shots really wear such expensive suits? Apparently the guards have their own quirks. Xu Yuan approached him and exclaimed that this was an incredible meeting. The king of basketball himself, Chen Yuan, just a couple of days have passed, and he has already repurposed himself as a bodyguard. Has money really been tight lately, and he decided to become a part-time security guard? Chen Yuan replied that he was not a security guard, and was simply invited to dinner. They are not on such a close relationship with him to discuss this, and stop humiliating themselves. The boy asked to stay away from him. Shu Yuan was surprised that he was invited to dinner, and said that it just so happened that he was invited too. This guy is still pretending to be tough. He thought that now the guards would pin him down. One of the guards asked the gentleman for his invitation. The people around were very surprised. He was invited, but was not issued an invitation. Shu Yuan told the boy that everything was fine, and there was no shame in working as a security guard. It's shameful to pretend to be something you're not. Having said this, the guy immediately laughed. Meanwhile, the black car was already approaching the huge tall building where the dinner was taking place. A beautiful girl began to get out of this car. She asked if a charity dinner was being held here. Everyone around was very surprised and asked who this girl was. They thought she was very beautiful and said that Xiao Ruoyu and Gao Xuanyin could not outshine her beauty. The girl thought that even if she didn't like such methods, but since she received this task, she must do everything to force Mr. Lone Wolf to invest in their company. Chen Yuan was told by the guard, clearing his way, that he had come to such an event without an invitation, and he also had no rights. The boy answered the impudent guard, looking into his face very sternly and seriously. He already said that he does not have this piece of paper in the form of an invitation, but he was indeed invited to this charity dinner. The guard said that as far as he knew, official invitations had been sent out to all welcome guests. Shu Yuan confirmed that without invitations, only special guests are here. For example, his older brother Tang Aoji, the CEO of Shark and the richest person on the internet. He asked Chen Yuan if he was also some kind of important director. Qingbing Shui appeared in front of them and said that he was with her. Each invitation is designed for 2 people, and this is her friend. The security guard immediately agreed and took the invitation. Chen Yuan thought that this woman hates him the most. So why is he helping then, and what is she up to? Qingbing Shui asked the boy to go with her. She explained that she was helping not because she had changed her mind about him, out of a sense of duty. The girl said, turning away from the boy, that she had understood everything wrong that night. Chen Yuan thought about the fact that he originally planned to lie to the right people and humiliate Tang Xiwen. But she decided to help him, and she is quite self-confident. Then he asked if she really said that she was helping him out of a sense of duty. He apologized and said that he was also invited, and not as her escort. The boy asked the girl not to interfere in other people's affairs, because this is not the student union, and called her the chairman. Qingbing Shu clenched her fist in anger and thought about how she kindly agreed to help him, and he was laughing at her. Men really don't deserve to be treated well. One of the guys called him a loser and asked why he wanted to get into high society. You could say they threw him a life preserver, but even that he refuses. There are so many people who want to eat at someone else's expense, and it's just disgusting. Shu Yuan told Chen Yuan that all professions are important and necessary, but you need to know your place. He is a security guard who insists that he was invited. He thinks it will be very difficult for him in the future. Chen Yuan decided that they would see which of them would have a hard time. Suddenly, the guys asked why there was such a crowd here and whether something important had happened. A gray-haired guy approached them and he looked towards the guys. This is Mr. Lone Wolf. The second son of the Tang family was completely stunned. He publicly humiliates Mr. Lone Wolf. The guy decided that something terrible would happen, and he urgently needed to call brother Huo Tian. At Tang Corporation, Tang Aoji said that he heard that Mr. Lone Wolf would also be there today. He has long wanted to make friends with him, but will Director Zhang be able to tell much about him? The guy replied that they get along well with him, but he couldn't tell anything more detailed. He was like a brother to him. Tang Aoji asked him not to be modest because everyone knows that he and Mr. Lone Wolf are friends. The guy asked for forgiveness and, taking the phone in his hands, said that they were calling him. Huo Tian asked Xiaobai what happened. After all, he asked him to meet that guy. Xiaobai replied that things were bad and Mr. Lone Wolf was stopped near the entrance and everyone was humiliating him. Huo Tian was very upset and asked who the immortal was. This is what he understands, dear guests. Who else could it be if not the son of the Tang family? The boy was very surprised by this. He exclaimed that this simply could not be. Huo Tian asked the director not to take rash actions. Shu Yuan told Chen Yuan that he was seriously overestimating himself if he thought he was worthy of being in their circle. And to be honest, the security guard's uniform suits him very well. The boy asked the scoundrel to immediately remove his hands from him. A crybaby like him won't teach him. He glanced at his brother and said that even his brother had no right to do this. The guy laughed and said that he was just a disgusting scoundrel. And does he even know who his brother is? This is Tang Aoji, the head of Tang Corporation. His capital is tens of billions of dollars and a lot of property. Seoul trembles every time he sneezes. As the second son of the Tang family and Tang Aoji's brother, he would teach him a lesson. And who will stop him now? Qingbing Shui thought about how this Tang Xiwen kept talking about his family and brother, and he is nothing of himself. But even so, he is much better than Chen Yuan. The girl decided that the boy deserved it. Suddenly, Director Tang appeared in the room with Zhang Huotian next to him. One of the guys said that he didn't look very happy. The girl wondered who made him so angry. Shu Yuan asked his brother why he was here. The guy exclaimed that he would figure everything out himself. But before he could finish speaking, his brother hit him in the face with his palm as hard as he could. Shu Yuan could not understand why he did this, and asked why. Then Director Tang asked if he dared to ask such questions anymore. Does he really have no brains? He pointed his finger at Chen Yuan and asked him to immediately apologize to Mr. Lone Wolf. The guy was very surprised when the director called him a lone wolf. Director Tang immediately approached the boy and apologized to him. He apologized for his brother's behavior on his behalf. All the guests were simply shocked and did not expect that this guy was a lone wolf. This man with billions of dollars is one of tonight's special guests. It really doesn't need an invitation and is so beautiful in its simplicity. One of the men exclaimed that he was a lone wolf fan and asked for his autograph. Shu Yuan was very surprised. He could not understand how this could happen. He can play the piano and basketball better than him, and he's also richer. The main protagonist, and he is his sworn enemy. How could this happen? Tang approached him and told his lone wolf brother that this was his oversight. You should have called him right away because they are not strangers. Chen Yuan replied that it was precisely because of this that he would not tell him anything. He's still too polite. Tang said to the ladies and gentlemen that dinner was about to begin. He asked not to crowd here. Everyone is respected people of Seoul. Qing Bingshui thought that he was one of those who boast of his achievements and pass off the achievements of others as his own. Who would have thought that he was actually so reserved? If he only wanted it with the glory of a lone wolf, any girl at the university would be his. He doesn't need her help. The girl thought that she was again meddling where she shouldn't. How ashamed she was. And how can she now carry out the assignment? Qing Bingshui lowered her head down and covered her face with her hands. She thought that it all depended on how to present it all, and apparently she had a new plan in mind. Tang told Brother Lone Wolf that the first part of their event was a charity auction. Today they will present not only jewelry, antiques, company shares, and even lands. He promised the boy that he would definitely like it. Chen Yuan became interested in the land. The guy said that the city administration had allocated a lot of land to support the auction. The boy became really interested. After all, there is no better place to spend money. The company's shares and land are worth incredible amounts of money. He was worried that he had nowhere to spend the money and laughed. The boy thought about who to give them to. Which of all these girls, Xiao Ruoyu or Zhao Yuki? Or he glanced at the girl who was sitting behind him looking at him. It is possible to give all this to Qing Bingshui. She in turn continued to be sad and think about what to do next. Chen Yuan finally decided to forget about her. This sick woman will never appreciate this. One of the guys got up from his seat and laughing asked what she forgot here. Gao Xuanyin entered the room. Everyone around was very surprised by her appearance. Gao Xuanyin thought that this would be even better. It would be fun if the paparazzi came here. She wondered who was actually responsible for the mailing. Probably Hagi-san Shui in the second row. Chu Tenggui, Seoul Market Chief Executive. Chen Yuan thought that as a lone wolf he was highly regarded. Suddenly, a girl in a cap sat down next to him. She said that this was her place. She insolently sat down in this place and began to look forward. One of the participants asked who this girl was and why she sat in Secretary Chu's place. The second asked if she knew that this was his only daughter, Chu Yumo. He must have some urgent business to attend to, and his daughter is here instead of him. Is this really Chu Yumo? She is quite temperamental, and it is difficult to keep up with such a girl. One of the guys was told that he would not be able to keep up with her. Chen Yuan thought while looking at the girl that she turned out to be his daughter and such a beauty. He turned away from her and decided that this was simply impossible. He doesn't need any provocation. Meanwhile, a guy approached the girl and greeted her. He explained that his name was Tang Aoji, and he was very happy to meet her. The guy thought that the daughter of an important person, and if he could establish a relationship with her, it would be extremely useful for the corporation. And in the future, the possibility of having a wedding can be considered. The girl extended her hand to Director Tang and greeted him. She exclaimed that she was very glad to meet. And I myself thought that the man had feigned politeness and flattery. If I had known, I would never have fallen for my father's requests to come here. Chu Yumo glanced at Chen Yuan and thought that this guy looked very young but was already sitting next to Tang Aoji. She wondered who he was. The girl turned to the boy and said hello and introduced herself to him. She asked what his name was. Chen Yuan forced himself to turn away and not listen to her. Chu Yumo tried to understand what was wrong with this guy. He seems to shy away from her, and is she really that scary? The boy thought that he should not talk to her. The system will automatically link it. But the girl asked if everything was okay with him. She said her name, and this is very indecent of him. Suddenly, a guy approached him and told the lone wolf that he shouldn't be so distant. This girl is Secretary Chu's daughter. Why doesn't he say hello to this one? Chen Yuan realized that he had no choice. The boy turned his head towards the girl and met her. The system has found a new object. It's not that he occupies some kind of high position that he wouldn't like to get acquainted with. This is what Chu Yumo thought about this boy. Chen Yuan blushed and called this system very wrong, getting angry at her. The girl glanced at the boy and thought that she would remember him. The 32nd charity auction of the city of Seoul has begun. Leading famous actress Oh Yanling reported this. She asked the ladies and gentlemen to please, and the first lot of their today's auction will be put up immediately. This necklace was inspired by the heart of the ocean from the famous movie Titanic, embellished with a unique style from the renowned jewelry company. A rare heart-shaped blue diamond set in white gold and set with white diamonds. The only thing in the world symbolizes eternal love. The original price of this auction is 120 million yuan. One of the girls said that these are the hearts of the ocean, and there is only one such thing in the world. She will marry anyone who gives it to her. The second girl said that it was a great pity. What father doesn't try hard enough to afford such beauty? If she does not receive this necklace, then her figure, appearance, manner, and even character will all be completely ruined. Meanwhile, the rates kept growing and growing. Chen Yuan raised his sign and offered 300 million yuan for this necklace. The auction participants were shocked by this statement. The girl thought that this guy was so rich. She originally thought that he was just the child of rich parents, but it seems that he is rich himself. One of the men was shocked that he doubled the price. How can I even respond to this? I would at least give him a little fight. The man holding a hammer said that Mr. Number 5 offered 300 million yuan and it was a lone wolf. He asked if anyone wanted to offer more. But the auction participants clenched their fists and with tears in their eyes could not say another word. One of the men cried and said that his wife wanted this necklace so badly. The second one told his darling that he was sure they would have another opportunity, and he asked the girl to take a photo of him later. The man with the hammer repeated this amount several times and exclaimed that the necklace was sold. Chen Yuan said that after proper packaging, he requests that it be sent to Miss Gao Xuanyin as his gift. They immediately obeyed the boy. Is this girl really the one who caused a scandal online? Gao Xuanyin's favor increased dramatically. Has he really fallen for her? The girl's brother exclaimed that it was like a fairy tale. Mr. Lone Wolf gives it to her and it's just wonderful. Gao Xuanyin thought that this was very strange because she already understood that he was just a scoundrel playing with the hearts of girls. But when she heard that this necklace was for her, it confused and pleased her. The girl's affection immediately increased. She thought that Gao Xuanyin would not be able to fall into such a stupid trap. It's not that easy to get. Was he really going to buy her? In which case she would take everything from him. She will show him how good she is, and then he will suffer. The presenter announced the next second lot, one of the most remarkable lots to date. This is a piano. And not just any piano, but the best model in the world. This unique piano consists of crystal clear crystal and white transparent design, making it the second most expensive in the world. This piano was played only once in front of an audience by the famous pianist Lang Lang at the Olympic Games in Beijing in 2008. The presenter announced the initial price of 30 million yuan. Immediately, prices began to rise higher and higher and had already reached 40 million. One of the men held up a sign and offered 45 million for this piano. Once again, Chen Yuan raised the sign and offered to pay 200 million for it. The rest of the participants had already begun to get more and more angry at this boy. Chen Yuan decided that Chairman Zhao Yuki would like this trinket. He wanted to give this girl a gift too. But suddenly someone offered 210 million for the piano. Chen Yuan immediately turned towards the one who raised the bet and cast a curious glance. It was the daughter of the head of the corporation Zhang Huo, who develops mobile games. Of course, these people have money. This girl's name was Shangguan Huo, and she was the heiress of the Zhang Huo Corporation. The boy was very surprised by this amount, which he raised to 310 million. The boy immediately frowned. His look was very surprised and stern. Chen Yuan, after listening to the price of his rivals, raised it to 500 million. Immediately, everyone in the crowd was simply shocked and opened their mouths in a wild scream. The man thought that something that costs 300 million is bought for 500. He just hates rich people. Mr. Number 5 Lone Wolf offered 500 million yuan. The man asked if anyone wanted to offer more. He began to repeat this amount several times. The last time he mentioned this amount, the same lot was sold. The man with the hammer closed his eyes and thanked Mr. Lone Wolf for such support. Shangguan Huo said that for Mr. Lone Wolf, money is not a problem, and she admits defeat. But why jump out of your pants so much for the sake of a piano that you don't even know how to play? Chen Yuan laughed and asked if this girl didn't know that he could play. To himself, he called her a little scoundrel and realized that she would not leave so easily. The boy stood up from his seat and said that since Miss Shangguan brought up this topic, he simply could not refuse. The boy thought that now he would show them what 60 years of gaming experience was like. Chen Yuan immediately sat down at the piano and very beautiful music flowed across the keys, tearing apart the audience. The girls thought that he played very well. One of them exclaimed that it was simply wonderful. The level of his playing is much higher than all living masters. The boy was simply drowning in this music. One of the guys said that he remembered his first love. He told his girlfriend that he had no choice but to leave her. Various emotions just flowed out of people. The old man told his grandmother that he missed her very much. She asked her grandfather not to leave her. People of art cannot be bad. Gao Xuanyin thought that she must have been mistaken about him. The girl's affection began to grow. Now she finally understood why Yuki fell in love with him. Family, wealth, talent, and good looks. He meets all the criteria of an ideal man. She was such a fool because a person who can play like that must have a special history. Qing Bingshui thought that who was she to judge such a person? And what's going on? Chen Yuan thought that this woman was bipolar. Did he really conquer her with his talent? Indeed, sometimes money is nothing compared to talent. Meanwhile, the girl who was watching exclaimed that he was simply a wonderful pianist. She asked to add her WeChat because she had a couple of questions regarding his skills in this matter. Chen Yuan glanced at the girl and thought that she was clearly eyeing him. What a pity, because he doesn't want to have anything to do with her. The boy bent down in front of the girl and, smiling, apologized to her. He explained that he did not have a phone with him. The girl decided that it was okay that he refused her because he was a man. He's not the least bit interested in her. Chen Yuan thought that even so, his affection was growing. And why has he been so lucky with some strange women lately? The girl answered the boy that it was okay, and he could just give her his phone number, or call her WeChat so she could add him. Chen Yuan said, with a sigh, that he doesn't have much memory for numbers, and doesn't remember his number. Then the girl replied that it was okay and he could give his ID. She will ask you to find out his mobile phone number. The boy spread his hands to the side and told the girl that he had lost and could not add her. The girl said that she knew he had his phone with him. She asked if he would like to fool her. The girl thought to herself that they were fighting for the best. The presenter, meanwhile, announced that the following lots were different from the previous ones. These are not exactly goods, but loans for shares auctions of a bankrupt company. The boy laughed to himself and thought that this auction was literally created for him. The presenter explained that the first company is Big Cativ. Once upon a time during the Golden Age, the development of this direction was one of the 5 largest live broadcast platforms. The market value once exceeded 1 billion, but for various reasons she was later declared bankrupt. Starting price, 50 million. The boy immediately raised the sign and raised the price, calling it 60 million. The people around immediately began to talk to each other, very surprised. Chen Yuan couldn't understand what it was. Was everyone really scared of this company? The guys around shouted that this scoundrel had already got everyone. What kind of stupid tactic is it to double the price, and what should they even offer in this case? The man said that Mr. Number 5 Lone Wolf plans to take the 3rd lot and it's just a great mood. Is no one going to offer more? The man with a hammer in his hands repeated the same amount several times, but no one offered more. And this lot was sold. The man said that he hoped that this company could regain its former greatness. Meanwhile, a private detective wrote to the man that he had found something about Mr. Lonely Wolf, and to be precise, it's about Chen Yuan. The man laughed and thought that he would see how long he would remain so arrogant. The lights were still burning in the building, and people, some inside and some outside, were all doing their business. The man answered the call and said that it was him. If there is information about Chen Yuan, then he asks to post everything. The man began to light the fire with his lighter, and thought very deeply about something. He was told information about Chen Yuan, 21 years old, born in Tianmen City, Maiyang County, Hubei Province. Father Chen Jianhong, mother Ma Kumei. Both are fruit farmers who maintain 2 fishing ponds and are an extremely ordinary family. This boy studied at Shuangfeng Primary School. Next is Maiyang County Secondary School number 3. And then Tianyi High School, university, and nothing else unusual, but he managed to find his bank account. This is the highest level VIP account in the whole world. There are no more than 50 people in the world who own such an account. This type of account has no restrictions on payments and transfers. Conventional such accounts are used exclusively for large-scale national-level appropriations. Where does a child of ordinary parents get that kind of money? A person from a simple family can spend tens of millions without blinking an eye. But all this information is fake. But the ability to falsify official information about his family has incredible influence. The man exclaimed that they had finished digging and asked if they could hear him. He wanted the guys to really stop digging at this guy and said that they almost did something wrong. The guy thought that Mr. Han asked for information about Mr. Lone Wolf, and he looked very shocked. Does he really come from an extremely influential family? Meanwhile, the guests were in the hall and communicating with each other. The guy said that they know that Mr. Lone Wolf, and that's exactly how he is at number 7. Another guy saw Brother Tan and told him that he had heard something about Mr. Lone Wolf. Then Brother Tan decided to listen to him. He began to say that he had heard that Mr. Lone Wolf came from one of the 4 most influential families in the state. This is an extremely mysterious family, information about which cannot be found anywhere. What is known is that she has a lot of weight in society. Always a cool guy, he said that Mr. Lone Wolf is the heir of this family. His appearance probably means that the Chen family will soon join the affairs of the elite. Tan exhaled and said that it is not surprising that Mr. Lone Wolf is so temperamental, because he is the heir of such a family. Everything in this world is measurable. He is the heir of the Zhang family, and chooses to live like this. Is this really a great family hiding from the world? His father just sells fruit and these guys know how to exaggerate. Chen Yuan heard many phrases about himself. The girls said that this was definitely a lone wolf. One of them asked Mr. Wolf if she could invite him to dance. The second one handed over her phone number and said that she would be waiting for him in a certain room. The third exclaimed that she forgot her phone and asked to borrow hers because she needed to call. Another girl said that she had a funny cat and asked to go see her. Meanwhile, the ball continued and many people danced around with their partners. The girls surrounded Chen Yuan. They pestered him and asked him to go dance with them. The girls simply tore the boy apart, and one after another wanted to dance with him. The boy saw Gao Xuanyin aside. He decided that she would definitely help him. The boy apologized and exclaimed that he already had a partner. He asked the girls to let him through. The boy approached Gao Xuanyin and asked if she would do him the honor of dancing with him. The girl did not expect this, and blushing a little, asked if he was talking about her. Gao Xuanyin thought about his asking her to dance and whether she should refuse him. What if he thinks it's cheap? But he just gave her such an expensive gift, and it would be rude to refuse him. The boy extended his hand towards the girl, and she put her hand on his. He grabbed her by the waist and instantly pulled her towards him, after which they began to dance. The girl asked the boy what he was doing. Chen Yuan replied that in order to dance with her, he had to refuse 18 girls, and he considered her silence as a sign of consent. Gao Xuanyin thought that she had mistaken him for a rich upstart. But he dances so well. As she approached him, she noticed that his hands were very hot and tender, at the same time courageous and strong. He always does things that take her by surprise. Is this really his bad addiction? However, she cannot say that she's disgusted by it. It would be even more accurate to say that she likes it, and the girl's affection has grown many times stronger. One of the men said that this is just a wonderful couple, and such a courageous young man with a beautiful lady. They've seen this in movies. One of the girls said that if she were much younger, she would never have missed such a game. Is this really the girl to whom he gave the necklace? The girl in the cap thought that he was an incredibly loyal guy. It seems like he doesn't care at all about all the gossip that goes around her. She thought that he would get caught in the web of these spiders. But he turned out to be a very responsible young man, and you don't see that often. And how could he refuse her? The girl couldn't understand, being very angry, whether she was worse than Gao Xuanyin. Suddenly, a guy came up to her and asked Miss Chu if she wanted to dance with him. The girl replied that she did not dance. In addition, she is not interested in adult men, and therefore she asks not to approach her. The guy was a little shocked because this girl called him an adult. His affection for the boy increased by as much as 5 points. This dance was very useful. Gao Xuanyin was in prostration. At this time, someone called out to Chen Yuan. This was a girl who had just been asked to dance, and she refused the guy. She also invited Chen Yuan to dance with her. The guy covered his ears and said that she said she didn't dance. Another guy with tears in his eyes asked if he now understood his feelings. Chen Yuan apologized and explained to the girl that he was a little tired. He apologized to Miss Su again. But the girl did not let up and approached the boy and asked him to answer her one question. Chen Yuan noticed that she was too persistent. It would be better to direct her energy in another direction. If Miss Su is so interested in him, then maybe they can talk somewhere else. Miss Su asked the boy if he had a girlfriend. She wondered if Gao Xuanyin was his other half. Chen Yuan replied that not at the moment and asked why she was asking. The girl smiled and was happy because they were not in a relationship yet, and this meant that she had a chance. She asked if he knew what they were saying about Gao Xuanyin, or he doesn't care. She again asked if he would forget this and asked him to say what he thought about it. Chen Yuan replied that he would not forget and very soon everyone would forget about it, and if not, then he would help with money. Miss Su was very surprised and asked if he really spent so much on her. The boy replied that it wasn't much, and she said that she wanted a car for several tens of millions, then another apartment. He also had to invest 500 million in 2 films starring her and thought that was somehow too little, so he doubled the amount. Su decided that he did not understand that he was openly being used and that indeed a person from such a family had learned everything possible since childhood. She thinks he just has no idea that there are evil people. Gao Xuanyin used it to pay the accrued damage and, in addition, put forward a whole list of conditions. The girl thought she was just a terrible woman. She asked the boy if he thought that the conditions put forward by this girl were too much. The boy replied that he didn't think so. Spending money on women is a normal practice, and he just sent her 200 million. Sue was furious and asked if this was not enough. She had already spent a lot of money and they were not even in a relationship. Doesn't he understand that she's using him? She's just pretending to be nice, but hiding her true nature. Miss Sue approached the boy and exhaled that he was free to decide on whom and how much to spend, but she just wanted to warn him. She asked not to be so gullible. Chen Yuan replied to the girl that she was mistaken, and he was not that stupid. Sue decided that anyone who is bewitched by a feeling called love would say so. Who would have thought that such an excellent man was so simple-minded? The girl called him worse than a first grader. Her affection began to grow more and more. Chen Yuan was very surprised that the girl's favor had increased. Did she really feel sorry for him? This girl thinks that he is simply being used by everyone around him, especially Gao Xuanyin. The poor thing doesn't know who's in charge here. He imagined his entire harem in front of him and smiled sweetly. The boy was even more surprised by the naivety of this girl, who thought that he was actually naive. He grinned and said that she didn't even know what he was really capable of. Chen Yuan remembered the girl and wondered where Gao Xuanyin was now. Sue replied that she seemed to have left with host Wu Yanling. She asked if he really didn't listen to her at all. Chen Yuan, in turn, looked around in search of the girl. He replied that he had heard her, but hoped that in the future she would not speak ill of her. He thought that she was the one who behaved exactly like a girl pretending to be nice, but hiding her true nature. Miss Sue was very surprised and shocked by the boy's expression, because she treated him with all her heart. The girl thought that in their world, kindness is really mistaken for evil intent. As for her pretty face and origin, she's no worse than this sub-actress. Since childhood, she gets everything she wants. Sooner or later, he will definitely become hers. Chen Yuan grimaced and decided that she was very hot-tempered and not easy to deal with, so it was better to stay away from this girl as much as possible. Mr. Lone Wolf was told that they would be in touch with him. Men and women said goodbye to the boy. One of the girls said to be sure to write to her because he has her WeChat. The man asked to come visit and they would always be glad to see him. The boy shook hands with those around him and wished everyone good luck. He completely forgot that the car now belongs to Gao Xuanyin, and therefore he needs to call a taxi. One of the men told Mr. Lone Wolf that today he demonstrated his power. He just made them all open their eyes. They asked to introduce Zhu Xiaowei to his good friend. The boy asked to raise his head because he wants to introduce him, and this is in his own interests. The boy could not understand why there was such mystery at all and raised his head at the men. The guy asked if he might be interested in buying an office building. Chen Yuan immediately raised his head and asked about it. The man began to explain that there were more than 40 floors, and each one was 1,000 square meters. His parents are going to Shanghai to develop their business, so they need to complete the deal quickly. It will cost about 2 billion. The man didn't think this guy was so rich. Chen Yuan agreed, and said that he would add him as a friend, and they would make an appointment. He asked if he was still selling the same building. He'd like to consider a couple more. The man replied that there was only one thing. He thought this guy would consider buying several floors, but he decided to buy the entire building. The man decided that Mr. Lone Wolf was just awesome. Chen Yuan turned to him and asked him not to look for other buyers anymore. He explained that he doesn't like to share. The man replied that he understood everything and would call his father right away. The guy thought that with his money, his stuttering was just a trick. Meanwhile, the boy was already getting into the car and thinking about something. He thought about who to give this building to. A simple girl will definitely be scared, and you need to find someone who will accept such a gift. The driver began to press on the gas, and the car moved sharply so that the tires began to smoke. The boy hit his head directly on the seat. Meanwhile, the driver walked out the window and asked if she was sick or if she really wanted to die and called the woman sick. Chen Yuan saw Qingbing Shui in front of him. He didn't expect this and decided that she had really gone crazy. The woman blocked the taxi's path and began to move faster and faster, approaching the car. She opened the car herself and began to sit down in the seat. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. Both the car driver and the boy were very surprised by this. The girl sat down next to Chen Yuan. Qingbing Shui asked the driver what he was looking at so intently. The driver decided that she was very angry. Qingbing Shui thought about what the boy offered her. She decided that this was her last chance. First job after university. She cannot fail the mission given to her by her boss. Chen Yuan thought that as soon as they sent Chu Yumo, Qingbing Shui showed up. He's just lucky today with crazy women. The boy put his hands on his head. The girl told him that today she's here as a representative of the company and they need his investment. They have a very promising company and are focused on the interests of young people. Currently, the number of downloads has exceeded 1 million, more than 500,000 active users per day. The boy apologized for interrupting her, but he wanted to know if he understood her correctly and if she needed his help. Qingbing Shui replied that you can say so, but she thinks that in the future it will be beneficial for him as well. Their company really has great potential. He looked at her and again asked if she was saying that she needed help. The girl exclaimed that she was really asking him for help and asked if he was happy. Does he really think that if he has money he can humiliate her like this? The boy was proud and raised his head up and thought that this is just beautiful, even if she begs him. He decided to make fun of her a little and said that from now on you need to be able to ask, if you want to receive something you need to be able to give. Chen Yuan asked, looking into her eyes whether she understood what he meant. At this time, the driver decided that this guy was a complete scoundrel. Qingbing Shui was very angry with him. She asked if he wanted her to sleep with him. She called him a complete scumbag and asked if he thought he was worthy of Zhao Yuki after this. The girl's disposition dropped sharply by many points. Chen Yuan replied that she thought too highly of herself. He explained that he was not interested in cold women like her. Qingbing Shui became even more angry. She blushed with excitement and with a cry asked what he meant. Then the boy asked if she thought that the whole world revolved around her. Does she think he will become an investor in her company? After all, they have met twice in their lives, and does she think that such a request is appropriate? She didn't even apologize for last time. Apparently she doesn't respect him at all. Qingbing Shui wanted to argue, but she had no choice since the boss gave her a task. She replied that she understood him. The girl exclaimed, looking into his eyes, that it was all her fault and was leaving. Qingbing Shui asked the driver to stop immediately and asked where they were now. But something was wrong and this was some other road. Chen Yuan also became wary. The car was racing along the highway, preparing to park somewhere on the side of the road. The boy thought that he knew that nothing good should be expected from her appearance. He realized that now all he could do was wait for trouble. 3 more cars arrived around this car. When they were surrounded by cars, some guys started getting out of them. They clenched their fists and came closer and closer. Chen Yuan decided that there was a whole gang of bandits in front of him. The men surrounded them, not allowing them to pass. Looks like I won't be able to be a gentleman today. Qingbing Shui asked what they should do now. The boy spread his arms to the sides and answered the girl that they could only give up. She asked if he was serious now. Then one of the men in the gang said that they didn't even think that everything would be so simple. Their bro's plan really worked, and kidnapping a rich man from a charity dinner is a very good thing. Chen Yuan told the guys that there was no need to take rash actions and he would give them as much money as they needed. He suggested that we first discuss everything and not take hasty actions. The man replied that it was very cool that he was so understanding. Now they will only immobilize him. Then they will talk about everything else. But the boy didn't listen to him and immediately kicked him in the head as hard as he could. The boys immediately began to worry about their brother and scream in anger and horror. Chen Yuan thought that obviously these people were well trained and they were not just street bandits. The guys immediately gathered around the boy and, calling him a dog, wanted to beat him up. But Chen Yuan began to wave his fists and legs in order to quickly neutralize his opponents. One of the guys told his brother that he had an idea. It is necessary to immobilize him and grab this woman. If she falls into their hands, he will have no chance. Qingbing Shui was very angry when she heard this. But the girl was not simple and she began to attack her opponents. One of the guys, who was left without a tooth and streams of blood flowing from his nose, exclaimed that she fought very well. Chen Yuan was sure that they were not his opponents, but he did not expect that Qingbing Shui also knew how to fight. He decided that it was necessary to finish everything here quickly. He asked the system to allocate 10 points to strength, 10 to physical characteristics, and 20 to dexterity. The system immediately obeyed its master and distributed strength, physical characteristics, and dexterity. The boy became much stronger and many fists flew towards the opponents. He managed to throw his enemies from side to side and they fell to the ground face down. The next blow landed right on the face of a huge, healthy guy and he fell next to the others. And then another guy started calling his brothers and looked in their direction with horror. The man asked the girl to watch out for her opponents, not for her brothers. When he reached out to the girl, sticking out his tongue, she hit him between the legs and called him a stupid man. Then one of the guys took out a knife and thought about what he was going to show to the scoundrel. He grabbed the edged weapon as tightly as possible and began to approach the girl. Qingbing Shui was scared and realized that now she would not be able to cope, because it would be difficult for her to fight against the knife. Suddenly, Chen Yuan grabbed the cold metal with his hand. He managed to come to the girl's aid. The boy said, looking into his eyes, that it was not good to attack from the back, and even with a knife. Looks like we should teach him some manners. Chen Yuan did not let go of the bladed weapon, and blood was already flowing down it straight to the ground. Qingbing Shui, looking at this, thought that she would have been killed a little longer. The boy just saved her. Chen Yuan exclaimed that whoever commits an atrocity dooms himself to death and approached his opponents with another blow. He scattered all the guys on the ground, and they lay in puddles of their own scarlet bright blood. Qingbing Shui walked up to the boy and called him by name and smiled a little, closing her eyes. She began to cry and threw herself on Chen Yuan's neck. The girl said that just a little more and he would have killed her. She continued to hug the boy and thanked him incessantly with tears in her eyes. Chen Yuan thought that no one would have ever thought that such an icy beauty could have such a side. How fragile and sweet she is. The boy hugged the girl and said that everything was fine and he was with her. What he told her then in the car is asked not to be taken seriously. He called her a good girl. Then she looked up at him and asked if he really thought so. Chen Yuan answered with a cough that yes. As for investments in their project, he will think about this issue. He'll pay them a visit in a couple of days. Jingbing Shui thought that Chen Yuan had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. He is different from other men. He wants to seem cold and unscrupulous, but in reality everything is not like that at all. She decided that he was the only one who saves her every time she needs it. When the girl held his bloody hand in hers, the boy said that everything was fine, and it was just a scratch. The girl called him her hero, and she put his bloody palm to her cheek. Meanwhile, police cars had already arrived at the crime scene. They dealt with criminals. A policewoman approached the boy and said that they had not seen each other for only a couple of hours, and he had already managed to get into something. Chen Yuan turned towards the voice when the girl called him and immediately recognized her. The policewoman crossed her arms over her chest and looked at him and asked what was wrong. While the police dealt with the remaining criminals, it took a very long time. Many of the guys were covered with white sheets, as they were not just wounded, but killed. The policeman told Captain Chu that one was dead and 7 were seriously injured. A fierce battle took place here. All of them had already been wanted, and one was an international criminal. Chen Yuan thought that 8 criminals planned and organized the kidnapping and 1 died and 7 were injured. The policewoman thought that it was precisely such a man that she fell in love with. His wrestling skills are as good as a professional's. No wonder he attracts so many women. This is what Qingbing Shui thought of him. The policewoman noticed that as soon as Gao Xuanyin left, a new one appeared, and this was very annoying. She approached the boy and asked him to go with her to the police station, as his testimony was needed. And here in front of us lay a police station with lights on. The policeman told Miss Qingbing Shui that since they had collected all the information they needed, she should be free. However, she must be ready to assist the investigation if the need arises. The girl replied that she understood them. Can she ask what's wrong with Chen Yuan? Will they release him too? The policeman closed his eyes and explained that he had not yet been released. The captain was talking to him. Qingbing Shu replied to the policeman that if he was not released, then she would not go anywhere. She promised to wait for him here. The man replied that let it be as she wished and considered it strange. The captain not only insisted on talking to him personally, but also ordered him to turn off the observation devices. The policeman was very surprised and thought that this was probably a personal matter. Chen Yuan could not understand what she was doing and why she had to handcuff him. Is this really her revenge for what he said at the charity dinner? Meanwhile, a girl had already entered the interrogation room and brought him a bag of food. Chen Yuan said that who would have thought that she works in the police, and even with the rank of captain. The girl folded her arms over her chest and replied that indeed. How could he not think such a thing? The boy noticed that this also increased her disposition. What kind of strange woman is this, and we need to quickly finish our food and get out of here. Chen Yuan told Captain Chu that he was a victim and why these shackles. He asked when he would be released. Captain Chu asked why he was so reluctant to be alone with her. He's a victim, and that's the truth. But he still killed a man. The girl approached him and asked what his relationship was with this Miss Qingbing Shui. Chen Yuan explained that they studied at the same university and she needed his investment. But who could have known that everything would turn out exactly like this? Suddenly, Captain Chu grabbed the boy's hand and grabbed his t-shirt with her other hand. Chen Yuan asked, looking at her, what all this meant. He was very serious and tried to understand what she wanted from him. Captain Chu brought a first aid kit for Chen Yuan and suddenly placed it on the table. She asked if he didn't understand and asked him to let her treat his wounds. How could he act alone against 8? She asked to look at herself. When she approached the boy, she asked what was wrong with his face. After all, he is an adult. Does he seriously think that she will eat him now? Chen Yuan told Captain Chu that he could do it himself. He bets that she has a lot of work to do and is not worth wasting her precious time on him. The girl thought that a man should be able to stand up for himself, but this was too much. She approached him and asked him not to move. What will he do if the inflammatory process begins? But the boy rebuffed her and thought that he knew how it would all end now. The most common trick for women is to surround them with care and distract them so much that they lose control of themselves. Why do this? Because when you take this bait, the emotional swing will begin. The loss of initiative is followed by transformation into a henpecked person. He knows this technique very well. The boy decided that he would not fall for her bait and this crazy trap. He clenched his fists and decided to control himself. The boy began to get dressed and closed his eyes. He told Captain Chu that he thought they should keep their distance. They know each other well, and she should control herself. The girl asked what was wrong with him. He's hurt, and she just wants to help him, and why is he still angry about that? Chen Yuan replied to Captain Chu that he was not angry. He just didn't want her to misunderstand him. He has feelings for another person. He explained to her that she was a good girl. If they had met earlier, he would undoubtedly have paid attention to her. But in their world, everything always works out perfectly for me. If he didn't have 7 Fridays a week, she would be disappointed in him. Captain Chu thought that behind his Playboy image there was actually such a sensitive image for true love. The girl thought that this was exactly her type and her eyes lit up with a bright light. Chen Yuan finally began to walk out of the police station and approached the taxi. Captain Chu looked at him through the window from the 2nd floor. She decided that they still had an eternity ahead of them and laughed. No matter how much he wants to get rid of her, he won't succeed. How can she give such a man to these rotten women? Meanwhile, Qingbing Cui was still sitting in the police station, lying on the seat and crying loudly. Chen Yuan said that he had not slept for a whole day and was tired as a dog. He thinks that Chairman Zhao will let him take a shower and get some sleep. The boy went home and did not go to the door. He asked if she was at home. He thought about Chairman Zhao. Is this some kind of test and she believes in it too much? The boy wondered whether he should enter. Perhaps Chairman Zhao won't mind. The angel whispered in his ear that it was not worth it and he might upset the chairman. But on the other hand, he was asked not to even think about it. The girl said that Yuki has a very large bathroom, almost like her own at home. And it really is very comfortable here. Zhao was just drying herself with a towel when Chen Yuan approached her. The girl did not expect to see him here and began screaming for help throughout the house. She called him a pervert and a thief. Chen Yuan asked who she was and what she was doing in Chairman Zhao's house. The girl cried and said that now she would not marry and he saw everything. She asked her friend what she should do now. Yuki explained to the girl that she had misunderstood everything and asked her not to cry. Chen Yuan turned to Yuki and asked her to explain everything to the girl while he took a shower. Meng Meng asked what she misunderstood. This man is a bandit and he saw her naked and didn't even apologize for it. She asked Yuki what their relationship was. This girl's name was Meng Meng and she was Yuki's best friend. The girl replied that he was her friend. Meng Meng couldn't understand what kind of expression this was, friend, and apparently something was wrong here. Yuki had never acted like this because of a man. Are they really together? There is probably something between them. Meng Meng ran up to her friend and asked permission to give her some advice. Now she is a fairly wealthy girl, and she does not need to waste time on such losers. When Yuki asked what he was talking about, the girl explained that she was talking about this guy. She lives in such a magnificent house and gets good money, and such a simple guy is not for her. Yuki replied to Meng Meng that Chen Yuan is a good man, and he is truly wonderful. When she invited Meng Meng to stay, her behavior probably made her think that she bought this villa herself. Meng Meng said that in their world, only resources and influence determine how wonderful it is. She's still so young and the girl advises to take advantage of the opportunity and choose someone who will be worthy of her. At a charity auction yesterday, a man spent millions to buy a piano. He must be giving it to his beloved, and it is very romantic. The friend explained that this is exactly the kind of man she needs. They choose only such men. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and greeted Zhao Yuki and said that her delivery had arrived. Meng Meng asked if she ordered anything. The girl replied that Chen Yuan said yesterday that he had prepared something for her, and it was probably a piano. The friend was very surprised and asked what kind of piano it was. She needs to know the model. Yuki replied that one more word and she would be angry. Meanwhile, the helicopter was circling in the sky and the first one spoke to the second one. The first one reported that they were in place and nothing was preventing them from landing. Meanwhile, huge trucks stood on the ground, and next to them were men with weapons. The girls were very surprised that the piano was delivered with such pomp. The first emperor probably played it, and now the piano has already been brought into Zhao Yuki's house. It was covered with a red veil. She could not understand what kind of piano it was that was being accompanied in this way. It's as if they're carrying a national treasure. Meng Meng sighed and said that it was just a distraction. The less confident a man is in a gift, the more effort he will put into packaging, and these are just actors. Meng Meng could no longer bear it and tore off the veil from the piano. She asked to finally see what it was. When the girl took off her veil, there was immediately a huge bright light flash throughout the whole house. Meng Meng immediately covered herself with her hands. I don't understand where such bright lightning came from. Under the veil, there was a simply amazing piano. It glowed with bright sunlight throughout the entire house. Yuki blushed slightly and said that this was probably the most crystal piano. The girl exclaimed that it was simply beautiful. When Meng Meng saw this piano, she thought how much something like this could cost. Is this guy really that rich, or is she still mistaken? Chen Yuan asked Yuki to explain to her while he went to the shower. Meng Meng couldn't understand how such a slob could have money. He looks like the guards who patrol outside her house. Meanwhile, it was broadcast on TV that the charity dinner was a great success. All the stars of Seoul gathered there and had the opportunity to witness the stunning scene. A wealthy man named Lone Wolf attended the auction and spent 500 million to buy a crystal piano. Thus, he broke the auction record. Meng Meng was very surprised and shocked. She couldn't believe that the piano was worth 500 million. Yuki explained to her friend that she told her he was adorable, and this applies not only to his wealth but also to his moral qualities. Meng turned towards the boy. Chen Yuan said that he thought they would only bring it tomorrow. They worked very quickly. Yuki thanked the boy and said that she really liked his gift, but it was so expensive. Chen Yuan replied to the girl that giving her something cheap was an insult, but in his eyes she was priceless. He will need to go away on business and wants to ask if she will join him. He wants to meet that chubby guy. Yuki decided that Meng was her best friend, and it wouldn't be right to leave her here alone. She apologized to the boy and said that she could not keep him company. Here, after all, is her friend, and she cannot exchange friendship for a lover. When the boy walked out the door, he thought about what Yuki said. Exchange friendship for lover. Chen Yuan decided that Chairman Zhao is so naive, and she considers this two-faced girl a friend. The boy realized that her friend was thinking about her friend's man, and this was very bad. Yuki asked her grandfather to listen to her. This piano produces simply wonderful sound. Meng thought that it would be nice if such a wealthy man were her boyfriend. Meanwhile, the girl called Chen Yuan a damn guy. They haven't seen each other for so long, and he makes an appointment for her on business. Who would have thought that because of a man she would miss classes? Business is business, and she also has to get there on her own. It seems to her that he has lost interest in her. Was this all because of what happened that evening? And he is also called a man. The girl was very angry with him and could not find a place for herself. Chen Yuan noticed that Royu's favorability had decreased by 1 point. He was very surprised and thought that he had just made an appointment. She wanted him to talk the point or get lost. Is it really because they haven't communicated for a long time? The boy unexpectedly took the girl by the hand and answered the call at the same time. He told Xiaofei that he was already near the building and asked him to assign someone to meet them. Xiaofei agreed and said that he would definitely do it now. Royu told Chen Yuan that he apologized, but who knows what is going on in his head. She is sure that he did not realize his mistake. The boy asked the girl to beat him, but he didn't get angry. Attempts to apologize or calm down will be useless, and any attempts towards her will be perceived with hostility. Chen Yuan decided that in this case, only money is effective. In this case, she will simply have nothing to say. Meanwhile, the man asked his son if this lone wolf was really such a serious person. Was it worth having such a reception? Then the son asked his father if he didn't believe him. He looked into his eyes and he has a lot of money. If he wants, he will buy the entire building. My father was smoking a cigarette and looking up at the ceiling. He replied that such a person in Seoul is interesting, and we need to see what kind of fruit he is. One man looked around and noticed that today was some kind of holiday. Even Director Ju personally came out to greet the guests. The girl asked about Director Ju, whether he was really a serious person. The man told Xiaolin that she had just come to practice, so she might not know. The building in which their company is located belongs to Director Ju. He opened his own company and can call himself a wealthy man. But compared to Director Ju, he is just a non-entity. Xiaolin's face immediately changed. Is anyone really that rich? Her gaze immediately changed and she thought about it, glancing at the people who appeared in the building. The girl looked at the man right in front of her and decided that this man looked familiar. She wondered if it was him. The boy also thought about something and said hello to the director. The director shook his hand and said that he was Zhu Hui, the director of this Jinmao Center. His son has already introduced him to him and he is very happy to meet him. Chen Yuan thanked the director for such a welcome and said that he was very kind. The director's son asked the gentleman to come here so that he could tell him everything. Zhu Hui asked Xiao Wei to call the elevator. If he talks, it will drag on for a long time. Therefore he explained that he would be the one to do this. Chen Yuan laughed in response and found them very funny. Meanwhile, the girl saw the boy and was very surprised looking at him. She couldn't understand why the director personally met this boy. The man explained to Mr. Lone Wolf that the construction of the building took about 6 months. At the moment, it is 9 years old. The man continued to point and talk about how there were only about 300 companies located here. From the 1st to the 10th floor, there are shopping centers, cinemas, and the like. They may not boast grandiose numbers, but the location is excellent, and the center brings good money. Office premises begin on the 10th floor. There are financial institutions of IT companies. Every year it comes out to a round sum. Ruoshu thought that he might not have even called her here and threw a frustrated, angry look at him. She thought that he had invited her to a meeting and was simply ignoring her. Yes, he missed class because of her. That's how he treats her. Xiao Wei asked the lone wolf if he wanted to run through the floors. The boy, of course, agreed with him. It would be easy to show him the room. Chen Yuan glanced at Ruoyu and asked the girl what she thought about this. The girl replied that it was good. Then the boy said that if so, he was buying it. He asked Director Ju to name the price. Ownership directly transferred to this miss. Miss Ruoyu was simply shocked by this announcement and covered her mouth with her hand. Zhu Hui was simply shocked and asked if he was serious. Does he really want to buy a building and give it to a woman? Then the boy looked at the girl and replied that yes, if of course she likes it. The director thought that the purchase of the building was quite reasonable, and after all, he had the money. But giving up a lot of money so easily is of course something to do with something. Ryu asked the boy if this was a joke. This is a whole shopping center. Chen Yuan approached the girl and looking into her eyes replied that this was not a joke. She will own this building and receive passive income. Now she is the owner of shares in Xiao Corporation, but the pressure on her is enormous. He just doesn't want her to be that tired. And with this building, no matter what happens to Xiao Corporation, it will be protected. The girl thought that she could not doubt such an understanding man. She thinks she should reconsider her attitude. Meanwhile, the director crossed his arms and told the boy and girl that they seemed to have reached an agreement. The man announced the price for this building, namely almost 3 billion. Chen Yuan replied to the director that this is very good, and they can begin the registration procedure. As soon as everything is completed, the money will be transferred to his account. The director shook Mr. Lone Wolf's hand and said that the contract was finalized. Property rights have been transferred and money has been transferred to the account. Now he is the owner of this building. But the boy answered the director that he understood everything wrong. He pays, but the owner will be Miss Joyu. The girl didn't have time to answer anything when some guys approached them and greeted Director Xiao Ruoyu. She was very surprised, even more than before. Is this really how they treat her boss? It is not surprising that the father often stays late at work and does not want to go home. She put her hand under her chin and thought that this feeling of power was truly intoxicating to her. Another girl stood to the side and, glancing in front of her, asked why there were so many people there. The second one asked if she knew. Now the shopping center has a new owner, and this girl is in her early 20s. She heard that someone bought it for fabulous money and gave it to her. This is a very original approach. The girl was shocked and replied that if she had such a guy. Then hearing this, the girl clenched her fists and exclaimed to herself that this should all be hers. She began to simply hate this guy. The girl thought that Chen Yuan would certainly be hers no matter what the cost. At this time, Ruoyu was next to the boy and asked if he would go with her on the subway. She was wondering where his luxury Ferrari car had gone, and she asked about it. Chen Yuan explained to the girl that it was boring to constantly ride in a car and wanted to spend more time with her. The metro and bus are also good options, but I want to be closer to the people. Joyu exhaled and agreed with the boy because today is such a wonderful day. She asked if he knew Gao Xuanyin. Chen Yuan replied with a slight blush and a bead of sweat that she seemed like an actress or something. I myself thought that she had really found out about something and decided not to panic because everything was fine. Ruoyu said that it's okay. It's just that now everyone is so actively discussing her conflict with director Yehu. Weibo is simply torn. The boy asked if she was serious about this, and laughed and replied that he wasn't following it. He thought to himself that she just wanted to discuss a hot topic and he was scared to death. Ruoyu said that the topics now are not very diverse. A couple of days ago, she saw a topic about how some rich man gave a girl a crystal piano worth 500 million. The boy asked if she had read about it in detail. Ruoyu replied that of course not, and what nonsense that was. Only a real fool would buy a piano for such exorbitant money. The girl asked why he was sweating so much. Chen Yuan explained that it was very hot here. When they reached the next metro stop, the boy said goodbye to the girl. When he went outside, he thought that this was not a trip on the subway, but a fucking interrogation. Does Xiao Ruoyu really know something about this? Or maybe she's just trying to test him. Meanwhile, his friend asked his brother to return to the hostel immediately on the phone. Miss Qing Bingshui has been standing under the men's dormitory for 6 hours, waiting for someone. Chen Yuan couldn't understand what she wanted. Meanwhile, people looked at her from the outside and thought that she was the most legendary beauty of Huang University. The guys asked if she had graduated yet and why she was here, what she forgot here. She has already been standing here for half a day waiting for someone. And what an amazing person this is who made her wait. And others said that she was for girls. The girl thought that it had been so long and Chen Yuan was still not there. She didn't know what to do because when she woke up, it turned out that he was no longer at the police station. She came here for no reason. In general, she could not see him, and her soul became so heavy. She wondered why. Qing Bingshui was seriously sad, and thought that it was probably because she liked him. She began to struggle with her thoughts and feelings, and think that this was impossible. After all, he is the boyfriend of her friend Yuki. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan came closer and noticed that she was indeed there. Is she here because of him? The girl got very angry and thought that she couldn't just let such an investor go to her company. She continued to wait for the boy and, blushing, heard that he was somewhere nearby. The girl glanced at him and recognized the boy and quickly ran to him, throwing herself into his arms. Chen Yuan realized that she was too aggressive. He couldn't understand what she was going to do. She just threw herself into his arms, and who is he? The girl had a feeling of stability and security. Chen Yuan also blushed a little while the girl hugged him. She asked not to push her away, but to stay with her a little longer. Meanwhile, the guys were watching from the side and talking about her hugging brother Yuan. The second guy said that it was really him and he would definitely kill him. There was very strong, bright lightning outside. The rain was pouring from the sky and the guys were running away in every direction so as not to get wet. Chen Yuan told Miss Qingbing Shui that it was raining outside and asked her to find a more secluded place for the two of them. He asked the girl to sit down and promised to bring her some water. She was very happy from such male attention. The girl realized that she was in a men's dormitory. But here, in general, everything is not as bad as they say. Chen Yuan's friend hugged him and asked if he brought her to the men's dormitory and why he did it. Then the boy replied that he did not want this. The second guy asked what was wrong with him. Couldn't he have come up with anything better? Meanwhile, the girl called the boy and told him that he had a lot of dirty clothes. It was already getting dark outside. The stars illuminated the sky, and the full moon also illuminated everything around. Qingbing Shui thought that this was a great humiliation. You could die of shame with what she held in her hands. Chen Yuan said that the rain had stopped. He told the girl that he would take her home. She of course agreed. Then the boy asked why she came today. Is it really because of funding that she could just write in the chat? Qingbing Shui immediately thought of the investment. Of course, this is all just an investment, but why else? The girl looked into the boy's eyes and explained that she did not have his WeChat. She asked if he would add it. Will she finally have his contact? Chen Yuan thought that she had been waiting for him under the dormitory for 6 whole hours. There are still such people in the 21st century. Meanwhile, the moon continued to illuminate the city, and many lights too. The boy took out his phone and added the girl to WeChat. She asked if she could really write or call him at any time. Chen Yuan replied to the girl that of course she could contact him at any time. Qingbing Shui asked about investments if she could write to him at any time. The boy replied that she didn't have to worry about investments and that she would visit them tomorrow morning. The girl thought that no matter what, let them call her a bad woman. But while he is next to her, her heart is so warm. She was very sad because this guy is busy. And what will Yuki think about her? Meanwhile, it was already a bright and colorful morning outside. The sky was light and blue. The boy was texting on his phone. Qingbing Shui asked him who he was corresponding with. Is it really Yuki? Chen Yuan couldn't understand what he had done wrong again. Just a night passed and that gloomy face returned. Does she really have a split personality? Qingbing Shui thought that no matter what, he has a girlfriend. She cannot be the third in a relationship between two people and does not want to ruin the relationship. Moreover, there are a lot of women around him. The girl answered the call to her boss and said that they would be there in 10 minutes. She promised her boss that she would be very attentive. Meanwhile, the car was already approaching the appointed place. And now they have already arrived. A tall, high-rise building rose to the sky and the boy looked up at it. Chen Yuan asked the girl if her company was located in this building. She replied that this was the case and asked what the problem was. The boy thought that there were a lot of office buildings in the city. But why here? He might run into Ryu here. Then it will definitely be the end for him. But in principle, such a coincidence simply cannot exist. They had already climbed to the next floor and approached the elevator door. The boy pressed the button. The elevator began to open and the girl suddenly appeared right in front of him. He was simply shocked. The girl asked what Chen Yuan was doing here. He told her that he had urgent matters to attend to. They just met each other and also looked at each other. When they all met in the elevator, they began to go upstairs together. The boy was in the middle, and the girls were on both sides. Chen Yuan thought that now we should never panic and should act judiciously. They must not understand that he is nervous. The boy told Joyu that he would introduce them now. He explained that this was Qingbing Shui, the former head of the Huang University Student Union. She currently works at CARP. They are going to discuss issues of cooperation. He introduced Xiao Ruoyu to Qingbing Shui and said that they used to study together. She is currently the boss of Jin Mao Tower. The girl was very surprised. After all, she is so young and already so rich. This tower costs a fortune. Qingbing Shui noticed that she was beautiful and rich, and they also studied together. What kind of relationship do they have? The girl immediately extended her hand and said hello. She introduced herself to Qingbing Shui and said that she was very glad to meet you. Rockshu looked at her straight in the eyes with some contempt and came closer. The girls shook hands and greeted each other, looking into their eyes. Rockshu thought about how beautiful the girl is and what issues of cooperation there might be. Chen Yuan definitely wants to deceive her. She certainly knows that rich men are extremely flighty, but to demonstrate it so openly is too much. He didn't have time to meet her, but he had time to negotiate with all sorts of beauties. Qingbing Shui told the boy that they were there. She promised to talk to the boss and asked him to wait a little. The girl decided that he should let him flirt with everyone if he wanted so badly. Chen Yuan turned to Ruoyu. He told the girl that he wanted to explain something to her. Meanwhile, she had already folded her hands on her chest and thought that he wanted to apologize to her, but it was too late. But still, she asked him to say what he wanted to tell her. The boy asked Xiao Ruoyu to be careful with this Miss Qing Bingshui. When the girl asked why, he explained that she was into girls. He is afraid that she has her eye on a beauty like her. Ruo Shui was very surprised and asked if he was serious. Chen Yuan replied that of course he was serious and asked to trust him. Just then, Qing Bingshu approached them. She called Chen Yuan to come quickly because the boss was waiting. The boy replied that it was good and asked how Ruoxu thought about having lunch together afterward. The girl thought that if this is the chairman of the Student Council for Girls, then she wants to see who can confirm this. She remembers there was one fan whom she blocked. I think he was from Hunan University. You need to ask him. The weather was very good outside, and the blue sky spread over the buildings of the city. Some guy was holding a phone in his hands, and when he looked at it, he saw the name Xiao Ruoyu. He was very surprised and thought that this was some kind of dream. Is this really his chance and Ruoyu is actually calling him? The boy immediately answered the girl and greeted her. He asked if she was talking about Qingbing Shui and said that of course he knew. The guy began to explain that she had a very sad past. This girl was kidnapped as a child. After that, she became extremely cold and even aggressive towards men. But after that, she began to like girls. They say she even started pestering some of them. The man continued to explain to the girl that the student union is her harem. Ruoyu asked if this was true. Chen Yuan did not deceive her, and it seems that there really is nothing between them. The guy didn't want her to hang up and started calling Miss Ruoyu. Did she really call just to ask this? She thanked him for explaining, and short beeps were heard in the receiver. Is this Chen Yuan really together with Miss Xiao? But still, she must find out what kind of person he is. When the guy looked at the phone, he realized that it was locked. He wrote to the girl that Chen Yuan is not a very good person. Roxu was puzzled and decided that it seemed like he wasn't lying to her. Her gaze was very thoughtful and attentive. And here comes Li Yang, who is so eager to tell gossip about other girls. She thinks that he is not the nicest person and should be blocked. Since their launch in 2018, they already have 30 million users. The woman said that the daily statistics are 5 million. These are the top results among all internet startups. They will continue to introduce new technologies to develop the industry and enter the market. Chen Yuan decided that all this was very boring to listen to. He doesn't understand a word and he really wants to sleep. He told Director Yu that he understood everything about it and asked him to name the price. How much does she value her company? She thought about the fact that she just needed to name the price and began to think about it more and more. She believes that with his status and money, he can afford to go beyond the limits. We need 1 billion, but previous investors could only offer 100 million. He hopes that Mr. Lone Wolf won't be so stingy. The woman spread her arms to the sides and exclaimed that she estimated it at 1 billion. The boy was very surprised by this amount, but it was just a look and nothing more. She thought that this boy was so surprised and became even more tense. But Chen Yuan began to yawn and replied that it was not enough. He said what needed to be said right away. Then she offered only 1 billion for this building. The director was even more stunned by this answer. Chen Yuan promised the director to buy 49% of the shares. He said that he had one condition. Then the director asked what condition he was talking about. And I thought about what we are talking about now. Does he really want something with her? But she's much older than him, so what should we do now? But rich people have their own quirks. Perhaps it's an Oedipus complex. Chen Yuan came close to her ear and said that his conditions were that they would go to Qingbing Shui. And now the meeting has already passed. The door slowly began to open, and Chen Yuan entered the office. Qingbing Shui was surprised and thought about how they ended the meeting so quickly. The girl asked the boy how it all went. She approached him with a cup of coffee. Chen Yuan thanked her and said that everything was fine. She is very talented and he thinks that she will get a promotion soon. Qingbing Shui said that she is not even thinking about it yet. She would like to ask what he plans to do next. Then the boy asked what she was talking about. Qingbing Shui began to explain that she was talking about Xiao Ruoyu. She thinks that she is not so stupid as not to notice anything. Xiao Ruoyu, or Zhao Yuki, whoever he chooses. Yuki is sincere in her feelings. She thought about asking herself this question. Chen Yuan thought about it and asked why he should choose. He exclaimed, looking at the girl, that he needed both of them. Qingbing Shui was even more surprised and blushed, and asked if he was telling the truth. The boy also blushed and replied that, of course, it was the truth, and asked what the actual matter was. Then she asked how he could say such things. Chen Yuan asked what she was thinking. Has she still not realized that he likes the attention of women? She knew that he was so bad, but still threw herself into his arms. He even walked her home. She herself doesn't know what's in his head, and it's sickening to just admit that she likes him. She even asks about who he will choose. Well, why didn't you ask about your candidacy? She defends Zhao Yuki so much, she shouldn't have seduced him yesterday. Chen Yuan said that he thought he was even more honest with himself and everyone else. Why is she going to teach him? Turning around, he told her that he could come as he decided, and he may not accompany him. Chen Yuan thought that it was just a great feeling when you rubbed your nose in the dirt of the first beauty of the university. The boy raised his head up and exclaimed with a big grin that this was simply amazing. Qingbing Shui, in turn, thought that she was really so hypocritical. Who is she to judge him? She still had a cup of coffee in her hands. Meanwhile, at the university, some guy asked him why she was stuck. He said that they had an urgent meeting of the entire staff and asked to go. The girl was surprised by this and thought about an urgent meeting. Has something really happened to the funding? A sudden meeting, and even for everyone, are they really bankrupt? But someone asked me not to talk nonsense. Maybe on the contrary, they want to praise me and give me a bonus. Qingbing Shui thought that Director Yu always plans everything, and such an urgent meeting only scares everyone. The director asked for silence and said that they were here today because she had an announcement to make. She said that Qingbing Shui will be the next deputy director. Qingbing Shui was very surprised why she would be the deputy director. One of the men said that she was a new employee, having joined them only last week. What about the priority of experience and age when making such decisions? Another member of the commission said that indeed such an appointment was absolutely not justified. The director said that although she has little experience yet, she is incredibly promising. They can't even imagine what she did for their company. According to the equity agreement, she is currently the second largest investor. She owns 49% of the shares. It attracted 1 billion investments. The director asked if there were any other questions. She thought about investing 1 billion and giving up her rights in favor of the girl. If she were 20 years younger, she would compete with her for such a man. After all, the company itself is not worth that much money. So why did she do this? You really shouldn't judge by the cover. Is Xiaoqing really that powerful? And is it really too late to make friends with her? If there were no objections, then the director said that they would end the discussion. At the same time, he will inform that in view of the receipt of funds, they will all receive a bonus at the end of the year. The director asked everyone to thank Qingbing Shui. The girl couldn't understand why. Was it really Chen Yuan who gave her such a surprise and all for her? Even then I asked why she didn't ask about her candidacy. She thought about it. Did he really like her all this time? The girl immediately blushed and thought about it. So he probably wanted to choose her because he likes her. Qingbing Shui immediately wanted to meet him. The girl's affection began to grow higher and higher. The scores kept growing. The location level of object number 8 has reached 95%, and the counterattack has been successfully carried out. The system congratulated the boy on his new fan. Chen Yuan looked at all his achievements and thought that, of course, spending money like this is much more pleasant. Taking direct action is not always the best strategy. Sometimes such behavior can only scare you away. The boy thought that all sorts of suspicions might arise. Therefore, he remembered the song that all this was only because of her, and he would learn patience and change for her sake. The boy took his phone and noticed that Gao Xuanyin herself decided to call him. The girl cried and said that she was just stupid. Chen Yuan wondered why she was crying. Gao Xuanyin began to explain that again this is public opinion. Several stars spoke out in favor of that director, and now everyone on the internet is blaspheming her name. But it's the girl's fault. Chen Yuan went online to find out what she had just told him. He thought that he had lost 200 million. He became interested in how this whole industry works, and the boy's brain began to boil. Chen Yuan asked the girl not to cry and promised her that he would decide everything himself. Wang Hu, aka Mr., is widely known in acting circles. They say he actively uses his position and connections to lure into his network those who want to try themselves in major roles as actresses. However, there is still no direct evidence. But the main reason for the change in public opinion this time is that several actresses, led by star Fang Jinyuan, spoke out in support of him. Chen Yuan watched the news and wondered why she was so powerful. She is good not only as an actress, but also as a person. Fang Jinyuan often participates in charity events, which is why his public image is very good. The guy explained that Mr. Hu owed it entirely to her for the return of his reputation this time. And in order to return him to the bottom, she needs to act extremely sophisticated. Chen Yuan was surprised by this word. He hired a couple of private detectives. Based on the results of their work, it was possible to find out that this person must have special information. He handed over a business card with the name Yang Sijin on it. If we can find him, the matter will move forward significantly. And now the wide and bright Eastern Huaihai Street 28 stretches out in front of us. The boy thought about what kind of person would live in such a strange place. He overheard a conversation where someone was saying that last month he had promised that he would pay this month. Are they really doing charity work here? Chen Yuan heard this conversation and decided to take a peek. He looked through the crack and saw the director in front of him. The man held a bat in front of him and told Yang Sijin that if he did not give the money today, he would be left without one hand. Yang Sijin replied to Mr. Han that he needed a few more days. He is currently planning another film and it will be a hit. Then he promises to return him 10 times more than he took. Director Han asked if he wanted him to fall for it and give more money. He heard that he had really offended some big shot in their industry. And how's he going to get out of this problem? Yang Si-jin began to cry and beg him to give him a chance because his new film is really good. Then Mr. Han raised the bat over his head and exclaimed that he would remember this day forever. But suddenly someone stopped him and asked him to stop. The man could not understand who dared to do this. He wanted to answer him, but did not have time, as he flew to the floor from his chair and rolled head over heels. Han put his hand to his cheek and asked who this bastard was who dared to get into their conversation. Chen Yuan replied to the man that even his father would not allow such statements towards him. He asked me to choose an expression if I didn't want to bring trouble to my family. When the guy saw Chen Yuan, he couldn't understand why he was in front of him again. Mr. Lone Wolf comes from a shadowy superior family and is its only heir. His father warned him not to contact him, and the man was seriously puzzled. The man said that he wouldn't interfere here, and he didn't have to see him off. They would find a way out themselves. Yang Si-jin thought that the Han family was famous for its power and cruelty, and this young man could scare him so much if with such support he had nothing to fear. This is very good, and now there is one less problem. Chen Yuan asked this guy if his name was Yang Si-jing. He explained that he had come on important business. The guy said that he would help him, but he had one condition. He fell to his knees in front of the boy and asked to adopt him. He wants someone like him to support him. Yang Si-jin asked the boy if he wanted everyone to know the truth about Mr. Hu. Chen Yuan replied that he had already said that he was not his patron, but he needs him on this issue. The guy thought that he knew he had something on him. This man looks quite influential, and he thinks this information can be conveyed to him. Yang Si-jin told the boy that he really had something that could help, but he had one condition. Chen Yuan was interested in what, and said that money is not a problem. Yang Si-jin explained that he did not need money. He wants a patron to invest in his film. He must prove to them all that he can get up from his knees. Chen Yuan thought that such a desire for art is worthy of a talented director and is worth helping him. He said that Gao Xuanyin would be setting up a film company and he would need to contact her. If money is needed, he will find it. Yang Si-jin clenched his fists and replied that a man would give his life for someone who values him. With such a patron, he really has nothing to worry about. He exclaimed that this was his secret weapon, and if the world knew about it, not only Mr. Hu, but the entire film industry would be shaken. He had a flash drive in his hands. The guy asked this video if there was a secret weapon. The man replied that it was so, and that he would now see for himself and plug the flash drive into the computer. When he turned on the flash drive, a video opened in front of him. Chen Yuan wondered if Mr. Hu and Fang Jinyuan were in such a relationship. He could kill two birds with one stone. Yang Si-jin replied that he would not dare to do that. He had no support, and would have been gotten rid of before the world even saw this video. Chen Yuan said that it was okay, and now he has him. And with such compromising evidence, they will quickly deal with these two. So they agreed, and then the next sunny bright day arrived. Gao Xuanyin was very angry and thought about how many of these angry comment writers could be hired, and this has been going on for several days. Well, in the worst-case scenario, she will have to leave the film industry. After all, she is no match for them. Meanwhile, her phone suddenly rang and the girl cast a curious glance towards the receiver. She couldn't understand why he was calling at such a time. Chen Yuan was in touch. When she answered the phone, he asked if she was at home. The girl replied that she was at home, and then he said that he would come right away. Gao Xuanyin couldn't understand why he would come now and what they would do. He also asked if she was alone at home. Could it be that he couldn't stand it and he needed her body? Very little time passed, and now he appeared at the door of a huge, beautiful house. Gao Xuanyin was very surprised that he arrived so quickly. In such a hurry, he seems to be no different from other men. When the girl opened the door, she was very surprised where another person came from and who he was. She began to get angry at the boy and shout at him, calling him a pervert. She asked who he thought she was. Why did he bring someone else to her? Chen Yuan asked permission to introduce director Yang Si-jin to her. He will help them destroy Mr. Hu. The man immediately greeted her, and she thought that it turned out that he had not planned to sleep with her at all. He's just trying to help her. Gao Xuanyin immediately greeted the man and thought that it was very nice to have someone you could rely on. It was very incredible. Who would have thought that Fang Jinyuan was like this? Chen Yuan said that with this in their hands, these two are not their opponents. He gives them 2 billion, and they must do it as soon as possible, then start creating a film company. There will still be a budget left for making films. He thought that losing 2 billion in an instant was something. The film industry is simply created to absorb a lot of money. Gao Xuanyin is simply a perfect subject for his incredible system. Meanwhile, everyone was watching the news. Everyone was talking about Miss Fang Jinyuan and asking how they would explain it. What is her relationship with director Wang Hu? Meanwhile, the girl asked to let her through. Isn't it clear that this is a fake and stop pressing them already? The girl could not understand how this happened, who did it, and where this video came from. The police entered the premises and told Mr. Wang Hu that he was suspected of abusing and molesting more than a dozen young girls. The police began handcuffing him and asking him to go with them to clarify the circumstances. When the man looked at his handcuffed hands, he exclaimed that it was all over. The main scandal involving Gao Xuanyin has come to its logical conclusion. The whole truth has been revealed, and therefore Gao Xuanyin decided to hold a personal press conference to highlight important issues. Today's press conference is dedicated to one important issue, and it must convey one piece of news. He and director Yang Shijin founded a new film company, which invested 2 billion yuan, and will be used to prepare and release the film under his direct leadership. The people around were very surprised by such a large amount and thought that Gao Xuanyin was so rich. They were very interested in who her sponsor was. It was already getting a little dark outside. The sun was setting behind the horizon, but the houses were illuminated by lanterns and bright light. Chen Yuan thought that this is how the world feels when you are in eminence Greece. He decided that this was quite good. The man called the boy a scoundrel. Even in high school no one liked him, and now he has also disgraced Xiaoroyu's honor. The guy exclaimed that now he was finished. He called Zhao Yuqi and introduced himself as Li Yang, from the Department of Physical Education. He explained to the girl that he had to tell her something about a man named Chen Yuan. The tall building rose as if to the heavens. Meng Meng asked Kiki to stop immediately. She's going to confront Chen Yuan over some call. But the girl explained that Li Yang swore that Chen Yuan walked with girls left and right, and even stole his girlfriend. It didn't seem like he just wanted to slander Chen Yuan. She also understands that it is reckless to look for him just because of some phone call. Recently, he even wrote to her, and his soul is not in the right place. Meng Meng said that she doesn't understand when such outstanding personalities rarely stop at one person, but Chen Yuan gives the impression of a devoted person. The girl thought for a moment and said that he was unlikely to be so promiscuous in his relationships. The girl was thinking about how to tell him this. If he really likes her, then what answer should she give? Meanwhile, someone called Miss Qing Bingshui. The girl turned her head and wondered what she was doing here. Yuki asked if she had already graduated and returned to university, but she didn't tell her anything. Qing Bingshui replied that she was here because of Chen Yuan. She asks not to misunderstand her, but this is purely on point. She thought that she shouldn't have mentioned his name, and now Yuki would suspect something. The girl thought that she did not like Chen Yuan. When did they become so close? They thought that someone else had driven up to the building in someone else's car. What kind of car is there at the entrance to the hostel? They all looked towards the car, not understanding who else had arrived. Someone stood up to come out of it. It was an unknown girl. They thought it looked like something out of a movie. Simply incredible beauty. What kind of holiday is today, since there are so many beauties around? They all noticed that she was very elegant, and what was she doing here? The girl greeted the others and asked if second-year student Chen Yuan lived here. Yuki asked her, looking straight into her eyes, what kind of relationship she had with him. The girl's eyes immediately sparkled. She began to come closer to them and decided to answer her question. The girl asked, looking into her eyes, what kind of relationship she was talking about with him. The girls looked at her together. Yuki wanted to attack her opponent. Meng Meng asked to find someplace nearby since staying here is not a good idea. And so they went to some cafe. The street was getting darker and darker. They sat down at the table and began to discuss this situation more actively. The girl said, since no one takes the initiative, then she will start a conversation. She glanced at Yuki and decided to start by talking about her. The girl asked if she liked Chen Yuan. The evening continued and many people were in the room. The girl asked the question again and asked Yuki if she liked Chen Yuan. Yuki didn't know how to answer this question, but she still said that she really liked him. She explained that he liked him too. She asked whether this or that is contraindicated. The girl asked her to look at things soberly. Chen Yuan chased after her for 5 years. In high school, he protected her from bullies. Because of this, he suffered greatly. There is nothing wrong with this and everyone communicates. It takes courage to admit it. Yuki exclaimed that this is all wrong. Then she was asked what she meant by this. What if this guy was fighting because of her? He gave Kiki a villa and a crystal piano, which is worth 500 million. She was very surprised whether he really gave her a villa and such a piano. Is he really the secret rich man who bought the piano? In other words, he's really trying to sit on 2 chairs. There is no way she can lose. The girl asked if they thought it was a lot. Chen Yuan gave her a shopping center worth 2 billion. She thinks which of them he likes better. The girl thought that he was simply lying to her. Is this really true, and is he such a scoundrel? She thought about it seriously. Qing Bingshui said that he actually transferred a share of shares worth 1 billion to her name. Suddenly there was complete silence. They continued to sit at the table thinking about something. The girl said that she needed to call him and ask him about everything. How can he change things like that? We definitely need to check everything. It seems that at first they never discussed whether they were in a relationship. Roxu exclaimed that every time she started such a conversation, He simply changed the topic, and this was not at all surprising. He didn't promise anything to any of them, and therefore he can just hang out with everyone at the same time and not feel any remorse. Chen Yuan is really well settled, and we need to find out everything. They are not going to share a man with others. The girl asked to wait a little. If she just dumps him, she'll be doing him a favor. He believes that he can play with the feelings of others simply because he has money. This kid really deserves to die. That's true, but is it really worth killing him? Which gives him the right to believe that he can play with the feelings of other people. If they just break up, he will find another victim. They must help each other and they must take revenge on the subject. They should continue like this, and pretend they don't know anything, and continue to waste his money. It is necessary to make it simply go bankrupt, just spend all his money, and then he will no longer be able to do this to anyone. They decided to do so. Just eliminate this potentially dangerous element to sorority once and for all. Meanwhile, it was already night outside. Yuki asked if she really thought this was a good idea. The girl gave her a curious look and said that she should just take the initiative and ask the man for something. But the girl replied that showing pity for this scoundrel can be equated with self-respect. She advised me to just send him a message. If she doesn't do it, then she will do it for her, and now the message has been sent. Chen Yuan was very surprised to receive a message from Zhao Yuki. She wrote that she had recently been thinking about starting her own streaming platform, and what he thought about it. The boy thought that the streaming platform was a letter asking him to invest his money. Is it a coincidence, or did someone convince her? The boy decided that that bankrupt channel was bought very successfully. He wrote to the girl that he and she were thinking in the same direction, and that he had recently acquired a bankrupt media platform, which he planned to transfer to her. If she is the owner of the platform, it will all work out, and he is ready to invest 5 billion. They were very surprised. Is he really giving her a platform? Yuki replied that that's not all. He still wants to invest 5 in her. They decided that he had already planned everything, and thought about her future career for a long time. He may be a jerk, but he's so polite. He cares not only about her feelings, but also about her prospects for the future. The girl asked Yuki not to give in to provocations. 5 billion is an impressive amount, but we need to squeeze him out before he changes his mind. Yuki said that she needed to trust him. But a friend explained that a promise is not reality. There's no need to create castles in the air for yourself ahead of time, but it is better to add fuel to the fire. But why didn't she get such a man? Even if you need to share with someone else, she doesn't mind. Then everything was decided, and she asked brother Chen Yuan not to forget what he promised. The boy could not understand whether this message was really from Zhao Yuki. He thought, because such a style is not typical for her. Then who could it be? Could it be Meng Meng? I tried to figure out their insidious plan. But since you really want to spend his money, let him spend it without regret. Let him spend as much money as he wants. The girl asked her friend if he was cheating on her, and she insists on it. The girl replied that there are such people. He and the girls found out that he was messing with several people at once. A friend asked if it really was like that, because he doesn't look like someone who could do something like that. He didn't confirm it, but overall they have a similar story. She couldn't figure out who was spamming there. Is this really the chat with those girls? They decided to teach him a lesson and make him lose his leverage in the form of money. The girl showed her all the correspondence. He will give Yuki a streaming platform and will also invest 5 billion. The girl was very surprised by such correspondence. Why is she worse than her? But the mother asked her daughter to listen. She thinks this whole collaboration is a scam. The mother, in turn, began to talk about their family life with their father. Initially, they had problems due to their financial situation, and she had to make every effort to marry him. Thus, she hinted that they would also have some disagreements, but Chen should not be left out. Moreover, influential men are always surrounded by female attention, and you have to come to terms with this. Adding that all these girls constantly say how bad Yuan is, but not one of them dared to leave him. Because in fact, each of them hopes that the others will do this, and she will have a chance to become Chen's woman. Having listened to her mother's advice, Xiao's face literally changed and her spirit perked up. The extremely caring mother continued to motivate her daughter to achieve her goal and stated that this was for her own good. Finally, the naive Joyu realized that she needed to get rid of her competitors and get what she wanted. After some time, it was late evening and the girl began to act. Yuan was surprised to find a message from Xiao at such a late hour and began to read it. Unexpectedly, Ruoyu began to ask for forgiveness for her behavior, saying that she was mistaken in it. The young man could not understand what he was talking about. Chen suggested that Yuki and Xiao might have learned of each other's existence, and this would change the course of events. A moment later, the main character called Ruoyu. The girl did not know what to do. Naturally, she began to ask her mother for advice. The woman urged her to immediately pick up the phone. Finally, the young lady collected her thoughts and answered the call. The guy suddenly said that he wanted to share something with her. Then he told the story of how he invested a large sum of money in Zhao's streaming platform. The perplexed Xiao hung up and told her mother that for some reason Yuan told her about investing money in the Yuki platform. The woman said that everything was going according to plan, and she really occupied a significant place in his heart. The naive lady noticed that he really liked her and that he was not that bad. She felt ashamed because Chen had always been sincere towards her, and she conspired with the girls behind his back. Suddenly, Royu even burst into tears and began to say that she was to blame for him. The stunned mother asked what happened and why her beloved daughter was in tears. Xiao, in turn, said that she would make amends with a good gift, especially since he always loved surprises. Meanwhile, Yuki confirmed that Yuan had indeed transferred the money to the account, and the manager asked her to sign some documents to conclude a contract, after which she became the owner of the Mao TV channel and could control all its financial flows. The losses amounted to about 10 million. Zhao understood that if Chen had not helped her, she would have already been bankrupt. Yuki thought about how polite and caring he was, but sometimes he was too frivolous. Naturally, the girl realized that she was obliged to thank him, because he gave her such a huge amount of money without a second thought. In this connection, the young lady decided to walk around the city in search of something interesting. Suddenly, the thought came to her to go to a car dealership, which would be the best gift. Zhao began to remember that he already had one Ferrari, which meant he needed to find something different. But unexpectedly, she saw one of her cunning rivals in the car dealership. The girl literally froze in place, trying to understand what Xiao was doing here. At this moment, Royu also paid attention to her, and their eyes met. Yuki very politely asked who she decided to buy the car for. The girl replied that she was going to wish her father a happy birthday, then asked if she really wanted to give the car to Yuan. Xiao herself could not even think that Zhao would actually dare to do this, but Yuki hastened to refute her guesses and stated that she also wanted to choose a car for her father, after which they began to conduct an extremely suspicious dialogue among themselves. And a few minutes later, a rather familiar female voice called out to them. It was another fox named Qin, just as cunning as they were, who encroached on Chen's heart. Suddenly, Bingshu announced that she was looking for a gift for her father, and everything became clear to everyone. They all started making fun of each other, saying that this was an incredible coincidence. Ruoyu understood perfectly well that they were all going to buy Yuan a car, and her mother was indeed right. But Xiao found it hard to accept that Chen paid Zhao 2 billion, so she could choose a more worthy car. In connection with this, Royu nervously took out her phone and began to dial her mother's number. The mother, of course, could not leave her beloved daughter in trouble, especially when it comes to a rich groom. She hurried to reassure Xiao and said that she would do everything in the best possible way. Then she asked the manager to transfer money from internal accounts to Royu's card. The servant replied that these were the master's funds. However, the woman insisted and urged him to do it without further ado. According to her, this was for the prosperity of their family, and only Manager Chen understood everything perfectly. Moments later, an unimaginable amount of money was transferred to Xiao's account. The girl was shocked by this result because she had about 60 million on her card. It always seemed to her that her parents loved her brother more, but this action said otherwise. Having received such a colossal amount of money, Ruoyu assumed that she would now beat her rivals in the pursuit of Yuan. At this time, the main heartthrob came to the car dealership to see his friend Huo. Tian informed Chen that the Bugatti Veyron he ordered was already here, and he just needed to sign some documents. Suddenly, Yuan fixed his gaze on another rather pretty girl. As a result, the young man thought about his old life, because before he could not afford cars and various joys. But now everything has changed dramatically, but suddenly Chen saw 2 more girls. Taking a closer look, he recognized them as Royu and Zhao. The teenager could not understand since when they had become girlfriends. At this moment, Bingshu also approached them, which made him even more wary, in connection with which the guy thought that they had created some kind of alliance and were planning something bad. Qin suddenly turned around sharply and looked into the hall but did not find anyone. However, the feeling that someone was looking at her did not leave her. The girls asked why she was so alarmed. Chen in turn managed to hide behind Huo and thought only that apparently the day of reckoning had come for him. After all, most likely they did not meet by chance, which means they know about each other's existence. However, he was confused by one moment. Why then none of them wanted to part with him? But since each of them had more than 95 favor points, Yuan decided not to waste this chance. In this regard, Chen asked Tian to show him the most expensive cars. Joyful Huo thought that today was his day and hurried to show off the best cars. Among them were the fastest Pagani Zonda and the unimaginable Lamborghini Venom, and of course the Bugatti Veyron, which the young man had previously ordered and waited for a long time. Yuan very unexpectedly said that he intended to buy all 3 cars at once. Tian could not believe what was happening, and did not know how to convey the rather unpleasant news to his friend. The next step, of course, was for the cute girls, which the guy was looking forward to. Finally, Huo told the main character that registering 3 cars at once is not easy. Yuan in turn busily noted that money is not a problem, but Tian said that 2 cars have already been booked, except for the Bugatti. Chen was extremely surprised by this news and asked if he was as rich as him. Huo replied that the son of the owner of the corporation, Lin, ordered them last year to give to his sister. Yuan turned back to look at this man and began to think. Tian immediately stated that there were still plenty of worthy specimens in the salon, but the guy didn't seem to hear him, because he saw that the rich man's son suddenly approached Ruoyu and greeted the girl. Lin tried his best to impress her, using all his charm, but this seemed not enough. He invited her to get to know her better and noticed that she was very similar to his girlfriend, who died in childhood, and then for the first time he encountered the bitterness of losing a loved one. After which the self-confident young man once again asked her to give her his phone number. However, at that moment she saw Yuan aside. The girl was confused from surprise. Chen's gaze was cold and clearly not friendly, but she did not want to give her contact to a stranger. And that's why she didn't understand why he looked at her like that, especially since he himself doesn't hesitate to communicate with several girls. Subsequently, Xiao decided to exchange phone numbers with Lin to spite him, but as soon as she gave her phone to him, Yuan disappeared somewhere, and the young lady began to look around. Ruoyu believed that she did everything right, but her personal feelings said otherwise. Chen, in turn, immediately went to the exit of the car dealership. The perplexed Tian asked if he really knew this girl. The guy answered rather coldly that they used to communicate well, but not now. After which he also coldly said that he intended to buy out absolutely all the cars. Turning to Huo, he asked if 1 billion would be enough for this. The main character understood that this request could contradict the principles of the car dealership, and Tian did not want to lose his reputation. But suddenly the manager agreed, and said that Lin would do just fine without these cars. Then he asked again if Yuan would really allocate 1 billion. The young man confirmed his intentions. Huo realized how this could all end, but money can always persuade. As a result, Tian instantly called Chen to his office and began to treat him to a drink. But Yuan suddenly said that soon he would need to do something special at the car dealership. Ruoyu, in turn, continued to unsuccessfully wander around the car dealership in search of the teenager. Her gaze fell on 2 employees who brought the piano into the hall. Xiao asked them who would play it. Visitors wondered the same thing and looked forward to the entertainment event. A couple of minutes later, Chen sat down at the piano and began playing a charming melody. The sound literally mesmerized those around him. Ruoyu also melted and did not take her eyes off him. At a certain moment, the girl could not resist and burst into tears from such touching music. Most of those present felt the same emotion and couldn't help themselves. Everyone wondered who this young man was and where he came from. Yuan himself continued to play and did not pay attention to the crowd around him. Bingchu assumed that the guy was in a bad mood because of Zhao. After all, the melody spoke just about this, as if he was broadcasting his feelings in this way. The music was literally saturated with notes of melancholy and heartbreaking sadness. After a couple of minutes, Chen stopped playing, and deathly silence hung in the room. The young man slowly stood up from the piano and looked at the tearful Ruoyu. Then he said that if a person loves, he is obliged to let go, and therefore they part with Xiao. After which, with the gait of a winner, the guy headed towards the exit of the car dealership. The girl began to ask him for forgiveness, and, having lost control of herself, ran after him. Ruoyu continued to try unsuccessfully to stop him, but the main character never turned around. At that moment, Tian suddenly blocked her way and asked if her name was Xiao. The surprised girl answered positively and asked what happened. Huo said that Yuan bought the Lamborghini Venom for her, and she only needed to sign the sales contract. The girl was shocked, because it turns out that Chen came to the car dealership to give her a car. What she asked the manager about, Tian in turn replied that this was indeed true, adding that apparently the young man has deep feelings for her since he bought the most expensive car for her. As Ruoyu became even more desperate, the young lady burst into tears again, realizing how badly she had treated him. After all, as a result, she once again moved away from her beloved. Xiao suddenly sat down on the ground and continued to cry like a child. People began to pay attention to her. Her friends, in turn, tried to calm her down, but Ruoyu ignored them. Unexpectedly, Tian said that Mr. Yuan also decided to give them a gift. And they only need to sign contracts. The girls were shocked by this news, which made them all think seriously. For a few seconds, they just looked at each other with puzzled looks. After which Bingsu said that apparently Chen had been aware of what was happening for a long time. But Yuki was not embarrassed by this, because in her opinion, it all ended with good gifts. Chin noticed that although he is loving, he still treats them all with respect. Zhao said sadly that he always does this and gives such surprises for free. Bin agreed with her and added that Yuan always protected her, even though she had let him down many times. Wiping away her tears, Xiao supported their conversation and said that they are terrible people, because he treats them with all his heart. Thus, the current disposition of all girls towards Chen was 99%. The teenager himself, meanwhile, was riding in a taxi and was happy with this result. After all, for 1 billion he was close to 100 points, which means there's very little left. Yuan was looking forward to the reward from the system for achieving 100 points. The next day, the main character went to Hunan University. Ruoyu, in turn, regularly wrote him messages in which she repented and asked for forgiveness. But Chen replied that he needed to be alone for some time, because he understood how to act with women. Suddenly, a rather familiar female voice called out to him, and the young man turned around. Lele greeted him and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Yuan was surprised. Looking at the girl, Yuan caught himself thinking that Shu had changed a little. Without having time to say anything, the girl instantly grabbed his hand and dragged him along with her. The perplexed teenager asked what was happening and where she was taking him. Lele asked him to just follow her so she could show him something special. Chen assumed that she would now take him to the store and ask him to buy a handbag. After all, it's no secret that women mostly think only about money. A few minutes later, they arrived at her house, and Shu said that he should like her surprise. After which she finally opened the front door, and Yuan noticed many paintings. Having looked closely, he recognized himself in the portraits and was surprised, because it was truly unexpected. The stunned young man asked if she really drew it all herself. Satisfied and smiling, Layla replied that she had just bought this apartment and it seemed empty to her, so the painting saved the situation. Chen praised her and asked in response if this was really her gift. The young lady became embarrassed. Then she said that these were just paintings, and she decided to give him an apartment. Thus, she simply confused the teenager. Chen immediately asked her again. Shu stated that this was a thank you to him for his financial assistance, and besides, he trusted those collectors. And her father gambles more, and her family's life began to improve. She also reconsidered her views and realized that she had behaved inappropriately. After all, before she was only interested in money, and she was overly arrogant, adding that she strives to become worthy of him in order to try to build a relationship with him. The main character was simply shocked by her monologue and could not believe that she was really giving him an apartment. After which he said that the apartment was too expensive a gift. Layla noticed that it cost 3 million, and he gave her 5. Moreover, after talking with his neighbor Xiong, Shu realized that he did not go anywhere, and therefore decided to give him more space. Yuan couldn't even imagine that she hadn't shown up for a long time because she was preparing such a gift. At the same time, her family, among the other girls, was in a deplorable state, and although this decision was not deliberate, it coincided with Chen's desire. Finally, the young man decided to accept the apartment, which he hastened to joyfully inform her about. At this time, Hao unexpectedly called him and invited him to dinner at a restaurant. The guy agreed, after which Shu invited him to join him and celebrate in a restaurant. Suddenly, the girl's affection for Yuan increased, and she agreed, naively believing that if he wants to introduce her to his friends, it means he is not indifferent to her. Chen, in turn, understood that Layla was not an easy lady, and it was time to make a bigger deal. Shu immediately began to preen herself, applying light makeup. The young man only watched what was happening. At this time, the lonely and proud Bingshu couldn't let go of Yuan's thoughts. The girl was riding in a taxi and thinking that her beloved had given her such an expensive car. But the problem was this: she couldn't drive at all. In connection with this, she became even more sad and did not notice how she had already arrived at the place. The taxi driver informed her of his arrival and asked her to pay 24 yuan for the service. As soon as Chin brought her phone to the reader to pay for the taxi, she suddenly saw Chen in the window, who was already in the company of another girl and was hailing a taxi. Taking a closer look, Bing recognized her as Shu from the art department, but she didn't know why they were together. In connection with this, the young lady instantly ordered the driver to follow the taxi. It seemed to her that something special would soon happen. Her intuition never failed her. A few minutes later, Chin found out that she and Lele went to the Moonlight restaurant. The driver once again announced his arrival and asked her to pay. Bing Shu apologized to the taxi driver, saying that she had already forgotten about it. Having finally paid, the girl ran out of the car and headed towards the restaurant. Meanwhile, the main character entered the establishment, where his friends immediately called out to him. The girl next to him seemed quite familiar to them, and after a couple of seconds they recognized her. The guys were simply wondering what the first beauty of the art department was doing next to Yuan. Chen, in turn, sat down with Lele at the table and asked for forgiveness for being late. Then Shu said that these were his friends and roommates. The young lady glanced at the guys, who immediately began to say their names and say how glad they were to meet you. After which Yuan hurried to introduce Lele to his friends, but Hu interrupted him and stated that they all knew who she was. Xiao noted that naturally everyone knows what the first beauty of the art department looks like. However, Xiong suddenly asked what kind of relationship they were in. Chen and Shu literally froze at this question and did not know how to answer them. Even Hao and Cao stopped fooling around, realizing how tricky the question was asked by their friend. After a long pause, the girl still answered that she herself did not know what kind of relationship they were in, because she has been running after him for a long time, but Yuan has not reciprocated. Moreover, she gave him an apartment, but he still talks about what he needs to think about. Her roommates were shocked by this answer and thought that Chen was just making fun of her. However, Bing Shu, who was sitting at the next table, dropped the cup of coffee from her hands at that moment. Looking to the side, Yuan and his surprised friends could not determine the identity of the stranger since she was sitting with her back to them. In fact, Chin was simply torn from the inside because Lele really gave him an apartment, and Bean didn't even deign to thank the guy for such an expensive gift. And if this continues, Shu will gain an advantage and may even beat them all in this race. Realizing that Lele was a serious rival, she hurried to tell the girls everything. Of course, the girls were dumbfounded and hurried to arrive at the restaurant. After a certain time, having eaten and had a good conversation, the guys asked for the bill. But the waitress said that Shu had already paid for everything. Everyone was dumbfounded by her generosity and asked why she did it. Lele replied that she just wanted to become part of their company, and there was no need to worry about it. The main character tried to convince her, but the girl said that he gave her much more valuable gifts. After which Shu said goodbye to everyone and stated that she had some business at the internet cafe. Yuan perceived her as a high-ranking player who knew exactly when to retreat. And her manipulations are truly incredible, because not every girl knows how to control the situation. Bingshu, who was watching, was also impressed by the young lady's skills. Suddenly, Hao approached Chen and asked how he always manages to attract such beauties. The guy smiled and said that even if he told him, he still wouldn't succeed. Suddenly, a friend said that Lei's reputation used to be disgusting, since she was always fixated on money. But now she has turned into an angel, Lao urged Yuan not to break her heart. The teenager promised that everything would be fine. Continuing to head towards the exit, they did not stop discussing what had happened. But Chen suddenly met his eyes with his worst enemy, whom he never expected to see. It was Li Young, who also paid attention to the teenager and looked away. So they walked past each other, pretending that nothing had happened. Li, in turn, snitched on Yuan a huge number of times and thought that he did not know whose hands it was. But as soon as they missed each other, an expensive car stopped behind Ian, making a sharp sound of brakes. Turning around, Li and his friends were shocked, because in front of them stood a beautiful Rolls-Royce Phantom. An angry Ruoyu immediately got out of the car. The guys couldn't understand what she was doing here. The young men eagerly looked at the pretty girl and were literally speechless. Chen immediately saw Xiao and was extremely surprised by such a sudden meeting. Yang believed that the girl intended to get even with Yuan, and now there would be another performance. However, Ruoyu unexpectedly rushed into the arms of her beloved and asked for forgiveness. Xiao also said that she deleted Lin's contact and no longer intended to communicate with him. The protagonist's friends never ceased to be amazed at his ability to choose women. Li, in turn, was seething with anger and did not understand what she could find in this garbage. Chen hurried to answer Ruoyu that everything was fine, and he could not restrict her from communicating with others. Moreover, recently nothing connects them anymore, and she has the right to do what she sees fit. Xiao asked her to listen and said that she originally went to the car dealership to buy him a car. But the only thing more expensive than the car he gave her was the Rolls-Royce Phantom. And so she purchased it to eventually give it to Yuan, after which Ruoyu handed over the keys to him. Then she once again clung to the guy and asked him to accept this gift as an apology. Yang simply went crazy from this scene because in fact he secretly loved Xiao, but as always happens, she did not reciprocate. Yuan rejoiced at his next victory, because Ruoyu had finally made conclusions, and this was considerable progress. After which he said that he would take the car so that she would not feel guilty, but they could not have a relationship. Seeing Chen in the crowd, the young man urged her not to hide and offered her a ride. Chen's friends didn't understand how he did it, just like Li and his gang. Bing Shui ran to the teenager's new car, and said that she didn't feel comfortable getting into Xiao's car. Yuan said that from now on this is his car, and he has the right to give rides to anyone he wants. Chen instantly calmed down and sat down in the passenger seat next to him. After which they left in an unknown direction. The young man was mostly silent. Sad Ruoyu just looked at the car driving away from her into the distance. Realizing that Chen most likely would not forgive her, finding herself completely alone, she did not know where to go. At that moment, Li turned to her and said that this Yuan was not worthy of her, since she gave him a luxury car, but he did not appreciate it. An angry Xiao urged Yang not to talk about him in such a tone, because he did not know how much Chen had helped her. The guy said that she had better come to her senses before it's too late, because there is no future with him. However, the young lady did not want to listen to anything, saying that it was none of his business and their relationship was no one's business. Meanwhile, Bingshu was tired of driving in complete silence, and she asked why he treats Ruoyu this way. The main character replied that perhaps he was disappointed in her, or maybe he himself was partly to blame. Chin suddenly noticed that he still treated her well because she was his first love. Without thinking twice, the teenager replied that for him there was no such thing. Bean naturally did not believe him, which she stated, but the young man did not prove anything to her. After which they drove for some time in silence, which made Chin quite nervous. Soon the girl asked if she could ask him a very important question. Chen turned to her and smiled sweetly, then encouraged her to ask her question without hesitation. Bean asked why he gave her rights to shares worth 1 billion and what he thought of her in general. Yuan once again grinned and asked if she really wanted to hear the truth. The girl became furious. Then the teenager replied that he didn't really think anything, but just wanted to gain her favor. Naturally, she didn't believe him and asked why he would win her over. The young man answered absolutely calmly that this was necessary to complete the mission. Completely perplexed, Bingshu asked what kind of task we were talking about. At that moment, the guy suddenly pressed the brake pedal and the car stopped abruptly, after which he began to tell her the truth, which was quite difficult to believe. Having said that he has a system that gave him 90 quadrillions, but he can only spend the money on girls. Chin urged him to answer seriously and not make up complete nonsense. Then Chen said what she wanted to hear. Allegedly, he spent money on her because Bing was beautiful, and he wanted to get to know each other better. The girl in turn instantly changed her face and began to fidget in her chair. Thinking that from his lips it sounds quite intriguing and interesting. Of course, Yuan understood what she was feeling now and why she began to preen herself. After all, just recently she was a real devil, but now she has grown wings again. After a certain time, they finally arrived at Bing's house, which was located in Qingyuan district. The girl silently got out of the car and went to her home, looking out the window. She saw Chen driving away. After which she began to get nervous, because Yuan had some miraculous effect on her. In addition, she had little faith in the fact that he decided to seduce her, since there were plenty of opportunities for this. Which means he is pursuing a completely different goal, but she didn't know what. Suddenly a thought came to her, but at that moment her phone rang. Chin was surprised to find that Miss Royu was calling her. Bingju picked up the phone. Xiao naturally asked about Chen. Bing said that he dropped her off at home and had already left. But as it turned out, she was interested in even the slightest details of their pastime. In this regard, Royu asked what they were talking about in the car, assuming that they were talking about her. Chin lied, saying that he avoided the topic and declared his feelings to Bing. But she thought it was a lie. Xiao supported her, saying that she asked him a similar question on this topic, but he eluded the answer. Then they began to think, because it all started from the moment when Yuan began to pour huge amounts of money into the shark, and became the famous lone wolf. Chen then invested the money in her family, and the rest in various corporations, and even acquired the Big Cat TV channel. Despite his extravagance, the girls came to the general opinion that this was a proven strategy. Suddenly, Bean had an epiphany because the young man had recently invested in an artificial intelligence system and probably saw the potential. Thus, it turns out that he's only hiding behind a good person. But in fact, he's building his own tactics for business. Royu warned Chin, saying that this man is very cunning and you need to be careful with him. And perhaps he is the person who will very soon change their world. At this moment, she suddenly received a message, and Xiao asked Bing Shui to wait for a moment. As it turned out, Yuki wrote to her. She asked to be allocated an entire floor in Jinmao to open a company. The girl, of course, agreed, but she herself thought that Chen had planned it all. Meanwhile, late in the evening, the main character was in his dorm and suddenly began to sneeze. In this connection, he assumed that someone remembered him since he did not have a cold. Then he made a surprise announcement to his roommates. The guys looked up from their work and began to listen to him. Yuan suddenly said that he was moving out. Friends were simply shocked by this news, realizing that he had calculated everything. They assumed that Chen was moving into the apartment that Lele had given him, and they began to ask about it. They also asked him to share his pickup skills. The young man straightened his hair and said that you just need to be handsome. At this time, a friend told Yuki the good news, because their channel would soon start working, and they needed to recruit employees. Zhao said that she would become the director of the company, and later they would also invite Xiaofei. At the same time, the salary will be more than decent, but one moment confused her. After all, it was also necessary to recruit several professional streamers into the team. Finding Shen in her contacts, Yuki thought about it. In the past, she was the boss of the company. But after offending one person, Shui went bankrupt. Meanwhile, Shen tried to drive away her ex-boyfriend, who turned out to be a gigolo. The girl could not restrain her emotions and at a certain moment threw a glass of water on him. In response, the young man smiled and said that he no longer wanted to see her. Shui was shocked by these words, because earlier he could not say his opinion. But the main problem was that all the time he existed and ate at her expense, and now he decided to break off the engagement, because Shui has gone bankrupt and is unable to offer him a luxurious life. After which he absolutely calmly and naturally left the cafe. All the visitors began to discuss what had happened, saying that the old woman had fallen for the young man. The woman was in despair and burst into tears. She did not know what to do or where to go. But suddenly, Yuki called her and hurried to tell her the good news, that she has a wonderful opportunity to become her business partner in one profitable business. The next day, the main character slept peacefully in the bed of his new apartment. Suddenly, he woke up from the characteristic click of the lock on the door and immediately opened his eyes. Chen slowly rose from his bed and began to wonder who it could be. Yuan understood that it could not be a thief, since no one would break into the house in broad daylight. The guy instantly grabbed the vase from the chest of drawers and slowly tiptoed towards the entrance. Standing at the door, the teenager began to wait and listen to every rustle. Footsteps gradually approached his room. Chen hid standing at the door. As soon as the door opened, Layla entered the empty room with some kind of can. Yuan instantly attacked her with a vase, but promptly recognized the girl as Shu. The stunned teenager, in turn, asked what she was doing here, after which he put the vase on the chest of drawers and went to get his things to get dressed. Then he once again asked why she had come and hurried to get himself in order. The girl apologized to him, saying that she did not think how quickly he would move, and she came to clean the room a little, and she herself stared at his muscular torso. Chen took notice of this and encouraged her to compete with him in this exciting game. Lele in turn smiled sweetly at him and hurried to lock the door. Then she asked if he really wanted to play with her. Yuan smiled back and stated that they were adults, and there was nothing like that here. Unexpectedly, Shu agreed and began to take off her outerwear. The shocked guy couldn't even think that she would take the game seriously and asked her not to do it. The girl laughed and said that in fact she was also joking. Then she reached for the can and asked if he was hungry, since she had brought him breakfast. Layla began to take several plates of food out of the bowl and offered him a snack. Chen literally came close to her and began to say that she was surprised when she saw him in the room. So who was she bringing breakfast to then, if she thought that he had not moved yet? Shu smiled again and said that it didn't matter. She had planned her own game. Among the dishes offered to him, the main character saw his favorite jiaozi and was delighted. The guy immediately started complimenting Layla and saying that she prepared them correctly, as there should be a lot of filling. The girl noticed that she even knows how to cook soup and is ready to cook breakfast for him every day. Naturally, Yuan agreed to be delighted with delicious food every morning. Chen even offered her household chores as a job for which he was willing to pay. Shu obediently handed him the chopsticks and said that she was ready to do this absolutely free of charge. Retracting her hand, she gently ran her finger over his palm, making her intentions clear. The teenager almost choked on his food, realizing that the young lady was determined. Her cooking, in turn, was truly incredibly tasty, which the guy never expected from Lele. In addition, it was extremely difficult to resist her charms. It was not for nothing that she was nicknamed the killer of men. The girl was quite skilled at flirting and knew how to behave. Suddenly, Yuan's phone rang. It was Xuanyin. He immediately inserted the earphone and hurried to pick up the phone. Gao, in an alarmed voice, began the conversation with a request for help in one matter. Chen hurried her to tell the essence of the problem, and continued to eat a delicious breakfast. Xuan began to fill him in on the matter and ask him to take it seriously. Director Yang was supposed to start filming, but Shudian Film Company unexpectedly refused to cooperate with them. Yuan could not understand who she was talking about and asked who this Yang was. Surprised, Gao replied that this is the one who considers and calls Chen her patron. At the same time, they lose a lot of money every day. The guy finally understood who we were talking about and agreed to help. But only in financial terms. He offered to give her 500 billion so that she could solve her problems herself. And literally within a few minutes, he transferred this amount of money to her. Xuan couldn't believe what was happening and started counting the number of zeros. Meanwhile, Yuan said that in a couple of days he would come to visit them. After which the young man hung up and the stunned Gao wondered where he got that kind of money. Chen in turn thanked Lele for the delicious breakfast and gave her a strange look. Then he added that it was best for him to move away from her so as not to interfere with her life in peace. The young lady was shocked by the teenager's unexpected decision and tried to object. Shu leaned closer to him and asked what she had done wrong. The main character replied that it would be extremely awkward for him if she constantly showed up without warning. But at the same time, Yuan asked her for a spare key, so that if something happened, he could visit her or spend the night. Lele naturally gave him a duplicate of the keys, and noted that he could come at any time. The girl herself was already celebrating her victory because she had more than one spare key. Suddenly, Chen turned around and said that he really had better move out, and besides, he was aware of the second duplicate key. The young lady replied that she understood everything. The teenager, in turn, thanked her for breakfast and left. After all, he understood perfectly well that the woman needed to answer in time. Otherwise, there would be problems. After which, Yuan went in a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom to meet Wen. As soon as he got out of the car, Z called out to him, but he was not alone. Xiao Yue was also with him. They greeted Chen and waved to him. The guy could not understand why Wen brought Du with him, because he wanted to discuss personal issues with him. Tsu saw a luxury car and asked where it came from, then immediately suggested that they go somewhere to eat. Xiao only thought that they would go to an expensive establishment since Yuan was clearly rich in money. However, when they arrived in some remote place, her mood dropped sharply. Du Yue looked at the extremely unkempt place, reminiscent of a village canteen, and was shocked. Wen, on the contrary, was glad to come to this establishment because this is where Sichuan cuisine was located. Joyful Z turned to his girlfriend and said that she would definitely like it here. The young lady put a sweet smile on her face. She herself could not understand whether Yuan was really pretending to be a rich man, since eating in such a place is contraindicated. As soon as they sat down at the table, the TV began to show a press conference of Gao's new television company, which instantly reported that a very good person helped her. The young man already understood what was going to be discussed, and he really didn't like Xuan's behavior, because he could have left it a secret. But Gao began to thank Lone Wolf, who invested 500 billion in her company from the screen. Stunned, Wen asked Chen if he really wanted to buy a film studio. But Xiao Yue was interested in something completely different, since her first priority was money. She was impressed by his character, because with so much money, he did not hesitate to eat in such places so as not to stand out. The main character was simply horrified and did not understand why talk about investors at all, because he wanted to remain in the shadows. Tsu, in turn, asked him to get an autograph from some star and continued to ask about the film studio. Yuan replied that he bought it for fun. Wen could not calm down and again asked where he got so much money. But Chen encouraged him to eat silently, and Du Yue in turn began to perceive Z as a guide to a better life. The girl was really determined and wanted to get the bag of money by any means necessary. She immediately began to tend to Wen, wiping his mouth and telling him to be more careful. Meanwhile, Yuki, Ruoyu, and Bingshu with Meng Meng were shocked by the amount Yuan invested in the film company. Apart from the incredible amount of money, it was not clear to them how he could even know Xuanyin. Zhao suggested that they could have met by chance somewhere on the street. Suddenly, Qin revealed that he participated in the charity auction and even gave Gao a gift. Xiao believed that Chen had actually planned everything in advance, but why he only now revealed the details with Xuan is unknown. This means that he did not do this for Gao's favor. The girls came to the conclusion that there was a deeper meaning behind this. Ruoyu seriously thought about this question and tried to understand why he needed the technology corporation and Big Cat. And while Xiao was trying to put this puzzle together in her head and come to a logical conclusion, Meng suddenly said that if Yuki told everyone that Yuan had invested in these projects, then all the leading people and insiders would come running to them. After all, with the support of such a person, people will understand that Big Cat has great potential. But at a certain moment, they thought that all this could also be part of his plan. The girls once again realized how insidious and dangerous this man is. Suddenly, Shen approached them and asked what they were discussing so furiously. Zhao immediately brought her up to date and said that Gao was holding a press conference, and they were talking about Chen's investments. As soon as Shou heard about Lone Wolf, she was surprised and asked if it was really about him. Meng Meng also told her that he had invested in their company. The woman was shocked. In this connection, she asked whether it was too late for her to quit. The girls couldn't understand Shen's decision and asked what happened. Yuki began to persuade her not to do this, because she helped her become a streamer and can now be part of their team. However, the woman did not want to listen to anything, saying that it was all because of him, because in reality, she went bankrupt because of this lone wolf and doesn't want them to get it too. The young entrepreneurs were shocked by this news and didn't even know what to say. Suddenly, Zhao said that before she thought he had a good character. Yuki even decided to talk to him to solve this problem once and for all. Yuan, in turn, had a good time having lunch with Wen and Xiao Yue, after which they said goodbye, and Su noted that very soon they would meet again. Suddenly, his phone rang and the teenager saw that it was Zhao. The guy picked up the phone, and the alarmed Yuki instantly said that they needed to talk. Chen agreed. He assumed that she had watched the news and wanted to ask him about the 500 billion, but the girl asked a different question, and Shen offended him so much that he decided to close her company. However, Yuan didn't even understand who she was talking about. Zhao recalled that she had her own streaming corporation. The young man finally remembered this impudent woman, and stated that she had used his name against him, and he decided to teach her a lesson. Yuki, in turn, hastened to report that from now on, Shui is working for her, adding that she has already learned her lesson and apologizes, so the conflict is over. Chen said that if she really understood everything, then let her ask for forgiveness. Shen immediately began to apologize, saying that she would try her best to help Miss Zhao. After this conversation, she finally felt better. The joyful Yuki said that now everything would be fine. Yuan himself wondered if she could really help Zhao. After all, not all people have high emotional intelligence and some need help. Meanwhile, Xuanyin's press conference continued as she answered various questions. As soon as she was asked about the location of the film company, her phone rang. An enraged Chen began to accuse her of simply putting on a show, and now he wouldn't succeed and wouldn't stand out. Gao couldn't understand his logic, because he himself played the piano in front of everyone, and then started a showdown with bandits and says that he wants to be in the shadows. Finally, he calmed down and said that since nothing could be changed, he had a request for her. At this time, the perplexed journalist simply waited for Xuan to finish the phone call. Gao became noticeably nervous because she didn't know what he would ask her to do this time. Soon, the main character explained what was required of her and the girl agreed, after which she apologized to everyone and said that it was a very important call from their sponsor, Lone Wolf. Everyone was lurking in anticipation of Xuan's exclusive news and hoped that his identity would be revealed. Finally, she reported that he bought Big Cat's streaming platform, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, and their company will be the first partner of this project, so you should follow the news in the near future. Naturally, this gave rise to many questions coming from curious journalists. As a result, the information, as expected, spread throughout the city. Some girls immediately decided to change jobs and go straight to Big Cat. Meanwhile, the director of one of the successful corporations, namely Shark, watched Gao's press conference. He naively believed that this mysterious sponsor could not do anything, since the roles in the industry had long been assigned. But suddenly an assistant burst into his office and said that most of the staff had submitted their resignations. The old man was simply shocked and finally realized what method Lone Wolf had used. Soon, a joyful Yuki notified Ruoyu that she was absolutely right. After all, Xuan told about Big Cat, which means that Yuan really planned everything. Xiao replied matter-of-factly. She was just guessing and didn't think it would be true. At this moment, the girls had a clear opinion that he was the eminence grise of the entire business, and his previously absurd actions now made sense, and it was clear that he had thought through everything. Meng noted that if this is all true, then his behavior can be explained by his desire to invest. Ruoyu added that he did not just spend a lot of money on girls, but in order to benefit from the investment. Yuki was sure that he saw them as worthy and completely trusted them. However, each of them wondered if he actually had feelings for someone. This question literally consumed time, and the girls could not calm down. After all, besides business, this worried them most of all. They silently looked at each other. However, doubts always play against you, so you need to remain with a cool head. But they understood that he could like all the girls at the same time, or maybe he didn't have feelings for anyone at all. Suddenly, Ruoyu announced that she would stay until Chen made his choice. The rest of the girls began to look at each other silently again, communicating only with their eyes. Suddenly, Shen clapped her hands and urged everyone to finally drop the topic. Since a woman's priority should be a career, and when a girl is self-sufficient, she will definitely be appreciated. The ladies in turn suggested that the one who would bring the greatest profit would stay with him. Meanwhile, Shu Tong was at work, where she gave out packages to people. Taking out another mail, she invited the visitor to unpack it. The guy agreed. But at that moment, her friend said that the entire internet was talking about how someone had invested a lot of money in Gao's company. However, Lin thought that this was a lie, because just recently Zhuan got into another scandal. But a colleague began to assure her that some rich businessman was clearly behind her. Shu asked who he was. The friend said the name of the lone wolf, and Tun's knife jumped off. Subsequently, she cut her finger. The colleague still did not let up and said that rich people are simply amazing. The visitor immediately perked up and began to carry on the conversation, saying that he was on that stream where this guy invested a lot of money. Lin was simply in shock when she learned about the investment figure. The girl immediately burst into tears, realizing what she had lost and how this could even happen. At this time in the Shanghai Financial Center, the head of the company was indignant. Out of anger, Li threw the cup at the portrait of Xuan and said that this guy was in his throat. And he deliberately puts a spoke in the wheels because he wanted to take Gao out of the game, and Chen created a film company for her. The assistant called on the gentleman to calm down and said that she had already instructed people to find out more about him. The guy also believed that it was this Yuan who helped Xuan deal with Wang Hu. But in this game, he was only a pawn and did not play a special role, so the loss was not significant. Li was determined, because he had been in business for several years and always got what he wanted. The assistant said that she asked everyone, and it seems that the person named does not exist at all. But Li could not understand where his assets came from, and the assistant, in turn, urged the owner not to worry about him. The guy decided to listen to her, especially since his family has a lot of connections in the film and television industry. But since he still decided to enter into battle with him, then at least he had some kind of plan of action. And all these companies are just a cover. The maid asked the master if it was worth finding out about this mysterious lone wolf. Li instantly changed his face and ordered her to get all the available information about him. Meanwhile, the main character was having a great time relaxing in the company of the first beauty of the art department. Lele literally spoon-fed him her delicious food, and was glad that Chen was satisfied with everything. Yuan continued to calmly play video games and generally had a good time. At a certain point, he went through another extremely difficult mission. Shu was still happy and supported the young man in every possible way, which was quite strange. Suddenly, Chen asked if it was bad that she had been taking care of him for 3 whole days while he was playing video games. It is worth noting that during this time the girl actually prepared food, cleaned, and even washed his things. Lele was surprised and asked in response why she should have thought that this was bad. Yuan asked again if she didn't think he was not purposeful. Shu replied that she had never seen anyone so purposeful. After all, he scored as many as 9,000 points in the game. The teenager realized that it was useless. He silently put on his slippers and was about to head out, but Lele stopped him, saying that she also wanted to go for a walk. But Chen expressed a desire to resolve his issues alone. The young lady obediently listened to him and wished him good luck, realizing that men value personal space. She wanted to wait for the moment when Yuan himself got used to her, and then he would not get away from her. Naturally, Shu could not lose to the other predators in the fight for money. The company's employees saw the large-scale preparations for the event and could not understand who such a great person would come to them. Soon rumors spread that an investor was coming to them. Gao personally went out to meet him. Seeing the luxury car arrive, Xuanyan put a smile on her face and walked towards the car. Gao deliberately decided to personally greet such a precious investor. Chen, in turn, noticed that she was a star, and it was not her status to come down to him, but Xuan had a different opinion. Suddenly she caught herself thinking that he had become even more attractive, and that she liked him madly. As soon as Yuan entered the corporation, everyone began to greet him and call him Lone Wolf. The young man once again noted that next time there is no need to organize such a show. The girl replied that she already understood how much he wanted to remain in the shadows. She herself assumed that in fact he liked it all and was just showing off. After which, one of the managers hastened to raise the topic of the location of the future city of cinema and television. Accordingly, he suggested placing it in a cluster of resident talents to attract more partners. Gao expressed her opinion and suggested placing the city closer to the second and third lines, since it would be too expensive on the first. However, another manager said that it would be best to build it closer to nature for ease of filming. They all then turned towards Yuan and asked his opinion on the matter. The teenager asked in surprise whether his opinion was really that important. Xuan answered positively, because he is an investor and the last word belongs to him. Then Chen said that none of the three options were suitable. Everyone was shocked. The young man took a marker and drew on the map where, in his opinion, this town should be located. The manager objected because there is too little infrastructure near the city of Tianmen, but the guy said that land there costs a penny, and they will reveal its potential and prove to everyone that it is possible. So the employees were divided into two camps. Some agreed with him. Others are on the contrary. In fact, Yuan himself was born in Tianmen and knew what he was talking about. Even God himself is powerless to change anything there. Thus, he wanted to spend as much money as possible, unlike businessmen who thought only about profit. And after some time after consulting, they decided to invest 100 billion in the land of Tianmen. The managers were pleasantly surprised that this meeting ended in just a few minutes. However, it was difficult for them to say who Lone Wolf was, a fool or a genius. The main character was delighted with what was happening. He knew that this money would not be enough, and he would need to invest even more funds. At this moment, Zhao unexpectedly called him and even requested a video call. Yuki reminded him of the recruitment video conference that was scheduled for today. But when she saw him on the street, she asked if he had really forgotten about their agreement. The girl in turn was upset, realizing that for him it was all not serious. But Chen said that he had not forgotten anything, and that he could communicate much better on the street. In fact, he forgot and did not understand at all where to go to participate in the video conference. Zhao hastened to bring him up to date. Thanks to the last conference, people began to turn to Big Cat more. But there were also problems, since it was necessary to correctly distribute the income of the presenters and the platform. The most common division is equal, with more greedy companies going 3 to 7. But Yuki suggested 6 to 4. But economists believe this will lead to higher operating costs. Shen intervened in the conversation and offered to do it equally to avoid bankruptcy in the future. Chen in turn was shocked and asked what losses we were talking about. Shui said that they are now in an unenviable position, and if they continue to lose money, then everything will end in tears. Yuan was delighted with what he heard, because he needed to lose money in huge quantities. In this regard, Chen said that it was necessary to do 8 to 2, since he did not want to exploit women. Everyone present at the video conference was speechless for a while, and did not know what to say. Then the guy added that their platform must become a leader in this field of activity, so that everyone would be drawn to them. And in the future, they will use their platform to conquer the market, and all this will be done in the shortest possible time. Yuan also reminded that they should not worry about money, because he has plenty of it, the main quality. After which, he said that the conference was over, unless of course someone wanted to speak. Shocked company employees still could not believe what was happening and did not object. Zhao herself didn't really understand such a specific way of doing business, because it was radically different from the classical one. A moment later, 5 billion arrived in Yuki's account, which was signaled by her phone. The girl took the phone and was stunned, not understanding where he got that kind of money from. Chen was happy like a child, realizing that the more he spent, the richer the cashback would be. Suddenly, one of the managers asked Zhao why she was so amused. Yuki happily reported that Lone Wolf had transferred 5 billion to them. All those present were once again shocked by this amount. The guy noticed that earlier he thought the company would go bankrupt, but it's really possible to work with such an investor. Shen was terrified of Chen, because she could not even imagine how influential he would be. Zhao understood that Yuan's ideas might initially seem absurd, but they made her look at the situation differently. However, one thing was unclear to her: why he transferred the money to her card and not to the company's account. After which she realized that by doing so, he was helping her improve her reputation, deliberately demonstrating trust in her. The girl was literally lost in thoughts about him, because Chen always calculated everything down to the smallest detail. Meanwhile, the main character realized that he had transferred the money not to the company's account, but to Yuki's card. Yuan didn't know what to do, or whether he needed to transfer another 5 billion to the corporation's account. At that moment, he suddenly received a message from Zhao, in which she thanked him and called him a dear person to her. The young man was surprised to try to understand whether it was money that melted her heart so much, and she switched to tenderness. From any side, everything that happened was only to his advantage, and therefore the guy was in a good mood. And when the whole business talks, the girls will feel even more obliged to him. And then there will be very little left to 100 favorability points, and Yuan will be the winner. At this time, Yuki told her colleagues that these 5 billion would become their strategic capital. But the good news for the employees ended there. Zhao hurried to make everyone happy, since from now on everyone's salaries and accordingly bonuses will double, adding that very soon the Big Cat Company will become a leader in the industry. Naturally, everyone was delighted and began to work even harder, because motivation is the main thing. Yuki herself believed that the corporation would become a goldmine and that it would not let Chen down. Meanwhile, the teenager returned to his new apartment, believing that Lele was already waiting for him. However, to his surprise, she was not there. Yuan began to pace around the empty rooms. Suddenly, he found a crumpled piece of paper on the chest of drawers, and curiosity got the better of him. As a result, Chen hurriedly unfolded the note to find out what else she had come up with. But the girl informed him that today he was busy with dinner, and she left on urgent matters. The main character understood perfectly well that Shu was deliberately playing cat and mouse with him. At first, she takes care of him so that he begins to think that he depends on her. And then he pulls away to make him feel uncomfortable, that was obvious. But the main thing was that she didn't do anything. He couldn't hate her, which was quite strange. The young man settled down on the sofa and caught himself thinking that he had not felt so calm for a long time. However, the calm did not last long because thoughts always entered my head without invitation. And Chen suddenly remembered his parents. He immediately wanted to go home. The next day, the teenager went home to Chinmen by train in the morning, after which it was necessary to transfer to the bus, where he safely fell asleep. Finally, after a certain time, he got there. It even seemed to him that the journey had not been so long before, or his life has changed too dramatically lately and he didn't notice it. He also understood that he could not come to the village in a Rolls-Royce, as everyone would start pestering his parents with questions. Yuan continued to slowly walk home along the road. Suddenly, he was honked. The guy called out to Chen and couldn't believe that it was really him. The young man turned around and saw Zhang, with whom he studied at school. Biao immediately began to say that they had not seen each other since school, and asked if he had not yet found a way to earn extra money. The guy decided to lie and said that he was studying in Seoul and came home for the holidays. Zhang immediately offered to give him a ride, after which he was absolutely faintly surprised at the Mercedes in which Biao was sitting. Zhang matter-of-factly stated that he made good money in the fishing industry and that studying was pointless, with which the guy congratulated him. Naturally, his classmate in turn became proud. At that moment, they saw a certain girl on the road. Yuan began to peer closely. Her face seemed familiar to him, but he could not remember where they met her. The young lady in turn saw them and began to smile sweetly. Chen continued to look at the beauty. Suddenly, he remembered her and asked Zhang if it was really Wang. Biao replied that she was only getting prettier every year, and in the future she might even become his wife. After which they stopped near the girl, and she recognized the passenger as Yuan. Men was sincerely glad to see him and said that he had matured and looked better. The main character was shocked, because in just a few years she turned into a beauty. In addition, her natural beauty gave odds to many girls with excessive makeup. Chen decided to joke and asked if she had done all her homework. The girl replied that she was already an adult. Biao, in turn, invited her to become his wife, so as not to waste time on meaningless study. Van turned away from him and said that he was not her type because he was too fat. Zheng literally burst into a smile and said that he was ready to lose weight for her. Suddenly, men announced that he was already 22 years old and old. The system at that moment informed Yuan about the new object. However, due to the high level of location, the binding of the object failed. Chen could not understand what could have gone wrong and why the necessary procedure could not be completed. Assuming that the system rated her attractiveness index too high, and if men cannot be associated with the program, then it needs to be demoted. And in this he had no equal. In this regard, Yuan immediately supported Biao and urged Wang not to play hard to get, and Zheng arrived in a Mercedes and without any study. The young girl's favor instantly dropped by 10 points, as reported by the system. Biao himself did not expect that Chen would share his opinion and express everything to her face. Thinking about the fact that learning still makes people more educated and this is not so bad, men never expected to hear this from him and literally burst into tears. The program continued to take away 10 points at a time, and eventually the linking was completed successfully, which Yuan was only happy about, unlike Wang, who ran away in tears in an unknown direction. Naturally, Chen understood that what he had done was wrong, but he urgently needed to do it. Finally reaching his house, he opened the door to the yard, but did not see anyone. Then the young man began knocking on all the doors and windows, but no one answered him. At that moment, a neighbor unexpectedly turned to him and urged him not to shout, but to come to her. It was Aunt Lo, but she behaved quite strangely and the teenager became wary. Suddenly the old woman said that his family was in huge trouble and it was better for him to leave. Chen assumed that they wanted to demolish the village, which he asked her about. But Lo hastened to refute his guesses and noticed that the newspapers always write lies. She stated that there are rumors that his father ran away with Tang, Wang Men's mother, and his mother is furious. In fact, they were in love with each other since childhood, and everyone thought that the guys would get married. But the Tang family did not want to give their daughter to a poor groom, and so she had to marry Wang. But over time, everyone began to pay attention to Men's appearance, and Wang too. Then he began to have doubts that this was really his daughter. After which he took a paternity test. The results were disappointing. Then he wanted to find Chen's father. But later it turned out that he ran away with his wife, Miss Tan. Everyone was horrified. Just like the main character, who couldn't believe this whole story. Thus it turns out that Wang Men, his sister, a neighbor, only confirmed his guesses. Yuan fell into even greater horror, because he personally connected her to his system. From this heartbreaking thought, the guy literally jumped up and ran into the distance. Aunt Luo urged him not to do anything stupid. The teenager even began to bleed. He nervously wiped it away and walked along the street, assuring that everything is fine with him and he is not going to do anything criminal. The old woman looked after the young man and understood that with such a sense of morality it would be difficult for him in this world. Yuan understood that since Men was his sister, Biao would not dare to lay a finger on her. Meanwhile, Van was hanging out the washed clothes and thinking about the situation that had happened, believing that the university had drilled the wrong moral principles into Chen's head. I myself thought for a second whether education was really unnecessary. At that moment, her drunken father kicked in the front door and asked where everyone had gone. Wandering around his yard with a bottle of alcohol in his hands, he looked for at least some kind of consolation. But instead, hatred appeared. Frightened men asked him not to drink so much, because he could barely stand on his feet. The man paused for a moment before ordering her not to call him daddy. Then he completely attacked the poor girl, repeating only one thing, that he was not her father. At a certain moment, Chen appeared and demanded that he stop behaving like that. Drunk Wang began to insult him and say that he had no right to come here at all. Yuan was shocked at how drunk he was that he couldn't even tell him apart from his father. At this time, Van approached his house, where the sickle lay, and once again insulted the teenager. After which, with a lightning-quick movement, he grabbed the sickle and ran towards Chen. The girl was kneeling on the ground. She scaredly shouted to Yuan to be careful. The man swung his sickle and prepared to hit the main character. The guy calmly put his hand forward and prepared to parry the blow. The owner threatened him that he would kill him first. The main character calmly grabbed the attacker's hand with his own hand. The man dropped the sickle. Yuan twisted the girl's father's arm from behind and pinned him to the ground. The man looked at the guy angrily and called him Chen Jiangming. He promised that he would finish him off. The main character told the owner that he was mistaken, and his name is actually Chen Yuan. The man was still angry. He threatened the guy that he could kill his entire family. Yuan said in a calm voice to Uncle Wang that he would let him go or he would calm down. He reminded the interlocutor that there is law and rules in society. The main character looked to the side and asked Menman to bring him a rope. There was a group of people standing around and they were filming everything that was happening on their phones. The main character turned around and demanded that the crowd disperse. Passers-by were talking to each other in surprise. Someone said that Chen Yuan moved like he was in a movie. The main character went into a man's house. The owner was tied to a chair. The guy asked him for forgiveness on behalf of his father. The owner got angry. He shouted that he had been fooled for more than 20 years, and he could not come to terms with it. The main character explained to Uncle Van that there was no point in taking revenge now. The guy suggested that the man think about compensation. Wang angrily shouted to the main character that he did not want the Chen Jianming family to continue. The main character explained to his interlocutor that all this will not change anything. The man did not understand what the guy said. The owner turned sharply and looked suspiciously at his daughter. She stood next to him silently. Menman stood and was silent. She looked at her father very angrily. After a short pause, the protagonist offered financial compensation for the man. Van said in a dissatisfied voice that the money would not return anything to him. He added that he wanted 100 million. Yuan dialed the required amount on his phone. He told the man that he would pay him if he gave up his hatred. The man angrily asked the guy where he could get the money from. Van took a closer look at the guy's phone and was surprised. He realized that the Yuan had 100 million in his account. The main character looked carefully at his phone. He carried out a financial transaction for a man. The man looked at the guy thoughtfully. He realized that the Yuan could indeed have 100 million. Van happily thought to himself that he could start a new life. The man began to dream about his wife and children. The man thought to himself that there was no point in him fighting with Chen Jianming. A window of opportunity is now opening for him. The owner displeasedly asked the guy, "Will he really give him all this money?" Yuan said that he would transfer this money to the Menman card. The guy promised to pay 10 million at once, and the rest of the money for 10 years. Van asked the guy displeasedly, why doesn't he want to transfer the entire amount at once? Yuan told the man that he might not keep his word, and start persecuting his father. The main character sadly thought to himself that money should relieve Mr. Wang's pain. The girl was surprised to realize that she was Chen Yuan's sister. The sister was surprised that her brother was able to pay a large amount at once. Her disposition towards the guy increased. The main character looked into the system window. He realized that the girl was stimulated by a feeling of unity and trust. Man received a message that 10 million had been transferred to his balance. Menman received a message that 10 million had arrived on its balance sheet. Main character walked up to the man and put his hand on his shoulder. Yun said with a smile to the man that he had transferred the money to him and prepared to untie him. The guy asked Van not to do anything stupid. The girl excitedly ran up to the guy and said that she wanted to spend the night with him. She herself was very scared. Van extended his hand and stroked the girl's head. He said that he agreed to take her in. There was a corporation office in a tall building. The secretary told Mr. Lee that she found information about the lone wolf. The secretary gave full biographical information about Chung. There was nothing outstanding in his life. The employee told her boss that she had found a 20-year-old medical report about the guy's mother. The man sat and was silent. He turned his head to the side and thought about something of his own. The secretary read the document and said that the woman could not have children. The secretary told the boss that Chen Yuan is not the child of Machume and her husband. And this time the main character was walking with his sister. Lee asked his subordinate, "Did she just find out that the guy is not a biological child of the Chen family?" The secretary became worried. She told her boss that he was right. The man got angry. He hit the woman with his hand as hard as he could. He was very unhappy because the girl got very little information about the guy. The frightened secretary was sitting on the floor. She had a very bad bruise on her face. Lee said, in an angry voice, that he wanted to find out where the main character got the big money and who supported him. The secretary, in a frightened voice, answered the boss that she understood everything and would find out everything. The man told the girl that if she upset him, then she would lose her value to him. The secretary rose to her feet. The man told her to take action and keep him informed. The main character was at home. The girl was in her room. The guest decided to take a shower. She stood in the bathroom under streams of water. Yuan stood near the door. He told the girl that he had brought things for her and would leave them near the entrance. Menman was in the shower. She thanked her brother through the door. The girl thought that her mother no longer needed her. It turned out that her father was not her own. My sister didn't understand where the guy could get a lot of money from. She remembered that his family sold fruit. The girl began to suspect that the Yuan could be connected with crime. Menman decided that if her brother was on a slippery slope, then she must definitely help him. The main character was sitting on the sofa and holding the phone in his hand. He thought that his parents had turned off their phones and ran away. And now he has to sort it all out. The girl came out of the shower with a towel on her head. She told the guy that she was done. Menman dried her head with her towel. She looked at the guy with interest. The main character turned around and told his sister that she would sleep in this room. He will go to his room. She will call him if she needs him. Menman reached out her hand and grabbed the guy by the clothes. She didn't want him to leave. The girl told her brother to stay with her. She can lie down on the floor. Yuan turned around and looked at his sister. He answered her that he agreed. The main character was lying on the pillow, on the bed and getting ready to fall asleep. The girl was sleeping on the floor. The main character thought that it turned out that children should solve the problems of their parents. A train with passengers arrived at the station. The platform was deserted. People gathered. They welcomed the Kaohsiung Film Company to Tiananmen City. A girl came out of one carriage onto the platform, accompanied by her subordinates. The guest walked accompanied by security guards. There was a crowd of people standing behind her. The guest looked around very dissatisfied. She didn't like the look of the provincial station. The girl looked around displeasedly. She didn't like the view at the station. A man appeared. He greeted Mrs. Gao Xuanyin. He invited her to go into the car. Gao went to the side. She thanked her interlocutor for his concern. The guests from the station got into their cars and drove them along a country road. The man greeted the greeter. Gao stood nearby and smiled. There was a lot of construction going on in the suburban area. The workers were close to the equipment. The man excitedly told Mrs. Gao that they were already developing this land. A man was standing next to the woman. He held the phone in his hand and wrote something in it. The director was sitting in his office in a large building and was busy with work. Director received a telephone message that the management of the film company had chosen a suitable plot of land. You can begin to implement the plan. A man with glasses read messages on his phone with interest. He felt delighted. The director thanked his subordinate for his work. He promised to send the payment in the afternoon. The leader ordered his subordinates to send people to the city of Tiananmen. They need to quickly buy the land in that place. The guy with glasses happily told his boss that he would do everything that way. The man lit a cigar. He remembered about the lone wolf and decided that he could make some money. The guy on the phone told his interlocutors that Han San Shui had given instructions to buy land. They must now hurry up too. The director in a light suit happily answered his interlocutor that he understood him. The boss in dark glasses told the guy on the phone that he was opening accounts right away. One of the managers looked at his watch and said that he was already sending people away. The guy in the suit told his interlocutor on the phone that he would be in the right place. The woman said on the phone that she was leaving soon. A lot of cars gathered near the checkpoint. People were in a hurry because they wanted to get rich. The main character was on the garden plot. He picked up the watermelon and examined it carefully. Yuan looked at the garden land in front of him. He thought that if he had not looked after the plants, they would all have rotted. At this time, suddenly the main character's phone rang in his pocket. Gao said in a dissatisfied voice on the phone that someone had leaked information about the film studio's base. As a result, the price of land in Qianmen rose several times. Yuan listened to her carefully. Yuan said in a joyful voice that it was very good news for him that the price of land had increased. Gao told the guy in surprise that perhaps he had not heard her. Yuan calmly explained to his interlocutor that he would sort everything out without any problems. The system informed the owner that he could not transfer money to the film studio's account. Yuan was very unhappy. The main character remembered that Gao is the official owner of the company. He couldn't understand why he couldn't transfer the money. The owner tried to make the transfer again. The system informed him that it suspected him of money laundering. The main character realized that he could no longer transfer money to the Gao account. He decided to look for another way out. The guy turned his head to the side and decided to transfer the money to his sister's account. Menman can create its own company and it will be possible to transfer money through it. In the end, the yuan will complete the operation and receive a huge cashback. Menman, I asked my brother who he was just talking to. The main character explained to his sister that he was talking to a girlfriend named Gao. He himself is not yet ready to accept her feelings. Sister was holding a watermelon in her hands. She said that she knew very well who his girlfriend was. Yuan explained to the girl that land in their city had been chosen for the construction of the company. He suggested that his sister earn some money. Menmen, with great excitement, I asked my brother how she could earn extra money. The main character pointed his hand to the side. He explained to the girl that there is a lot of free land in their village. Menmen can buy land. After that, a film company will want to build on the site. You can make money from this. The guy explained to the girl that there would be a lot of people wanting to make money from tourism. Menmen thought to herself that she couldn't rely on her brother all her life. She decided to help him in the future. The sister happily told her brother that he was right. She promised to talk to the head of the village council. People will gather and this issue will be discussed. The main character held a watermelon in his hands and looked joyfully to the side. He thought it would be nice for him if he had such a woman. At this time, a motorcade of expensive cars appeared on the road. They were approaching the village. The main character stood and looked carefully at the arriving guests. In one car, the side door opened and a young girl came out. The guest looked around displeasedly. She said that this place does not even have proper roads. The girl approached the main character and called him by name. The guy asked his interlocutor what her name was. The guest said that her name is Lin Jiluo. She told the guy that they had met again. The main character was unpleasantly surprised. He didn't understand why the girl said that they had met again. The guy, after a short pause, asked the girl, where could they have met before? Lin was very surprised. She asked the guy, does he really not remember her? The girl reminded the interlocutor that they had met at a car dealership. Next to her was her brother, young Master Lin. Yuan thought about it. He remembered about the guy in the car dealership, and there was a girl next to him. Lin looked at the main character with displeasure. She realized that he was not paying attention to her. The main character asked the girl why she was looking for him. Lin invited her interlocutor to come to his house. Yuan looked away at the people. He realized that it was better not to make too much noise in the village. The main character went into the house with his companion. The guy told the guards to park the car. The guards remained standing near the gate. There were also a lot of people crowding around the entrance. The main character was in the house with his companion. They sat on chairs near the table. Yuan told the girl that she could talk. Lin told her interlocutor that he plans to make good money. The main character did not answer his interlocutor. He looked at her displeased. The girl slyly told the guy that he could deceive others, but not her. Lin told the guy that he first announced a major investment in the film company. After that, he handed over the business plan to an incompetent company. The girl explained that actress Gao is very incompetent. There are a lot of amateurs on her team. Lin said people from all over the country began to flock to the village. Many of them even mortgaged their assets in Seoul. The girl sternly pointed her hand at the guy and said that he wants to acquire all these assets for himself. She explained that such a maneuver was deceptive. The main character asked his interlocutor, how does all this concern her personally? The girl looked at the guy. She noticed that her interlocutor remained calm, even when he was discovered. The guest looked carefully at the main character and decided that she couldn't quarrel with him. The girl slyly told her interlocutor that she was offering him the opportunity for cooperation from the Lin family. At this time, someone screamed near the entrance to the house. The girl demanded to be allowed inside the house. Menmin stood near the entrance very angry. She was held by guards. She didn't understand what was happening there. The guard angrily shouted to the girl that she couldn't go inside. He held her hand. The main character approached the guards and demanded that they let his sister go. The line snapped to the side with interest as the girl tried to fight off the guard. Lin noted to herself that his sister was very important to the main character. The main character got angry. He shouted to the guards that he would force them to let his sister go. Yuan got angry. He swung and hit the guard with all his strength. The main character continued to beat and throw the guards in all directions. He demanded that they release the girl. One of the fighters, after a powerful blow, flew up and then fell down to the ground. Lin and the other fighters were very surprised. They couldn't understand how the guy was able to neutralize one of his colleagues so quickly. The girl remembered with fright that all of their family's guards were former Special Forces soldiers. The sister approached the guy. She was very surprised because he was very physically developed. Lin looked joyfully in front of her. She realized that this was the kind of man she was waiting for. The system told the main character all the details about his new girl acquaintance. Yuan said in a dissatisfied voice to his guest that she came to his home to humiliate his own family. The main character said in a dissatisfied voice to his interlocutor that their conversation could be over. Men noticed with pleasure that their guest looked younger than her, but she was very serious. Lin turned aside and said that her brother recruited the guards, so they were not very obedient. Yuan replied to the girl that they did not need to continue this conversation further. The sister very joyfully ran up to the guest and introduced herself to her. The guest shyly looked to the side and told the hostess her name. Two girlfriends began to communicate with each other. They asked each other about age. The main character looked with great surprise at how the two girls joyfully communicated with each other. Yuan thought to himself with surprise that women, when they first met, act as if they had known each other for an eternity. The main character was sitting on the street near the house. He watched as the girls stood and interacted next to him. Yuan was busy shelling peas. He heard one of the girls mention him. The girlfriends were very passionate about the conversation. They talked with interest. Men approached the guy and said that he was very cool. Lin told a lot about him. Yuan replied to the girl that she still had a lot to learn. The system informed the owner that men's sympathy towards him had sharply increased. The sister told her brother that he was embarrassed because of a few words. Lin looked at her new acquaintances. She thought that the main character and his sister had a very warm relationship. The girl watched as the guy was busy with work. She thought that Yuan's body and mind functioned differently from ordinary people. Lin looked at the guy carefully. She couldn't believe that such a wonderful man could really exist. Lin's disposition towards the guy has increased. She thought happily to herself that Yuan might have many secrets. Late in the evening, the main character answered his guest that he did not want her to stay the night with him. Yuan waved his hand at the girl and told her to leave. They have already discussed the possibility of cooperation with her.
Lin excitedly shouted to her friend that she wanted to understand how they lived in the village.
The sister approached her brother and said that the guest wanted to stay for a couple of days. She will need a room. Yuan turned around and looked at his sister. She looked at him with a pleading look. Men looked at the guy with a very pleading look. She wanted her friend to stay. The main character waved to the girls and said that he agreed that they should not create problems. Lin and Men were very happy. The main character looked dissatisfied at his new acquaintance. He thought that in a couple of days she would run away from the village herself. Lin thought very slyly to herself that she would be watching the guy. She wanted to know his main secret. The main character was lying on the bed and could not sleep. He heard two girls talking loudly to each other. The guy turned his head on the pillow. He thought that collaborating with the Lin family wouldn't be that bad. The main character thought that the Lin family sent the girl to him for a reason. The guy turned over and prepared to fall asleep. He told himself that he would still find a way to benefit. The next morning, the main character woke up very early. He heard a noise. Yuan jumped up in bed and looked at his phone. He could not understand what was happening early in the morning. The main character opened the door and ran out into the street to see what was happening. Lin happily turned and greeted the main character. She told him that he woke up very early. The owner was very surprised. He watched with interest everything that was happening on the street and in the house. There was a lot of construction equipment on the street. The guy shouted to the girl that she had decided to destroy his house. Lin told the guy that she was not carrying out any destruction. She decided to stay in the house for a couple of days and make it beautiful for this. The girl pointed to the bathroom after renovation. Everything looked different there. Yuan was surprised. Lin led her friend into the pig pen. She told the guy that the animals were in inhumane conditions. The main character was surprised to see how the barn had been renovated. The girl explained that a bathroom had been purchased for each of the pigs, so the animals will be clean. Yuan thought to himself that all rich people are travelers. Lin looked at the guy slyly and said that she would now show him the most important thing. The girl pointed into the room. Men happily sat on a large and comfortable chair. Lin explained that she would be living in this room for the next few days. The sister joyfully shouted to her brother that the chair was very comfortable for her. The main character answered the girl that he was very happy because she liked it. The girl happily said that the furniture was made of high-quality materials. She decided to install heated floors. Yuan thought to himself that the girl was very conscious about issues of food, clothing, and living conditions. The guy realized that his parents would be very surprised when they returned home. The guy looked at two joyful girls. He thought to himself that he would now have to be a nanny for them. The girls were having a lot of fun in the house. A security guard stood on the street and listened to everything carefully. The security guard called Mr. Lin and said that everything was going according to plan. Mr. Lone Wolf was not against cooperation. Mr. Lin demanded from his subordinate that he report to him when necessary. The secretary approached the boss from the side. She brought him a glass of wine and asked if everything was okay. The man turned around and told the secretary that Lone Wolf was interested in the girl. The secretary named Yue Ling Shuang told the man that he was very determined. He even used his sister as bait. The woman angrily said that the Lone Wolf does not even imagine what awaits him next. Yui stood with her boss near the huge window. She said that soon the Li and Lin families would unite and stab the protagonist in the back. The man told her that such an end would be pitiful, but someone had to do it. The woman told her boss that it was time for her to fulfill her role. The boss hugged the secretary and slyly asked, "Is she really leaving already?" Yui answered her boss that the wine would taste much better when the two of them celebrated the victory. The secretary walked along the corridor. She told herself that Lone Wolf would not be able to escape her trap of seduction. People stood near the gates of the mansion and discussed something very persistently among themselves. Someone said that real chaos was happening in the Chen family. The main character and his companion approached the gate. He reached out and opened them. The Yuan went with the Lin. One of the people said that he sees the same girl who arrived with the guards a couple of days ago. The man was surprised that the girl also lives in this house. Passers-by stood near the gate. Someone said that Chen Yuan really doesn't waste any time. The man looked at the main character and did not understand why the guy gets all the best. The man smiled and invited Yuan to have fun together in the evening in the city. The main character turned around and asked his interlocutor, for what reason could they meet? The man answered the guy that there would be something like a reunion. He invited the main character to drink a couple of glasses. The main character turned around and told the man that he would be free in the evening. Yuan thought to himself slyly that he himself had been showing off a lot lately and was tired. The main character walked accompanied by his girlfriend. He decided that he must now deal with this big problem. The guy and his girlfriend went into a thicket of corn. The girl asked with interest, "Why did they come here?" Lin looked to the side with interest. She hoped that the guy would not do anything indecent. Lin, scared, imagined that the main character looked at her angrily. Lin saw in her fantasies how the main character angrily told her that if she screamed, no one would hear her. The main character gave a large basket for the girl. He demanded that she collect 20 ears of corn. Tench was surprised because she was forced to collect corn. The girl held the cob in her hands. She was delighted to see how the corn was growing. Yuan hoped that Padrushka would get tired of work and run away to the city. The girl very joyfully walked across the field and collected ears of corn. The main character took the huge root in his hands and brought it to show the girl. The Tench and the guy approached the pond. The girl held a bucket in her hands and prepared to scoop up water. Girlfriend was sitting on a stone. She told the guy that life in the village is very interesting. She wanted to stay here. The main character was unhappy. He realized that everything did not go according to his plan. Suddenly, cries for help were heard from the side. Yuan and Lin turned to the side. An unfamiliar girl ran along the ground and screamed for help. Two pursuers were chasing her. The girl was running and tripped over a stone at full speed. She started to fall. The stranger tripped after running quickly and fell face first into the dirt. An unfamiliar man approached the girl and asked angrily why she stopped. The attacker approached the girl and grabbed her head. He told her that she could still try to escape. The stranger demanded that the attacker let her go. The man told the girl that she should be good and come back with them. A Tench ran up from the side. She angrily demanded that the men let the stranger go. Lin, in an angry voice, demanded that the attackers move away from the girl. The main character was surprised to think that his girlfriend, even without security, persistently rushed into battle. A group of men stood and looked displeasedly in front of them. Their leader was holding a cigarette in his mouth. The main character noticed that the unfamiliar guys looked as if they could do such work to order. Yuan demanded in an angry voice that the guys simply leave the girl alone. The leader got angry. He angrily asked the main character who he was. Yuan wasted no time. He very quickly beat the leader and he lay on the ground. The frightened stranger was sitting near the water. The main character stood, and the unconscious bodies of bandits lay around him. Lin told her friend with admiration that he killed the attackers very quickly. She couldn't even follow his movements. The girl's mood increased sharply. Main character approached the stranger. He asked if she was okay. The girl went inside herself. She looked at the guy and decided to thank him. The stranger said that her name is Yue Linshuang. She promised the guy that she would thank him for his kindness. The main character looked at the girl with admiration. He really liked her. The system informed the owner all the details about the unknown girl. The main character learned in the system that Yue has a lot of different skills. She spoke English. Yuan was very surprised. He couldn't understand how an ordinary woman could have so many skills. The guy realized that the girl had a negative disposition towards him. The main character thought and realized to himself that something was wrong with the unfamiliar woman. Yue sat silently on the ground. She looked to the side very dissatisfied. Lin ran up to the girl and asked why the bandits were pursuing her. Yue shyly turned to the side and said that she owed the criminals a large amount of money. The girl told her new acquaintances the sad story of her life. Yue reported that she grew up in a single-parent family. Her father spent his entire life in prison. The mother suffered from an incurable disease. The girl said that she took out a loan from borrowers for her mother's treatment. The woman later died. Yue was never able to return the money. Yue remembered how at her mother's funeral she dropped the box with her ashes. The girl said that the borrowers wanted her to sell herself in order to earn the money, but she decided to run away. Lin, with tears in her eyes, promised her friend that she could repay the debt instead. Yue explained in a sad voice that she could earn money herself. She just needs time. Lin was amazed. She shouted to her interlocutor that she looked like a flower breaking through the asphalt. The main character stood and looked at his new acquaintance with great disbelief. Yuan realized that the girl was telling a story with a very hackneyed plot. He realized that only such a limited person as Lin could believe such a story. The main character thought that he could turn a blind eye to Yue's deception for now. The guy decided to himself that he would try to find out who was behind the stranger. Yuan demanded that Lin take their guest to the house. We need to treat the girl's wounds and put her in order. The girl was very worried. She shouted that all Yue's things are dirty. She should take a shower and change clothes. The main character told his girlfriend that she should take a shower too. The main character told his new friend that he wants to offer her a job in the company. The girl looked at the guy and said that it would be great for her. Yue slyly and joyfully thought to herself that the main character is really very obsessed with women. The main character explained to the interlocutor that if she does not agree to the job, then they can pretend that this conversation did not happen. The girl fell silent. She pondered in surprise the words she heard from the guy. Lin realized that the guy first offered a job, and then immediately retracted his words. She didn't understand what was happening to him. The girl looked at her new friend and said that such a beauty like her should have found a job for herself. Yue turned around and told her interlocutor that she was much more beautiful than her. Lin slyly turned around and looked at the main character. She told Yue that she had a very good tongue. Yue happily told her interlocutor that she also has a beautiful soul. The girl became worried. She did not understand the behavior of the main character. Lin told the guy that the girl could work as an assistant in her company. Yue was very surprised. She pondered with interest the words she had heard. Yue got angry. She remembered that her goal was the main character. Lin could have stopped her. The guards saw two dirty and frightened girls. They called out to the second miss in fear. The guard stood next to Yue and examined her very worriedly. Lin told her subordinates angrily that she was the second miss. The girl angrily said that the guards had confused her with another girl. She promised to complain to her brother. Subordinates apologized to their mistress for confusing her. Men looked at the guest with interest. She realized that although the girl was dirty, she was beautiful. Yue looked at the guy with great attention. Men realized that her new girlfriend was crazy about her brother. The sister glanced slyly to the side. She noticed that the tench was also looking at her brother with interest. The main character asked his sister what was going on with her homework. Men joyfully hugged her brother and shouted that he had found 2 brides for himself. Lin was unhappy that she was immediately called a bride. Yue calmly replied that she was seeing a guy for the first time in her life. Men hugged her brother. She realized that her house would be lively. Lin led the guest inside the house into a room. She decided to help her. The girl brought a small first aid kit. She said that she wanted to help Miss Yue. The guest was sitting on the table. Lin told her that she is a real specialist. The guest took hold of the hem of her robe. She asked the girl to act very carefully. She was afraid of pain. Lin began to carefully cover up the wounds on the girl's body using a special product. After that, Lin squeezed the contents of the bottle directly onto the girl's wound. Yue screamed in displeasure. Yue calmed down. She said that the tench did not do all this on purpose. The guest was very angry about herself. She decided that she would kill this entire family. The main character suddenly approached from the side. He grabbed his girlfriend's hand. The main character told his girlfriend that he himself wanted to treat her wounds. Yuan began to lubricate the wound on his girlfriend's body. He told her that it might be a little unpleasant for her, but he will do everything quickly. Yue looked at her friend with love and thanked him for his concern. The system unexpectedly informed the surprised owner that the Yue's disposition towards him had slightly increased. The main character raised his head. He looked at his new acquaintance with great interest. The guy realized that his new friend was a great actress. Her disposition increased quite a bit. Yue nervously asked her interlocutor why he was looking at her like that. The main character calmly answered his girlfriend that everything was fine. The main character thought about it and realized that only thanks to the numbers in the system did he understand that the girl wanted to deceive him. This kind of acting might deceive other men. Yue would be able to skillfully manipulate her victims. Yuan, he remembered that among his girlfriends, only Shu Lele could have such acting abilities. The main character sternly told himself that he was facing a serious enemy. He needs to be alert. Yue looked at the guy. She realized that a very nasty person was sitting in front of her. The girl remembered the medical diagnosis, which stated that the main character's mother could not have children. Yue realized that the main character and his younger sister are not relatives. The girl realized that Yuan did not want anyone to find out that he was not living under the same roof with his real sister. Yue angrily thought that she would expose the guy and make him bankrupt. He will have to answer for everything. The girl ordered the guest to go to the shower and change clothes. Yue thanked Miss Lin in response. Half an hour later, the girl came out of the shower. The guards looked at her in amazement. Yue looked very clean and beautiful. Everyone around looked at her in amazement. Yuan realized that the girl in front of him was really beautiful. Men shouted with admiration for her friend that she was beautiful. Men looked attentively at her new girlfriends. She realized that they were not inferior to each other. Men realized that her brother chose the most beautiful ones from the crowd of beautiful girls. Yue told the girl that she was also a beauty. The main character looked at his new acquaintance. He said she was suitable to be his secretary. Yue answered her interlocutor that this was an unexpected offer for her. The girl was happy. She thought to herself that the guy was amazed by her beauty. Yue promised the guy that she would thank him for saving her. Yuan explained to the girl that she could handle a simple job. The main character took a close look at his girlfriend and said that she must go through a small special task. The girl was very surprised. She did not understand what kind of special task she would be performing. The main character told the girl to follow him. She can find out everything herself. Yue climbed the stairs after the owner. She realized that she had to take this test. The girl remembered her grueling training at Lee Corporation as a child. Yue remembered that all the training was done for the sake of loyalty to the Lee family and Mr. Lee Jiamu. The girl decided that she would definitely come for the test and do everything that was needed. Yue rose up behind the main character. She realized that she had to gain his trust. The girl and the guy went upstairs. The main character looked at the sun through the leaves of the plant. Yue, I asked my new boss what the task would be. Yuan sat on the chair and thought. The main character looked at his girlfriend with a boring look and asked for her bank account number. Yue took out her phone. She decided that the guy wanted to access her information through her bank account. The girl remembered that her personal information had been carefully cleaned. The main character would not have found anything. The girl looked carefully at her phone. Funds arrived in her account. Yue noticed a message that 100 million yuan had been credited to her account. The girl was very surprised. She couldn't believe that she was able to earn 100 million. Yue decided to herself that the guy transferred her a lot of money to test her. She turned to her boss. The main character told the subordinate that she must spend all this money within a day. After 24 hours, the balance should remain 0. Yue was very surprised. She didn't know how she could spend 100 million. The girl thought that the main character was a very cunning person. He couldn't give her such a simple task. Yue walked and did not understand what she needed to do next. She wanted to understand what kind of trick the guy was up to. The girl realized in fright that she had not been taught what she should do in such a situation. The main character turned around and told the girl that she had already received the task. He is expecting a report tomorrow. Yuan demanded that the girl not tell anyone about the task. Otherwise, he will consider it all a failure. The main character realized that the girl was confused because of the amount of 100 million. He decided that his secretary could not be sentimental. The guy realized that the girl had not seen anything in this life yet. The main character gave his new secretary a task. After that, he went down the stairs. The Yuan was going down very quickly. Yue followed him down the stairs. Men turned around with interest. She realized that her brother was in a hurry somewhere. Sister asked her brother what task he gave for Yue. Yuan answered the girl that children should not meddle in adult affairs. Yue walked down the stairs. The main character asked his sister how things were going with the purchase of the earth. He himself prepared to leave. Men said that she had already discussed everything with the head man. To buy land, you must first find someone who wants to sell it. The girl asked the main character where he wanted to go. Yuan near the front door answered his sister that he needed to go to the city. The secretary understood that the purchase of land was connected with a project to build a film production company. The girl knew that many people were now heading to the north of Tanmen to buy property for themselves. Prices have risen several times. At the same time, clients ignore the southern part of the city. The main character himself comes from this place. The secretary thought that the main character really wants to develop the south, not the north. Yue thought and realized that when there is complete chaos with land prices, many people will lose their livelihood. The girl angrily thought that nothing would work out for the main character. This time the Li and Lin families will unite and he will face the consequences. Sister in the yard asked her brother if he could take her with him.
Yuan, I asked my interlocutor, why does she want to go with him now?
Men said in a shy voice that she wanted to buy new things for herself. The main character realized that his sister was influenced by her friendship with Lin. The girl saw how her friend had a lot of clothes and wanted to dress up herself. Yuan patted his sister on the head and said that he would pay for everything for her. The girl shouted that her brother should not touch her, otherwise he would ruin her hair. A tench ran up from the side. She angrily shouted to her brother and sister that she had caught them. The girl shouted to her new friends that she also wanted to go have fun with them. The main character looked at his girlfriend and realized that he could take her with him. He decided that he could save money on a taxi this way. Yuan looked at his secretary and realized that she could also be taken with him. The main character, accompanied by his girlfriends, arrived at a shopping center in the city.
Lin screamed at her friend to follow her. Lin happily said that it was her first time in such a place.
Yuan glanced at his new subordinate in the car and told her to follow him. Yui asked where she should go. The main character told the interlocutor that she should follow them. She will carry their bags. He reminded her that she was applying for the position of secretary. Yui was very shocked by the words of the main character. She squeezed the handle and broke it into pieces. The main character told his sister not to be shy. She can tell him if she likes something. Men went into the store. She carefully examined and chose outfits. The guy smiled slyly at his sister and said that such clothes suit her. Main character went up to the saleswoman and said that he would pay for everything with a card. Yuan. He approached the girl from behind and said that she had chosen a good bag for herself. Yuan decided to buy several bags for his sister. He paid for them by card. The main character in one of the stores paid for all purchases, using a card. Girlfriends went shopping and chose clothes for themselves. The guy paid for everything with a card. The sister grabbed her brother's hand and said with excitement that she had enough shopping. The girl told the guy that the clothes she bought would be enough for her for a whole year. Yuan asked his sister, why is there not a single package in his hands? The girl explained that Yue carries all the things in her hands. The main character asked the secretary if she was tired. Yue happily replied that she was not tired. The main character explained to his subordinate that she must prove her importance. The girl forced herself to just listen and endure. The guy ordered the secretary to rent a room in the name Men. There, they will leave all the purchased items. Yue looked at the main character and promised that she would do everything. In the evening, several guys stood near the building. An expensive car stopped next to them. One of the passers-by shouted in surprise that a Bentley car costs a fortune. Another guy was surprised that someone in their city was earning that kind of money. Men and Lin got out of the car. The guy on the street happily said that the girls were very beautiful. The main character walked accompanied by his girlfriends. Passers-by looked at him with admiration. Yuan joyfully greeted his friends named Wu Wei and Yu Qi. The guys were very surprised. One of them asked the main character, for what money did he buy himself a Bentley? A man approached from the side. He told the guys that the car didn't actually belong to the main character. Everyone fell silent. The man said with a grin to the main character that he was so vain that he even rented a car. The girl told Yuan that he used to be sincere. Now he decided to show off in front of his old comrades. The main character felt embarrassed. He looked displeased at the guys next to him. Yuan thought to himself that some handsome guy should appear now. This guy will show everyone how cool he is. A young guy in a suit came out. He told the guests that they all attacked the man. The main character realized that he was seeing his former classmate Zhang Dongqi in front of him. This student has changed a lot. The girls ran up and began to greet Zhang Dongqi in unison. The man told the guy that he had grown up and become handsome. They all underestimated him. Zhang answered happily that his father said that one should be restrained. The guy looked in front of him in surprise and saw two girls. Zhang asked the main character to introduce the girls next to him. The guy told his interlocutors that his sister named Wang Menmen was next to him. The chief turned to the side and said that Lin Jilua was standing next to him. The guests were very happy. They all looked at the girls lovingly. Zhang walked behind the guests. He could not understand which of the girls he could choose for himself. Yuan thought to himself that one of the guests had his eye on his sister. He knew that next to him were rich children who considered themselves better than everyone else. The guests were sitting at a table in the restaurant. Expensive food and drinks stood in front of them. Zhang turned and asked the main character what he wants to do after graduation. The main character devoured the food with gusto. He answered his interlocutor that he did not know what he would do after graduation. The guy knew that he still had a lot of money. He will spend it on women. The main character thought to himself that such monotonous days were becoming boring for him. The main character poured himself some water from a jug and said that he was going to travel. Jang smiled very slyly to himself. He didn't answer the guy. Jang told the main character that he might not have enough money to travel. He offered to go to work for him at the company. The guy cunningly offered the main character a salary of 5,000 a month. Lin was very unhappy when she heard about Zhang's proposal. She even choked on water. The girl laughed and apologized. She said the water went down the wrong throat. Men could not understand that some guy offered the lone wolf to work for 5,000 a month. The main character calmly smiled at his friend and explained that he really didn't want to work. Zhang looked at his friend and said that he could not force him. Everyone has their own plans for life. The girl at the table asked the guy what kind of company he had. The guy told his biography. He was able to start his own company. Now they have more than a dozen people. The man excitedly said that Mr. Lone Wolf had invested in a film company this time. Zhang Company is also promising. The guy joyfully shouted that he also wanted to take part in the construction tender. This will be an opportunity to express yourself. The girl jumped up joyfully. She asked Zhang, is he really familiar with the lone wolf? The guy told his friends with a smile that he once dated a lone wolf. The student at the table said with a smile that the father should have helped Donkey a lot. The girl said with a smile that the lone wolf's acquaintance was on a completely different level. The guy with a glass in his hands told his interlocutor that he had a big family and a wonderful future. The main character sat very well fed and dissatisfiedly listened to the stories of the people around him. The students looked at Chen Yuan and thought that they even felt a little sorry for him. Zhang slyly thought to himself that he had dressed up a little before returning to the village. He planned that he would fool his former classmates. The guy looked joyfully at the girl opposite him. He thought she really liked him. Zhang asked his interlocutor why she was looking at him and smiling. Lin Cunning told her interlocutor that she just remembered something. The girl glanced at the main character. The guy devoured the food with gusto. Lin realized that the guy was not interested in exchanging pleasantries with unnecessary people. The girl took the phone in her hands. She thought that the secretary's son might be really popular. The main character glanced at his companion. The smirk on her face seemed very strange to him. Zhang approached the girl and asked her to give him contacts on the internet. Lin asked her interlocutor, why does he need her contacts? The guy explained to the girl that she was very nice and he would like to get to know her better. Lin asked her interlocutor sternly, did he really decide that he was worthy of her attention? Lin displeasedly told the guy opposite that he was not worthy of her attention. The guests were very surprised. They realized that a sweet girl could be so cruel. She didn't want to be the guy's friend. Zhang came to his senses. He told the girl that she had a very high opinion of herself. Lin answered the guy that he overestimated his strength and capabilities. The guy was very angry with the girl's behavior. He began to lose his temper. At this time, a man appeared from the side. Everyone bowed to him and called him General Director. Zhang was very excited. He realized that he saw Fanya Shinshu in front of him. This man was the CEO of a hotel chain. Fan approached and bowed to the girl. He politely told her that she could have warned in advance that she would come to them. They would have prepared a separate VIP room for her. Lin turned to the side and told the man that she and her friends were walking past and didn't even know that she would have dinner at this place. The girl explained to the director that she did not dare detain him. Zhang was very surprised. He continued to remember the conversation he had just heard. The man remembered that the hotel chain is a state franchise with a large number of branches throughout the country. The girl said with excitement that Jiluo also has a surname of Lin. The guy recalled that the CEO of Fan called the girl the second miss. The guests were very surprised. They realized that the daughter of the Lin family had just dined with them. Men asked his girlfriend with interest, is she really the daughter of one of the richest people in Seoul? Lin proudly told her interlocutors that her father is one of the richest people in Seoul. The main character thought that the situation was familiar to him. Zhang was very shocked. He couldn't believe that they had just had dinner with the daughter of the Lin family. Lin grabbed the main character by the hand and said that they had already had dinner and could leave. The students were amazed. They realized that the main character met the daughter of the richest man in the country. Zhang was very disappointed. He couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Lin waved goodbye. She said that the director of Fan could put the account in her name. There were a lot of cars in the parking lot. The main character told his girlfriend that she was in a great mood and put on a good show. Lin explained to her friend that she did not like the way the students addressed him. At this time, the secretary called the girl. She asked where she was. Lin told the secretary on the phone that she was at the meeting of the main character with his classmates. When she returns home, she will tell everything. Yue was sitting with a bunch of packages. She didn't understand why she wasn't invited to a meeting with her former classmates. The secretary was excited. She decided that the boss was very wary and that's why he didn't call her. Yue thought that she could easily find out all the interesting information about the main character at the alumni meeting. The girl was standing in the middle of the street with bags. She reminded herself that she had a task to complete now. The man was at home. He was relaxing with his maids. The owner was lying in a large bathtub. The maids helped him relax. At this time, the phone rang. The owner reached out and picked up the phone. The man listened with interest to the message from his subordinate. She informed him about the task from the main character. The owner explained to his subordinate that Yuan simply decided to test her. The maid helped the master get dressed after the bath. The man explained to the girl that he would send people to help her. They will be able to spend the money quickly. The owner demanded that the girl find out what kind of relationship Yuan has with the Chen family. Yue replied to the young master that she would try. The main character was driving at full speed in his car along the evening street. His phone rang in his pocket. The guy picked up the phone. An actress named Gao Xuanyin called him. The actress tearfully told her friend that she had screwed up again. It solves many problems, but there are even more of them. Yuan asked his friend to speak more slowly. Gao scaredly told the guy that land prices had tripled. They can't afford to buy it. Yuan told his girlfriend on the phone that this problem could be solved. The main character explained to the interlocutor that they would be able to locate their company in another territory. Yuan explained to the actress that they could always find a way out. They can build elsewhere. In a big city, the media were discussing important news. The newspaper wrote that Gao announced a change in construction plans. People actively discussed this news. A large rally was taking place near the building. People demanded that Gao Xuanyin return their money. The workers were sitting inside the building. Someone said 6 people jumped off the roof today. They also speculated. The woman said that now land and real estate prices have fallen very sharply.
One person jumped from the height of the building. He shouted angrily about Gao Xuanyin.
The woman fearfully remembered that she had forgotten to close the exit to the roof of the building. The main character was lying in his room at home. He carefully read the messages on his phone. Yuan happily read the news and realized that land and real estate prices had fallen. The bubble burst.
Suddenly, the girl ran into the room and shouted to her brother to stop sleeping. The guy dropped the phone on himself in surprise. Yuan angrily shouted to his sister that she couldn't just walk into the guy's room.
Men answered the guy in a calm voice that they were relatives and he should get up quickly. Yuan jumped up and asked his sister what was the matter. The girl happily answered the guy that there was a wedding nearby. The main character was surprised. He asked his sister whose wedding could be nearby. Men pointed from the balcony to the cars. She said that there are so many cars only when someone has a wedding. The girl looked closely and noticed that the cars were not decorated. Men looked at the car and said in surprise that they were moving in the direction of their house. There were a lot of people in cars standing near the main character's gate. Passers-by could not understand why there were so many cars parked. The secretary went up to her boss and said that she had completed the task. The woman pointed to a whole bunch of expensive cars that were parked on the street. Yue told the owner that she hired 30 professionals in various fields. All of them are ready to serve the main character at any time. Yue brought her boss a huge bag of real estate documents. She spent all the money. The main character looked at the bag in surprise. He realized that the girl had bought 100 properties. The main character asked the secretary, in whose name were the documents drawn up? The secretary told her boss that she had acquired a property management company called Phaeton. All real estate will belong to her. Yue handed the guy the documents and said that he should sign them. After that, the company will belong to him. The main character thought that the girl worked very efficiently. In a day, she founded the company and assembled a team of specialists for him. The guy told his subordinate to go up with him. Yue rose after her boss. She thought nervously to herself that she should have been more reserved. She remembered that Mr. Lee hired a lot of people to help. The boss asked the secretary if she guessed why he called her to him. The girl answered fearfully that she didn't know. Yuan told the girl that he would not sign the documents. He transfers the company and all assets to her. The secretary was frightened and amazed. She told the guy that she didn't deserve any of this. Yuan happily answered the girl that she was wrong. Yue, I asked my interlocutor what she was wrong about. The main character looked slyly at his secretary. He wanted to tell her something. Yuan said with a smile to his interlocutor that he really liked her. The secretary was very surprised after her boss's words. She couldn't believe that he could like her so much. Yuan looked at the girl and said that he could give her more than 100 million. The main character told the secretary in an excited voice that she was not indifferent to him. The girl told the boss that he was joking and reminded that they had only known each other for a couple of days. Yuan reminded his subordinate that he gave her 100 million. The main character explained to his subordinate that if he didn't like her, he wouldn't do something like that. The secretary was very surprised. She didn't even know what to answer to her boss. The main character hit the wall next to the girl with his hand. He told her about love at first sight. Yuan looked at the girl and said that from now on she will be his personal secretary. The main character looked at the girl and congratulated her on passing the test. Yue looked at her boss. The guy was busy with his phone at that time. The girl received a message from the system. She received 1 billion yuan in her account. The secretary was very surprised. She asked her boss what it was. The main character told his subordinates that he transferred money to her for the next task. She has to spend 1 billion in a week. The girl was very surprised. She didn't understand why the boss transferred her a lot of money. The secretary became worried and squeezed the phone in her hands with all her might. She realized that her boss might actually like her. The main character was also delighted. He realized that the secretary believed his words about his feelings. The main character thought that he would carefully wait to see what Secretary Yue would show him next time. The secretary was very excited. She didn't know what to do. Yue decided to herself that she could not betray the young master. Yue Po thought to himself that the amount of 1 billion is very large. The girl thought that she would not fall for the boss's tricks. The subordinate told her boss that she would do anything for him, so as not to disappoint him. The main character turned around and silently looked at the secretary. He studied her with his eyes. Yuan looked at the girl. He saw that her disposition towards him had not changed at all. The guy realized that he didn't need to rush. He decided to act slowly and carefully. The boss told the secretary that she could decide for herself where she would spend the money. The girl was very surprised that the guy just left and didn't take any further action. The guy's phone rang in his pocket. He noticed that Xiao Ruoyu called him. The girl excitedly told the guy on the phone that she would like to see him. A friend called the Bingsu girl on the phone and asked, "Will she have a free minute on the weekend?" Xiao told her friend that they had not seen each other for a long time. She suggested that she go out and take a walk. Zhui was in her office at her workplace. She told her interlocutor that she had been promoted to deputy general director, so she is busy even on weekends. The girl said that their team is going to introduce a new feature into their application that is related to artificial intelligence. That's why everyone works overtime.
Xiao told her friend on the phone that they could see each other next time.
After that, Xiao called her friend named Yuki and invited her to meet on the weekend. Yuki was driving a car and said by phone that she was now preparing to travel to Shanghai for an industry summit. The girl was holding the phone in her hands. She dissatisfiedly told herself that all her friends were busy. Xiao was lying on the bed. She told herself that she might as well be busy. The girl looked at her phone. She decided to call her friend. Xiao lay on the bed and looked at the name of the main character on her phone. The girlfriend called the guy and invited him in an excited voice to see him somewhere. Yuan was in his village near his house. He was busy with work. The main character heard some noise from behind. He realized that someone was coming towards him and turned around a little. A large racing car drove up to the building. The main character stood near the door. Passers-by were amazed. They saw a very expensive Lamborghini racing car in front of them. The car door opened and a girl came out. All the passers-by looked at her. Xiao was very beautiful and dressed expensively. One of the passers-by said that the girl was the daughter of an influential man. The main character stood and held a watermelon in his hands. The girl came up and turned to him. The main character was shy. He stood for a moment and looked at his guest. After a short pause, Yuan turned around and went into the house. He told the girl that she could follow him. The man was very unhappy. He shouted that another rich beauty had come to the main character. The guy told Biao's brother that he was very funny. The man was unhappy because beautiful girls went to the UN. The main character walked very calmly through the territory of his sight. Xiao was angry and she liked that the guy didn't pay attention to her. The girl rushed after her friend and wrapped her arms around him from behind. She demanded that he not be so distant. Xiao stood behind the guy with tears in her eyes and asked him not to be angry. She said that she misses her very much. The main character stood and looked at his girlfriend in surprise. He didn't know what to tell her. Yuan looked at the girl with excitement and called her name. He held her hand. At this time, a tench unexpectedly ran up from the side. She invited the main character to try grapes and missed the plate with berries. The girl was very angry when she saw the main character with his guest. Xiao said with great interest that she saw in front of her the second daughter of the Lin family. Men ran out onto the lawn and asked in fear, what was broken? Yue also approached from the side. Men angrily asked the main character what kind of girl was standing next to him. Xiao remembered to herself that she shed tears all day long and felt unhappy. At the same time, the guy was sitting at home, surrounded by 3 charming beauties. The main character told his guest that he would now introduce his girlfriends to her. The guy pointed out to his guest his friend named Lin Jilo. The main character introduced the guest to his little sister named Men. The most recent, the main character introduced his secretary named Yue Lingxuan. There was a long silence in the courtyard of the house. All 4 girls stood and looked at each other angrily. The main character told his girlfriends that he went to school with Xiao Ruyu. Lin looked at the guest and angrily thought that she would never give her the main character. Xiao looked angrily at her interlocutor. She realized that because of this girl, she had a misunderstanding with the main character. Xiao slyly thought to herself that she would have to stay in this place. The guest showed by her appearance that she felt ill. She told the guy that she wanted to stay with him for a few days. The main character thought to himself that he would now have one more girl. The guy glanced slyly to the side. He wondered what would happen if two daughters of rich families collided. The main character told his girlfriend in a confident voice that she could stay at his house as long as needed.
Xiao hurriedly ran to the side. She shouted that she would sort things out.
Xiao thought angrily to herself at the last moment that she needed to stop the Lin. Lin turned to the side and looked at her guest with a very hateful gaze. Lin understood that she has a very strong rival in front of her. She will need to try to get the main character to stay with her. The main character walked through a watermelon field with his girlfriends. He was holding a huge watermelon in his hands. The guy sat down near the tree to rest. Lin extended her rag to his face. Yuan approached the gate. Behind him was a backpack and two girls were standing. A woman ran up from the side. She told the guy with excitement that there was good news for him. The main character told his girlfriends to leave. He himself decided to talk to his aunt. The main character asked the woman, "Is his father really coming back?" The interlocutor explained that the father now lives happily ever after, and does not remember any of them. The woman told the guy that buildings in the village would be demolished. Yuan listened to her in surprise. The main character asked, "On what grounds will the houses be demolished?" The woman answered the guy so that he should listen to her. The woman told the guy that the villagers were being offered housing in the city instead of demolished houses. She added that residents can truly change their lives. The main character told the interlocutor that she had not recently contacted any strange organizations. The woman explained to the guy that she was a member of an organization that convinced people of the need to demolish houses. The interlocutor told the guy that she had only been working for 3 days, but she had already received sapphire status. The main character saw a small talisman in her hands. Yuan told his aunt with worry that she might simply lose her money. The woman answered the guy that her company was very influential and was called Fashion. The main character was very surprised. He remembered that he had once heard the name of this company. The secretary and the girl stood near the gate. Men joyfully said that the last house was in front of them. The girl said with a smile that if the conversations ended successfully, they would be able to buy all the village land. Yua explained to her interlocutor that she was just helping her a little. Men bowed to the secretary and said that she had helped her with funds and advice. The girl said with a smile that her brother would be very surprised. Yue thought displeasedly that the main character was simply using his honest and simple-minded sister. The secretary told the girl that the main character might not be her brother. Men looked at the girl with surprise and fear and asked how this could be. The girl was holding a folder with documents. She said that there was important information inside and she could read it herself. Yue said that she gave important documents to men. They contained a medical report from Yuan's mother. It states that the woman could not have children. The secretary explained to the girl that the main character is not her brother. Men was very surprised. Men was very scared. She still couldn't believe that the main character could be an adopted child. Yue explained to her interlocutor that she had not found any supporting documents. Men said that she is not Mr. Van's own daughter. Even if she really is Uncle Chen's daughter, they are still not related to Yuan. The girl thought and looked down. She kept thinking about her marriage. Men thought to herself that she had very easily accepted the fact that Yuan was always responsive and sensitive to her. Men slyly thought to herself that she had always liked the guy. She just didn't want to admit it. Out loud, the girl told her interlocutor that she should not worry about it. The secretary told the girl that the guy could have known from the very beginning that she was not his own sister. Men, scared, asked the interlocutor what she meant. Yue explained that the guy might have hidden intentions. Perhaps he even has strange preferences. Men said in a frightened voice that she was a little confused. She suggested that Yue should head home immediately. Both girls were heading towards the gate. They prepared to go inside the estate. Men thought to herself that the guy also liked her, but there were always a lot of other girls around Yuan. Men thought to herself that she was just a village girl to her brother. Yue looked at the girl and angrily thought that the main character was playing with her feelings. The system informed the owner that the secretary's disposition towards him had fallen. Yuan looked at the approaching girls. He realized that the secretary's disposition towards him had decreased. Lin asked the guy with excitement, "What is he doing?" Yuan demanded that the girl prepare the fire. Lin was sitting in the kitchen near the stove with wood. She said in a dissatisfied voice that it was possible to install an electric or gas stove. The guy explained to his interlocutor that only with this kind of cooking does the most flavorful rice come out. He demanded that Xiao take care of the vegetables. The main character looked at his sister and told her to wash her hands. He promised to prepare a masterpiece for her. Men was surprised that her brother knew how to cook. Yuan picked up a spatula and said that he really knows how to cook. He thought to himself that he could level up his cooking without the help of enhancement points. The main character chopped the food with a knife very quickly and professionally. The guy began to stir the food in the plate with very quick movements with his chopsticks. The main character threw rice in a frying pan and stirred it over the fire. The girls watched with interest as the main character prepared food. They were delighted. The guy put the dish on the table. He told his girlfriends that they had their signature egg rice and potato straws. The main character grabbed a spoon and invited his sister to try his food. Men opened her mouth very obediently. The main character brought food to her. The girl said in a very joyful voice that everything was very tasty to her. The girl really liked the taste of the food. She thought the rice was very tasty and hot. The sister attacked the rice with appetite and began to gobble it up with spoons. Her brother told her that she should eat more slowly. 3 girls took spoons and began to slowly and with interest taste the food. All my friends really liked the food. They couldn't believe that food couldn't be so tasty. The girls sat at the table and devoured rice. The secretary asked the boss how he did it. The main character noticed that all his girlfriends had increased their disposition towards him. Even the Yue's disposition increased. The system informed the owner that his cooking skill had been increased. Yuan thought to himself that he didn't do this on purpose. He just wanted to please men. But he unlocked a new skill. The main character walked up to his secretary from behind and put his hand on her shoulder. Yuan told the girl to finish. He offered her some business. Yue was unhappy because she was torn away from food right now. The main character sternly asked the girl which of them is the secretary. Yue answered her boss in a submissive voice that she was already on her way to him. The main character and his secretary were standing on the roof of his house. It was evening. Yuan told Yue that she has been working a lot lately. The guy looked at his interlocutor and asked where she spent the money. Yue handed the boss a folder with documents. She said that she was giving him a detailed financial report. All the money was successfully spent. The main character carefully studied the documentation. The secretary said that the company had already bought 2,000 real estate properties and 700 hectares of land. The secretary spoke in detail about the employees' employment in the company. She explained that some expenses were not shown in the estimate. She promised that she would finish this soon. Yu happily thought to herself that the main character did not expect that she would be able to spend a whole billion. The girl thought to herself angrily that the guy would have to spend money on land and constant injections. The main character carefully studied the documentation. He realized to himself with dissatisfaction that he could not understand anything about her. The main character slammed the folder with documents. He thought that he would now have a constant opportunity to spend money. Yuan slyly thought to himself that his only concern was that the secretary had time to spend the money. The boss told his subordinate that she did a good job. He thanked her for her work. The girl was very surprised that the guy was not angry with her at all. Yuan extended his hand towards the girl. He looked at her silently. The secretary was surprised. She couldn't understand what her boss wanted from him now. Yue was scared. She decided that the main character wanted to kiss her and didn't know what to do. The guy extended his hand and took a small grain of rice that was hanging on the girl's face. Yuan told the secretary to eat more carefully next time. The girl felt very embarrassed. She promised her boss that she would be more attentive. Yue relaxed a little. She told herself that she was already scared. The main character told his subordinate that she now works much more efficiently and was able to spend a larger amount. The main character transferred 5 billion to his subordinate. She was very surprised. Yue couldn't believe that the guy wasn't afraid of losing such a large amount of money. The boss told the subordinate that she must spend the money over the next week. Yuan told the girl that if she successfully completed the task, he would include her in their close circle and allow her to learn something. The main character promised the secretary that she could find out the secret of the Chen Corporation. Yue strictly told the boss that she understood him. She promised him that everything would be done. The main character happily thought to himself that he would try to turn the spy girl into a tool for him. The secretary was sitting at the computer. She was writing a message to Mr. Li. The girl said that she was able to gain the trust of the main character. The girl happily informed the boss that she would soon have access to all the secrets of the Chen Corporation. Yue promised that she would tell Mr. Li the good news soon. The girl pressed the keyboard on her laptop and sent a message to her boss. The secretary decided that she would spend 5 billion to purchase the surrounding areas. If the main character wants to continue, he will have to invest even more money. The girl strictly thought that she would punish the main character for underestimating women. Yuan put his finger in his ear and said to himself that for some reason, it was itching. The guy sat and looked at the phone. He thought that one of his girlfriends remembered him. The main character was completely immersed in a computer game inside the phone. Lin told the guy that she would go for a walk with her friends. She asked the guy not to get bored. Yuan said in a dissatisfied voice that his girlfriends left him and went to have fun. The main character was sitting on the sofa and looked up. He thought. The guy remembered that his parents were always at home. He attended school as a child. Yuan closed his eyes and recalled to himself how he consumed sweets as a child.
At that time, a car drove up to the mansion and a woman with a bag got out, and the woman was standing in front of the house. She noticed that he had changed a lot. The stranger noticed that there were expensive cars parked next to the house. She decided that the man had sold the house. The guest opened the door and prepared to go inside the house. She asked if there was anyone inside. The main character rose sharply from his seat. He realized that he heard a very familiar voice. The guy ran out into the street and saw with interest that his mother was standing on the threshold. After a short pause, the woman asked her son what happened to their house. Yuan hugged his mother and told her in a joyful voice that he missed her very much. The woman hugged her son. She was silent and was very glad to meet. The woman told the guy in a satisfied voice that he was already an adult, but still very sentimental. She promised that she would feed him. The main character was sitting at home in the evening with his mother. They communicated with each other. The guy told his mother that he knew perfectly well what his father had done. He explained to the woman that he fully supported her. The woman asked the guy to never behave like Chen Changheng. Yuan answered his mother that he always behaved very honestly and sincerely. Lin came in with his girlfriends. They shouted to the main character that she was back. The girls stopped and were amazed. They could not understand what kind of woman was standing next to the guy. The mother, in surprise, asked her son what kind of strangers were next to her. Yuan introduced a girlfriend named Lin for his mother. The girl greeted the woman shyly. The girlfriends were surprised. They were surprised by the appearance of the main character's mother. The girls came up and began to introduce themselves to the woman one by one. The mother waved her hands to her interlocutors and said that she was glad to meet them all. The woman thought to herself that all her son's girlfriends were beautiful. The hostess told the girls that they could sit down. She promised to cook dinner. Zhu replied to the woman that they could take care of the food themselves. Lin happily promised the hostess that they would sort it out themselves. The main character was surprised to note to himself that his girlfriend began to cook herself. The woman excitedly reminded the girl that she was a guest in their house. Lin was wiping the floor. She told the hostess that they themselves maintain order. The main character remembered to himself that in reality, he himself performs all household duties. The mother told her son in a joyful voice that he had excellent girlfriends. The system informed the owner that the Tench's favor had increased by 1%. For the Xiao girl, her favor increased by 1%. The main character thought displeasedly to himself that his mother had decided to reprimand him. The woman joyfully told her son that now he could really find a bride for himself. He is now quite an adult for her. The guy was unhappy. He decided that his mother was using double standards against him. A woman approached from the side. She looked into the house and shouted in surprise to her neighbor that she had returned. The hostess invited Chunhun to her house. The woman explained to Chume that she wanted to tell her something important and asked her to come over. The woman asked her neighbor, "What are they going to talk about so important?" Chunhun explained to the woman with excitement that their village had changed a lot. Chume said with excitement that they had some promising fashion company. The neighbor told the woman that the company buys land from people in the village and pays generous compensation. Chume explained to the woman that she would never sell her house. Chunhun judiciously told the woman that for her son, the wedding would be an expensive process. Parents should think about the well-being of their children. The mother remembered that there were many beautiful girls around her son. It will take a lot of effort to get one of them. A neighbor said that her family received an apartment and 600,000 in cash as compensation. She explained that Chum-mei would get more money for her house. The woman explained to her neighbor that she would discuss the matter with her son. Lin continued cleaning the house. She asked the main character, "Where is Aunt Chum-mei?" The guy explained that his mother went to talk to a neighbor. The main character told his girlfriend that he wanted to give her an important task. Lin asked her friend, "What task does he want to give her?" The main character invited her to the roof. The girl sternly reminded herself that she came to this house for the sake of cooperation. The main character silently handed the girl a black card with money. Lin was very surprised. She told her friend that even she does not have such a special black card. The main character told his interlocutor that there are 50 million on the card. The password for it is the girl's birthday. Lin was very surprised that the guy decided to give her money just like that. The main character angrily told his friend that he completely trusted her. The girl stood and held the card in her hands as if spellbound. She kept remembering her friend's words that he trusted her. The main character told the girl that he plans to transfer to her all the powers to purchase the Earth for the film company. Lin asked her friend, "Why does he trust her?" The main character told the girl in a quiet voice that he could only trust her. Lin reminded the guy about the secretary. The main character explained that Yue was sent to him by another corporation to keep an eye on him. The girl was very surprised. She listened with great interest to her friend's words. Lin was very surprised. She couldn't believe that Yue could be a spy. The main character told his girlfriend that Yue was a spy for one of his enemy corporations. The guy extended his hand to his girlfriend and said that he could only trust her. The girl looked at the card and remembered that there were 50 billion on it. She thought that even her family didn't believe her that much. The girl remembered that the company construction project is also very important. The main character does not consider her an alien. Yuan thought that in a very short period of time, the girl's favorability had increased to 92 points. Lin happily thought to herself that the main character had love towards her. Her favorability increased and reached 95 points. The host was able to get the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The guy looked at the system window and said joyfully to himself that his plan had worked. The main character demanded that the girlfriend not tell anyone about their conversation. It will be their little secret. Lin was very surprised and delighted. She realized that she and her friend would have a secret. The girl told the main character that she was leaving for Seoul tomorrow. She asked if he would miss her. Yuan promised his girlfriend that he would miss her. The guy watched in surprise as his girlfriend ran up joyfully to the front door. The main character thought that the Lin girl treated him very well. He decided that he would treat her family more leniently in the future. After much thought, the main character decided to go down the stairs from the roof. A neighbor appeared. She told the guy that his mother wanted to talk to him. The main character was surprised. He could not understand what his mother would like to discuss with him now. The woman explained to her son that she decided to sell the house after talking with a neighbor. Yuan asked his mother why they would sell the house. The main character told his mother that she shouldn't sell the property. Yuan thought very seriously. He realized that his mother really needed money. Women told her son that he would soon need to think about marriage. The fashion company is now offering them favorable conditions. The main character realized that Yue, through his company, wants to convince his mother to sell the house. The woman explained to the guy that she and his father were no longer together. She talked to the man and everything was already decided. The main character realized that his mother does not know that he now has a lot of money. He realized that now the entire land of the city would be one. Therefore, it will be easier to master. Yuan thought that he would take his mother to the city in the future. After that, he will buy her houses in several cities. The main character was sitting on his terrace and reading documents. He asked the secretary, "Is this really the last financial report?" Yue explained that Phaeton has been growing very strongly lately. The girl explained to the boss that the company was able to buy land in the village and surrounding areas. The company is experiencing a lack of financing. The secretary told the guy that some owners don't want to give up the land. Therefore, they need more resources. The girl told the main character that it was all her fault and asked for forgiveness. The secretary knew that according to the contracts, very soon the main character would have to pay compensation in the form of 10 times the amount. The boss asked his subordinate how much money would be needed. The secretary clarified that 10 billion would be needed. The guy was very happy when he heard about the amount of 10 billion. The secretary was surprised. She didn't understand why the boss was so happy about the expenses. The guy wrapped his arms around his subordinate. He praised her for spending 5 billion and prepared to give her 10 more. The main character told the girl that he was amazed at her ability to spend 15 billion in a week. The boss explained to his subordinate that many people know how to make money, but only a few know how to skillfully spend them. He told the girl that she had talent. The main character pointed his finger at the surprised girl and called her a sleeping dragon. Yuan thought to himself that the more the girl spends, the more he will personally earn for himself. The secretary said with surprise that no one had noticed her talent in doing business before. The girl received a message on her phone. She received 20 billion yuan into her account. The girl looked at the phone in surprise. She thought that even the young master would not be so generous to her. The secretary asked the boss if he was afraid of anything. The guy answered her that he was not afraid of anything. Yuan told the girl that if he works with someone, he should not doubt such a person. The system reported that the Yue girl's disposition towards the guy began to grow very sharply. The main character happily thought to himself that 20 billion had done their job. He looked out the system window. The main character told the secretary to prepare a car for him. The next day, he decided to return to Seoul. Yue was very surprised. She couldn't understand what made her boss come back. The main character was at home in the mansion. He prepared to leave. The woman was surprised to tell her son that he should not return, since the holidays were not over yet. The main character stood near the closet with clothes. He said that his friend was opening a company and needed help. The girl called her friend and asked him to take part in the ceremony as a guest. The mother asked her son with interest, "Does he really want to combine study with work?" The woman remembered that her son had always been special and thrifty since childhood. The woman put a handkerchief to her eyes and thought that her son never missed an opportunity to help his family. The main character asked his mother what happened and why was she crying. The woman told her son that she did not want him to leave. The mother handed the guy a card and said that there were 50,000 yuan on it. The password will be his birthday. The main character excitedly told his mother that this kind of money would be a lot for him. The mother told her son that he could spend money not only on himself. She added that Xiao is a very good girl. Yuan excitedly shouted to his mother that he had a lot of money and was a millionaire. The woman pointed to the side at the closet with dirty things. She told her son that he had not woken up yet. The woman told her son that she now had money in the form of profit share deductions in favor of employees from her company. Yuan asked the interlocutor what company she works for. The mother told the Strictly guy that she was a neighbor across the world, working for the fashion team and making progress. The main character thought displeasedly to himself that he was hearing about this company again. The woman turned around and headed towards the exit. She said she had to convince 2 more neighbors to sell their houses. Therefore, she cannot see her son off. Yuan thought that if his mother knew that he was the owner of the company, she would not believe it. He decided to withhold this information for now. My sister ran up from the side. She called out to her brother with great excitement. Men asked the main character with fear, "Is he really returning to Seoul?" The main character asked his sister what she wanted from him. The girl looked at her brother with a sly look and told him to take her with him. The main character thought that if his sister stayed at home by herself, then the girl would feel uncomfortable being alone with his mother. The main character stroked the girl's head with his hand and said that they would go together. Meng ran into the room at full speed. She shouted that she would pack her things. The main character happily thought to himself that he has a good sister. The guy thought to himself about an expensive racing car and a lot of money. The main character decided that he would show his sister how rich people live and have fun. Yuan decided that it would expand its borders and raise awareness. The main character realized that his sister would never fall for bad men. The girl was getting ready in the room at that time. The main character was simply driving along the freeway in a car with his secretary. Yuan told the secretary that she was immediately able to find him a car at his request. The guy was sitting in the back seat and holding a glass in his hands. He asked the girl to take her work more seriously next time. The secretary said with a smile to her boss that next time she would be more careful. Maine was sitting on a chair and peeling fruit. She told her brother that the car was really nice. The sister held out a tangerine in her hand for the main character. The guy thanked her and called her caring. The system informed its owner that his sister's level of favor had sharply increased. The secretary thought displeasedly to herself that the main character treated his sister like a servant. After this, the Yue's level of goodwill decreased. The main character suddenly spat out the contents from the glass. The sister told her brother to drink in small sips. The main character remembered that he bought the secretary's favor for a lot of money. Now he's just wasting everything. Suddenly, thunder struck and a very heavy rain fell from heaven to earth. Men joyfully looked out the window and shouted to her brother that it was raining there. Yuan replied to his sister that the weather was changing quickly. The main character ordered the girl to slow down and keep her distance. Unexpectedly, the car in front on the highway skidded to the side on the wet asphalt. The main character shouted for the secretary to slow down. A truck crashed into a car and overturned it on the road. The main character and the girls inside the car were very scared. A black car took off sharply after colliding with the truck. The black car skidded upward and fell onto the battered car. Cars on the highway began to brake sharply and stop. A black car lay beaten up on the road. Drops of rain rained down on him from above. The main character came to his senses. He kicked with all his might and knocked down the car door. Yuan thought to himself that he got off easy thanks to his enhanced body. The sister wrapped her arms around her brother and asked if he was okay. The main character answered the girl that they were very lucky. Very heavy rain was falling from the sky. A black battered car lay on the side of the road. There were a lot of broken cars on the road. They stood behind each other. The main character covered his sister's head with his clothes. The girl reminded him that the secretary was still in the car. The guy told his interlocutor to stay here. He will go for Yue. The main character saw the secretary lying pinned in the car. He asked if she was okay. The girl screamed that her leg was stuck. She can't pull it out anymore. The secretary's consciousness began to fade. She thought it would be ridiculous for her to die like that. The girl saw practically nothing. She no longer had the strength to keep her eyes open. The main character sharply extended his hand and grabbed the car door with all his strength. The main character concentrated. He pulled the door with all his might and tore her out of the car. The guy looked at the secretary with excitement and asked her to be patient a little longer. He promised that everything would be okay. The girl looked at the guy and thought that he was behaving like a man. He never disappointed her. The system informed the owner that the girl's disposition towards him had increased. The main character took the secretary in his arms. He noted to himself that finally the indicator of her disposition had become positive. It continued to rain heavily. The guy was carrying his secretary in his arms. His sister was waiting for him on the side of the road. The girl asked Yue with great excitement if she was okay. Men shouted to the girl in a frightened voice that her face was injured. Yue very sharply extended her hand up and touched her face. Men took the broken car glass and handed it to the secretary so that she could look at herself. The girl was very surprised. She saw that her whole face was covered in wounds. Yue got angry. She took the car mirror and abruptly threw it on the ground. The main character told the distressed secretary that thanks to medicine, she wouldn't even have a scar. Yue, with great fear, asked the guy if her appearance could really be corrected. The secretary pressed herself close to her boss. She was very scared. Very heavy rain was falling from the sky. Doctors collected the wounded and loaded them into cars. The main character and his sister were sitting inside an ambulance. Yue was lying on a hospital bed. Yuan looked at the wounded secretary. He thought that he should study the art of healing. Perhaps this will help increase the Yue's disposition later. The girl was sitting in a large, tall office. She called the main character and asked if he had arrived in town yet. Yuan told his interlocutor on the phone that he had been in an accident. A secretary with a bandaged head was walking along the road behind him. The girlfriend was very scared. She asked the guy what hospital he was in. The main character promised his interlocutor over the phone that he would come to the event. The guy told his girlfriend on the phone to wait for him. Yue stood behind and listened attentively. The secretary thought to herself that being disfigured wasn't so bad for her. The girl thought that even taking into account her beauty, her mind, and abilities were the most powerful weapons. The secretary thought that external attractiveness still played a big role. No one wants to interact with a freak for long. The secretary stood behind and looked at her boss. The guy was working on the phone. The main character demanded from his subordinate that she find him a free, decent mansion in the city. The little sister told her brother that Yue had suffered, and he was already burdening her with errands. Yuan said that he could completely rely on the girl. Men explained to the main character that he cannot just exploit people. Men turned around and looked at the secretary with great surprise. Yue had tears on her face. She was still standing with the bandage on her head. The main character thought that the girl cried because he put a lot of stress on her. Men didn't understand why their companions started crying. The secretary said with tears in her eyes that the boss did not abandon her. He is still very kind to her. The subordinate bowed to the boss and said that she would carry out his instructions with full responsibility. A lot of people gathered in the large hall. It was a corporate banquet. The girl joyfully shouted to her brother that he was invited to the event. Men saw a famous guy with a basketball named Kunkun. The main character told his sister that she would constantly attend such events in the future. He will help her get used to her surroundings and overcome her fear. The girl told her brother that they were wearing ordinary clothes. All other guests are wearing evening dresses. The main character said that he could show up to a banquet in a bathing suit and no one would look down on him. The two guests looked at men and said contemptuously that it was unclear how she got here in the first place. The main character was upset when he heard such words. Men stood very upset. She didn't like the fact that she wasn't taken seriously. Yuan didn't understand why two strangers had already decided to mock his sister. Men stood next to me very sad. Main character approached two girls. The strangers looked at him with suspicion. Yuan demanded that the girls be careful in their words and actions. The interlocutors threateningly told the main character that he could not tell them what to do. The main character got angry. He looked at the strangers with a very angry and dissatisfied look. The sister reached out her hand and sharply grabbed the main character by the clothes. Men looked at the guy and said that they should just forget about it. The main character told the strangers that he was giving them one chance to apologize to his sister. The guest angrily asked the guy if he knew how many subscribers she had. The main character got angry. He swung his hand and hit the girl in the face with his hand. The stranger angrily asked the main character how dare he touch her. Yuan swung again and hit the girl on the head with all his might. The guests were unhappy because someone beat the women. One of the people said that men don't do that. The main character thought to himself that he deservedly beat the women with slaps in the face. A guy in a light suit appeared from the side. He angrily asked who was making a scene here. The guy was surprised to notice Mr. Lone Wolf in front of him. The guy thought that the reputation of the main character had grown significantly. For him, it is great luck that they met here. The stranger was happy when she saw the guy in front of her. She ran up to him. The girl asked Mr. Bai to intercede for her. She explained that the main character dared to hit her. Bai hit his friend in the face with all his might. He shouted at her to stay away from them. The guy ran up to the main character and apologized to him on behalf of the girl. The guests were surprised. They couldn't understand why Mr. Bai was so polite to the main character. My sister was very happy. She thought that the main character behaved as if in a film. Men thought to herself that she liked everything. Her disposition increased. The secretary was sitting on the bed in a business suit. She was holding the phone in her hands. The girl decided to call young Master Lee and tell him new information. The secretary remembered how the main character took care of her. He saved her life on the road. She continued to think about him. The secretary couldn't understand why she kept thinking about the mountain hero. The girl was holding the phone in her hand. She thought that none of this mattered. The man was sitting in a chair in his office. He picked up the phone to chat with his subordinate. The secretary informed the young master that they could begin to act. The girl said that she bought several plots of land in different places. Therefore, they will play an important role in the selection of a site for the film company. Lee praised his subordinate. He said that he would thank her when she returned to him. The girl nervously asked Mr. Lee not to tell her that. Yue remembered how she sat alone on the street. Did her family help her? The secretary remembered that thanks to the man she did not die of hunger. The man walked up to the little girl and extended his hand to help her. Lee told his secretary not to worry about the accident. When she returns, she will be examined by the best doctors. The girl very happily thanked the young gentleman over the phone. The secretary pressed a button and turned off the telephone connection, she thought. The girl noted to herself that her boss knew that she had been in an accident. The secretary fearfully decided that the man did not trust her and that he was watching her. The people in the hall were having fun. The host thanked the guest for his speech. The host told the audience that a secret guest was waiting for them to speak. The sister approached her brother and asked what kind of secret guest would be in front of them now. Men looked at her brother in surprise and asked what happened to him. The girl was surprised to notice that her brother was wearing a huge mask on his head. Yuan turned around and told the girl that he was about to make a brilliant show. The guests in the hall shouted that there was a very expensive piano in front of them. The main character jumped onto the stage. His sister watched him with excitement. I thought happily that her brother was very courageous. Her acceptance rate reached 90%. The main character sat down at the piano and prepared to play. The audience could not understand who was in front of them. 5 minutes passed and the concert still had not started. The main character sat near the keys and was silent. The spectators were very surprised. They could not understand why the musicians still had not tuned in. The guests began to shout displeasedly at the musician so that he should start playing and not take someone else's place. People watched the broadcast from the piano stage and wrote various negative comments. 2 girls stood near the wall with video surveillance. They saw that the main character was sitting and not moving. A friend told Yuki that the audience was very unhappy. They needed to do something now. Yuki explained to her interlocutor that the main character had prepared something grandiose. The girl looked at her friend through the broadcast. She waited for him to start playing. Unexpectedly, the main character took a deep breath and put his hands on the keys. The guy began to slowly play the piano. Music flowed around near the stage. The girls were very happy. One of them pointed her finger at the main character and said that he had started playing. The main character began to sing a romantic song to the sound of music. People really liked the song. The girl said that she felt sad in her soul. The guy continued to sing a sad romantic song. The audience listened to him attentively. The girl thought to herself with surprise that her brother had a lot of secrets. The guy in the mask played calm music and continued to sing a romantic composition. 2 girls stood and listened carefully to the main character's speech. The spectator looked at the main character. She was delighted, but remembered that Yuan was her friend's boyfriend. The actress sat on a luxurious sofa and watched a video broadcast of the concert. The girl listened carefully to the composition. The song touched her very much. The actress realized that such a song could only be performed by a person who sincerely loved someone. The girl decided that the main character was hiding a wounded heart behind an impeccable image. The system reported that the gal's disposition had increased. The main character sat near the piano and continued to finger the keys. Soon the song ended. The people in the hall were very delighted. They joyfully thanked the main character for the concert. People clapped and expressed their admiration for the guy's performance. The main character continued to sit on the stage near the piano. The audience looked at him. People watched the broadcast of the concert and wrote positive comments. Xiao looked at her friend with admiration. She couldn't understand why the guy was so good. Xiao thought happily that she would not want to fall in love with another man. The man told the girl not to use her phone at the table anymore. A guy came up and told Uncle Xiao that some young people now don't like gadgets at all, but he himself personally cannot refuse them. The man explained to Mr. Lin that these are all problems in upbringing. The guy said that he admires the girl and they will soon collaborate. Xiao realized that now in front of her was the guy over whom she and the main character had quarreled. The girl was unhappy. She realized that the guy invited them to dinner for the sake of cooperation with the Xiao company. The guy jumped up and joyfully told the girl that he had prepared a surprise for her. The young man told his friend that she liked playing the piano. Next to him stood a piano. The guy sat down at the piano and started playing the song. He really wanted to impress his girlfriend. The musician was fingering the keys on the piano. He thought slyly to himself that his girlfriend would not be able to resist his seduction skills. Xiao was dissatisfied and thought that the young master of the Lin family was worth nothing at all. The secretary was sitting near the telephone. She watched the broadcast and cried. The girl pressed the phone to her chest. She thought that the guy was playing and singing in such a way that her whole being was responding. Yue continued to watch the broadcast and admire the performance of the main character. After that, her disposition increased. Girl Lin was sitting in the car with her subordinate. He told her that they had acquired the lands around Tianmen. The guy told the boss that he was worried because there was a very large compensation for the sale of the earth. The girl told the subordinate to continue doing his job. Lin thought that Yue had already bought most of the land in the city. Now she herself must acquire the adjacent lands in order to at least oppose something. The girl thought to herself that the territory on the border of 3 cities should be a better place to locate a new film company. Now, she is the only one the main character can trust. Lin read the document carefully.
She analyzed Dundee's land acquisition statistics. The girl angrily thought to herself that she would not allow Yue to defeat her. At the same time, a message from Menmen arrived on the girl's phone. Lin picked up her phone with interest. She decided to read the message. Men wrote to her friend that her brother was performing and sent a link to the live broadcast. Lin thought to herself that the main character felt lonely and decided to broadcast live. The girl watched the broadcast. She noticed that the main character was wearing a mask. The guy was sitting at the piano and singing a romantic song. Lin listened to him carefully. The girl was very worried. She felt that the song touched her very much. Lin watched the live broadcast and was very amazed. She couldn't believe that the main character could sing so well. The girl admired the guy more and more. She thought his performance was beautiful. The system informed the owner that the Tench's level of disposition had reached 96 points. The main character looked out the system window. He realized that his performance was not in vain. The audience did not understand why the musician left. Someone shouted for the stranger to show them his face. Yuan walked away from the stage. One of the girls shouted to the guy that he would be his type. A couple of days later, the girl was sitting in her office. A subordinate came running to her and shouted that things were going badly. The man told the boss that their opponents had enormous support and could lose. Competitors also poached a bunch of their people. The girl thought that if Mr. Lee's plan worked, the fashion company would collapse and all the people would lose their jobs. The secretary told the subordinate that she would contact the lone wolf and receive instructions. The girl was surprised to notice that she could not reach the main character. She didn't understand why the guy turned off the phone. Yue was very worried. She even thought that Yuan might have decided to run away. Inside a tall building in a large office, the girls sat and discussed their situation. The administrators near their counter listened attentively to the conversation. One of the workers said that they were at risk of going bankrupt. The girl explained to her interlocutor that a couple of days ago, they conducted a successful broadcast. The interlocutor told her that all this was insider information. The girl said with a smile that Lone Wolf never showed up at the event. The employee told a surprised colleague that their funding chain could be broken. The secretary stood near the door and listened to the conversation with interest. She was surprised when she heard about the break in the funding chain. In the general manager's office, the manager was talking with her secretary. The girl excitedly told her subordinate that the capabilities of the yuan are very stable. The financing chain must be stable. The secretary suggested to her boss that she call the guy herself and make sure of everything. The girl remembered that her friend really didn't get in touch. She hoped that the yuan could give her a few $100 million more. The manager became worried. She decided that her friend might have some difficulties. People in the building of a large corporation were discussing the latest news with interest. The guy at the food table told his colleagues that Chen Yuan had broken his funding chain. Bai walked up the steps and happily told his colleague that the yuan's funding chain had been broken. The main character was at home in the mansion. He was surprised by his girlfriend's call. The guy was sitting near his pool. He asked Zhao, where did she get this information from? The girl excitedly told her friend that she could help solve his financial problems. She promised to sell the tower to Jin Mao. The main character explained to his interlocutor that he does not know where to spend his lot of money. After talking with his girlfriend, the guy hung up the call and disconnected the connection. The guy was unhappy. He went on vacation for a while and he was already written off. Two girls sat in their luxurious mansion and talked with each other. The friend asked the girl what the guy told her. Zhao said that she even wants to sell the Jin Mao Tower to help the main character. The interlocutor angrily shouted at the girl so that she should not do this under any circumstances. The friend explained that if the main character has financial problems, then Xiao will not help this in any way. The interlocutor said in a sly voice that the yuan could deliberately demonstrate its weakness. The girl told her friend that her recklessness almost ruined all the plans of the main character. Yuan was resting at home at that time. The girlfriend called the main character and promised that she could help. She even decided to sell the company. Gao called the guy and demanded that he give the numbers and how much money he needed. The girlfriend called the guy and said that she would not just sit on the sidelines. The main character sat at home and answered all his girlfriends that he was really fine. The guy ate near the pool and said on the phone that he had recently bought a new villa for himself. He thanked everyone for their concern. The guy looked at his phone. He noticed that he received endless calls today. The main character could not understand who was disseminating information about the financial chain. Yuan said thoughtfully to himself that the women were trying to help him with money. The main character consumed the drink from a glass and said to himself that his charms affected the girls. He decided that people were becoming dependent on him. Unexpectedly, the guy's phone rang. He didn't understand who else decided to bother him. The main character grabbed the phone. Lin called him. She demanded that the guy tell her his location. The main character did not understand why his girlfriend would need to know his location. The girl explained that she had a surprise for the guy. A friend told her friend on the phone to wait for her. The main character was surprised. He didn't understand what kind of surprise the girl could have prepared for him.
In the cottage village of Junyue, people gathered near one of the houses. The guy told the guests in suits that today was an extremely important reception for them. They must not make mistakes. The guy said that big businessmen had been invited today. There will be representatives from various companies. After that, several expensive cars appeared. They arrived at the entrance to the building. The servant opened the door in one of the cars, and a young man got out. Li Jiamu from the Li family from Shanghai arrived at the meeting in a white suit. The guy greeted Mr. Li. He told him to quickly follow him. Guest put his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked how his uncle was doing. The guests, along with the guards, headed inside the building. The secretary got out of the car. Yue got out of the car and remembered that Mr. Li asked him to have her here. The secretary chased after her master. She extended her hand to him. The guard swung his hand and pushed the frightened girl back with all his might. He shouted at her to get out. The security guard kept shouting at the secretary to get out of here as quickly as possible. The other fighters lined up. They shouted in fear that they needed to protect the young master. The girl shouted in fear to her boss that it was she, Yue Lingshuang. The man looked closely in surprise and realized that his secretary was next to him. The boss extended his hands to his subordinate and decided to help her get up. The man approached his girlfriend and smelled a very strong odor from her. The secretary looked at the boss in surprise. He didn't want to get close to her. Li told the girl that she had not showered for a couple of days. He explained to her that she should not have attended the event in this form. The secretary was very displeasedly surprised. She glared at her boss. The man ordered his guards to help the girl to her feet. Yue was very unhappy. She recalled that she had always been devoted to her leader. The girl recalled that she was worried that her wounds would not become inflamed due to contact with water. Because of this, she forgot about hygiene. The secretary realized that she was like a stupid dog to her boss. The guests were sitting at the table with food. Li invited his companions to raise their glasses. Leader Du Tangsing asked Mr. Li, "Is Chen Yuan really finished?" Next to him sat the director of one of the companies named Zhu Wei. The man demanded from the secretary that she tell him everything. Yue informed the guests that they are now the owners of several plots of land. They are located in strategically important areas of the city. Zhu said that if the main character wants to build a film company, then the guy will have to deal with them. They will make the most of such a situation. Yue looked at the man and explained that he told her everything correctly. The guy explained in a joyful voice that lately all he had heard was that the financial chains of the yuan had been broken. He found himself in a hopeless situation. Li shouted very angrily that Mr. Lone Wolf had finished his game. The people at the table cheered up. The guy shouted in a joyful voice that Mr. Li was right. After that, all the participants in the feast knocked their glasses and prepared to drink. The guy told the guests that his sister's now actively ingratiating herself with the guy's trust. At this time, the Lin girl suddenly burst straight into the main character's home. Lin told her friend in an angry voice to prepare her an amazing dish since she was hungry. The girl stood angrily near the entrance to the house. She continued to demand that the guy prepare food for her. Men told the girl that she had left very suddenly. She did not hope that they would see each other again. Both girls sat on the sofa and talked to each other. Men listened attentively to her guest. Men asked the girl with interest, did she really like her brother so much that she now follows the guy everywhere? Lin said in a dissatisfied voice that she could not like such a womanizer as the main character. The guy was preparing food in the kitchen. He listened with interest to the conversation of the girls next to him. The main character could not understand how the wealthy Lin family could raise such an eccentric. The main character was cooking rice on the stove. He thought that his sister was bored at home and could use some fun. Suddenly, a very strong knock was heard from the street. Some stranger shouted to the main character that she knew he was at home. The girls sat and happily talked to each other. They could not understand who else had come to them. Men and Lin listened very carefully. They didn't understand who was bothering them now. Men said with excitement that she heard a woman's voice near the entrance. Lin said in a sly voice that another stranger had come to them, whom the main character had got for himself. The hostess approached the doors and opened them. They saw that a stranger was standing near the entrance. Gao looked through the open doors at the two housewives. She didn't understand who they were. The girls were surprised to realize that actress Gao was now standing in front of them. The hostesses invited the guest inside the house. They were all sitting at the table together. Lin looked at the actress with interest. She was surprised because the guy knew such stars. Men, with great excitement, asked the actress to leave an autograph for her. Guessed I said she would do it. Lin thought to herself with excitement that the actress might also like Chen Yuan. Lin is very realistic. She imagined that she would have to fight against the actress for the main character. The main character brought food to a plate for the girls and said that they could fly. The girls looked at the plates with great appetite. The food looked tasty and appetizing. The guest and hostess pounced on the food. Gao told the guy that he had great talent. The main character asked the actress why she came here. Gao explained that she was afraid that the rumors about the financial chain being broken might be true. The girls are satiated and satisfied. They were relaxing after a delicious dinner. The system informed the owner that the girls had increased their disposition towards him. Yuan looked joyfully at the system window. He realized that his efforts were not in vain. There was absolutely nothing left before the counterattack. The Lin girl walked up to the table and threw a huge folder with documents on it. The main character and the actress looked at the table in surprise. They could not understand what kind of documents were there. Lin happily told the guy that she had brought good news for him. The main character opened the folder and began to read the financial report from the Dundee Company. The guy studied the documents with interest. He realized that the Dundee Company was a kind of challenge for Yue. Lin put the card on the table. She said it was just part of the work she did. The friend explained to the guy that she bought the card so as not to explain things on her own. The girl explained that the map shows in purple the territories that are already owned by the Dundee. She contacted other companies, and they are ready to cooperate with them for the benefit of the film company. At the end of the conversation, the girl told the guy that she had spent all the money he gave her. The girl was unhappy. She didn't understand why the guy didn't react to her speech. Yuan yawned tiredly. He told the girls that the main thing for him was that they spend money. The actress looked at the folder in surprise. She asked the main character if this was all his doing. The actress said that choosing a territory for building a film company would no longer be a problem for them. Other players will not be able to interfere with them. Gao realized that the territory would belong to 3 cities. Now no one will be able to dictate their terms to them. The girl looked at the guy with interest. She realized that he had started planning all this a long time ago. The actress was amazed by the guy's enormous imagination. She remembered several companies. Gao looked at her friend and happily thought that he was very reliable. After that, her disposition increased. The system informed the owner that he was receiving a reward. He will also have access to acting skills. The main character looked at his girlfriend in surprise. He thought he looked very manly when he read the financial report. 2 girls stood in the building of a huge corporation. A friend asked Meng Meng for a favor. Xiao said that the guy told her that everything was fine with him, but she's still worried. The girl asked her interlocutor to find out details about the Fatian company. The subordinate said that the main director of the company is called Yue. She is also Yuan's personal secretary. Xiao said that if the company has problems, it means that the main character has problems. The girl told her boss in a confident voice that she was one of the best hackers in the country. Tonight, they will learn all about the Fatian company and about Yue. Xiao happily hugged her subordinate Meng Meng and said that she could be relied on. The main character looked at the actress and thought that his acting skills could be used to meet other girls. The actress was very scared and asked her friend, "Why is he looking at her like that?" The girl felt that she had a strong attraction towards the guy. Gao realized that the main character looked at her as if he was looking into the depths of her soul. The girl looked at her friend and couldn't understand whether he had always been so beautiful. The guy looked at his amazed girlfriend and realized that it was easy for him. The main character looked at the map and remembered the financial report. He realized that they had indeed found a way out of their predicament. The main character joyfully thought to himself that heaven was helping him. The guy realized that the girl admires him. Therefore, her disposition increased. The main character slyly thought to himself that he would not convince his girlfriend. Yuan remembered his girlfriends and told himself that he had to deal with all this on his own. Lin said happily to herself that in a couple of days the company had become very successful. Yue stood near the map and explained the current situation to her interlocutors. The secretary said that the chances of the lone wolf returning were very small. But there is one condition. The men became very worried. They wanted to find out from the secretary what condition she told them. The secretary said that the guy could get out of it if he had a few $100 billion. She doubts it. The guy laughed joyfully. He told the girl that she had good jokes. One of the guests asked the gentleman if the girl was his secretary. The guest told the man that his secretary had an unpleasant odor. The man looked at the girl and said that he wanted to take the papers off her face to look at her beauty. The secretary was very scared. She turned to the young master. Li realized that his guest was very unpleasant. He looks forward to further cooperation with him. Therefore, he will not offend him. The man demanded from the frightened girl that she fulfill Ju's request. The secretary asked the boss, should she really take off the blindfold? Li explained to the girl that she had no right to discuss his requests. Yue suddenly felt very frightened and wounded. The girl, with a decisive movement of her hand, took off the white bandage from her head. The guest took a closer look and saw that the secretary had a huge scar on her head. The guests at the table looked at the girl in silence. Her face was badly beaten. The secretary stood near the table in complete silence. People looked at her in amazement. Ju said, dissatisfied, that he saw in front of him, instead of a beautiful secretary, a real monster. For him, it turned out to be disgusting. Yue grabbed her clothes with her hand. She said in a trembling voice that it would be better for her to leave. The boss silently watched his subordinate leave. He followed her with his gaze. Li realized that the girl's wound looked very serious.
It will be very difficult to remove all the scars. He remembered that the subordinate had completed the task and was no longer needed. One of the guests looked angrily at the girl and said in surprise that she was acting like a dog. Another guest happily told Director Ju that he behaved like a comedian. Lin was visiting. She suggested that sister men go to a bar and have fun there. Men explained to the girl with excitement that decent girls don't go to bars. She reminded them that it was late and they needed to get ready for bed. A friend told the girl that you don't always need to listen to her brother. Men answered with excitement to her interlocutor that she was well fed in this house and her brother spent a lot of time with her. At this time, the secretary approached the front door. She punched in the code to enter. The housewives turned around in surprise. They were wondering who had come to them now. The girls were very surprised. They greeted the secretary joyfully. Men fearfully asked the secretary if she was okay. Yue looked very pale. The girl joyfully and calmly explained to the hostess that everything was fine with her. The hostess told the guest that she would show her in more slowly. Yue explained that she could handle it herself. Lin thought to herself displeasedly that the secretary was a traitor, but comes to them and pretends to be unhappy. The hostess happily told the guests that they had prepared some food for her to eat. Today, the main character cooked all the food. The secretary asked, "Did the guy really ask to leave food for her?" Men confirmed this. The girl sat silently at the table and consumed rice from a large plate. The secretary realized that the guy from the very beginning saw her as a person, and not as a tool to achieve his goals. The secretary sat and consumed the rice with appetite. She thought the guy was very nice. The hostess was surprised because her guest was crying. Yue explained that she was just thinking a little. The secretary told the girl that she wanted to see her brother. At this time, her disposition increased. The hostess told her guest that her brother had long gone to rest. The secretary was surprised that the guy decided to rest so early. Men explained that the guy had been busy lately, so he wanted to be alone and relax. The sister said that her brother asked her not to disturb her and went to his room. Yuan sat and looked at the phone with interest. The secretary thought that all the major organizations were targeting the main character. She decided that the guy was now desperate. Yue thought that the guy, even in a difficult situation, prepared dinner himself and left some food for her. The girl decided that she did not deserve her friend. The next day, Xiao and her subordinate were sitting at her house. Meng said that she found something about Yue. The girl was sitting at her laptop. She said that she was still able to find something strange. Meng said that there was not a single record about the girl. Last month it was reported that she had graduated from university. At 17, Yue went to Cambridge and then interned on Wall Street. By the age of 20, Yue already had extensive experience in trading and financial markets. At 22, she became a secretary at Juxing. Xiao said with excitement that she had already heard about Juxing Company. The employee said that Juxing Corporation is located in Shanghai, and they own large companies. Meng repeated to herself that the Yuan wants to build a film studio, and the Lai family is a monopoly in this area. Yue is the secretary of a corporation owned by the Li family. The girls looked at each other in fear and realized that Yue Lingshuang was a spy. Xiao grabbed the phone and decided to call her friend. She said the guy was having trouble buying the land. The girl could not reach her friend. She was surprised that the guy's phone was turned off at such an important moment. Xiao called and asked, "What is the new address of the Yuan?" The interlocutor replied that she did not know. The girl was very surprised when she heard that there might be a spy next to the Yuan. She promised that she would go with Xiao. The girl stood near the mirror. She shouted to her friend that she would go with them. All the protagonist's girlfriends decided to themselves that they should help him and save him. The next morning, the guy woke up in his house. He decided to go out to the kitchen. Yuan stretched sharply and said that he felt more alert. The guy approached the kitchen. He smelled a very appetizing smell. Yuan was surprised to notice how the secretary stood near the stove and prepared breakfast for him. The main character greeted his secretary. She still had the bandage on her head. The girl turned around and greeted her boss. She prepared food for him and demanded that he sit down. The chief smiled at his subordinate and prepared to sit down at the table. Yuan was sitting at the table with the girl. They had breakfast in silence and looked at each other. The girl realized that the main character was not at all worried about the fact that her appearance had suffered. The secretary thought about it. She couldn't believe that the main character was really not like other men. The main character looked at his secretary. He realized that she had suffered greatly externally, and this had affected her self-esteem. The guy looked out the system window. He had already mastered the medical specialty and began to produce special ointments. Everything should be ready soon. Yuan happily thought to himself that he would cure the girl. Her gratitude to him will have no limits. Secretary asked her boss what would happen if she did something bad for him. Yuan told the girl that he would not blame her if she lost money or the business failed. He explained that he hated money. Yue thought that the guy would not forgive if he found out that she was a spy for another organization. Yue sat and looked ahead. She didn't understand why she felt only despair. Other girls ran in from the side. The sister asked her brother if they had prepared food for her.
Yue told all the housewives that she had prepared food for them all. Men told the secretary that she had not yet fully recovered. The hostess said that she could cook the food herself. Lin extended her hand forward and asked her sister to help her a little. The main character sat at the head of the table. His girlfriends were sitting next to him. Suddenly there was a loud ringing sound at the door. The people at the table looked around dissatisfied. The girl sat at the table and looked at the front door in surprise. Lin was unhappy. She didn't understand who was so persistent and came to them in the morning. Men refused in a mysterious voice, saying that Ruoyu could have come along with the others. This friend called her and asked for the guy's new address. The secretary asked the girl what other people could have passed through. Men said that other girls also wanted to come, and it was very urgent. The hostess reported that a spy had snuck into the protagonist's company. His girlfriends wanted to warn him. Men wiped her face with her hand and prepared to approach the front door. The hostess went to the door and opened it. She prepared to greet the guests. The hostess opened the doors and looked with surprise that a lot of guests had come to them. Men said in an admiring voice that a lot of beauties had come to them. The guests walked very slowly along the lower floor of the building. The hostess looked at them. Men excitedly asked her friend Ruoyu who came with her. Xiao said that things are very urgent and there is no time to explain. She asked the girl if her brother and his secretary were at home. The hostess told the guests that she was now taking them to the right place. The main character sat calmly at the table and consumed food. The girlfriends came up and looked at him silently. Several girls approached the secretary from behind and looked at her sternly. Yue was silent. One of the girls closed her eyes and prepared to address the guy. The girl threw the document onto the table with a flourish. She wanted to say something important. The guest told the guy that his secretary was a spy sent by a rival organization. She showed him materials about Yue's activities. The main character carefully read the documents. He was amazed by the secretary's successful biography. The main character realized that the girl was very young, but she has a very good track record. The guest continued to say that the secretary was a spy. She explained that Yue had spent hundreds of millions of money and leaked information to a rival firm. Men with fear asked the secretary, "Are all these words true?" The hostess could not believe that the girl had been pretending all this time. Lin realized that the main character had guessed everything long ago. That was his plan. Lin remembered that she was the first to whom the main character told about his guesses. The actress looked at the document and realized that everything that was happening was part of the main character's plan. Yue explained to her interlocutors that she had become close to her boss and that she had nothing more to say. The main character fell silent. He jumped to his feet and slammed his hands on the table. The guy told his subordinate that they would step aside and talk one-on-one. The girls watched in surprise as the main character and his secretary stepped aside. Men felt very sad. Tears appeared in her eyes. Little sister cried. She remembered that the secretary constantly asked her about her brother. Lin explained to the girl that she should not cry and her brother knew about everything. The guests were very surprised when they realized that the main character knew that the secretary was a spy. The girls were very surprised. They couldn't believe that the main character knew that Yue was a spy. Xiao sternly asked the girl why the guy entrusted Yue with such an important project. Lin explained to her interlocutor that she would not tell her anything. The girls got angry. They looked at each other silently and displeasedly. Lin was very unhappy. She didn't understand why other girls needed the main character. The situation became increasingly tense. The girls rushed at each other and grabbed each other by the clothes. Actress Gao walked up to the card. She decided to calm everyone present. Gao said that the lands that both companies bought have a common border. Xiao looked at the map and shouted joyfully that she understood everything. The girl realized that the Dundee Company belongs directly to the main character. That was his plan. Yuan was able to develop an ingenious strategy. He was able to crush the enemy and predict his actions. The girl realized with great excitement that the main character was full of secrets. All my friends were very surprised. They realized that Chen Yuan turned out to be a genius. The girl approached her friend from behind and began to tug at her clothes. The girl said that when they exposed Yue, her employer would find out about everything very soon. They might scare him away. Xiao explained to her friend that the main character never loses. The girl thought that the more she communicated with the guy, the more mysterious he seemed to her. The girlfriend realized that the guy was behaving recklessly. But he emerges victorious from all situations. A girl on the street asked the guy for forgiveness. She explained that she came into his life to stop the construction of a film studio. Yue explained to the guy that she had no choice. She told him that every person has his own boss. Yue looked at the girl and said that he was aware of all this. The secretary asked her interlocutor in surprise, "What does he know?" The main character explained to the girl that he knows the reason for her actions and knows the person who sent her. Yuan looked at his interlocutor and reminded the girl of his own words from the past. The main character told the secretary that it was all connected with business and money. He is ready to forgive her everything. Yuan clarified that he promises her this. The Yue's disposition sharply increased.
The girl was very surprised by the guy's promise. Her disposition indicator reached 85. After a short pause, the girl wanted to tell the guy what she was thinking about. The main character explained to his interlocutor that he would think for her. He suggested that she become his man. The girl was very surprised. She excitedly wanted to say something to her boss. The main character explained to his interlocutor that she would be a sleeping dragon for him. The guy promised his girlfriend that he could conquer the whole world with her help. Yuan turned around and walked away. He shouted to the girl to keep it up. The girl was surprised that the guy just left. At this time, money arrived in her account. The guy wrote to the secretary that he was giving her an assignment for the next week. He hopes that she will not disappoint him. Yue was very surprised. She realized that she would need to spend 30 billion yuan. The girl fell to the ground. She didn't understand why the guy treated her well. The main character looked out the system window. He was dissatisfied because the girl's level of affection only reached 93. He decided that Yue had a heart of stone. The main character remembered that he studied medicine. He decided to heal the secretary and impress her with it. The main character angrily thought to himself that he would very soon make a counterattack against the girl. At this time, a message came to the guy's phone. He took the device out of his pocket. The secretary asked the boss for forgiveness. She wrote that she had betrayed his trust. Yuan realized that the girl was very shocked. She no longer knew how to justify herself. The main character wrote in response to his subordinate, so that she would not forget about the task. The main character wrote to the girl that she could spend his money to help Mr. Li. Yui answered the guy that she couldn't believe him. The girl could not believe that the guy wanted her to go to the Li family as a spy. The main character carefully approached the doorknob and prepared to return to the house. Yuan entered the room and looked in front of him at the girls in very surprise. The girlfriends stood in a whole group and looked at the main character in surprise. Yuan stood and looked at the girls in surprise. He didn't understand why they were staring at him like that. The main character was especially amazed because Qian Mengmeng was looking at him. This girl's attack level reached 95 points. The counterattack was successfully carried out. The main character looked with interest at the system window. He realized that he had missed the moment when the girl was connected to the system. The system informed the guy that he had received his amount of money and 25 gain points. He also learned a new skill called hacking. The main character looked in front of him with great surprise and saw green ones and zeros. Yuan realized with great excitement that this was his new skill. The main character suddenly felt tired after activating a new skill. The system advised the owner to strengthen his mental strength. Yuan was unhappy because of the large number of new skills. He understood why he felt so sleepy all the time. The main character realized that ordinary people work their entire lives to improve their only one skill. For him, this is now a big load on the brain. The guy turned around and looked at his girlfriend. He decided that Mengmin had high-class hacking skills. The owner demanded 50 points from the system to increase mental strength. The main character felt the transformation in his body. His view changed a lot. Yuan saw in front of him all the detailed information about the girl. His brain worked like a supercomputer. The main character realized that geniuses see the world exactly as he saw it now. The girl apologized to the guy. She said that she hoped she didn't disturb him too much. The main character explained to his interlocutor that sooner or later all this would have happened. The guy explained that Mengmin should act as if nothing had happened. The girl must pretend as if everything is going as usual. The girlfriends were very surprised. They didn't know how they could now live in such a way that everything would go as usual. The girls were very amazed. They didn't know how they could live as if nothing had happened. Ming Ming thought with surprise that Yue Ling Shuang could already submit to the main character. The girl thought about it and realized that the secretary would now be a double agent and would spy on the Li family. The girl was very happy. She admired how the main character would fight the conspiracy. At this time, the secretary approached the door. She heard that the main character demanded from his girlfriends that they leave her alone. The main character explained to the girls he knew that Yue was still his personal secretary. The secretary was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the guy was still sincerely protecting her. Yue realized that in front of her was a very noble man with a broad outlook and a big heart. The main character stood near the entrance to his house. The secretary stood next to her with luggage. The girl told the guy that she was fine. She wanted to call a taxi. The main character thought he didn't want the girl to leave him. Yuan told the secretary as she left that she could indeed stay. Yue explained that nothing could be fixed. She will still remain a spy. Other girls will be nervous. Men looked out the window onto the street and found it difficult to believe that the main character was really able to lure Yue to his side. Men asked her friend if the secretary would be punished if she returned to the Li family. Lin explained to her interlocutor that her words reminded her of something. Lin said that the secretary is aware of the protagonist's plan. She was not with them when they discussed this plan. Yu approached the gate. The girl said that when Mr. Li finds out that he was betrayed, all the blame will be placed on the secretary.
The girlfriends looked at each other. They decided that this would be the perfect conspiracy. The girl took the phone and called her brother named Lin Yi. The guy asked his sister why did she remember him. The girl said that she was in the main character's house. She witnessed an interesting scene. The guy was scared because his sister was at Yuan's house. He knew that the girl was not aware of their operation with the Li family. The brother strictly ordered his sister not to be close to the main character. This won't lead to anything good. The brother demanded from his sister that she return home and prepare to enter university. Lin thought angrily to herself that her brother still considered her a child. The girl thought to herself that she was one of the best businessmen of the generation. The girl asked her friend if she knew who the two housewives were in front of them. Xiao said that the main character's sister was standing in front of them on one side. Xiao explained to her interlocutor that the second daughter of the Lin family was also standing nearby. The girl was very surprised because she saw the daughter of a rich Lin family. The girlfriend was very angry. She realized that she had been gone for a couple of days, and the main one had already met another girl. At this time, a girl came up from the side and addressed the surprised housewives. Guest, I said her name is Zhao. She said that she is the head of Big Cav. Zhao told the hostesses that they were friends of the main character. She suggested exchanging contacts. The main character entered the room. He was surprised that there was so much activity around him. A group of girls stood and happily talked. They were holding phones in their hands. Yuan realized that the girls had already become friends. Xiao told her new friend that she had already sent her an invitation to the group. Now they will be friends. Yuan realized to himself that girls love to unite and form small groups. In an expensive hotel in the presidential suite, a man greeted his secretary. Li was sitting at a large table. People served him food. He was talking to his secretary. Li told the girl that he had contacted the best plastic surgeon. At the end of the mission, she will be able to regain her beauty. Yu told her master that she understood everything. She thanked him. The man at the table asked the secretary why she was here. The girl told her interlocutor that she had been discovered. The boss listened to her carefully. Li was surprised that nothing was done to the girl after she was discovered. Yue said that Lone Wolf offered to work for him, but she refused. The girl thought that she would not tell her boss about the money from the main character. The man asked the girl how the guy reacted to her leaving. Yue replied that the main character was calm. The man asked the secretary, did the guy really have neither anger nor disappointment? Yue replied that Yuan had good control over his emotions. There was a short pause. The girl wanted to say something else to her boss. Yue explained that the main character knew from the very beginning that she was a spy. The man jumped to his feet excitedly. He asked, who owns the fashion company? The girl answered the boss that it was impossible for the younger sister of the main character, Men, to register a company in her name. So I had to do it this way. The man was afraid of the secretary's answer. He realized that it was all a trap. Li demanded from his subordinate that they bring him a map of Hubei province. I also needed to call young Master Lin. The man stood with the girl and they looked at the map. He asked his subordinate about a company called Dundee. The interlocutor replied that the owner of the company acts secretly. They couldn't even track his actions. Guy Lin received an incoming call on his phone. He saw that it was Li Jiami who called. The guy was holding the phone in his hand. He didn't understand why the man was calling him now. Lin happily greeted his interlocutor and said that he wanted to invite him to try Asian food. Li shouted to the guy that he had conspired with the main character. He accused Lin of creating intrigues behind his back. The man angrily shouted to the guy that he knew that the Dundee company belonged to his family. The man looked angrily at the map. He shouted to the guy that the lands of the Fashion and Dundee companies have a common border. In the end, the Yuan will be like the Lord God. The young guy was surprised. He didn't understand what kind of Dundee company his interlocutor was telling him about. The guy calmly explained to the man that he would find out everything. He added that Dundee is not owned by the Lin family. Li angrily demanded on the phone from the guy that he give him an answer within 8 hours. Lin slammed the phone into the ground with all his might. He was irritated by the call. The guy remembered that he and the man are partners. He didn't like the way Li communicated with him. The guy remembered that he invested 10 billion to get cooperation with the Li family. He didn't know how he would explain himself to his family if he didn't have luck. The owner demanded from the servant to find out details about the Dundee company. If Li Jiamu is very angry, then this time everything is very serious. The servant bowed and humbly answered his master that he would do everything for him. 2 hours later, Fu brought a document for his master. Lin sat and read the paper. The guy irritably realized that the Dundee company belongs to his own young sister. The guy was surprised because the company's authorized capital is more than 50 billion. He didn't understand where the girl got so much money from. Fu pointed to the map and told the gentleman that the lands of the two companies had a common border. The lone wolf got away with it again. The servant explained to the master that they themselves had now fallen into a trap. The servant told the guy that they bought the land at a very high price, and now they are trapped. Lin said to himself that the main character was well prepared. He also brainwashed his sister. Lin grabbed the phone sharply. He remembered that last time the girl told him that she had a surprise for him. The girl was standing near the pool. She picked up the phone and noticed that it was her brother calling. The guy angrily asked his sister, "Does she really own the Dundee Company?" The girl angrily told her brother that he now knew about everything. She demanded that he call her the director of the Low. The guy got angry because his sister used the family name to buy lands for the Yuan. He angrily demanded that the girl return home as soon as possible. The sister decided that she would not continue talking to her brother. She hung up. Lin told herself that she would not return anywhere. The main character appreciated her better than his brother. The guy was very angry. He realized that his sister had just hung up. The young gentleman hit the phone on the floor with all his might. He was very angry. Lin demanded from the servant to give him another phone. He said it was impossible to reason with his sister. The servant explained to the young master that the return of his sister would not help him in any way. They need to think now about how to compensate for the losses. Lin asked the servant what he meant by compensation for losses. Fu explained that the lone wolf turned out to be stronger and more resourceful, so it's best to move to the side now. The servant demanded that the guy forget about his relationship with the Xiao girl. The guy turned around and said that he would never give up his girlfriend. Fu asked the guy why he decided everything for himself for the sake of a woman. Lin explained to the servant that his father was sick. Therefore, he himself will make decisions about his family. He is also responsible for the consequences. Fu bowed obediently to the young master and said that he understood him. The servant thought to himself that the young master is still very young and it's not just about money. Fu understood that all the blame for the failure of the mission to destroy the main character would be placed on the Lin family. They need to join the Yuan now. Li was sitting in his presidential suite. The secretary told him that the Dundee Company belongs to a girl named Lin. She is very close to the lone wolf. The man told his subordinate to stop. He felt very tired. The man was sitting at a large table with documents. A group of his workers stood next to him. Yue thought to herself that it was all over for her. She was Lone Wolf's secretary and was completely unaware of it. The secretary told the gentleman that it was her mistake and asked for forgiveness. The man got angry. He didn't like the girl's words about her mistake. Li angrily shouted to his subordinate that the losses of 10 billion could not be a simple mistake. The man threw an ashtray at the secretary. He was very irritated. The man asked the secretary whether she herself was worth these 10 billion. Li angrily shouted to the girl that everything she had was from the Li family. The guards approached and took the girl by the hands. The man told his subordinate that the corporation no longer needed her services from now on. The man told the girl that she would be investigated. She can't go anywhere until it's over. The worker told Mr. Li that Yue could not betray him. They all grew up in the same family. The man explained that he didn't care whether his secretary betrayed him or not. He needs to explain himself to the corporation. The secretary looked at her boss with interest. She realized that he wanted her to take the blame.